Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I grew up in a small two-story house on the edge of town, just past the old railroad tracks that stopped working sometime in the 60s. It had a porch that sagged a little on the left side, and stairs that creaked in a way that made you memorize which steps to skip when sneaking around after bedtime. It wasn't a fancy place, but it had character. Faded yellow siding, a lopsided shed out back, and a chain-link fence that leaned every which way like it was just barely holding itself up. We moved in when I was around 5, and I stayed there until I left for college at 18. My grandma lived with us too, in one of the downstairs bedrooms, the one closest to the kitchen. Strange things happened in that house. Not all the time, but enough to stick with me. Sometimes you'd hear cabinets closing when nobody was in the kitchen. The kind of sharp thud you don't mistake for anything else. Doors would creak open slowly, and then shut fast like someone had walked through in a hurry. We used to say it was just drafts from the windows, even though my dad sealed those windows up tight every fall before winter rolled in. Cold air would sometimes brush the back of your neck when you were sitting still. Not like a gust from a vent, more like someone passing by too close. But the thing is, when you grow up with stuff like that, you don't always think it's strange. It just becomes part of the place, like the squeaky pipes or the smell of the old carpet. You shrug it off because you don't know any better. Maybe it was just the way the house settled, I told myself. Maybe it was just in my head. I never really talked about any of it. My parents weren't the kind of people who believed in things they couldn't explain with a tool or a thermostat. Dad was a mechanic. Mom worked at the post office. My grandma, well, she might have had her own thoughts about it, but she never said much. The conversation that changed things for me happened just a few weeks ago, actually. I was visiting my grandma at her apartment. She's in assisted living now, doing all right, just needs help with stairs and groceries. We were sitting on her little balcony while she crocheted, and I scrolled through photos on my phone. Out of nowhere, I said, wouldn't it be funny to go back to the old house and ask the people who live there now if they've experienced anything weird? She stopped crocheting mid-stitch and gave me this look. Not confused, not amused, just still. Her eyes narrowed a little and she said, did I never tell you that the people we bought the house from came back and asked us the same thing? It was such a simple sentence, but it knocked the breath out of me. I don't even know why. I felt my chest tighten, like my body had already known something for years and just hadn't wanted to admit it. I didn't say anything after that, and neither did she. We just sat there for a while listening to the wind. That one sentence rewrote the way I looked at everything that happened in that house. It confirmed something I'd tried not to believe for most of my life. And it brought back a memory I hadn't really thought about in years, a Christmas memory. It was Christmas Eve. I was maybe 7, maybe 8. My parents always made a big deal out of Christmas. We had a fake tree covered in mismatched ornaments from every year, blinking colored lights that sometimes half went out, and tinsel that somehow got everywhere even though we barely used any. That year, I was sleeping in Grandma's room. I think my uncle and his wife were visiting, so I gave up my bed for them and took the twin in her room. It was close to midnight when I woke up. At first, I didn't know why I was awake. The house was dark and quiet except for the heater ticking and the faint buzz of the tree lights we left on all night. Then I heard footsteps. Light ones, but quick, like someone trying to sneak, but not doing a great job. They were coming from the living room. My first thought was Santa. I was at that age where I kind of knew the truth, but didn't really want to know. The idea of magic still clung to me in those quiet hours between bedtime and morning. So I got out of bed without thinking. I didn't turn on any lights. The house was dim, lit only by the soft blinking glow of the Christmas tree. I padded quietly down the hallway and peeked into the living room. The tree stood there, the lights blinking red and green and blue. Nobody was there, but I heard the footsteps again, this time from the kitchen. I turned around and crept toward the kitchen, half giggling to myself. I remember thinking maybe I'd catch Santa in the act. Maybe I'd finally see him. I reached the kitchen doorway and looked in. Again, nobody, but the sound didn't stop. It kept moving, into the dining room, down the hall, back toward the living room. Always just one step ahead of me. I followed it without thinking, laughing under my breath like I was playing tag. It wasn't scary at the time. I was convinced it was part of the magic. I chased the sound around the house for what felt like forever. It would stop suddenly, then pick up again from a different room. Sometimes it sounded close, like it was right behind the next door, and I'd rush in and find nothing. Other times it seemed far away, like from the basement, but we never went down there at night. I ran through the house on bare feet until I got tired, out of breath, confused. Finally, I stopped in the hallway and leaned against the wall. I remember the quiet, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I didn't hear any more footsteps, just the tree lights blinking behind me. I walked back to bed, pulled the blanket over my head, and fell asleep. It didn't scare me then, not even a little. But thinking about it now, with what Grandma said, I can't make sense of it. I checked everyone's bed. My parents were asleep, snoring. Grandma was breathing steady. I even tiptoed past my uncle's door. Everyone was in their rooms. And yet something was moving. Something kept just out of reach the entire time. I've thought about that night a lot more since the talk with Grandma, trying to remember every detail. The feel of the carpet under my toes. The way the footsteps stopped the moment I entered a room. The way they always stayed one step ahead, like whatever it was knew the house better than I did, like it had lived there longer. Growing up, things didn't stop after that night. They got quieter maybe, or maybe I just got used to them. But now that I think back, there were other things, like how our dog, Scout, used to bark at corners. Not just once, often. He'd stand in the middle of the hallway barking at the top corner near the ceiling, tail stiff, ears back. We used to joke that he saw bugs or spiders, but there was never anything there. Or how sometimes, when I was home alone, I'd hear the TV turn on downstairs. I'd go down to check, and sure enough, the TV would be on, usually to static or some random channel. I'd turn it off, go back upstairs, and 30 minutes later it would be on again. My dad said the wiring in the house was old, and maybe it was just that. But it only ever happened when nobody else was home. One winter, my mom found her wedding ring on the windowsill above the sink. She never took it off, not even to sleep. She thought maybe it slipped off while doing dishes, but she hadn't done any dishes that day. She couldn't explain it. Even when I was older, like high school age, I'd get that cold rush up my spine sometimes walking down the hallway. You know the kind. Like someone's behind you, almost close enough to touch. You turn around fast, and there's nothing there. But you can't shake the feeling. You start walking faster without realizing it. There was one night in my junior year I still remember clear as day. I'd stayed up late studying for finals. Everyone else was asleep. I got up to get a glass of water and passed by the front window. I glanced outside and froze. There was a man standing by the tree in our front yard. Not close to the house, but close enough that I could see him under the porch light. He was just standing there, arms at his sides, not moving. I stared for what felt like minutes, then blinked, and he was gone. No sound, no footsteps. Just gone. I stood there until my legs felt like jelly, then ran back to my room and locked the door. I told myself it was my imagination. Maybe a shadow, maybe a reflection. But I knew what I saw. After I left for college, I didn't think about the house much. It stayed in the back of my mind like an old dream. We sold it a few years after I moved out, once my parents retired. I didn't think I cared. But now, hearing Grandma say what she said, that the people before us came back and asked the same thing, it makes my skin crawl. It makes all those memories feel connected. Like whatever lived in that house wasn't just tied to us. It was part of the house. It had always been there. And maybe still is. It didn't hurt us. It didn't scare me as a kid. But it was there. I know that now. I don't think about it every day, but sometimes I do. When I can't sleep. When the heater clicks on in the middle of the night, and I hear a thump from the other room. I live in an apartment now, so noises are easy to explain. Pipes, neighbors, wind. But I always pause just for a second, just long enough to wonder. And now that I know other people felt it too, that it wasn't just me or my family, it settles something inside me. Like putting the last piece into a puzzle you didn't know was missing a piece. I don't need to go back there. I don't want to. Some places are better left in the past. But I know what happened, and I know I wasn't alone. I never really believed in any of that spooky stuff growing up. Haunted houses, bad energy, cursed land. Whatever you want to call it. It all seemed like stories people told to scare each other or explain away stuff they didn't understand. I'm not saying I believe in it now either. But something happened a few years ago with my cousin that I still can't quite explain. The whole thing sits in the back of my mind like a memory I try not to unpack too often. But every once in a while, something will jog it loose, and it comes flooding back. And I remember how cold it made me feel hearing it the first time. My cousin Jay is not a guy who gets scared easily. He's one of those guys built like a truck, broad shoulders, thick hands, grease under his fingernails from working on engines all day. He's a heavy engine mechanic, tough as they come, not the type to startle over a noise in the night. His wife A is smart, grounded, pretty no-nonsense. The kind of woman who'd probably be rolling her eyes while someone else told a ghost story. They were solid, the both of them, steady. But life has a way of chewing people up sometimes, and a few years back, they hit a stretch of bad luck. Jay got laid off after the shop he worked at downsized, and A's job cut her hours way down. Bills started piling up, and eventually they had no choice but to move out of their apartment and crash with some family. A's uncles had this property in an older suburb of Toronto. They flipped houses for a living, buying up junk homes cheap, fixing them up, and selling for a profit. They had one sitting vacant, hadn't started the renovations yet, so they offered Jay and A chance to live there temporarily. It wasn't much, but it was warm, had working plumbing and electricity, and it came with its own bedroom and some privacy, which they desperately needed. The house itself was, well, it was rough. Built maybe in the 50s or earlier, 2 stories with a basement, faded aluminum siding, and a sagging front porch that creaked no matter how lightly you stepped. Inside, it smelled faintly of mildew and something old, like stale air that hadn't moved in years. But it had heat and space, and beggars can't be choosers. They moved in with their 2 cats and tried to settle into a rhythm. For the first few months, things were manageable. Jay worked odd jobs with A's uncles, helping them haul tools or tear down drywall, and they picked up shifts wherever she could. Money wasn't great, but they had food, they had each other, and the cats kept them company during long, quiet nights. The house creaked a lot, old pipes, old floors, that kind of thing, but nothing too out of the ordinary. If something went missing, it was chalked up to forgetfulness or clutter. Jay, to be fair, can be kind of scatterbrained sometimes. He's the type of guy to leave his keys in the fridge or put a wrench down and not find it for a week. But everything started to shift around the 4-month mark after the uncles brought in 2 more cats. They'd found them abandoned at one of their job sites, both skinny and filthy, and figured they'd be better off in a warm house with other cats than stuck outside in January. So they brought them in, fed them, got them checked out at the vet, and just like that the cat count doubled. At first, it was just the usual adjustment period. Some hissing, some territory stuff, litter box drama. But soon, the cats started acting strange. All 4 of them, without fail, would gather in front of the basement door late at night and just sit there staring. Sometimes hissing, sometimes growling low in their throats, tails puffed up, ears pinned back. One night, the yowling got so loud it woke up Jay and A from a dead sleep. They went to check, thinking maybe something had gotten into the house, but as soon as they stepped into the hallway, the cats scattered in all directions. Jay thought maybe rats were in the basement, so the uncles called in an exterminator. The guy came out, did a sweep, laid some traps, sprayed around, and left. But something he said stuck with them. Something about keeping the cats out of the basement because of the poison. They all nodded, but then stopped and realized at the same moment. None of them had ever seen the cats even attempt to go down there. In fact, thinking back, it was like the cats treated the basement door as some kind of barrier, a place they wouldn't cross even when it was left wide open. After that, things started to get weirder. Objects that disappeared didn't come back. A ring A swore she left on the bathroom counter was gone for good. Jay's wallet vanished for 2 days and showed up in the hallway closet, tucked under a pile of towels neither of them had touched. Food went missing. Not a lot, but little things, slices of bread, half a banana, a box of crackers with the top ripped off. I started locking the fridge, thinking maybe one of the uncles was grabbing snacks and not saying anything, but that didn't explain the missing ring or the wallet. Then there was the smell. It wasn't strong, just this faint, sour odor that seemed to come and go. Sometimes it hung near the bottom of the stairs, sometimes in the hallway. Jay tried to track it down, even crawled under the house one afternoon to check for dead animals, but found nothing. They cleaned, bleached everything she could. They burned candles. The smell would vanish for a day or 2, then return without warning. A couple weeks before the final incident, Jay said he started hearing noises in the early morning. like someone walking around upstairs, slow, dragging footsteps, sometimes a faint creak, as if someone was shifting their weight on an old floorboard. But every time he went up to look, there was no one there. He thought it was the house settling, or maybe he'd imagined it. Maybe he was just overtired. Then came the day everything boiled over. It was a Saturday afternoon. I was in the kitchen doing dishes. Jay was upstairs helping the uncles install some new shelving in one of the upstairs bedrooms. It was a normal day, bright outside, a bit chilly. Nothing out of the ordinary. The cats were quiet for once, lounging in the sun. I was halfway through a stack of plates when she heard footsteps, fast, heavy, unmistakably Jay's, coming down the stairs in a rush. Then the basement door slammed so hard it made the whole floor vibrate. I jumped, and one of the dishes slipped out of her hand and shattered in the sink. She wiped her hands, turned around, and yelled at Jay for barreling down the stairs like a maniac and slamming the door like that. The slam had been violent, like someone trying to keep something out, or in. About 20 seconds later, Jay came down the stairs from the second floor. He was calm, casual, asked if she'd fallen or dropped something because he and the uncles had heard the noise from upstairs. I just stared at him. She couldn't speak at first. Her face went pale, and her hands started shaking. She told him someone had run down the stairs and slammed the basement door. But Jay swore he hadn't moved. Neither had the uncles. They all went down to check the basement. The door was still closed, the air behind it still and heavy. Jay opened it slowly. They flicked on the light, the kind that hangs from a string in the center of the ceiling. The basement was empty, cold. The air smelled like damp concrete and dust. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken window, no footprints in the dust near the base of the stairs. Jay said he felt something then, just a heaviness in his chest, like the kind of pressure you get when something's about to go wrong. He said it felt like the whole house was watching them. They moved out the following week. I found a friend who let them crash in a spare room for a while. The uncles stuck it out for maybe another month, but even they admitted they started hearing things, doors opening and closing on their own, footsteps when no one else was home, tools going missing, strange sounds in the walls. They sold the property as is to a development company. A few years later, a Tim Hortons and a Wendy's and a Subway were built on the lot. The whole house, and whatever came with it, got paved over. Jay didn't talk about it much after that. Neither did A. They moved on, eventually got their own place again, and tried to forget about it. But about 2 years later, A was working at a new job and got to talking with a coworker about weird stuff they'd experienced. She told the story, not thinking much of it. When she described the house, the coworker's face went pale. She asked where exactly the house had been, and when A told her, the coworker just nodded. She said she'd grown up in that neighborhood. Everyone knew that house. An old woman used to live there, alone with her cats. No family, no visitors. She'd been a bit off, they said. Reclusive. The kind of person who let the yard grow wild and stared out the window without blinking. One day, someone noticed the mail piling up and called it in. The cops found her in the basement. She'd taken her own life, no note. The cats had gone a long time without food before anyone found her. They'd eaten parts of her. It wasn't a secret. Kids in the neighborhood dared each other to look in the basement window for years after. I don't know what to make of all of it. Maybe it was just a string of weird coincidences. Maybe Jay and A were just stressed, and the mind plays tricks. But I've never seen Jay look the way he did when he told me that story, like he was remembering something he wanted to forget. And when he told me how loud that door slammed, how real those footsteps sounded, I felt something cold settle into my gut. Sometimes when I drive past that plaza, I look at the spot where the house used to sit. People go in and out with coffee, sandwiches, smiling and chatting. No one has any idea what used to be there, and maybe that's for the best. Some things are better left under concrete. I used to stay at my grandma's house a lot when I was a kid. It was one of those old two-story houses, built maybe in the 40s or early 50s, with creaky stairs, heavy wooden doors, and that permanent smell of dust and fabric softener. It sat just a little ways outside town on a quiet street with no sidewalks. My grandma's yard had a big tree in the front and bushes that always needed trimming. It wasn't a scary place on the surface. It had big windows with those thin white curtains that blew in the breeze in the summer. The kitchen had this ticking clock that echoed in the hallway, and the fridge always had grape juice and that sliced bologna my brother and I liked. There was comfort there. Safety, even. But something changed after my grandpa died. I was 7 when he passed. He was the quieter one between him and my grandma, always working on puzzles, sitting in his recliner with a glass of water by his side, sometimes with a book he wouldn't finish. I remember watching him shave in the hallway bathroom, humming softly. I never saw him get angry or raise his voice ever. He died in the same house, in his sleep. I remember waking up and seeing my mom and grandma crying at the kitchen table, my dad taking my brother outside, and just the kind of heavy quiet that settles in when something big is gone. I didn't really get it then, not like I do now, but even as a kid, I felt something had shifted in that house. After that, every time I stayed there, something in me felt off. Not scared, exactly. Just anxious. Nervous in a way I couldn't explain. I didn't tell anyone, but I started dreading going there. Even when I'd be playing with my brother, or watching cartoons in the living room, I had this nagging feeling like I was waiting for something bad to happen. I didn't know what that bad thing was. I just felt like the house had changed, like it was watching or waiting. Still, there were nights I stayed over and nothing happened. I got through them fine. I'd play outside, have dinner, watch TV with my grandma, go to bed. Most of the time, it was just that, a normal visit. I even laughed sometimes, forgot about the heavy feeling. But other nights, that anxiety would creep back in, usually around bedtime. I used to have a hard time sleeping as a kid. I'd wake up in the middle of the night almost every night. At my house, I'd get up, go to my parents' room, try to crawl into bed with them. Sometimes they let me, sometimes they didn't. When they didn't, I'd stand at the top of the stairs in the dark, just staring down, waiting. I never knew for what. I would just watch the darkness and imagine footsteps coming up or a shadow shifting in the black. I had this weird habit of not blinking, like if I looked away, I'd miss it. When I stayed at my grandma's, it was worse. The house was quieter. My parents weren't there. The darkness felt heavier. Every creak, every gust of wind outside, every pop from the old wood settling felt louder. At night, I'd lie in that twin bed with my brother asleep in the other one, and just stare at the ceiling or the shadows in the corners of the room, my body stiff with tension, waiting for something to move. There was one night that I remember clearer than any other. I must have been around 8, maybe a little older. My brother and I were staying over for the weekend. It was just the two of us in that bedroom at the end of the hallway upstairs. The room was small, 2 beds, a dresser, a nightstand with a lamp, and this little shelf mounted on the opposite wall that held a few handmade crafts and dolls. My grandma was big into crafts, cross-stitch, knitting, sewing, and for some reason, those dolls were always there. I never asked why. There were a couple other knickknacks up there too, but what always stood out were the Raggedy and Raggedy Andy dolls. They sat side by side, propped up on little stands, heads tilted slightly, button eyes staring straight ahead. They weren't pristine either, kind of faded, like they'd been there a long time. Their yarn hair was frayed, their red triangle noses a little rubbed off. I never liked looking at them. I never said anything out loud, but they made my skin crawl. Especially at night, when the moonlight from the window would land on them just right, and you could see their faces glowing faintly in the dim light. Sometimes I'd turn the lamp on just to avoid seeing them in the dark, but I couldn't sleep with the light on either. That night, I woke up needing to pee. It must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning. The room was pitch black except for that little sliver of moonlight cutting through the side of the curtain. I was already nervous before I even moved. I lay there, trying to talk myself out of it, but I knew I couldn't fall back asleep like that. So I slid out from under the blankets, careful not to wake my brother. The floor was cold. The air was colder. I walked softly across the room toward the door, head down. I think a part of me knew to avoid looking at the dolls, like how you avoid looking at something in your peripheral vision because you're afraid of what you'll see. But I looked anyway. I don't know why I did. Maybe curiosity. Maybe that anxiety pushing me. Maybe something else. I turned toward the shelf, and I froze. Raggedy Ann's arm was raised. Not fully straight up, just halfway up, bent at the elbow, hand extended like it was mid-wave. Her head was tilted more than usual, just slightly to the left. Her eyes, those black buttons, were still staring straight ahead, but the posture, it wasn't right. It didn't match how she looked before. She had always sat there stiff, arms at her sides. I was sure of it. I'd seen her that way dozens of times. But in that moment, she was waving. I didn't scream. I didn't say anything. I just ran. I didn't even close the bedroom door. I didn't think twice about my brother. I sprinted down the hallway and into my grandma's room like my life depended on it. The floor felt endless. The hallway felt longer than it ever had. When I got to her room, I climbed into bed and pulled the covers over my head. She stirred, but she didn't get up. She didn't ask questions. I think she was too tired. I don't remember her saying anything beyond a soft sigh. I just lay there, shaking, heart pounding so hard I thought she could hear it. I didn't sleep again that night. I kept the covers over my face and peeked out only when I thought it was light enough that the sun might be coming up. Eventually, I fell asleep, only for an hour or two. By the time we had breakfast, I convinced myself I must have dreamed it, that I'd imagined it in the dark, that maybe I had gotten up mid-dream and confused it with being awake. That's what I told myself. That's what I told my parents when I mentioned it in passing. That's what my grandma said. Maybe I'd been dreaming. I wanted to believe it, but I know what I saw. Over the years, I went back to that room many times. The dolls were always there. Raggedy and sat in the same stiff position, arms at her sides, head tilted slightly, just like before. I checked more than once. I'd walk slowly into the room during the day, glance at the shelf, and stare. Never moved again. Never changed position. Nothing ever happened like that again. But the memory never left. Even now, at 22, every time I go upstairs in that house, I feel that same pressure in my chest. I see that shelf and those two dolls, and I remember that one night like it happened yesterday. My brother doesn't remember anything. He was asleep through all of it. He doesn't even recall me running out. And my grandma still says I must have imagined it. Maybe she's right. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe I saw the shadow of a curtain or a breeze moved it somehow. Maybe. But deep down, I know I wasn't dreaming. I've seen dreams. I've felt the weirdness of waking up and trying to make sense of a half memory. But that night wasn't like that. I remember the cold floor under my feet. I remember the sound of the clock ticking in the hallway. I remember the exact angle her hand was raised, how the yarn fingers curled, how her head tilted, just slightly wrong, like something was trying to mimic a gesture it didn't quite understand. I've never told anyone the whole thing. Not like this. I've mentioned the dolls before, and people laugh. They say I was just scared, just a nervous kid with too much imagination. They're not wrong about that. I was anxious. I used to get scared of the dark. I used to stare at the stairs like a lunatic. But none of that changes what happened that night. I've gone back into that room many times since then. Sometimes I'll even sit on the bed, stare at the shelf in daylight, try to get over it, remind myself that it's just cloth and stuffing, just old toys. I've taken photos. I've moved the dolls myself, just to prove I'm not afraid. But I never sleep in that room anymore. Even now, if I stay the night, I sleep downstairs on the couch. My brother doesn't think anything of it. My grandma doesn't ask. The dolls are still there, still unmoving, still waiting maybe. The house is smaller than I remember. The ceiling's lower, the room's less intimidating. But that room at the end of the hallway, it still makes me uneasy. And every time I visit, I avoid walking past it in the dark. Some nights, I wonder why it never happened again. Why that one time? Why me? Why not my brother? Why not another kid, another night? I don't have answers. I only have the memory, clear as day. I don't think the doll was haunted. I don't believe in ghosts, not really. I don't think it was my grandpa, either. That doesn't make sense to me. But I do believe that memory matters. That some things imprint on us. That maybe for whatever reason, I saw something real, or something real to me. And that was enough to scar a part of my mind forever. I still think about it. Not every day, but often enough. Especially when I'm in quiet houses or dark rooms. It creeps in at night, when everything's still, and I catch myself listening for the sound of fabric shifting or the faint creak of wood. It hasn't moved again, and that almost makes it worse. It was sometime in the fall of 2007, I think early October if I had to put a date to it. The leaves were already starting to crisp up, and the smell of dirt and dry grass was strong in the air. My son was about 5 back then, still in that phase where everything was a game, and every walk turned into some kind of adventure. That day, we didn't have much of a plan. I just remember wanting to get out of the house for a while, and he was bouncing off the walls, so a walk through the woods behind our place seemed like a decent idea. We lived in a small rural town back then. You could walk maybe 15 minutes in any direction and end up surrounded by woods. There was an old, overgrown set of logging trails about a mile or so from our backyard that I used to explore when I was younger, and that's where we ended up heading. I hadn't taken my son that far into the woods before, not because I was scared or anything, but just because it always seemed like too much of a hike for a little kid. But that day he was full of energy and seemed determined, so I figured why not. We walked along the main trail for a good while, just kicking leaves and pointing out squirrels and the odd mushroom patch here and there. He talked a mile a minute about whatever came into his head, dinosaurs, cartoons, what color jelly beans are best, that kind of thing. I wasn't really paying close attention, just letting him go on. I was mostly focused on watching where we were walking. Even though the trail was wide enough and worn in, there were still enough roots and rocks around to trip up a kid if he wasn't careful. We were maybe a good 45 minutes into the walk when he stopped all of a sudden and tugged at my sleeve. He looked up at me with this serious expression and said he wanted to show me something. I figured he meant a weird rock, or maybe a tree he thought looked like a monster. He had an imagination like that. I smiled, told him sure, go ahead and show me. That's when he veered off to the left, down a narrower trail I hadn't really paid much attention to before. I'd seen it, sure, passed by it more than a few times when I used to come out here alone, but it always looked like a dead end. It narrowed pretty quick and seemed to just fade into the underbrush after maybe 30 feet. I'd never actually walked it myself, and I always assumed it was just a runoff path or a deer trail that didn't go anywhere. But my son just marched right down it like he knew exactly where he was going. I followed behind, figuring I'd humor him. Worst case, we'd end up in a thicket of brambles and have to turn around. But it wasn't like we were on a schedule. The trail, surprisingly, kept going. It started tight, sure, maybe shoulder width, but after a minute or two of ducking under low branches and stepping over some half-rotted logs, it opened up a bit more. Not by much, but just enough to suggest that, at one point, this had been a proper trail. Like maybe decades ago. The way the trees arched over it, and the underbrush stayed relatively thin, it looked like something had once kept this path open. Maybe people used it to get somewhere, way back when. About 5 minutes into the walk, I started to feel a little off. Not scared, not exactly, just alert. A little too aware of how quiet it had gotten. You ever notice that? Sometimes when you're deep in the woods, the air gets so still and the silence so thick that your own breathing sounds too loud. It was like that. No birdsong, no rustling in the brush, just the crunch of our boots on dried leaves and the faint swish of his little coat. He didn't seem fazed at all, just kept walking like he was on some mission. Then we came up on it. At the end of the trail, sort of tucked between a pair of skinny, crooked-looking pine trees, was this little shack. I say shack because I don't know what else to call it. It wasn't a cabin or a house, not really. It looked like it might have started out as one a long time ago, but nature had been working on it for years. The roof was sagging on one side, covered in what looked like a mix of moss and old shingles. The walls were a patchwork of wood and metal, maybe pieces of old siding, maybe even scrap. It had clearly been built piecemeal, with whatever was available at the time. I stopped walking and just stared at it for a second. I'd never seen it before. That alone creeped me out a little. I knew these woods. I'd been coming out here on and off for years. The main trails, the cut paths, the little hideouts we built as teenagers, they were all burned into my memory. And yet, here was this busted-up shack I'd never once laid eyes on. It wasn't hidden in a ravine or buried under a hill. It was just there, like it had always been there, waiting. My son turned and looked up at me. No expression on his face, just a kind of casual interest, like this was something he saw every day. I asked him how he knew this was here, and he just said, real matter of fact, that this was where he and his buddy Tom came to hang out when Tom couldn't sleep. That stopped me cold for a second. Tom, his imaginary friend. He'd been talking about Tom for maybe a couple months by then. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Lots of kids have imaginary friends. Hell, I had one when I was a kid, though I can't remember his name now. My son mentioned Tom now and then, said he was older than him, liked old cartoons, liked to sit in the dark. That kind of thing. Just weird, harmless kid talk. But now here he was, standing in front of this rotting shack, telling me this was Tom's place. That this is where they came when Tom couldn't sleep. I tried the door, half out of curiosity, half out of some weird sense of needing to know. I don't know what I expected. Maybe to find a pile of old trash, or some half-finished tree fort somebody gave up on. But when I reached for the handle and pulled, the door barely budged. just opened an inch or two before hitting something solid. It didn't rattle like it was locked. It felt like something heavy was stacked up against the other side. I pushed a bit harder, but it didn't give. I could see just a sliver inside, enough to see that it was dark, real dark, and maybe something draped in a dusty sheet. But that was it. I was about to try again when my son tugged on my coat and told me not to worry about it. Said Tom blocks the door with stuff, so no one can steal his things. That's when I felt a chill crawl up my back. Not because of what he said, but because of how calm he was about it. Like this was a normal thing. Like he'd been here before. I didn't say anything. Just stood there for a few more minutes, looking at that place, trying to figure out how the hell a 5-year-old could have known about it. Trying to come up with a reasonable explanation for what the hell I was looking at. Eventually, I turned us around and started walking back. He didn't protest. Didn't say goodbye to the place. Just followed along, talking again about whatever popped into his head. It was like the shack didn't matter anymore. I didn't sleep much that night. Over the next few weeks, I asked him a few more times about that place. He always gave the same answers. Said it was Tom's house. Said Tom didn't sleep much. Said they only hung out there when it was really quiet and everyone else was asleep. I pressed him a little, asked if he'd ever gone there alone. He said no. That Tom always came and got him first. I didn't like that answer. Not at all. Eventually, I stopped bringing it up. After a few months, he stopped mentioning Tom entirely. One day I asked him, just offhand, what happened to him. He just shrugged and said Tom got sick and had to leave. That was the end of it. I thought about going back out there more than once. To look at that shack in the daylight, really give it a proper look. Maybe even try to break the door open, see what was inside. But something always kept me from doing it. Maybe it was the unease, the pit in the stomach kind of feeling I got just thinking about it. Maybe it was because it felt like crossing some invisible line, like I'd be stepping into something I wasn't supposed to. Or maybe I was just scared of what I'd find. Or scared I'd find nothing at all and have no answers. A couple years later, the land got sold off. Developers came in, cut down most of the trees, bulldozed the trails. They built a Kroger and a gas station where the woods used to be. Concrete and lights where there used to be shadows and old paths. The place my son took me to, Tom's house, it's gone now. Probably got smashed by a backhoe or buried under a parking lot. I've walked through the area a few times since, and I can't even be sure where that trail used to start. He's a teenager now, doesn't remember much about that day. I brought it up once, just asked him if he remembered that time we found the shack in the woods. He looked at me like I was making it up, said he didn't remember any house, didn't remember Tom either, not even a little. Maybe he really forgot, or maybe he just doesn't want to remember. But I do. I remember the way the trees bent over that trail, like they were hiding something. I remember the way that shack felt like it had been waiting. I remember the sound of the door hitting something solid, something unmoving. And I remember my son, 5 years old, looking up at me with absolute certainty and telling me not to worry about it, because Tom keeps it blocked. I'll never know what was behind that door. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just junk, an old couch, some wood, boxes of crap left by someone who used to squat there. But that place didn't feel like a junk pile. It felt like something older, something forgotten, something real. And now it's gone. And I'm not sure if I'm relieved, or if I just missed my only chance to understand what the hell I saw. I had been working in the inpatient psych ward of a children's hospital for a few years when this happened. It wasn't my first job in mental health, but it was the most emotionally intense. We saw everything in that unit. Kids as young as 5 or 6 being brought in under hold orders. Some because they had threatened to kill themselves, others because they'd hurt animals or other kids, and some just because they couldn't be managed anywhere else. A lot of these children had been through hell. The things they'd seen and endured, it wore on you. It changed the way you looked at people, especially the way you saw adults. The units smelled like antiseptic and worn-down plastic. The floors were always scrubbed too clean. The windows were reinforced, doors were thick, the walls padded in the isolation rooms. It wasn't a place you forgot. I was part of the admin side, not a therapist or a tech. My job was mostly paperwork, chart updates, filing patient records, answering the intercom, buzzing visitors in and out. I sat in a small, enclosed space up at the front, kind of like a reception booth, but more secure. It had a high wraparound counter, almost like a bank. Nobody was allowed in there except staff, and even then only certain staff. The kids definitely weren't supposed to be in there, ever. That space was where I felt safest in the whole building. But even that didn't mean much, not really. I learned that the hard way. This story isn't about everything I saw in that hospital, though there's enough in my head to write a book if I wanted. It's about one kid, one patient, one night, and something that still sticks with me long after I left. He came in on a weekday, early afternoon. I remember because it was quiet that morning, and then everything got louder all at once. The nurses were talking in low, serious voices. Security walked him in, not just an aide. That didn't happen often. He was maybe 11 or 12 years old, tall for his age, with this mop of dark hair that stuck to his forehead like he'd been sweating for hours. He looked like a regular kid if you didn't know better. That was the thing, most of them did. If you lined them all up and told someone to pick the ones who'd been through the worst, they'd probably guess wrong every time. His file was thick. I didn't read the full history until later, but it was bad, real bad. Multiple placements, multiple failed foster situations, and a long list of diagnoses. Some you'd expect for a kid with trauma, and others that made my skin crawl when I read them. He'd been hurt, physically, sexually, by people who were supposed to protect him. His body had healed, mostly, but his mind, not so much. He was wild in a way that wasn't just defiance. It was like he didn't understand what safety was, or boundaries, or trust. It made it hard for the staff to manage him, even though they were used to kids like him. His behavior went from charming to dangerous fast. He could be sweet, funny even, then shift into something else in seconds. Staff had to stay alert, redirect him constantly. He had a way of testing limits that wasn't just about seeing how far he could go. It was like he was watching to see who would let him get away with something, and then pushing harder when they didn't. He made other kids uncomfortable too. Not overtly threatening, but just off. Like something in him didn't match the rest of the world. One night, I wasn't there, but I heard about it the next morning in a hushed staff meeting. He'd somehow gotten hold of a chain. We didn't even know where from. Possibly from the janitor's closet, or something one of the maintenance guys had left behind. That part was still being investigated. But somehow, he'd wrapped the chain around his arm and was threatening to hit anyone who came close. He wanted out. He was screaming, crying, sweating, pacing the halls. It took a nurse and a psych tech to corner him. Not physically, but with words and positioning. I was told the nurse calmly told him, "You might get one of us, but not both." They kept just enough distance, using a soft voice, waiting him out. Eventually, he dropped the chain, and they got him into a timeout room. Those rooms were bare, with a mat on the floor and soft walls, no corners to hurt yourself on. They weren't locked, couldn't be. We had rules about that. It made things difficult sometimes. The door would stay open, and someone would have to be posted nearby to supervise. Kids didn't always stay in those rooms. They'd come out if they wanted. That was part of the job, talking them back in when they left. Repeating things 100 times in soft, even tones. It wore staff down. I saw people break down and cry in the break room more than once. 2 nights after the chain incident, I was working a late shift. It was cold outside, winter almost here. I remember I had my space heater on under the desk, humming softly at my feet. I was going through patient charts, making sure everything was documented from the day's shift. Paperwork was endless in that job. Everything needed to be recorded, even the stuff that seemed minor, especially with kids like him. He had been acting up again that day, nothing violent, but just uncooperative. Loud, destructive. He'd broken a few crayons, then thrown the pieces at another kid, called a nurse a bitch, refused meds, tried to climb the bookshelf in the activity room. Typical behavior for him, not enough to warrant a hold or isolation, but enough that everyone was on edge. At one point, the nurse on duty had enough and escorted him to timeout. Not a punishment, just a place to calm down. The door was propped open like always, and she sat on a chair in the hall a few feet away, reading a clipboard and occasionally glancing in. It should have been safe. Should have been. It must have been past 9 p.m. The unit was quiet, mostly. Kids were supposed to be in bed, though a few always took longer to settle. I was in the reception area, going through forms. My mind was foggy from staring at the screen. That's when I heard it, a sound behind me. Not loud, just wrong, like a shift in the air. A breath, maybe the squeak of a shoe. But I wasn't expecting any sound behind me, because nobody should have been there. I turned. He was standing right there, inside the counter space, right behind my chair. I can still see it, burned into my brain. His chest was rising and falling fast, like he'd been running. His eyes were dull but wide, his mouth slightly open. There was sweat on his upper lip, and his hands were clenched. He looked like he'd been crying or holding back tears, red around the eyes, face blotchy. He didn't speak, just stared. I stood up fast, heart hammering. The chair scraped behind me, and I backed up a step. My words came out stupid and slow. I think I should get the nurse. He didn't move. I eased past him and walked out of the reception area as calmly as I could, trying not to run. My mind was blank, buzzing. He had gotten in. That space wasn't supposed to be accessible. How had he even gotten past the desk partition? There was a door with a push-button lock, and it was always closed. Had someone left it open? Had he watched someone use the latch and copied them? As soon as I was out in the hall, I turned to find the nurse. She was already walking toward me, eyes narrowed, probably having noticed he'd left the timeout room. That's when we both heard the buzzing sound, the click of the door mechanism unlocking. My heart stopped. He had jumped up on the counter and hit the exit button, the one that opened the doors leading out of the unit. They only stayed open for a few seconds after the button was pressed. He was trying to escape. We ran, but he didn't make it. The lock re-engaged just before he could push through. His hands slapped against the door, and he let out a sound like a whimper mixed with a scream. Not quite a word, just a guttural burst of frustration and fear. The nurse gently pulled him away, speaking low and firm. He didn't fight her. Just let himself be led back to the timeout room, eyes blank again. The rest of the night was tense. He kept getting up, wandering, refusing to stay in bed. The nurse had to shadow him, guide him back each time. I stayed behind the desk, shaking. Not scared exactly. Nothing had happened, but rattled in a way I couldn't shake. I thought about it a lot after that. What if he had the chain that night? What if he'd used it on me before I even turned around? What if he'd gotten out the door? Would he have run? Would he have hurt someone in the parking lot? Gotten hit by a car? It wasn't about fear, not really. It was about something deeper, a feeling that I wasn't safe, that none of us were. That all our procedures and rules and locked doors didn't matter when a child was desperate enough, determined enough, smart enough. That boy had planned it. He'd waited until things were quiet, until the nurse was distracted, until I was alone. He'd watched someone press that door button and remembered how to do it. He knew the timing, the placement, the risk, and he went for it. I left that job a few months later. It wasn't because of that night alone. There were other things, burnout, the weight of it all. But that boy stayed with me. I've wondered where he is now. If he got placed in a long-term facility. If he's in prison. If he got help. If he hurt someone. If someone hurt him again. I'll never know. But I remember the way he looked when I turned around. Eyes wide, silent, trembling. I've seen people full of rage, full of hate. That wasn't what I saw in him. What I saw was a kind of pain I can't put into words, not really. Pain so deep it twisted everything else out of shape. He didn't want to hurt me. He just wanted to leave. That's what stays with me the most. He just wanted to leave, and he didn't know how. I still remember the way the air smelled when we stepped out of the airport. It was damp, like the world had just been rinsed off. The kind of smell that sticks in your nose, heavy with jet fuel and old rain. We were tired, wired, and halfway delirious from the flight. It must have been around 2 a.m. by the time we got through baggage claim, customs, the usual chaos, and finally picked up the rental car. It was me, my friend Ellie, and her friend Lucy. We were going to stay at a holiday house that belonged to Ellie's parents' friends. Ellie had been there loads of times before, but she'd never done the drive herself. She always just got driven up with her parents or tagged along when someone else was in charge. I remember thinking at the time that maybe someone should have printed off directions or at least downloaded a map, but we were too casual about it, too tired to think ahead. The plan was simple: get in the car, drive a couple of hours out of the city, follow the signs, and crash into bed once we arrived. The rental car was small, a compact silver hatchback that still smelled faintly of the last renter's cheap air freshener. The kind that's meant to smell like pine, but just ends up making you slightly nauseous. Ellie took the wheel since she was the only one who felt confident enough to drive in a new country, and Lucy sat in the passenger seat navigating, or at least trying to. I was in the back, legs stretched across both seats, trying to stay awake, but already regretting not sleeping on the plane. The roads out of the city were pretty quiet, just the odd truck now and then or another tourist car like ours, crawling along the motorways half asleep. At first, it felt fine. The road signs looked unfamiliar, but not unreadable. The city lights slowly gave way to darker stretches, where the street lamps were further apart and the houses fewer and fewer. I remember staring out the window at empty fields and thinking how peaceful it looked. I even dozed off for a while. I think we all let our guard down a little too much. Eventually, we hit the point where we were supposed to turn off onto a smaller road. Ellie wasn't totally sure it was the right one. She kept saying, "This looks kind of familiar," but didn't sound too confident. Lucy squinted at her phone, which was showing barely a sliver of signal, and said something like, "Yeah, this must be it." That was our mistake. We turned off way too early. What we thought was the road to the holiday house turned out to be a narrow, muddy back road that led us deep into some kind of rural area. There weren't any signs, just thick trees on either side, and the occasional farmhouse set back from the road, all of them dark and asleep. The further we drove, the worse the road got. It was no longer even gravel, just dirt and thick wet mud. Potholes every few feet. The kind of road that hadn't seen maintenance in years. At first we thought we'd find a good place to turn around, but the road just kept narrowing, winding in unpredictable curves, as though it was leading us deliberately into nowhere. That's when things started to get stressful. The car was skidding slightly as we went, the tires sliding in the mud. Ellie slowed right down, hands tight on the steering wheel, face pressed close to the windshield, trying to see through the darkness. We didn't have any more streetlights now, just the car's headlights cutting through the pitch black. Outside the windows, we couldn't see anything but shapes. Trees, shadows, outlines of bushes, the occasional fence. After about 10 minutes of slowly crawling up that awful road, we finally found a sort of wider patch on the side where we thought we could turn around. Ellie tried to reverse, but the tires just spun in place. The mud was so soft it was almost like wet clay. We kept lurching forward and back, trying to pivot the car, but we couldn't get any real grip. And that's when it started to feel bad. Really bad. It was silent outside, dead silent. No crickets, no breeze. Just the distant sound of the engine straining every time we tried to move. I remember the air inside the car getting weirdly still. None of us were talking much anymore. You could feel that kind of fear setting in, the kind that doesn't announce itself loudly, but instead creeps up your spine, one vertebra at a time. We all knew we were in a bad spot. The car was stuck. We were lost. None of us spoke the local language well enough to explain ourselves if we needed to call someone, and our phones were now barely clinging to any signal. Even Google Maps was just a frozen screen with a little blue dot in the middle of a gray nothing. Then Lucy looked into the rearview mirror. There's a car," she said. Ellie glanced up. I leaned forward between the seats to look too. In the mirror, we saw a pair of headlights, far back at first, but definitely moving toward us. Not fast, but steady. Bright beams growing bigger with each second. At first we thought maybe it was another tourist, someone else who'd gotten lost. But that made no sense. What were the odds? Nobody should be on this road at this hour. Nobody. We all went silent again. The headlights got closer. Still no other noise. Just the hum of their tires, the crunch of gravel, and mud under their wheels. Ellie gripped the steering wheel tighter, and Lucy's hand went to her phone, but there was still no signal. Panic started bubbling up. My brain began flipping through every horror movie I'd ever watched. 3 girls alone, stuck on a remote road, in the dead of night, in a foreign country, headlights approaching from behind. It was practically the start of every nightmare scenario. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. Lucy kept glancing behind us, and I could tell from her face that the car wasn't just passing by. It stopped, right behind us. Its headlights filled the inside of our car with blinding light, casting hard shadows across the dashboard. We couldn't see anything beyond them, just white light and the dark outline of a car behind it. None of us moved. I don't even think we were breathing. Then the door of the other car opened. We saw a shape, a man, get out and start walking toward us. Slowly. No flashlight, no phone light, nothing. Just him walking through the beams of our own headlights. I think my hands were shaking at that point. I couldn't see his face clearly. Just the shape of a man walking toward 3 stuck, terrified strangers in a car with nowhere to go. We didn't know if we should open the windows, lock the doors, get out and run. Everything felt surreal, like time was stretching and shrinking at the same time. But then something changed. As he got closer, I could see his face in the side mirror, calm, relaxed. He wasn't yelling. He didn't look angry or threatening. He had some kind of reflective vest on, like official gear, and something clipped to his chest. He raised one hand, palm out, in a kind of reassuring gesture. We still didn't open the windows, but he gestured toward us, and then pointed to his chest, where we could see the glint of a badge. He was a police officer. He didn't try to open our doors or say anything, just stood back a bit, letting us process it. I think we were all still too freaked out to really believe it at first. But after a long second, Lucy rolled her window down just a crack, just enough to hear. The man spoke in clear, calm English. "Are you going to /location?" he asked, naming the town where the holiday home was. We were too stunned to answer properly, but I nodded fast. So did Ellie. The officer gave a small nod back and motioned with his hand. "Follow me," it seemed to say. Then he walked back to his car, got in, and slowly reversed far enough down the road so Ellie could try turning the car around again. This time, maybe from nerves or just dumb luck, the tires managed to catch enough grip on the edge, and we were able to make the turn without getting totally stuck. The police car waited until we were ready, then started forward, slow and steady. We followed. He drove ahead of us the whole way, taking turn after turn like he knew exactly where we were meant to go. The road smoothed out after a while, and we started recognizing landmarks Ellie had vaguely remembered from years past. A stone wall, a barn with a red roof, an old gas station long shut down. Eventually, the houses got closer together again, the roads got clearer, and we saw the sign for the little town we were headed to. We passed through a few quiet streets until we reached the hill with the holiday home near the top. The police car stopped just before the last turnoff and put on his hazard lights. We rolled to a stop behind him. He stepped out again, gave us a little wave, and pointed up the hill. Then he got back in his car, made a slow U-turn, and disappeared the way he came. Just like that, he was gone. We sat in the car for a full minute, none of us talking, just breathing, trying to come down from the panic, trying to reset our nervous systems. We eventually drove the last bit up the hill to the house, unlocked the gate, parked, and just sat on the porch under the yellow glow of the outside light, not even going in right away. It was probably 4 a.m. by then. The sky had just the faintest glow, like the sun was somewhere behind the mountains, waiting to rise. We didn't talk much that night. We were too tired, too emotionally drained. But I remember lying in bed, still dressed, heart still pounding, thinking about how close that whole night had come to going very, very wrong. How quickly a mix-up and a bad road could turn into a perfect setup for something awful. How afraid we'd been. And how lucky we were that the person walking toward our car in the pitch black just happened to be someone who spoke our language, knew exactly where we were trying to go, and didn't ask for anything in return. We'd thought it was the start of a nightmare. Turned out it was someone just doing their job. Someone who saved us from what could have been a disaster. And I never saw him again. I was 17 when it happened, back in the summer before senior year. It's been 3 years since, but I still remember every detail like it just happened yesterday. That summer, I flew to Korea to visit a friend of mine who had moved back after middle school. We hadn't seen each other in person for years, so we made big plans. We were going to spend as much time together as we could, hang out late, eat street food, and just enjoy the short break from school and everything else. It was late July, one of those hot, sticky Friday nights where the heat doesn't go away, even after the sun sets. We had gone out for some dinner and wandered around afterward. The streets in that part of town were still awake. People were walking dogs, eating at stalls, couples holding hands. It felt safe. The air was thick with the smell of grilling meat, street food oil, and summer sweat, but it didn't bother us. We found this small park tucked between two streets, barely more than a patch of grass with some benches and trees. It wasn't busy, just quiet enough to catch our breath before heading back to her place. We sat on one of the benches, just talking and sipping from the cold drinks we had picked up at a convenience store. Her neighborhood wasn't dangerous. Families lived nearby. It was the kind of area where kids rode bikes alone, and grandmas sold snacks on folding tables. We weren't worried. That's when we noticed the kid. He looked maybe 10 or 11. A little small, wearing a white shirt that looked slightly too big for him, the sleeves hanging near his elbows. He walked past us carrying a red and white takeout box of fried chicken. I remember the smell hit me hard, greasy, peppery, fresh. He sat down a few benches away and just started eating. We didn't think much of it. It's not that unusual to see a kid out alone in a safe neighborhood like that. We kept chatting, not paying attention to him after that. But about half an hour later, we decided it was time to head home. We stood up, gathered our trash, and started walking toward the edge of the park where the sidewalk curved back to the main street. That's when we saw him again. The kid stood up too. As he did, he dropped a piece of chicken, like a half-eaten wing, and left it there on the ground. Then he turned and started walking in our direction. I remember thinking it was weird. Not terrifying, just strange. Why drop food like that? Why walk the exact same way we were going? My friend whispered that maybe his house was in the same direction, and we were overthinking. I nodded, and we picked up our pace a bit. We crossed the street at the intersection just ahead, and I glanced behind us. That's when I saw him standing on the opposite corner. He wasn't walking anymore. He just stood there, watching. When we looked directly at him, he smiled. Then he waved. It wasn't a big, friendly wave. Just this small, casual flick of his fingers, like he was waving at someone he knew well. My stomach twisted a little. I looked at my friend and asked if she recognized him. Her face was pale in the streetlight, and she slowly shook her head. Neither of us said anything for a moment, and then she gave a little half-wave back, awkward and unsure. We turned and started walking faster. We didn't run. Not yet, but the tension between us was building. We cut through 2 more blocks, trying to stay on well-lit streets, and ducked into a coffee shop that was still open. It was a small place, almost empty, except for one couple sitting near the back. The air conditioning blasted us as we walked in, cold and sharp against our sweat. We ordered something, mostly just to look like we weren't panicked. My friend ordered a lemonade. I asked for an iced tea. We sat down by the window and looked out. I tried to calm myself by staring at my phone, but then she stiffened next to me. I looked up. He was there. He had turned the corner and was walking slowly down the street toward the coffee shop. Same pace, same blank look. No expression this time. Just walking. It was him. We both froze. I remember feeling like I couldn't breathe right. My heart was racing, but it felt muffled, like my body wasn't reacting fast enough. I couldn't understand how he'd followed us for that long. We hadn't taken a direct path. We had turned multiple times. How would a kid even know where we were going? My friend suddenly stood up and said she wanted to go to the bathroom. I nodded. The bathroom in that place wasn't inside the main cafe. Like many Korean buildings, it was in the hallway that connected to other businesses. You had to go through a door in the back, into a hallway with flickering lights and signs in Korean pointing to other offices or stores upstairs. We walked quickly to the door. I remember looking back one last time before we went through. The boy hadn't entered the cafe yet. He was still on the sidewalk, looking toward us. But I couldn't tell if he was making eye contact or not. Inside the hallway, everything changed. It was dim, the fluorescent lights overhead buzzing with that soft electric whine. The walls were a pale cream color, scratched and stained in spots. It smelled faintly like mop water and dust. The bathroom was at the end, past a vending machine and a locked stairwell door. Inside, the bathroom was small. Just 2 stalls and a sink with a cracked mirror above it. It smelled like cleaner and something else I couldn't place, like rust maybe. My friend went into one stall, and I followed into the other, because I didn't want to be alone. We locked the door behind us and just stood there. She was whispering that this was all too weird, that she didn't understand what was happening, that maybe we should call someone. I was trying to calm her down when the lights went out. All of them. Total blackness. I didn't hear the sound of a switch. Just that soft hum of electricity vanish, like someone had killed the whole floor. My breath caught in my throat. Then the door slammed open. Hard. The bang echoed off the walls. Footsteps, fast and heavy, rushed in. We barely had time to move before the stall door was kicked in. The lock snapped, and I was thrown backwards. I crashed against the metal wall, hitting my elbow and shoulder, and someone grabbed my hair. Rough, fast hands. Another hand clamped over my mouth. My friend was screaming, but it was muffled, choked. There was movement beside me, struggling, more gasps, and the panic exploded in my chest. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't move. My scalp burned from where fingers were tangled in my hair. The hand over my mouth pressed hard, almost suffocating me. I felt my knees give out. I slid halfway to the floor, twisting and trying to fight, but nothing worked. Then I felt something cold press against my throat. Not sharp, but solid, like metal. I froze. I couldn't scream. My entire body went cold. In the darkness, I could hear everything more clearly. My friends crying, the shallow, fast breathing of whoever was on top of me. And then, he stopped. There was a long pause. And then, in a low whisper, the voice said, "Wrong one." Just those two words. Nothing else. His voice wasn't a child's. It was deeper. Maybe a teenager? Maybe older? I didn't know. And then, as suddenly as it started, the pressure was gone. The hand lifted. The weight left my body. I heard him run. Footsteps slamming out of the bathroom. Then down the hall. The door outside banged shut. It took a few seconds before either of us moved. I couldn't even cry. I just sat there on the cold tile, back against the wall, heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. My friend slowly reached for me, and I held on to her like we were drowning. The emergency lights finally flickered on about 30 seconds later. Just enough dim light to see each other. Her face was streaked with tears. Mine probably was too. We didn't say anything. We didn't want to speak. I remember crawling out of the stall, looking around. Nothing had been stolen. There was no blood, no broken bones, just bruises, scratches, fear. We got up and walked back to the cafe in silence. We didn't tell anyone. Not that night. We went straight to her apartment. We locked every window and door. Neither of us slept. The next morning, we told her parents. They were furious that we hadn't called right away, and I understand why now. The police were brought in. We gave our statements, described him in as much detail as we could, the shirt, the face, the way he walked. But here's the thing. The cafe had no camera facing the hallway. The building's shared hallway had no cameras either. No one could find footage of the boy from outside. It was like he vanished the second he left. The police didn't accuse us of lying, but they couldn't do much. We hadn't been robbed. There were no witnesses. It was two frightened girls describing an attacker they couldn't even see properly. The fried chicken box? They never found that either. Weeks passed. I left Korea in August. It's been years now, but I still think about it. What if he had picked the right one? What if he hadn't stopped? What if no one had been around, even in the cafe? The words he whispered, "Wrong one," chill me even now. They suggest that there was someone else he was looking for. Someone specific. A target. And we weren't it. That means he might have tried again. Might still be out there. I've never been able to forget his face. Not because it was particularly unique, but because it was so normal. Just a kid. Small frame. Soft features. A little dirty maybe, but nothing you'd think twice about. That's what makes it worse. There's no way to recognize him again. No scar, no limp, no strange clothes. Just a boy. And I'll never know what he wanted, who he thought we were, or what he planned to do. All I know is, that night changed something in me. I don't sit in parks after dark anymore. I don't go to the bathroom in unfamiliar places alone. And I don't ever assume that someone harmless looking is safe. Because they might be looking for someone. And next time, they might not get the wrong one. I was 16 when it happened. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I remember the light in my room was soft and kind of golden, the kind of light that comes in after a long day, when the sun starts to lower but hasn't quite set. My room faced west, so this time of day was always my favorite. The rays would hit the walls in a way that made the dust hang in the air, and the whole space felt quiet, like time slowed down a little. I was lying on my bed, one leg stretched out and the other bent, the way I always seemed to rest when I wasn't thinking about it. I was reading a paperback novel I'd picked up a week before from a used bookstore downtown. It wasn't anything special, just a mystery, I think. Something about a detective and a missing kid. The story wasn't even that good, but it was just good enough to keep my eyes moving across the pages, which was all I needed. At some point I realized I was getting hungry. Not starving, just that dull, creeping feeling in your stomach that tells you it's been a while since you last ate. I marked my place with a receipt I'd used as a bookmark, dropped the book next to me on the bed, and sat up. My plan was to go downstairs, maybe microwave some leftovers or grab a granola bar or something, just enough to hold me over until dinner. But for some reason, instead of swinging my legs over the edge of the bed and standing up like I normally would, I paused. I lay back down. I don't know why. It wasn't that I changed my mind or felt too lazy. It was more like something just told me to stop. It wasn't a voice or anything like that. It wasn't even a real thought. Just a kind of pause in my body, like someone had hit the brakes and I went with it. The moment I lay back, I felt it. That's the only way I can put it. I felt it, not just physically, but mentally too. It was like I became aware of something I wasn't supposed to be aware of. My body felt light, like all the weight in my chest and legs and arms had slowly drained away. Not all at once, not like flipping a switch, but gradually, like if someone was pulling it out thread by thread. I remember thinking it was a little like falling asleep, that weird in-between part where you're still kind of awake, but not really there anymore. Except this wasn't that. It was close, but different. Then I started floating. I know how that sounds. I get it, but I'm telling you I floated. I don't mean in a dream. I don't mean I felt like I was floating. I mean that I literally rose up off the bed. I was face up, flat on my back, and I could feel the air between me and the mattress. It was real. The ceiling got closer, and everything else in the room started to feel distant. Not visually, just in a strange, disconnected way. Like I was part of the room, but not really inside it anymore. The next part is where it starts to get harder to explain. Because even though I was the one floating, I was also standing in the doorway. I saw myself. I don't mean that in a dream logic way. I mean I was floating about a foot above the bed, and at the same time I was standing in the doorway of my bedroom, maybe 6 or 7 feet away, leaning just slightly against the doorframe like I'd been watching for a while. I could see the bed, the floating me, and the open book lying on the mattress. I could see everything. The light from the window hitting the wall, the shadows stretching across the carpet, the way the curtain was fluttering just a little from the fan blowing across the room. I could see the fine hairs on my arm catching the sunlight. I could see the texture of the blanket under me. But I wasn't scared. That's the thing that gets to me now, when I think about it. I wasn't scared. None of me was. Not the me that was floating, not the me that was lying down, and not the me in the doorway. There was no panic, no rush of adrenaline, just quiet. As I floated there, my body began to turn. Slowly at first, like the way a leaf spins on water. I tilted to my right, gently, not like I was being pushed, but like gravity had changed directions a little. It wasn't a full spin at first, just a slight angle, but it kept going, and eventually I was fully upside down. I could feel the blood rushing to my head, except it didn't feel uncomfortable. More like I just noticed it, like someone pointing something out to you. I was suspended in the air, upside down, maybe 15 inches above my own body. That's when I saw it, my face. My actual face, the one still lying on the bed. My eyes were closed at first. That's how I knew it was me, really me, not just an image or a reflection. It was the exact position I had been in before I floated. I could even see the small crease between my eyebrows from the way I'd been squinting at the book. The me in the doorway could see it too. I could tell. Somehow I was aware of all three at once, like different cameras focused on the same moment. I hovered there, upside down, looking at my own face. Then my eyes opened. It was fast. Less than a second. The eyes on the me lying on the bed opened, and they looked straight into the eyes of the floating me. Not past me. Not through me. At me. We locked eyes. I don't even have the words for how that felt. It wasn't like looking in a mirror. It wasn't like watching a video of yourself. It was like staring at a version of yourself that you didn't know existed until right then. And it knew me. Both of us knew each other. There was no confusion. No panique. Just recognition. Total, deep, wordless understanding. Like every version of me was aware of what was happening. The me in the doorway didn't move. Just watched. I wasn't breathing. None of me was breathing. Everything was still. Then the floating me began to fall. Not hard, not fast. It was more like being pulled back. The floating me sank back toward the body on the bed, and the moment they touched, it was like something clicked into place. Like two puzzle pieces locking together, or a switch being flipped. As soon as we connected, everything blurred. The me in the doorway blinked, and just like that, it was gone. The connection broke. There was a moment right before that when the floating me wanted to scream. Not out of fear, but out of something else, some instinct, some need to express something huge and unspoken. But the me on the bed felt nothing. No fear, no confusion, just silence. The scream never came. And the me in the doorway, the one who had been watching, was cold. Not in the sense of being mean or cruel, but literally cold. Detached. Empty. Like an observer without emotion. Watching because it had to, not because it cared. When I snapped back into myself, I was lying flat on the bed again. Same position. The ceiling above me. The book next to me. The soft light of the afternoon still glowing against the wall. Nothing had moved. The fan still buzzed quietly on the dresser. The curtains still fluttered gently. But something was different. I felt heavy, like all the weight that had drained away earlier had come back all at once. My chest was tight. My hands were tingling. I sat up slowly and looked around the room. Nothing was out of place. Everything was exactly the same, and yet it all felt wrong. It was like walking into your house after someone else has been there. Nothing stolen, nothing changed, but everything off. I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor. My heart was beating fast, but not in a panic. More like it was trying to catch up to something. My mouth was dry. I remember rubbing my hands together and noticing how cold my fingers were. I looked at the doorway. It was empty. No one there. No shadow, no figure. Just a doorway. But I kept staring at it for a long time. Eventually I stood up. I walked out of my room and down the stairs, every step feeling like it echoed louder than it should have. I made it to the kitchen and opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, and took a sip. I wasn't really thirsty. I just needed to do something normal, something physical. I leaned against the counter and stared out the window at the backyard. The trees were still, and the sky was starting to shift into that deeper orange that comes just before sunset. Nothing had changed, and everything had changed. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. Not then, not now, not really. People always expect a twist at the end of stories like this. Some kind of hidden meaning, some message. But there isn't one. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real as anything else in my life. I don't pretend to understand it, and I'm not trying to explain it. I'm just telling it the way it happened. What I do know is that after that day, things were different. I was different. I started paying more attention to how I moved through the world. I'd catch myself staring into mirrors a little longer, trying to figure out if I still looked the same. I started journaling, trying to make sense of how I felt. I couldn't put it into words. I still can't, not fully. But I knew something had shifted. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't some near-death thing. I didn't see a tunnel of light or talk to anything from beyond. It was something else. Something quiet. Something buried inside the cracks of normal life. I don't know if it was some kind of sleep state mistake my brain made, or if I'd briefly become aware of something we aren't usually supposed to notice. I don't care about the label. I just know it happened. And sometimes, even now, I catch myself looking toward the doorway, half expecting to see something standing there. Something that looks like me. Something that's just watching. Waiting. Cold and still. It was one of those cold, dry nights where everything just felt slightly off. The kind where the air is thin and your instincts are dialed a little sharper than usual, even if you don't know why yet. We'd just come out of the theater after watching the Rocky reboot, the kind of movie that makes your blood pump and gives you that urge to punch something or run a few miles, even if you haven't exercised in months. I was with my two friends, John and Jack. We'd grown up together, stuck in a town that was constantly trying to hold itself together between waves of gang violence, poverty, and the daily grind of trying to act like things were normal. Our area was weird. You had these really rough city centers that faded into small towns and suburbs so fast you could blink and miss the transition. It was like someone had taken puzzle pieces from different maps and just jammed them together. In high school, it got so bad that the National Guard had to step in to help the police. I remember seeing Humvees parked next to gas stations and armed soldiers patrolling grocery store parking lots. That was normal for us. If you wanted to do anything, see a movie, go bowling, even grab late-night food, you had to go into the sketchier parts of the city. That's just how it was. That night, it was me behind the wheel. John was riding shotgun, his massive frame squeezed into the passenger seat like a bear in a folding chair. The guy was a beast, our school's linebacker, the type who didn't talk unless he had to. But if things got ugly, you wanted him next to you. Then there was Jack in the back seat. Jack was chaos in human form. Hilarious, constantly screwing around, and always looking for trouble without ever meaning real harm. He was also built like a pitcher, and was on his way to playing semi-pro ball, which meant he could throw a rock through a moving car window if he wanted to. When we came out of the theater, the parking lot was quiet. That's when we saw the car. It was parked just 2 spots away from mine, and it looked like it had gone through a war. Every window was busted out. Trash had been dumped on the roof, with what looked like dirt or mulch stuffed into the driver's seat. The tires were slashed, and dents covered every panel. Sitting perfectly upright on the roof was a massive 7-Eleven Big Gulp cup, like someone had placed it there as the finishing insult. Jack, being Jack, picked up a rock from the edge of the lot and started sizing it up. "Think I can hit that cup?" he said. We were about 90 feet away. Even for him, that was a stretch. John and I immediately shut that idea down. We just wanted to get out of there. This wasn't a good place to linger, and we all knew that. Jack hesitated, gave us a look, and we walked to my car. As soon as I unlocked it and slid into the driver's seat, Jack came sprinting across the lot. "We need to go. Now," he said, panting and wide-eyed. "What did you do?" He didn't answer, but we already knew. He'd thrown the damn rock. Whether he hit the cup or not didn't matter. What mattered was that the timing couldn't have been worse. Behind us, yelling erupted from the direction of the theater. Not just yelling, furious, violent shouting. Someone had just discovered what happened to their car, and to them, it probably looked like we were the ones who did it. Without a second thought, I turned the key and started the engine. Jack was laughing hysterically, that high-pitched kind of laugh you let out when you're terrified, but pretending to be amused. He kept saying, "That guy can't catch us, his car's wrecked," over and over like a mantra. What none of us considered was that the guy wasn't alone. 5 minutes later, as we rolled through a stretch of road that ran parallel to a dark strip mall, I noticed high beams flicker in the rearview mirror. I thought it was just a tailgater at first, but the lights didn't just follow, they closed in fast. I made a snap decision to turn off at a side street near a gas station. As I pulled in, the car behind us didn't follow us directly. Instead, it cut across the gas station parking lot and blocked us by pulling out in front of my car and slamming into park. My heart shot into my throat. Another car rolled up behind us and came to a hard stop. Doors opened. Shadows spilled out. I didn't wait to count them. John was stone-faced. Jack was no longer laughing. I couldn't hear them clearly because my blood was roaring in my ears, but I caught phrases like, "We can take them," and "We got this." John was calmly removing his chain and stashing his wallet and phone in the glove box, like he was preparing for a boxing match, not a life-or-death scenario. I caught a glint of silver in the hand of one of the guys standing near the front car. My stomach dropped. That glint changed everything. Whether it was a knife or a gun or a pipe didn't matter. It was a weapon. We weren't going to fight. This wasn't high school parking lot drama. This was a whole other level. Adrenaline took over. I slammed the gas, jerked the wheel hard, and managed to squeeze past the front car by cutting back through the gas station. Tires squealed. We blew through a red light. Behind us, engines roared. We were in it now. For the next few minutes, it was a blur of turns, acceleration, and yelling. Jack was in the back calling everyone he knew, trying to find a place we could pull into for backup. A house party, a hangout, anything. John stayed calm as ever, eyes on the side mirror, giving updates on how far back they were. We caught a lucky break. A light turned red behind us just as we zipped through it, and the two cars chasing us got stuck in the traffic. I used that window to veer onto a bigger road, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I hit 95 and held it there for as long as I could. Jack eventually said they were gone. Like an idiot, I let up on the gas. About a minute later, Jack started freaking out again. "They're back," he shouted. I looked in the mirror and saw them. The same two cars, gaining ground fast. This time, I didn't run. I don't know why, but I decided to play it cool. I kept the same speed, kept my hand steady, pretended we were just another car on the road. The lead car pulled up alongside us, slowed down when they got parallel, and I saw faces peering in. Then I did something I didn't plan. I turned off at the last second, taking an exit I hadn't intended to, and completely caught them off guard. The lead car sped ahead, not expecting the turn. By the time they tried to correct, we were already off the ramp and into the side roads. Only one car followed us now. We were in familiar territory. These were the back roads we grew up on, narrow, twisting, no lights, and surrounded by fields and trees. If they were going to chase us here, they'd be out of their element. I pushed the car hard, hugging curves, accelerating through dips and over small hills. The lights behind us bounced like a boat in rough water. We couldn't keep running. That was the truth of it. Eventually we'd run out of road or gas or luck. We talked quickly, between breaths. We figured they hadn't shot at us, because they didn't have guns. There'd been opportunities, wide open chances. If they were going to shoot, it would have happened already. So maybe they didn't want to kill us. Maybe they just wanted a fight. Still, none of us were confident. But the only plan we had left was to stand our ground. I pulled off into a field on the edge of a long stretch of road bordered by corn and brush. It was pitch black. No houses nearby, no streetlights. Just a quiet, open field, and whatever was going to happen next. The other car pulled up about 100 feet away and stopped. Its headlights stayed on. John stepped out first, calm as ever. Jack followed, bouncing nervously on the balls of his feet. I got out last, still holding the car keys in my shaking hand like they were going to help. We didn't run. We walked toward them. Slow, steady. The kind of walk you do when your brain is screaming to run, but your pride won't let you. Then Jack started waving. At first, I thought he'd lost it. But then I realized he was waving into the cornfield, gesturing like we had people hiding there, waiting for a signal. He waved big, exaggerated arm circles, then pointed at the gangbanger's car, making motions like he was coordinating an ambush. There was no one in the cornfield. It was just us. But the guys in the car didn't know that. Their headlights dimmed as the engine was thrown into reverse. They backed up, slowly at first, then faster. Then they turned and took off down the road without another second of hesitation. We stood there for a long time after they were gone. No one said anything. Jack finally let out a nervous laugh. John just stared at the empty space where the car had been. I felt my legs go weak and had to sit on the hood of my car, just breathing. We got back in and drove off. No one chased us again. We didn't stop for food. We didn't talk about what had happened. I dropped John and Jack off and went home. That night, I lay in bed for hours staring at the ceiling, every second of the chase playing on a loop in my head. I kept thinking how close we came to something that could have ended everything. A wrong move, a slower turn, a mistimed acceleration. Any one of those things could have been the end. But we made it. And as messed up as it sounds, part of me knew I'd never feel that alive again. My mom lives in a nice, quiet neighborhood tucked into the foothills just outside of town. The kind of place with manicured lawns, kids riding scooters after school, and the distant sound of sprinklers ticking on in the evenings. It's the sort of neighborhood where nothing ever really happens, which is probably why I never minded staying there for a night or two when I visited her. I moved out years ago, but my old room still has the bed, the same desk by the window, the same posters curling at the edges. Nostalgic, in a slightly sad way. Across the street from my mom's house lived a family with a young boy. He was around 12, but tall for his age. Lanky, with long arms and legs that made him look like he hadn't quite figured out how to fit into his own body yet. I didn't know much about him personally, but my mom had mentioned once or twice that he was autistic. She didn't go into detail, just said he kept mostly to himself and had a full-time caregiver who stayed with him. Sometimes I'd see him outside, pacing the yard or bouncing a ball, always under supervision. He didn't cause trouble, never made much noise, just there. I remember one afternoon in early fall, I pulled up in front of my mom's house after a grocery run. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows over the street. The dry leaves scattered across the road rustled in the breeze. As I stepped out of my car, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. When I turned, I saw him, the boy, crouched down near the front bumper of my car, peering underneath it. At first, I wasn't sure what he was doing. I hesitated, half worried he might be trying to mess with something. But then I spotted the bright red rubber ball partially wedged under the frame. He must have lost it under there. He didn't say anything when I approached. He just kept slowly circling around the front of my car, eyes glued to the shadowy space underneath, like he was trying to figure out how to get it out without touching anything else. No worries, I muttered out loud, mostly to break the silence. I crouched down, grabbed the ball, and stood up to hand it to him. That's when he looked at me. Slowly. His head tilted sideways like it wasn't fully attached to his neck. His mouth hung open a little. Not wide, just slightly ajar like he'd forgotten it was supposed to be closed. His eyes, though, that's what stayed with me. They didn't have that sparkle most kids have when they make eye contact. They were just blank. Not sad or scared or angry, just void of anything. Like staring into still water at night. I offered a small, awkward smile. He didn't move. He took the ball gently, his fingers curling around it like it was something fragile. Long, spindly fingers with surprisingly pale skin. Then he stood there on the curb, cradling the ball like an infant, and just stared at me. I walked back up to my mom's front porch. I glanced back once. He was still there, still staring, still holding the ball in that weirdly careful way. Eyes locked on me like I had done something wrong, and he was trying to figure out what. Later that evening, I told my girlfriend about it over the phone. She thought it was sweet. He probably wanted to say thank you, she said. He just didn't know how. Poor kid was probably overwhelmed. Maybe. Still, something about it stuck with me, like a splinter you can't find but still feel under your skin. That night I decided to stay over. I hadn't planned to, but my mom was happy to have me, and I figured why not. I didn't have work in the morning, and the wind was picking up outside, the kind of dry, powerful Santa Ana wind that rattles the trees and blows patio chairs across driveways. We'd been warned about fire danger on the news. The air had that electric charge to it. Even the house felt tense. By 1:30 or 2 a.m., I was still awake in my old room, scrolling through old YouTube videos and listening to the wind howl outside. Every few minutes I'd hear something slam or roll down the street. Trash cans mostly. One loud crash even made the walls shake slightly. My mom had already gone to bed hours before, and the house was quiet except for the occasional groan of wood in the wind. Then I heard it, the chime from the house's alarm system. Beep beep. Front door open. I paused, staring at the door to my room like it would give me an answer. It wasn't unusual. The wind had blown the front door open before, especially if it hadn't latched all the way. The house was old. The doorframe was warped slightly from decades of weather. I sighed, stood up, and pushed open the bedroom door. The hallway outside was pitch dark. I felt around the wall for the light switch, brushing my hand across the textured wallpaper until I found the cool plastic of the switchblade. I flicked it on. That's when I saw him, standing at the top of the staircase. The boy. He didn't move. He didn't flinch or turn or make any noise at all. He just stood there, one foot slightly forward, like he had frozen mid-step. His head hung crooked to the side, and his mouth was still open, eyes still empty. That same stare. No expression, no emotion, just watching. My chest clenched. For a second, my brain refused to make sense of what I was seeing, like it was a dream or an illusion. Then adrenaline surged, and I took a step back, heart hammering in my ears. He shouldn't have been there. He wasn't supposed to be in the house. I hadn't heard him come in. I hadn't heard the door open, just the alarm chime. He had somehow walked across the street, opened the front door, and made it all the way upstairs without a sound. I stared at him, my breath shallow. He wasn't threatening. He didn't raise his arms or walk toward me. He just stood there, motionless, as if he'd been carved out of wax and left in place. After what felt like an hour, but was probably just seconds, I gathered myself. I stepped carefully toward him. "Hey," I said softly. No response, just that same unsettling stare. I reached for his hand. His fingers wrapped around mine like strands of wire, long, cold, and oddly firm. He didn't resist when I gently tugged him toward the stairs. He followed silently, barefoot on the carpet, his ball still cradled in the crook of his left arm. The way he moved reminded me of someone walking underwater, slow, deliberate, slightly delayed. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, I paused at the front door, which sure enough, had blown open from the wind. The night air gusted in, swirling leaves and grit across the tile floor. I closed it behind us, feeling the click of the latch to make sure it was secure this time. The street outside was deserted. Trash cans lay on their sides, rolling a few inches back and forth in the wind like restless dogs. The neighbor's porch lights flickered faintly across the pavement. No sign of his caregiver. I walked him across the street, holding his cold, bony hand the whole way. The moment we stepped onto his lawn, he pulled slightly ahead, still silent, and led me to his front door. It was open, just like my mom's. No lights on inside. No voices. No one calling for him. It was hard to tell if anyone was home at all. But he let go of my hand and stepped inside without a word. I didn't follow. I just watched as his figure faded into the darkness beyond the threshold. Then I turned and walked briskly back to my mom's house, my skin crawling. I locked the front door behind me, double-checked it, triple-checked it, then went back upstairs and sat on the edge of my bed for a long time. I barely slept that night. Every time the wind hit the house and the walls creaked, I opened my eyes and listened. I kept imagining him standing there again, not doing anything, just watching, just there. In the morning, everything felt normal again. Blue sky, bright sun, birds chirping. The world didn't care that something had been wrong the night before. My mom made coffee, and I pretended nothing had happened. I even stepped out onto the porch, scanning the house across the street. He was outside again, in the yard, bouncing his ball, slowly, deliberately, under the eye of a new caregiver I hadn't seen before. A woman, maybe in her 30s, sitting in a folding chair with a paperback book. He didn't look at me, didn't acknowledge me at all. But as I turned to go back inside, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The ball in his hand wasn't red. It was blue. The red one, the one I'd handed him the day before, sat neatly on the edge of my mom's porch, as if someone had placed it there on purpose. I picked it up slowly. It was clean, untouched. No there, no scratches. Just there. I didn't ask questions. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't even say goodbye when I left later that day. I just put the ball in the trash and drove home. I've been back to visit a few times since then, but I never stayed the night again. Every time I pull up to the curb, I glance across the street. He's always there, somewhere on the lawn. Quiet, slow-moving, eyes distant. Always watching something I can't see. And every time I leave, I check the back seat of my car before I drive off, just in case. When I was a kid, around 10 or 11, our house went through a pretty big renovation. We lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood, one of those places where all the houses looked similar, but ours stood out a bit after the work was done. My parents had decided to extend the back of the house to make the kitchen and living room bigger, and they converted the attic into a new bedroom, which ended up becoming mine. The attic room was sort of cool at first. It had sloped ceilings that followed the angle of the roof, and one small window that faced the backyard. The renovation made it open plan, so instead of a door at the top of the stairs, the staircase just opened right into my room. It was a bit weird not having a door for privacy, but I liked the space. I just moved up there after sleeping in a smaller room downstairs, and it felt like a little apartment just for me. I used to listen to the radio to fall asleep. It helped drown out the occasional creaks from the house settling or the distant hum of traffic. My parents' room was on the floor below, right next to where the radio sat at the foot of the stairs. I had to be careful about the volume because if it was too loud, they'd hear it and tell me to shut it off. I never wanted to get in trouble, so I always kept it low, just enough to hear it clearly when I was in bed. The radio was one of those older digital ones, not fancy, just simple buttons and a small display that showed the frequency. I'd cycle through stations depending on what mood I was in. Sometimes I'd put on talk radio or easy listening, but on this one night, I switched it to a classical music station. I don't remember exactly why. Maybe I thought the soft strings and piano would help me relax. That station never played anything with lyrics, just instrumental music. It was peaceful. That night, after brushing my teeth and checking my alarm clock, I climbed into bed like always. I remember lying there, staring at the ceiling, watching faint shapes of tree branches shifting through the window light. The classical music was playing gently, a slow cello piece, I think, barely above a whisper. I drifted off not long after. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. My clock had a dim orange glow, but I didn't look at it right away. What pulled me out of sleep was a sound. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, like some strange echo or chant bleeding through my half-conscious mind. But the sound grew clearer, more distinct. It was coming from downstairs. My heart picked up a bit. I sat up slowly, trying to figure out what I was hearing. It wasn't music. It wasn't the usual soft piano or violin. It was something else. A voice. Singing, but not like any normal singing. It sounded distorted, warped, like someone had recorded a voice and was playing it backwards, or through some broken speaker. The words didn't make any sense. They were stretched out and twisted, like the syllables were being pulled apart. The voice didn't sound happy or sad. It didn't sound human in a normal way. It was too off, too wrong. The strange part is how loud it was. It wasn't just faintly coming through the vents or from a neighbor's house. It was loud enough to fill the space, echoing up the staircase and into my room. My chest tightened. I stared down the stairs from my bed, the glow from the radio's screen barely visible below. That's when I realized the sound was coming from the radio. I threw the covers off and got out of bed, moving slowly at first. I don't know why I didn't just run. I guess I was trying to make sense of it. Maybe I thought it was a broadcast glitch. Maybe I wanted to believe it was some weird experimental piece of music the station was playing late at night. But the closer I got to the stairs, the clearer the voice became. It didn't follow any melody. It rose and fell unevenly, like someone struggling to sing underwater or through a fan. I stopped halfway down the stairs and just stood there listening. I still remember how dry my mouth felt. The whole house was dark and still, but this sound was just pouring out of the radio, echoing off the walls. It felt like it didn't belong, like it was intruding into our home. I felt cold, but I wasn't sure if it was the temperature or just fear. Eventually, I moved again. I didn't want to stay on those stairs any longer. I rushed down the rest of the way and turned the corner where the radio sat on the small table next to the wall. The screen was glowing like normal, the station name still showing. I hit the power button. Silence. Sudden and total silence. My ears rang a little from the sudden absence of noise. I stood there, staring at the radio, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. The house was completely quiet again, like it had been all night. I turned to look down the hallway toward my parents' room. The door was shut. No lights were on. No one was awake. I waited for a second, thinking someone would come out and ask what I was doing. Nothing. I tiptoed down the hall and stood outside their room for a moment, listening. No sound. Not even snoring. I should have gone back to bed. I should have just told myself it was a dream or a glitch. But I didn't. I sat on the bottom step of the stairs, just staring at the radio. I remember checking the dial, the buttons, everything. Nothing looked out of place. The volume was turned to just below halfway. Not nearly enough to explain how loud it had been. Eventually, I went back upstairs, but I didn't turn the radio back on. I lay in bed with my eyes wide open until the sun started coming in through the window. The next morning, I got up early. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I checked the radio again. It was still set to the same station. Classical. Still at the same volume I'd left it the night before. I turned it on, just to make sure. It played a soft piece on piano. Normal. Nothing strange. I told my parents that day, in a roundabout way. I didn't tell them I was scared. I just asked if they heard the radio playing loud the night before. They both looked at me blankly. My dad said, "No, I didn't hear anything." And my mom just shrugged and said I probably dreamed it. But I hadn't. I know what I heard. I know how loud it was. I know how off that sound was. I stopped listening to the radio at night after that. For a while, I couldn't sleep in silence, so I used a small fan instead. The white noise helped, and it felt safer. I didn't want to hear voices in the dark, especially not ones that made no sense. I started thinking more about what might have caused it. Maybe the station had a rare experimental show that played odd soundscapes. Maybe the signal had crossed with another, though I'd never experienced that before or since. I even thought maybe it had picked up interference from something nearby. A baby monitor, maybe, or a CB radio. But no one near us used those, and this didn't sound like regular speech. It wasn't talking. It was singing, or trying to be. A couple of months passed, and nothing else happened. But every night when I went to bed, I'd glance at the bottom of the stairs and feel that same tight feeling in my chest. I eventually asked my dad to install a door at the top of the stairs. He thought it was weird, but didn't argue. Said it might help with heating bills anyway. I never told him the real reason. Years went by. We moved out of that house eventually. New family moved in, and I never heard anything weird from them. I don't know if they even used the attic room the same way we did. I still think about that night, though. I don't talk about it much. Not because I think people will laugh at me, but because there's just nothing more to say. I heard what I heard, and it wasn't a dream, and it wasn't some dramatic horror story with shadows or faces in the walls. It was just a moment, one night, where something didn't line up with the way things are supposed to be. Sometimes weird things happen in totally normal places. They come and go without a reason, and they leave you with nothing but questions. I don't need to know what that sound was. I don't want to know. It didn't come back. And I don't listen to the radio anymore when I sleep. Even now, years later, if I wake up to the sound of music, any music, my heart races. I turn it off immediately. There's something about sound, especially when it comes at the wrong time, in the wrong way. It can hit you deeper than anything you see. It can make you feel like you're not alone, even when you know you are. And sometimes it makes you feel like something else is trying to reach you, not in a spooky, ghostly way, but like something is just off, broken, misaligned. Whatever that voice was, it didn't belong. Not in my house. Not in that room. Not in the soft quiet of a classical station I'd listened to 100 times. And that's enough for me. It was the afternoon of Halloween. The air was cold and dry, the kind that prickles at your nose when you breathe in. The trees had almost all lost their leaves, and the sky was already starting to shift to that dull gray that comes before dark. My sister had been nagging me for a couple days to take her and her friends to this house they swore was haunted. They were all about 16 at the time. I was 20, and I guess they thought I'd be the one dumb enough or bored enough to say yes. They were right. They'd heard about it from some kid at school who said his older brother went there years ago on Halloween. Supposedly, it was an old farmhouse at the end of a dirt road somewhere off Highway 19. The story was that it had been abandoned since the 60s or 70s, and sometimes lights would be on inside, or you'd hear sounds when no one was there. Pretty standard small-town ghost story stuff. I wasn't expecting anything real, but I figured it would give them a little scare and make for a decent night. We left just after sunset. It was already getting dark, and the farther we drove from town, the less traffic there was. I remember the silence of it, how after just a few miles, all the Halloween noise and porch lights disappeared. My sister and her two friends were in the back seat. They were loud at first, excited, talking over each other, but the deeper we got into the country, the quieter they became. I had directions written down from a screenshot they took on one of their phones. It said to take the third gravel road past a green sign that just said Morris Creek, and follow it until we saw an old rusted mailbox on the left. That would be the turnoff to the house. We passed the Morris Creek sign around 7:45 p.m. I slowed and counted the gravel roads. 1, 2, then the third one. It didn't have a name, just a wooden post with a bent reflector nailed to it. I turned. The gravel crunched under the tires, loud in the quiet. Trees were pressed up close on both sides, and even with the headlights on high beam, the light didn't reach far. It felt more like a tunnel than a road. We crept along for maybe 10 minutes. Everyone in the car had gone silent now. Not even music was playing. I was focusing hard, looking for any sign of a mailbox or a clearing, but the woods stayed tight and unbroken. Then the trees opened up. We came to a clearing about the size of a football field. Just wide open grass and brush, flat as a plate. I slowed the car to a crawl, looking around. This had to be the place. There was nothing else nearby. No houses, no barns, not even a shed. Just a low patch of overgrown weeds and grass. I drove a little farther, turned around in the clearing, then stopped. The girls were confused. One of them said maybe we passed it, or maybe the house had been torn down. My sister said the directions must have been wrong. I agreed. I was starting to feel stupid for even bringing them out here. I put the car in drive again and headed back the way we came. About a mile down, we came to a fork I hadn't noticed before. I figured maybe we should check it out in case the house was farther ahead than we thought. That's when we saw the bridge. It wasn't really a bridge anymore, just the remains of one. The middle was washed out. It looked like it had been hit by a flood or something years ago. The wooden planks were snapped and scattered in the creek below, and the railings were leaning in at weird angles. I stopped the car and got out, shining my phone flashlight on it just to make sure, but it was definitely not passable. No way any car could have crossed that without falling straight in. I got back in the car. Everyone was dead quiet. I turned around again and headed back toward the clearing. I don't know what made me slow down when we got near it again. Maybe it was just a reflex, or maybe something in me was still looking for the house, even though we'd already decided it wasn't there. But as we got close, something caught my eye. There was a faint reflection, like the headlights had bounced off something in the distance. I slowed more. We were just about even with where the clearing started when I saw it. The house was there, right in the middle of the field, maybe 100 yards off the road. A 2-story farmhouse. Big front porch. Broken shutters. Tilted chimney. I stopped the car completely. None of us said anything. I don't think we could. It was like we all forgot how to speak at the same time. I stared at it. There were no lights on, no sign of movement, but it was absolutely there. There was no mistaking it. It was a full-size house, just sitting there like it had always been. But we had driven by this spot not 10 minutes ago. I had even pulled into the field, turned the car around in it. There was nothing here. Nothing. I remember leaning forward in my seat, trying to see if maybe the angle had hidden it, or if there had been fog or something. But the night was clear. The moon was even out. It wasn't hidden. We just didn't see it, and I didn't have an answer for how that was possible. We sat there in the car for a while. Nobody said a word. I don't think any of us really wanted to get out and walk over to the house anymore. It didn't feel like a fun little Halloween trip anymore. It felt wrong, like we weren't supposed to be there. Then I noticed the lights behind us. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw headlights way back down the road. They were dim and far, but definitely moving toward us. I figured it was another car, maybe someone else going out for Halloween. It didn't occur to me until the last second that the only thing in that direction was the broken bridge. I kept watching in the mirror. The headlights moved up to the turn where the bridge was, and then they didn't stop. They kept going, and then the beams swayed slightly, the way a car does when it crosses a bridge. Except there was no bridge. I sat there frozen, watching the lights move closer. I didn't see a car shape yet, just the beams of light, but they were definitely coming down the road, heading straight toward us. The only sound in the car was breathing. Everyone had noticed by then. No one said a word. I hit the gas. We tore off down the road, faster than I should have been going on gravel, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from that spot. I didn't even check to see if the other car was still following us. I didn't want to know. When we hit pavement again, I kept going. No music, no talking. Just the sound of tires on road and the occasional bump when we hit a pothole. Nobody said anything for the next 30 miles. Not until we got back into town. When I dropped them off, I didn't wait around. I didn't go inside, didn't talk to their parents, didn't even say goodbye. I just drove home and sat in my driveway with the engine running for a while before going inside. That night I didn't sleep. I lay in bed thinking about everything. About how the house wasn't there, then it was. About the way the lights reflected off the windows like they'd been there the whole time. About the car that came from a direction it couldn't have come from. I didn't talk to my sister about it for a long time. I didn't want to make it a big deal, or maybe I didn't want to believe it was one. We all kind of pretended it didn't happen, but we never went back out there. Years later, we do laugh about it sometimes, mostly about how freaked out we were, about how dead silent the ride home was. But the laughter is always a little forced. No one ever suggests going back, not even as a joke. It's one of those memories that just sits in the back of your head, waiting. I tried to find the spot again once. Just once. It was maybe 4 years later. I had some time to kill, and I figured maybe I could drive out there and see if the house was still there. I thought maybe I'd bring a camera, document it, prove to myself it was just an old house that we somehow missed in the dark. I never found it. I followed the same directions, found the Morris Creek sign, took the third gravel road, but it didn't feel the same. The trees were different, the road was shorter, and there was no clearing, no washed-out bridge either. Just a dead end with a rusted gate and a no trespassing sign. I even checked maps. Old ones, new ones. There was no record of a house ever being out there. No property lines, no listings. Nothing. I don't know what we saw that night. Maybe it was just a trick of the dark. Maybe we were jumpy and imagined more than we saw. But I can still remember the way the headlights bounced off the windows. The way the shape of the house stood out perfectly against the night sky. The way the road looked as that car came toward us, somehow crossing a bridge that wasn't there. It doesn't keep me up at night anymore, but I think about it more often than I should. And when I drive out past old roads or past empty fields at night, I catch myself checking for reflections, for windows, for anything that shouldn't be there. I haven't seen it since, and I'm not looking for it either. Once was enough. It was one of those slow, sticky summer nights, the kind where the air feels too warm, even after the sun has been gone for hours. My twin brother and I, both 13 at the time, were lying on the living room floor with our legs up on the couch, watching a rerun of something dumb on TV. We had a habit of staying up too late during summer break. There was no school, no homework, no real reason to go to bed early. We just did whatever we wanted until we got tired, which usually meant sometime around midnight. Our parents didn't mind too much, as long as we stayed quiet and didn't mess around. That night felt no different. The TV buzzed softly in the background, and a fan hummed by the hallway, trying its best to cool the place down. The lights in the kitchen were off, and all the windows were open because it was too hot inside without a breeze. The only light came from the glow of the screen, casting long shadows on the walls. I remember glancing at the clock. It was almost 11 p.m. We were both kind of zoning out by then. I was getting that spaced out feeling you get when you're not really watching the show anymore, just letting the sound roll over you while your brain floats somewhere else. That's when we heard it. A knock. 3 quick knocks, a pause, then 2 more. It wasn't loud, but it was clear. That rhythm was unmistakable. Our dad had this habit. Anytime he forgot his keys, he'd knock in that exact pattern. 3 pause, 2. It was his way of letting us know it was him. He did it so we wouldn't open the door to some stranger or freak out. It had happened enough times that we both recognized it immediately. We both sat up, looked at each other, and kind of smirked. "That's Dad," my brother said. He had gone out earlier that evening, I think to see a friend or maybe run to the hardware store. We didn't think much of it. It was summer. People came and went. But at 11 p.m., him coming back seemed about right. My brother got up and walked over to the front door. I followed behind, not too far. Just before he reached for the knob, he hesitated and asked, just to be safe, "Who is it?" No answer. That gave me a weird feeling in my chest. Nothing dramatic, just a small flicker of discomfort. The kind that says, that's a little off, but probably nothing. My brother looked back at me. We both kind of shrugged. Maybe we heard something else. Maybe it was someone down the street. Our neighborhood was quiet, but not silent. Sound traveled weird on hot nights when windows were open. We stood there for a moment longer, just listening. Nothing. Then, as we turned around and walked a few steps back toward the living room, knock, knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock. Louder this time. We stopped mid-step. My brother turned back, and I followed. He looked at me, eyebrows raised, almost amused. But there was something else in his eyes, too. A little tension. He asked again, "Who is it?" Still nothing. No sound. Not even the usual creaks from the porch or a voice saying, "It's me." Just silence. We waited a little longer, then walked away from the door again. Still nothing. I was starting to feel uneasy. Not scared yet, but the kind of feeling where you wish someone else would say it's all fine, and you'd believe them. "Maybe Dad's messing with us," I said. "Like playing a prank." "Maybe," my brother replied, but he didn't sound sure. Neither was I. We went upstairs. Our room was at the top, at the far end of the hall. We turned on the hallway light as we passed the bathroom, then flicked it off again when we got to our room, like we always did, trying not to wake Mom. We sat on our beds for a second, not doing anything, just listening. The fan downstairs still hummed. Nothing else. Then something changed. A sound. It was soft, but both of us heard it, like a doorknob turning. We froze. Our bedroom door was shut, fully shut. But that sound, metal clicking, the faintest squeak of a hinge, the motion of something slowly opening a door, it wasn't in our heads. It was real. We jumped up. My brother rushed to the door and opened it fast. Nothing was there. The hallway was dark again. We had left it that way. But we both knew what we had heard. Someone had turned the knob, or at least tried to. I walked out first. The carpet felt too soft under my feet, like I was suddenly aware of every step. My brother followed close behind. We passed the bathroom again, looked downstairs, dark. Everything was still. We stood there, trying to listen over our own breathing. Then we heard it. Footsteps. Heavy ones. Running. Coming up the stairs. Fast. We both turned and bolted. My heart was thudding in my chest, hard and fast. I remember the way the air felt as I sprinted down the hallway, my bare feet slapping the carpet. It felt cold suddenly, or maybe my body just reacted that way out of fear. I could feel something behind us, nothing I could see, but the sound of footsteps pounding behind me made it impossible not to imagine someone, or something, right on our heels. We reached our room. My brother got there a split second before me and slammed the door shut, or tried to. Instead of the satisfying slam and click of a locked door, we heard a loud, dull thud. Not wood on wood, but wood on something. Like we hit someone, or something hit us. Then the door flew back open, like it had bounced off something. We both screamed, probably louder than we ever had in our lives. We ran to our beds and dove under the covers like little kids, hearts racing, breathing hard, too afraid to move. The beds felt like the only place we could go, like they would somehow protect us. Under the blanket, it was too hot. The air felt thick and hard to breathe. But I stayed there, barely able to see through the gaps in the covers, expecting to see someone or something walk into our room any second. Nothing came, but we could hear something. It wasn't clear, just this low rustling sound. or breathing. It was hard to tell. We shouted again, as loud as we could. Not words, just yelling. Fear in its purest form. Then came the sound of footsteps again, but not running this time. Walking. Fast steps up the stairs. Then voices. Our parents. The bedroom light snapped on. I yanked the blanket off my head and sat up, still shaking. My brother was already sitting on the edge of his bed, eyes wide, skin pale. Mom was standing in the doorway, her robe pulled tight around her. Dad was right behind her, looking confused and a little angry. "What's going on?" he asked. We both started talking at once, too fast, overlapping, trying to explain what happened. The knocking, the footsteps, the door slamming against something invisible. We were out of breath and stumbling over our words, but we got it out. Dad looked at us like we were crazy. Then he said the words that I still remember, clear as day. "I didn't leave the house tonight." That stopped both of us cold. "You were out," I said. "We heard your knock." He shook his head. "No, I was in the garage working on the shelves. I didn't go anywhere." Mom looked from him to us, then down the hallway. She didn't say much, just turned and walked toward the stairs. Dad followed her. We trailed behind, sticking close together. They checked the front door. Locked. They checked the garage door. Locked. All the windows. Locked. There were no signs of anything being forced open. No footprints. No moved rugs. Nothing. We even checked the cameras later. We had an old system that covered the front porch and the back door. But there was no footage of anyone approaching. Not at the time we heard the knock. Not before. Not after. We stayed in our parents' room that night. We didn't ask. We just brought our pillows in and laid down on the floor. They didn't say no. The next morning, everything looked normal. Sunlight came through the windows. Birds chirped. The house smelled like coffee and toast. But we didn't forget. We never did. Dad kept saying maybe we were tired. Maybe we dreamed it. Heard something from the TV. Imagination. Summer nights and too much sugar. But we know what we heard. We both heard it. We both saw the door bounce back, felt the weight of something hitting it. We both heard the footsteps chasing us up the stairs. Even now, years later, we talk about that night sometimes. Not often. Just once in a while, when we're remembering weird stuff from childhood. We never figured out who was at the door. If anyone was. We never figured out what hit the door. We never figured out who, or what, ran up the stairs after us. But we know what happened. And we know it wasn't just a dream. I was in middle school when this happened, 7th or maybe 8th grade. It was one of those cold nights in late fall when it gets dark early, and everything outside feels quiet and still, like the world's just waiting for winter to finally hit. I remember the sky being that deep blue color that turns almost black by 6 o'clock. My parents had gone to some dinner party at a friend's house about 10 or 15 minutes away. Nothing fancy, just one of those adult gatherings they'd go to every now and then when they wanted a break from us kids. That night, it was just me, my younger brother. He's 2 years younger, and 2 of our friends. My friend Spencer and my brother's friend Daniel were over, and the 4 of us were hanging out in the basement. We were playing some game on the Xbox, Halo, maybe, and just being loud and dumb the way middle schoolers usually are. The basement had this lived-in feel, like it had seen too many sleepovers, pizza nights, and video game tournaments. There were old couch cushions on the floor, bags of chips half open, soda cans on the coffee table, and the occasional buzz of the heater kicking on. It was warm down there, cozy, and we were all wrapped up in the game. I only got up because Nugget, our family dog, started pacing around near the stairs and whining. Nugget was a mutt, mostly golden retriever with maybe some collie mixed in. She was sweet and smart, and always seemed to know when something was off. She was sitting by the sliding door at the back of the basement at first, but then started pawing at the steps, clearly needing to go out. I told the guys I'd be back in a minute and headed up with Nugget trailing behind. Our house had a pretty normal layout. Living room off to the right as soon as you walked in, kitchen straight ahead, and a small hallway to the left that led to the bedrooms. The front door had double doors, the kind where one side is meant to open, and the other stays bolted at the top and bottom. You'd have to crouch down to unhinge the bottom, and then reach up on your tiptoes to undo the top latch if you wanted both doors open. We never did that. Ever. That second door was basically never used. My parents were firm about keeping the house locked when they weren't home, and they made it a point to drill that into me every time they went out. I always made sure the doors were locked when I was the oldest one home. I wasn't trying to mess that up. I opened the regular door and let Nugget out into the front yard. There was a little patch of grass, some bushes lining the edge of the walkway, and a tree off to the left. Our street was usually quiet, especially on nights like that. I stood there for a minute while she sniffed around, did her business, then trotted back up the steps. I let her in, gave her a little pat on the side, and closed the door behind us. I locked it, deadbolt and knob, and pulled on the handle just to be sure. I did that every time. It was habit. I remember standing there, hands still on the knob for a second, looking at the door like I always did, making sure it didn't rattle. It didn't. It was shut and locked. Nugget went back down the stairs ahead of me, and I followed, slipping back into our little basement bubble like nothing had happened. I didn't even think about the door again. We kept playing, shouting over each other, trash-talking in the way that only middle school boys can do without ever meaning it. Maybe 20 minutes passed. Maybe 30. I wasn't checking the time. Then, in the middle of a game, Spencer says kind of casually, "Hey, who let Nugget back in?" I remember looking over at her. She was lying on the carpet near the couch, totally relaxed, her tail thumping lazily against the floor when she saw me look. At first, it didn't register. I just stared at her for a few seconds, confused, like something in my brain wasn't connecting. I could feel the room go quieter around me. Everyone was just staring at the dog now, not saying anything. It hit me like a slow wave. I had let her out, locked the door behind her, but I didn't let her back in, and no one else had gone upstairs. I was sure of that. I stood up slowly and said I'd go check if my parents were home. It made sense for about half a second. Maybe they came back early and let her in without saying anything. But as I climbed the stairs, I didn't hear any footsteps or voices. No rustling upstairs. No car in the garage. The kitchen was dark. I called out, "Mom." Nothing. "Dad." Silence. I turned the corner toward the front door and froze. Both doors, both asterisk of the front doors, were wide open. Not just unlocked. They were open, swinging slightly like someone had just walked through them. The porch light was casting this pale yellow glow across the entryway, and the cold air from outside was creeping in. It was the kind of chill that seeps right into your skin and stays there. I remember standing there for a second, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My first instinct was to shut the doors. I rushed over, slammed them closed, locked the knob and the deadbolt, and then stood there just staring at them. I don't know how long I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I checked the garage. My parents' car was gone. I ran to the back door just to be sure locked. All the windows I could see were closed. I called my parents. I don't even remember what I said at first, just that my voice was shaking and I couldn't quite get the words out right. They were still at the party, still eating, still talking with their friends like nothing was wrong. I explained everything as clearly as I could, and I could hear the shift in my mom's voice right away. She told me they were leaving immediately and to lock every door and stay inside. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the block by the stove. It felt weird in my hand, too big, too cold, but it was all I could think to do. I turned off all the lights upstairs, crept down the stairs with Nugget following behind me, and told the guys what I saw. Their faces went pale. We all squeezed into the storage room in the back corner of the basement. It was this cluttered little space with shelves full of old paint cans, holiday decorations, and a couple of half-broken chairs. We sat on the concrete floor, lights off, trying not to make a sound. We stayed like that for what felt like forever. Every creak in the house made us flinch. Every gust of wind outside felt like footsteps on the porch. I kept replaying the moment in my head, locking the door, pulling the handle, making sure it was shut. I know I locked it. There's no way I didn't. And even if I hadn't somehow, that second door was bolted top and bottom. You'd need to bend down and reach up and know exactly what you were doing to open it. It wasn't something that just happened by accident. And if someone had come in, Nugget would have barked, wouldn't she? She always did when someone came to the door. Always. But she didn't bark. She didn't make a sound. And somehow, she got back inside without anyone opening the door. When my parents finally got home, the headlights of their car sweeping across the front yard felt like sunlight after a long storm. My dad came through the front door calling our names, and I bolted out of the storage room so fast I nearly tripped over Nugget. We all did. My mom hugged me hard, and my dad did a quick walkthrough of the whole house, knife in hand. Nothing was missing. Nothing seemed out of place. No broken windows. No muddy footprints. No sign of anything at all. They asked me again and again if I was sure I had locked the door. I kept saying yes. I knew I had, but it didn't matter. The fact was, the doors had been wide open. Someone had opened them, and someone had let Nugget back in. We installed a security system that week. Cameras, motion detectors, the works. My parents didn't leave us alone at night for a long time after that. I didn't ask them why. I think we all understood that none of us had an answer for what happened. It wasn't ghosts. It wasn't anything paranormal. It was just something real, something unknown, and that made it worse. Looking back, the scariest part wasn't the doors being open, or even the idea that someone might have been inside the house. The scariest part was how normal it all felt. There was no crash, no scream, no big noise that told us something was wrong. Just a quiet dog laying on the carpet, and the realization that something didn't add up. Something had happened while we were all downstairs, and we never heard a thing. I still don't know how Nugget got back inside. I still don't know who opened those doors or why. Maybe it was someone trying doors at random. Maybe someone thought no one was home and bailed when they heard us in the basement. Maybe they just wanted to see if they could get in. But whatever it was, they didn't leave a trace. Just that open door and a question that never got answered. I've lived in a few places since then, but I still check the locks. I still pull on the handle, make sure the deadbolt is all the way turned. I still think about that night sometimes, especially when it's quiet and the air outside feels cold and still. Because the truth is, the scariest things aren't the ones you can explain away with monsters or ghosts. They're the ones that never leave evidence. The ones that just happen. About 10 years ago, I used to run at this walking path near a river, not too far from a quiet park. It wasn't anything fancy, just a dirt path following the bend of the river, lined with trees and bushes, with the occasional bench or trash can. The area was peaceful, mostly silent except for birds, the rustle of wind in the leaves, and the sound of the river sliding past. It always felt like a good spot to clear my head. The park itself had a few soccer fields and a playground, but it never seemed busy. Most times, especially in the mornings or evenings, the parking lot would be nearly empty. That was fine by me. I liked the solitude. I'd park my car in one of the spots furthest from the entrance, stretch out for a few minutes, and then make my way to the path that started just behind a chain-link fence near the last soccer goalpost. I remember this particular day was cool. Not cold, just enough of a breeze to keep things comfortable. The sky had that pale, hazy look that comes with early evening in late spring. The sun wasn't gone yet, but it was low, casting long shadows over everything. I parked like I always did, pulled out my water bottle, locked the doors, and started toward the trail. I had my usual route, 3 miles out, 3 miles back. I was never fast, more of a steady jogger than a sprinter, but I liked the rhythm. My shoes hit the packed dirt in a familiar cadence. I passed the same old tree that had been struck by lightning years ago, its blackened trunk still standing tall. I passed a bench with someone's initials carved into it, and a rusty trash can that always seemed to be overflowing. No one else was out there, which again, didn't surprise me. That's how it usually was. Peaceful, predictable. I made the turnaround at the big bend in the river where the bank widens and the trees thin out. There's a wooden fence there with a faded sign about wildlife conservation. I stopped briefly, took a few deep breaths, and turned around for the return jog. Nothing felt off during the run itself. No one was on the path. I didn't hear anything weird. It was just another normal day out there. I finished the last stretch and walked the final bit from the trail to the parking lot, letting my heart rate slow. I wiped my face with my sleeve and took a sip of water as I reached the chain-link fence. That's when I noticed the van. It hadn't been there when I arrived. It was parked in the spot directly next to mine, which stood out right away. The rest of the lot was empty. Completely. There were probably over 20 spaces, and this guy chose the one right beside mine. Not just near it, right next to it. Close enough that his driver's side door would barely open without dinging mine. It was an old, pale blue cargo van. No windows on the back or the sides, just 2 front windows and a windshield. One of the headlights had condensation built up inside it, and there were scratches along the panel near the wheel well. The paint was faded, patchy in places. It looked like it had seen a lot of years and a lot of miles. The kind of van that instantly makes you alert, even if nothing has happened yet. I slowed down as I approached. The driver was sitting behind the wheel, engine off, window down. He had sunglasses on, which was odd because the sun was low now, barely clinging to the horizon. His face was mostly in shadow. He wasn't looking at anything in particular, just sitting there motionless. I gave a quick, polite smile as I unlocked my car door. A kind of instinct, just a friendly acknowledgement like, "Hey, I see you, no big deal." He didn't smile back. He didn't nod. Nothing. Just sat there. I got in my car and locked the doors right away. Didn't usually do that. Normally I'd stretch a bit more, check my phone, maybe sip the rest of my water before pulling out. But not this time. I just wanted to leave. Something felt off. I reversed out of the space and pulled onto the small paved road that curved past the playground and toward the main exit of the park. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The van didn't move. Okay, maybe it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe he was waiting for someone. Maybe he had just pulled in. Maybe he didn't like runners. I tried not to think too much of it. Still, I kept checking the mirror. I turned onto the main road, picked up speed, and settled into the normal route I took to get home. 2 minutes later, I saw it. The van was behind me. Not close, not tailgating, but far enough back that someone else might not have noticed. I did. My stomach tightened. It could still be a coincidence, I told myself. Maybe he was just heading the same way. I took a right turn at a light, even though I usually went straight. The van turned too. I kept driving, trying not to stare in the mirror, but it was impossible not to. Every turn I took, the van followed. Not always immediately. Sometimes with a delay, like he was giving space on purpose. I started to feel heat in my chest. I knew these roads well. I'd lived in the area for years. I knew shortcuts and side streets and weird little loops that most people didn't bother with. I turned left onto a small neighborhood street, then right onto a dead-end cul-de-sac. I looped through it quickly and came back out. The van followed. At this point, I wasn't trying to pretend anymore. I knew what was happening. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't someone who just happened to be going the same direction. He was following me, intentionally. I started weaving through the neighborhoods. I turned off main roads and took side streets that snaked through housing tracts. I drove faster, not speeding but definitely not obeying every posted limit. I tried to lose him through tight turns and backtracking. Every time I'd think maybe I shook him, he'd appear again, just far enough back to stay out of reach, but close enough to be seen. My hands were sweating. I remember that clearly. I kept wiping them on my jeans at stop signs. My mouth was dry too, like cotton. My heart wasn't just racing. It felt like it was thudding in my throat. I didn't want to drive home. That was the main thing on my mind. I couldn't let him follow me all the way there. I didn't want him to know where I lived. That felt like a line I couldn't afford to cross. So I kept driving. I looped through an apartment complex and took an alley behind a strip mall. I cut through an old industrial area with busted fences and graffiti-tagged dumpsters. I passed a school and took a sharp right onto a road I hadn't used in years. And finally, I didn't see him. At first, I thought maybe he was still back there, hiding in a driveway waiting. I circled a block. Nothing. I circled again. Still nothing. I drove up a hill, parked under a tree, and sat there for several minutes, engine running, foot hovering over the brake. Watching the mirror. The van never came. I stayed there for a long time, just breathing, trying to slow everything down. I didn't get out. I didn't move. My phone buzzed a few times with notifications, but I ignored them. When I finally felt calm enough, I took a long, winding route home, checking my mirrors every block. No one followed. I parked down the street from my house and walked up quietly, listening, looking. There was nothing there. Nothing unusual. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the van, about the way he parked right next to me when the whole lot was empty. The way he didn't respond when I smiled. The sunglasses. The silence. The turns. The way he kept just enough distance to avoid suspicion, but not enough to go unnoticed. I didn't go back to that park again. Not once. Not in the days or weeks after. Not even once the weather changed and the trees filled out with leaves. I found other places to run. Other routes. I started running with music in one ear and the other ear bare, so I could hear everything around me. It took me a long time to fully shake it. And even now, a decade later, it's still with me. That awareness. That instinct to check over my shoulder. To scan a parking lot before I pull in. To notice who's parked near me. who's waiting in their car, who's sitting too still. I never saw that van again. Never got a license plate. Never got a better look at the guy inside. Nothing ever came of it. No police reports, no follow-ups, no endings that tied it all up neatly. But that's the thing about close calls. You don't always get an answer. You just get the memory, sharp and unshakable, and the awareness that things could have gone very differently. And that's enough to change how you live. When I was a teenager, I was stuck in a kind of darkness that I didn't even realize I had sunk into until much later. I didn't really care about anything anymore. Not school, not sleep, not food, not the future. I didn't care if I lived, and I didn't care if I died. Everything felt so far away, like I was trapped behind glass, watching other people exist while I just drifted. It started after a breakup. I know that sounds stupid. I know people go through that all the time. But I wasn't built to handle emotional wreckage well, not back then. I poured so much of myself into that relationship, time, trust, hope, that when it ended, it was like someone had just scooped out my insides and left an empty shell walking around. It wasn't just sadness. It wasn't just pain. It was this numbness, like I had lost the ability to feel anything at all. That was the worst part, not the crying, not the loneliness, but the absolute silence inside. Just nothing. And because of that silence, I started doing things. Stupid things. Dangerous things. I don't even know if I was trying to hurt myself, or if I just wanted to feel something. Anything again. There were days where I would go on long drives, speeding on roads I barely knew, rolling the windows down in winter, and blasting music that made my eardrums ring. I'd climb on rooftops at night and sit on the edge, looking down like maybe if I leaned just a little too far, I'd fall and I wouldn't care. Sometimes I skipped meals for days, and other times I binged on junk food until I made myself sick. There wasn't really a plan. I wasn't trying to get attention. I just didn't care. Not about myself, not about anyone. And I kept functioning somehow. I still had to go to work. I worked a dumb job at a coffee shop back then. It was boring, repetitive, and filled with small talk that felt like nails on a chalkboard. I showed up because I had to. My parents didn't know how bad it was. I was good at pretending I was fine, or at least passable. I smiled when I needed to. I made it seem like I was okay when I wasn't. That was one of my talents, faking normal. One morning, I was running late. I hadn't slept more than 2 hours the night before, too busy staring at the ceiling and thinking about everything I had lost, everything I would never be again. I didn't shower. I barely brushed my teeth. I threw on clothes from a pile on the floor, grabbed my keys, and walked out the front door like a zombie. It was cold outside. I remember that clearly. The kind of morning cold that seeps through your hoodie and makes your skin sting a little. The sky was overcast, dull gray, and everything felt muted. The world felt just as dead as I did. I climbed into my car, slammed the door shut, and started the engine. My hands were shaking from the cold, or maybe from something deeper. I remember staring blankly at the steering wheel, then gripping it tight like I needed it to hold me up. And then I did something that to this day makes my stomach twist. Without looking, without checking mirrors or windows or anything at all, I slammed my foot on the gas and reversed out of the driveway as fast as I could. It wasn't planned. It wasn't some elaborate act of rebellion. It wasn't even anger. It was just that I didn't care. I didn't care who or what was behind me. I didn't care if I wrecked my car. I didn't care if I wrecked myself. The impulse hit, and I acted. The tires squealed as I flew backward, the car bouncing slightly over the edge of the driveway where it met the street. And then I saw her, a mother, pushing a stroller, walking along the sidewalk in front of my house. She was right there, inches away, close enough that I could have reached out my window and touched the handle of the stroller. If I had reversed just half a second earlier, I would have hit them. Maybe killed them. Maybe both. Time froze. I remember her face, the look in her eyes. Pure shock, then horror, then something worse, understanding. The way she looked at me, like she suddenly realized what had almost just happened. And I looked at her, frozen in my seat, hands still gripping the gear shift like a lifeline, mouth slightly open, heart pounding so hard it hurt. And then I drove off. I didn't apologize. I didn't stop. I didn't say anything. I just pressed the gas and sped away like a coward, my brain numb, my stomach turning, my throat tight like I was about to throw up. I couldn't process it. I couldn't even think straight. The image of her face, the stroller, the way she pulled it back just in time. It all burned into my brain like a scar I couldn't remove. I don't remember the drive to work. I don't remember parking. I don't remember walking into the building or clocking in. Everything after that moment was a blur. I went through the motions like a ghost. All I could see in my mind was what could have happened. What I almost did. That moment haunted me. That's not just a phrase. It haunted me. For days, weeks, even years after, I would think about it at random moments. I'd be brushing my teeth, and suddenly the image would flash in my head. I'd be at work, taking an order, and suddenly I'd see the mother's eyes again. The worst was at night. I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, and think about the alternate version of that day. The version where I didn't stop in time, where the stroller didn't escape my path, where I had to live the rest of my life knowing I had taken something so innocent away from the world because I couldn't manage my own pain. I didn't tell anyone about it. Not for a long time. I kept it buried because I was ashamed. Deeply, horribly ashamed. That's what people don't talk about when it comes to depression. It makes you selfish. Not on purpose. Not out of cruelty. But because your world shrinks so small that all you can see is your own pain. You become blind to how your actions affect other people. You forget that they're even real. That morning, I almost destroyed 3 lives. Hers, her child's, and my own. Because I was so trapped in my own head that I forgot the rest of the world even existed. But something changed after that. It wasn't immediate. I didn't suddenly wake up and become healed. That's not how it works. But that moment lit a fire under me in a way that nothing else had. It was like someone had shaken me awake and forced me to look at the damage I could do. I realized that my depression wasn't just hurting me anymore. It was putting other people at risk. And that was something I couldn't accept. I started making changes. Small ones at first. I started seeing a counselor at school, even though I didn't think it would help. I showed up to every appointment anyway. I started taking care of myself in little ways, eating better, sleeping more, trying to move my body instead of lying in bed for hours. I still had dark days. I still had moments where everything felt heavy and pointless. But I kept reminding myself of that mother's face, of how close I came to crossing a line I could never come back from. Eventually, I started talking. I opened up to a friend, then another. I started learning how to sit with my feelings instead of trying to numb them. I learned that healing isn't a straight line, and that being depressed doesn't make you a bad person, but it does come with responsibility. You have to fight for yourself, not just for your own sake, but for everyone around you. Because the truth is, we don't live in a vacuum. Our actions matter, even when we feel invisible. Years later, I still think about that morning. It doesn't haunt me in the same way it used to, but it's always there, sitting quietly in the back of my mind. A reminder, a warning, a moment frozen in time that I never want to forget, because forgetting would mean I learned nothing. If that mother somehow ever reads this, if somehow this story finds its way to her, I hope she knows that I saw her, that I remember, that she and her child were real to me and are still real to me, that their lives mattered more to me than I knew at the time. That they were the wake-up call I didn't know I needed. And for anyone out there who feels like I did, numb, broken, reckless, please believe me when I say, your pain matters, but so do your actions. You may feel alone, but you're not. You may think no one sees you, but they do. And even in your darkest moments, you still have the power to choose something better. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to try. That day could have ended in tragedy. It didn't. And for that, I'm endlessly grateful. But I'll never stop trying to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. This experience scared the absolute hell out of me. Even now, almost 8 years later, I still catch myself thinking about it sometimes. It doesn't make any more sense now than it did then, and it still makes my stomach feel like it's flipping over whenever I pass by that place on the streetcar. I was 20 at the time, and my best friend and I were both desperate to find a place. We didn't have a lot of money, and we were both going through rough spots in our lives. We just needed something cheap and fast. We found a basement apartment not far from downtown. I remember the ad didn't have many pictures, which should have been a red flag, but the price hooked us right away. 2 bedrooms, $650 a month. That's unheard of even back then, so we jumped on it. I remember thinking, this place can't be that bad. It's small, but how bad can a basement apartment really be? Well, it was bad. Really bad. It smelled like mold the second we stepped in, and everything felt damp no matter the weather. The walls had water damage. The carpet in the living room was this nasty brownish color and looked like it hadn't been vacuumed in months, maybe years. It crunched in some places when we walked on it. There was a busted heater cover half hanging off the wall in the living room. The kitchen was tiny, and the cabinets were all crooked, like someone had tried to pull them off and gave up halfway. There were stains on the ceiling tiles in the hallway, probably from old leaks. The bathroom sink made a high-pitched whining noise if you turned it on more than halfway. But it had 2 bedrooms and a private entrance, and we were in no position to be picky. So we took it. My room was at the back of the apartment, close to the laundry room and the back door. It was bigger than my friend's room, which barely fit a twin mattress and a nightstand, so we agreed that once we got settled in, she could use my room too, and we'd turn hers into a makeshift storage space. At first, things were quiet. Not pleasant, but tolerable. We scrubbed every surface. We lit candles. We got a cheap second-hand rug to cover the weird stains in the living room. It felt like we were patching holes on a sinking boat, but we were trying. About 3 days in, I started waking up terrified in the middle of the night. I'd shoot upright in bed with my heart pounding, sweating through my clothes, but I couldn't remember what I had dreamt. I'd look around the room and feel completely convinced something was about to happen, like someone was in the room with me, even though I was alone. At first, I told myself it was just stress. Moving into a new place, new environment, adjusting to change, that kind of thing. But it didn't stop. After about a week, it got worse. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was on the other side of the wall beside my bed. That wall backed up to a locked storage area that the landlord accessed from outside. But there were times, always late at night, when I could swear I heard faint movement through that wall. I tried to tell myself it was rats or something, or maybe just the house settling. But it didn't feel like that. It felt too deliberate. I'd lie in bed, staring at that wall, heart racing, waiting for something to happen. I'd imagine someone breaking through the drywall with their bare hands, dragging me out of bed. I told my friend how I was feeling. She admitted she felt weird too, said she didn't like her room and that it made her feel sick. She moved into my room with me that same night. We crammed both our mattresses onto the floor, side by side, and tried to make it feel normal. But something just wasn't right about that place. One night, I was out back letting the dog out for a quick bathroom break. There was a tiny patch of grass just behind the house. We had a little side entrance with rickety wooden stairs that led down to our door. It was dark, and we didn't have a proper porch light. I remember standing out there, leash in hand, just staring up at the house. Something caught my eye, a shape or a movement in the window on the top floor. It looked like someone was standing there watching me. I couldn't see their face, but I could tell they were looking straight at me. I told myself I was being paranoid, that maybe it was a curtain blowing or a shadow, but it kept happening. Every time I went out there at night, I felt watched. And not in a vague, spooky way, in a very specific, very uncomfortable way, like someone was studying me. My friend came out with me a few times and said the same thing. We started avoiding going out after dark unless both of us were together. We had a guy friend we met through mutual acquaintances. He was over all the time, practically our third roommate. He was funny, grounded, and always down to hang out. One night the 3 of us had gone out late. It was a chill night, just wandering around downtown, grabbing snacks, wasting time. When we got back to our place, he decided to go home instead of crashing. We said goodbye, and my roommate and I stayed up for a few more hours watching TV and talking. Around 3 a.m., we realized we needed to let the dog out before finally going to sleep. We were both hesitant. It was cold and dark, and neither of us wanted to deal with the yard. But we figured if we went together, it would be fine. I grabbed the leash, and we went out. The dog was sniffing around like usual, but the second I stepped off the bottom step, I felt this crushing sense of fear. Not nervousness or unease, pure panic. My eyes adjusted to the dark, and I started seeing shadows moving in the yard. Not small movements, people-sized shapes. One here, another over there, just at the edge of where the yard met the trees and alley. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't even think. I just turned around and shouted at my roommate to get inside. I think she was mid-sentence or saying something confused, but I didn't wait to explain. I bolted for the door with the dog yanking me forward. She followed. We slammed the door behind us, and for a moment everything was dead silent. Then we saw them. Red eyes. In the basement window facing the backyard. 2 of them, not glowing like in a horror movie, but lit up in the dark like light was reflecting off them. Human height, not animal eyes, just hovering, unmoving. I screamed so loud it echoed through the tiny apartment. It felt like my chest would cave in. My roommate's phone rang. It was our guy friend, the one who had gone home earlier. He said he had this weird gut feeling something was wrong and wanted to check in. She was shaking as she picked up the call. We told him what happened, and he said he was on his way. He got to our place in record time, probably less than 15 minutes. He stayed over that night, and the next, and the next. For nearly 2 weeks straight, he either slept on our floor or the couch. None of us talked much about what happened. We were all on edge. We stopped using the backyard. We started sleeping with the lights on. Every creak, every thump from upstairs made us jump. We never felt alone, even when it was just the two of us girls in the apartment. And that's when we started paying more attention to the landlord. The man lived upstairs. We had only seen him in passing when we signed the lease. He was older, probably in his 50s, with this cold, distant way about him. He didn't smile, didn't talk much, and never seemed particularly friendly. At first, I chalked it up to him just being a grumpy landlord. But after everything that happened, we couldn't shake the feeling that he was involved somehow. There were little things. Scratches on the basement doorframe that hadn't been there before. The sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor above us in the middle of the night. Once, I came home from work early and found muddy boot prints on the stairs leading to the storage area. Our door was locked, but it didn't feel like enough. We started keeping a kitchen knife next to the bed, just in case. I couldn't sleep. My friend couldn't sleep. Even the dog was on edge, barking at nothing, growling at the walls. We lasted another 2 weeks before we broke our lease. Told the landlord we had to leave for family reasons, and we were willing to lose the deposit. We didn't care about the money. We just needed to get the hell out. The day we moved out, it felt like a weight lifted. We never looked back. Never even considered asking questions. We didn't want to know. Some things just aren't worth investigating. It's been 8 years. I live in a better place now. My life has changed a lot. But every time I'm on the streetcar and we pass that stretch of houses, my stomach turns. That basement apartment is still there. Different people live there now, and the outside has been cleaned up a bit, but the window's the same. That same little window looking out from the ground level. And every time I see it, even just for a second, I remember those eyes. I remember that feeling, like something was watching, waiting. I don't believe in ghosts. I never have, but I believe in people. And I believe some people are capable of things most of us can't even imagine. I don't know what was going on in that place. I don't know who or what was watching us, but I know that it was real. I know how it made me feel, and I know I'll never forget it. I never thought that night would still haunt me years later. It started like any other late summer evening when I was 16, a time that felt endless and free, even if we were doing things we shouldn't. We'd been hanging out all day, smoking, drinking, laughing too loud on the porch of my friend Jessica's first-floor apartment. I was half drunk, half high, and mostly tired, my head spinning with the heat and the haze. By 11, I was sick of the spinning and decided to crash on the couch in her bedroom. It was dark, but the streetlight filtered through the blinds just enough to cast stripes across the shag carpet. I flopped down, thinking I'd sleep right through the night. By the time I settled into a semi-comfortable position, my eyes heavy, I watched the window across the room drift open with a soft groan. I thought it was just Jessica or Kim letting in some fresh air. I heard them whispering, clinking bottles, moving things around. My head nodded once or twice, but I didn't bother to question anything. At that age, I barely noticed what was normal and what wasn't. I remember dreaming I was back home, my mom calling me in for dinner, but in real life I was still lying on the couch. My head throbbed slightly, and my vision felt thick. I blinked a couple of times and drifted off again. Then I heard a rustle, a soft but distinct sound that came from inside the room. That's when the dread lit in my chest. I sat up fast, heart hammering, and squinted toward the window. The window opened again, but slower this time. I thought, maybe it's just the breeze. But the rustling didn't stop. Instead, it got closer. My head pounded. I felt tears sting the corners of my eyes. Something moved in the shadows, something that shouldn't be there. I blinked hard. My eyes adjusted. Right at the edge of the window, there was a shape. It wasn't wind-blown drape or tree branch. It was a person. A man. He slid further into the room. I could see his hands, wrapped around the window frame, his arms pulling his body in. I didn't even process that once he was halfway in, his eyes locked onto me like he was stunned to see me there. He wore a dark beanie that obscured his eyebrows, and a scarf covered everything below his eyes. His breath was ragged, a whisper in the silence. For a moment, just one awful second, we stared at each other. I could feel it like an electric shock to the skin. My pulse changed from slow to runaway. Something inside me screamed to push him, to get away, but I couldn't. My body was paralyzed by fear. Then he moved. He pulled himself further in, creeping forward like a cat stalking prey. I tried to scream, to call out Jessica's name, but my throat squeezed tight. I felt something scraping the thin carpet by my head, and I realized it was him claustrophobically close. So close I could see the twitch of his eye. My skin crawled. The man reached for something at his waist, or so it looked in the shadowy glow. In that moment, the single most terrifying thought gripped me: gun. I screamed. It tore out of me raw and loud. The man froze. He pulled back, paused, and reached for his belt again. Panic roared through me, hot and overwhelming. I lurched off the couch, trying to run, but I stumbled. My limbs were lead. I crashed to the floor on hands and knees. The man stepped forward, or maybe he did, maybe he didn't. My brain hashed it out in chaos. Then a heat, so sharp, so immediate, blinded me. My eyes streamed, my scalp bit, my skin felt on fire. My vision blurred into pain. I collapsed backward, fumbling on the floor, sobbing, tears mixing with pungent burn. He disappeared from view, slipping back through the window, sliding out into the night. When I regained some sense, I lay on the floor, clutching my face, gasping for air. I couldn't hear anything but my own breathing, sharp, wheezing, desperate. After what seemed like forever, I managed to crawl to my feet and stand by shaking, turning slowly to face the couch. Everything looked normal, except it didn't. The couch looked untouched, but I felt violated. I called out, whispering, then screaming for anyone. Jessica and Kim bolted in alarm, throwing open the door. I could barely stand. I pressed my hands against my cheek. They smelled strange, like chemicals, and worse, my eyes felt swollen, stinging so badly I thought I would pass out. They helped me sit, got me water, and held me while I sobbed, telling me it was okay, that he was gone. But I knew different. I knew I had seen him. We called the police. When they came, they took my statement, muttered about no sign of forced entry, scraped their gloves across the windowsill. They shook their heads, their flashlights drifting over the clean frame. No fibers, no fingerprints, no forced seams. They took pictures of the window, the floor, the couch. But when I looked at those photos later, everything looked so stately, so clinical. The window slightly open, the couch untouched, the room neat in the camera flash. That dismissive attitude in their voices when they said, "No sign anyone was here. Probably a dream." That's what hurt the most. They didn't look at me. They never once asked me to see my injury. I begged them, "Look at my face, look at my eyes." But they left apologizing, calling it likely a false alarm, something they'd been called to dozens of times before. I was a 16-year-old lying kid, they decided. For the next few weeks, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I would feel his hand in mine, his fingers brushing against the skin on my cheek. I flinched if I heard cars go by slowly, if I saw shadows drifting on walls. I'd lie awake next to my pillow, hyper-aware of windows, doors. I moved the couch in my own bedroom away from the window. I propped my blankets across my neck for protection, tiny walls of fabric that made me feel less exposed. Mom worried. She saw me pale, dark under the eyes, jittery. She tried to soothe me, to put on music, to talk. I cut her off, showered late, dropped plates, couldn't focus at school. My friends worried. They tried talking to me, but I could only stare at them, eyes red, voice quiet. It was real, I dare repeat with a lost, hollow edge. They nodded, hugged me, said yes. But I could feel them glancing sideways when I went quiet. They started sleepover rules, no open windows, no smoking. But nothing fixed it. Months passed. I was afraid of my house. I thought the man knew where I lived. I checked locks obsessively. I tried counseling, they call it trauma. But I felt broken, like I'd lost a piece of feeling safe. Then a few weeks after the first night, it happened again, only marginally less real. I awoke to rustling, something shaking the screen door at my aunt's house. I was staying there for a couple nights. The next morning, I found the screen pushed loose. She blamed the wind. I blamed him. I knew deep down I couldn't outrun it. He'd noticed me. He'd remembered where I lived, what I looked like, and he had the nerve to come back. That second event, proof that I hadn't gone mad, was my turning point. I inscribed every detail in a notebook, date, time, description. I taped screens shut. I bought pepper spray. I forced all my friends to sleep with doors locked, lights on. I moved to the couch downstairs whenever I stayed at Jessica's, just for safety. I slept with my phone under my pillow. But every time I did, I wondered, will this be the one night he breaks in? A year later, I moved towns for college. I graduated, became an adult with a job, moved again. The anxiety eased. I got better. I started dating, traveling, making plans. But the memory didn't fade. It was a shadow at the edges of my mind. If people asked what's your biggest fear, I couldn't say falling or spiders. I'd say someone watching me while I sleep. I haven't heard from the man since that second night. I've moved several times, across states, across homes. I still sleep with my head away from any window. I learned self-defense. I sleep with blinds closed, a bedside lamp on low. I even started training a dog, partly for company, mostly for comfort. He can sense when something moves outside and barks, a guard against my old terror. Those nights of nightmares came back sometimes in dreams. But I made myself strong. I studied, practiced, fought my weakness. I learned it's okay to admit fear, but not to let it rule me. Now I wake each day, breathe, close the apartment door with my key 3 times. I look out the window before bed and tell myself, no one is out there. And so far, there hasn't been. I don't know if he's still out there. Maybe he's on to someone else now. But I stopped waiting for him. I stopped letting him live in my head. I moved on. I built a life that resists that moment of panic. The ending isn't magical. There's no catching him, no heroic twist. There's just me living. Scarred, cautious, strengthened. I'm healing. I've reclaimed my nights, one locked window at a time. At the beginning of the year, I was on a new medication for my type 2 bipolar disorder, lamotrigine. I'd only been on it for maybe 3 weeks. I was hopeful at first because I wanted something to level things out, you know? But I started noticing things, small things, little off feelings. But it was subtle enough that I thought maybe I was just overthinking it, that maybe the drug was still settling in. I hadn't seen my doctor yet since starting it. I had planned to soon. My sister, who I lived with, was away in Sydney for university, and I was alone in the duplex. I liked the quiet, but I also liked having her around. Her energy kind of balanced things out. It was a Friday night. The other half of the duplex was throwing a party. Loud music, laughter, the occasional slam of a door, or someone tripping on the steps. It was the kind of noise that would usually annoy someone trying to sleep, but not me. I've always been oddly comforted by sounds like that. It makes me feel like the world is still moving, that I'm not so isolated, that people are near, even if they're strangers. So I crawled into bed around midnight, took my meds, lay down, let the noise of the party fill the silence in my room. I passed out quick, like someone flipped a switch. Lamotrigine had this heavy effect, like my limbs weighed more, my brain slowed, but not in a bad way, just in a way that made sleep easy. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but the room was dark except for a little bit of moonlight filtering through the curtains. And those curtains, thin, pale ones, were moving slightly, like a breeze was pushing them, even though the windows were closed. And beside my bed, a man stood, all in black, clothes enough that I could smell something weird, like sweat and soil, or wet clothes left too long in a laundry basket. His face wasn't fully visible, just a silhouette, but I knew he was facing me. I screamed, not just a yelp, a full scream. I grabbed my pillow and hurled it straight at him. But the second the pillow left my hands, something in my brain clicked over. I just knew it wasn't real. That sharp shift from terror to understanding, and I started laughing, giggling like I was 6 again. It didn't make sense, nothing about it did, but it felt like the only response my brain had left. I remember lying back down and falling asleep like the whole thing never happened. That's what scared me more later, that I could just fall asleep again after that, like my brain had filed it away as not a problem. In the morning, I told my parents, not in a dramatic way, just casually like, oh, weird thing happened last night. But even just saying it out loud made it more real. My mom told me to make the doctor's appointment on Monday. No arguments. That night, still alone, I sat in bed around 10, reading for a while before pulling the curtains open to watch a lightning storm. It doesn't rain much where I live, so storms are special. The kind of thing I've always loved, big flashes of light in the sky, the low rumbles you feel in your chest. My cat was tearing around the house like a lunatic, sprinting from one room to the next, skidding on the tiles, then zooming past again. It was kind of funny, actually. I was staring out the window at the street, at the empty stretch of pavement under the single streetlight across from our house. The rain had just started, fat drops hitting the road in slow, spaced-out splashes. I thought to myself, out of nowhere, wouldn't it be freaky if someone was just standing there? And I hated that I even thought that. I shook it off, noped out of bed, went to pull the curtains shut. But as I grabbed the fabric, a bolt of lightning lit up the entire street, and in that second, someone was standing under the light. Not walking, not moving, just standing. I dropped the curtain and backed up. My chest felt hollow. I stood there for a minute, frozen. Then I told myself what I needed to hear. It's not real. It's just like last night. It's not real. I kept repeating that. I called Mom, asked if she was still awake. She was. I told her what I saw. She offered to come get me, said I could stay the night at their place. I said no. I don't know why. I think I needed to prove to myself that I could handle it, that this was just a blip, that I was still in control. I barely slept that night. Every creak in the house felt too loud. Every shadow looked like something it wasn't. I left a few lights on. The party was over, obviously, so the silence felt heavier than usual, like the air was thick with it. The next night, I stayed up playing games. Not really because I wanted to, more because I was avoiding sleep. I knew the moment I turned off the light, my brain would start making shapes in the dark again. I finally laid down around 5 a.m., when I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. As I walked past the hallway toward my room, I saw my cat go into the laundry. I reached down to pet her, flicked on the light. Nothing there. No cat. I walked to the spare room, and there she was, curled up on the bed, fast asleep, not a care in the world. It chilled me in this quiet, slow way, like a cold hand just gently pressing down on my back. My stomach twisted. I didn't cry or panic or call anyone. I just stood there, looking at her, wondering what the hell I'd just seen. It was a small thing, but in a string of small things, it felt massive. By the time I got in to see my doctor, the hallucinations had stopped. I'd stopped the medication myself. Probably not the smartest thing to do cold turkey, but I didn't trust what it was doing to my head. I told her everything. The man beside the bed, the figure under the streetlight, the fake cat. And I told her the worst part was that I didn't know if it was the meds or if it was something deeper. Something I'd never seen in myself before. She was calm. Said it was possible the lamotrigine was causing those symptoms in me. That hallucinations, while rare, were a known side effect in some patients. And that, yes, my family history meant we had to be cautious. I had an uncle who had schizoaffective disorder. I never knew him well, but I'd heard stories. Dark ones. My brain kept jumping to that possibility, over and over again. Like I was next in line. Like it was genetic inevitability. But it wasn't. Not yet. And maybe not ever. We adjusted my meds. Found something else that didn't mess with my perception. I stayed off anything for a little while just to let my system level out. For weeks after, I flinched at things that weren't there. I'd turn a corner too fast and expect to see someone. I'd hear a car outside and think someone was coming in, but none of it lasted. And when it stopped, completely stopped, I remember lying on the couch one night and feeling this wave of peace. Like my brain was finally mine again. Clear. Quiet. It's hard to explain the fear of your own mind turning on you. People joke about hallucinations like it's something quirky or harmless. But when it's you, and you can't trust what your own eyes are seeing, it's isolating in a way nothing else is. It's not like watching a scary movie. It's like being in one alone, and knowing the monster might just be a part of you. The thing that messed me up the most wasn't the man or the cat or the figure under the light. It was how normal those things felt in the moment. How easily my brain accepted them. How real it all seemed. And how I reacted not with panic, but with familiarity. Like my brain was saying, yeah, this makes sense. That's what made me question everything. I'm doing better now. I've been back on track for months. I've got a good routine. My new meds are working fine. My sister's back sometimes for holidays. I see my parents more. The duplex is quiet again. The neighbors moved out. No more late night parties. I still leave a light on some nights. Not because I expect anything, just because it helps. Makes things feel solid. I'll never forget those few nights, though. Never forget how the brain can warp things. How a simple thing like a shadow or a cat or a movement at the edge of your vision can become a threat when your mind isn't grounded. It taught me something important about medication, yes, but also about vulnerability, about how fragile our perception really is. Most people won't understand what that kind of fear feels like. The fear not of a ghost or an intruder, but of your own thoughts, your own senses betraying you. And that's okay. I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but it happened to me, and I came through it. And I'm still here, still myself, still watching the storms when they roll through, cat curled up next to me, curtains open wide. I wouldn't call myself someone who scares easily. I've been through enough in life to know when someone's trying to spook me and when there's a real reason to be cautious. But what happened that night, years ago, still sits with me in a strange way. It's not something I talk about too often, mostly because people either laugh or look at me like I'm lying. I don't blame them. I probably wouldn't believe it either if it hadn't happened to me. But it did. I was in Mexico, a small town in the mountains, the kind of place that doesn't show up on most maps. My wife was visiting her family in another town maybe 30 miles away, and I had stayed behind for a few days to handle some work. I don't remember the name of the town I was in, only that it was quiet, dusty, and full of the kind of folks who live slow, careful lives. The kind of town where people sit on their porches in the evenings, drink black coffee in tiny cups, and say very little unless they need to. I'd planned to meet my wife that night in her family's village. We were supposed to stay the weekend there, and I figured I could leave in the early evening, get there just after dark, and not have to deal with the midday heat. When I went to the local store to grab some things for the road, water, snacks, just the basics, I mentioned my plans to the guy behind the counter, just making conversation. "You going now?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. I nodded. "Through the mountains? That's the only way, right?" He hesitated for a second, and then looked back at the older man sitting in the corner of the store, who had barely moved the whole time I was there. The old guy spat into a can and muttered something in Spanish I couldn't catch. The storekeeper looked at me again and said, "People don't drive those roads at night. Dangerous." I nodded, half listening. I assumed he was talking about the condition of the road, unpaved, narrow, maybe some sharp turns with no guardrails. Ida driven bursa. I'd been in tougher situations. A mountain road wasn't going to scare me off. I said thanks, paid for my things, and walked out into the warm air. I remember clearly how quiet it was, even with the sun still low in the sky. Just that heavy kind of silence you only get in the hills. The road out of town turned from paved to gravel pretty quick. Dust kicked up behind the truck as I drove, little clouds catching the last of the sunlight. I had a bottle of water between my knees, the radio set to a station that kept cutting out, and about half a tank of gas. I wasn't worried. I figured I'd take it slow, and I'd be there in an hour, maybe a little more if the road was bad. The climb started gradual. The road twisted and bent around the hills, and soon the land flattened out before dipping again into another set of ridges. It was beautiful in that rugged, raw way. Jagged trees pushing up through the rocks, cliffs opening up beside the road, giving you views of the valley below. Every once in a while I'd pass a goat tied to a post, or a weathered little shack that looked like it had been abandoned for decades. But as the sun dropped behind the ridges, everything changed. The light disappeared fast, and with it went the sense of calm. The air got colder, and the road started to feel tighter. No lights, no signs, just the steady sound of the engine and my tires over dirt and rock. I hadn't passed another car in over an hour. That's when I saw it, right in the middle of the road, a massive tree trunk. It was too perfect, too squarely placed across the path. Thick, wide, freshly cut from the looks of it, and blocking the entire way forward. I stopped about 10 feet in front of it, engine still running. At first, I just sat there, staring at it, trying to figure out how the hell it had ended up there. It was too big to have just fallen on its own. No other broken branches, no sign of a storm. It looked like it had been laid there intentionally. I reached for the reverse gear, ready to back up and maybe find a way around it. But before my hand even touched the shifter, they came out. For maybe 5 guys, just stepping out of the trees like they'd been waiting. No masks, no yelling, Just calm, quiet, and fast. I didn't have time to react. One of them yanked open my door, grabbed me by the shirt, and pulled me out of the truck before I even registered what was happening. My knees hit the dirt hard. They didn't say a word, didn't make any demands at first. Just fists and boots and elbows. I'll be honest, I thought I was done for. It wasn't the pain that got to me, it was the silence. They weren't screaming. No threats. No insults. Just the sound of impact over and over. My head hit the ground, and everything got dizzy. I tried to speak, but the air was gone from my lungs. I remember thinking how stupid I was for ignoring the warning, how dumb it was to think I was invincible. And then for some reason, I don't know why, I said something. A joke. I don't even remember what it was. Something about how this wasn't exactly the warm Mexican welcome I was expecting. Or maybe it was something about the tree blocking the road being the worst kind of landscaping I'd ever seen. I don't know. I was bleeding from the lip, my eye was swelling, and my ribs felt like they were cracked. But they paused. One of them laughed. Just a little at first, like he didn't want to. Then another one. And just like that, it shifted. I was still lying there in the dirt, but suddenly hands were pulling me up. Not rough anymore, but firm. I stood wobbly, blood running down my face, shirt torn, shaking from adrenaline. They looked at me for a moment, and then one of them slapped me on the back, hard, like we were old friends. It didn't feel like forgiveness. It felt like they were testing me, and I'd somehow passed. One of them said something in Spanish I didn't catch, and the others started walking toward the trees. They turned back to look at me, motioning for me to follow. I hesitated, of course. I didn't have much choice, but something about the moment felt like it demanded a decision. Go with them, or stay behind. I'd already been beat to hell. If they wanted to kill me, they would have done it. So I followed. We walked maybe a quarter mile through the trees until we reached a small clearing. There was a fire already going, some old chairs and logs set around it. A couple of bottles passed between them, cheap liquor by the smell of it, but strong. Someone handed me a drink. My hands were still trembling. My head was spinning, but I took it, and then we drank. I can't explain the rest of that night in any logical way. We didn't talk much, mostly because my Spanish wasn't good and their English was worse. But there was this weird energy in the air, like something unspoken had passed between us. They laughed a lot. I laughed when I could, even though it hurt. My face was bruised, and my ribs ached every time I breathed, but in a strange way, I wasn't scared anymore. We sat around that fire for hours, just passing bottles, listening to the wind in the trees, and laughing. At what? I couldn't tell you. I don't even remember how it ended, only that at some point I woke up back in my truck, still parked in the same spot. The tree was gone, just gone, no sign of it ever having been there. The sun was rising behind the hills, casting that golden light across the road. I checked my pockets. My wallet was gone. So was my phone. My lip was split, my eye was swollen, and my shirt was crusted with dried blood. I had a headache from hell and a pain deep in my chest. But I was alive. I started the truck and drove. Slowly, carefully. The road felt different now. Not safer, not easier, just known, like I'd crossed into some strange place and come back. When I finally reached my wife's town, she saw me and screamed. I looked like hell. I didn't tell her everything right away. I said I got jumped, which was true. I said I lost my wallet, which was also true. I left out the part about the drinks by the fire, the laughing, the strange shift from violence to something like camaraderie. I still don't know what to call it. In the end, I didn't get my money back. I had to cancel all my cards and borrow a phone to call the banks. I spent the next few days sore and slow, flinching every time someone brushed against me. But I wasn't dead, and for some reason, I felt like I'd been given a pass. Not just spared, but accepted. In some weird, backwoods, backhanded way, those guys let me live. And I think deep down, they respected that I didn't beg or cry or lash out. Maybe they respected the joke. Maybe it reminded them I was human. Or maybe they were just drunk. I don't know. But every time I think about going back to Mexico, my stomach knots up a little. Not out of fear, more like respect. Like I left something behind in those mountains, and if I ever go back, I'll have to answer for it. Not to the law, not to my wife, but to those same men, sitting in the woods with a bottle in hand and firelight dancing on their faces. And this time, I might not be so lucky. I've always liked being alone. Not in the sad, dramatic way people sometimes mean when they say that. I just like the quiet. I like having space to think without anyone talking over me. No buzzing of phones, no music, no chatter. Just stillness. When I lived near a graveyard, barely a 5-minute walk from my place, I found myself going there a lot, especially at night. It sounds strange to most people, but the place was peaceful. The air felt heavier there, like the world pressed down quieter, more solid. There weren't any houses too close, so it was dark, and aside from the occasional hoot of an owl or some far-off traffic, you wouldn't hear a thing. That silence became kind of addictive. I'd go there after work sometimes, or on nights when sleep wouldn't come. I had this spot I liked, just past a cluster of trees that marked the edge of the older section of the cemetery. It was a flat stone bench that faced a line of crumbling graves. The names were worn off, the dates barely legible. The trees hung overhead like a curtain, and I could sit there for an hour or more, just breathing. Somewhere along the way, I started getting curious about the place in a different way. Not just for quiet. I've always been a little into the paranormal. Not in the full believing, ghosts are real sort of way, but enough to wonder. I've watched the shows, read some of the forums, even tried a few things myself. EVP recordings, cold spot testing, all that. Nothing really came from it, but it made those nights in the cemetery feel a little less lonely, like maybe I wasn't the only one sitting there. I told a few friends about it. The kinds of friends who are into the same stuff, urban legends, late-night hikes, weird books. Some of them were really against the idea. One even told me that places like that are meant to be left alone. The dead are quiet for a reason, he said. Don't poke the bear. I laughed at the time. I figured if anything was out there, it would have shown itself already. I'd been going there for weeks, months even. Nothing had happened, but I wanted something to happen. So one night, technically early morning, I decided I was going to go there and try something. Not just sitting around, not just vague questions. I was going to talk directly. I figured if something was there, it would need more than polite curiosity. So I walked out the door around 2:40 a.m., jacket zipped, flashlight in my pocket. The night air was cold and still. No wind, no moon, just a big, flat black sky over everything. I reached the graveyard just before 3. The gate was always slightly ajar, probably because no one cared enough to fix the hinge. I slipped in like I always did, the gravel crunching under my shoes louder than I remembered. I walked past the newer stones, all polished and upright, the plastic flowers in their holders trembling slightly from my steps. Then past the low dip in the ground where water sometimes pooled, then up the incline to the old section. I sat for a bit in my usual spot, just breathing, letting the calm settle in. It always felt colder there, and not just because it was nighttime. There was something about the soil, the air, the silence that felt weighted. I clicked on my flashlight and walked to the middle of the graveyard, the section where the old graves were packed tighter, where the names had long faded off. Some headstones had sunk, others leaned. I stood among them and turned off the light. I started simple. Is anyone here that wants to talk? My voice sounded stupid out loud. If anyone can hear me, why are you still here? Nothing. Can you give me a sign? I stood there like an idiot for 10 minutes, maybe 15, repeating different versions of the same question, asking again and again, but the only answer was stillness. A plane blinked across the sky in the far distance. I could barely hear it. There was no breeze, no rustling of trees. Then, because it felt stupid just standing there, and because deep down I think I was frustrated with how quiet it was, I changed tone. Are you all cowards? I said. Is that what this is? A bunch of weak ghosts too scared to even answer a question. I don't know what exactly made me say it like that, but I kept going. I came here for something. And I get it, you're all just names on rocks now. Maybe that's what you were in life, too. Just shadows. Empty, scared nothings that couldn't even handle a little conversation. I was starting to get angry for no reason, talking louder. My voice echoed a bit, bouncing off stones. I said things I won't repeat, but I went off. I remember standing there with my fists clenched and my breath starting to fog in front of me, even though it hadn't been that cold earlier. That's when I heard it. Laughter. It was low at first, just a sound that didn't match anything else around me. Then it got clearer. It wasn't crazy, cackling laughter. It was mean, deep, guttural, and close. Too close. It came from my left, maybe 10 feet away, just beyond a leaning grave marker. I couldn't see anything. I didn't turn on my flashlight. I don't know why I didn't. I think part of me didn't want to confirm something was there. The sound alone was enough. It was the kind of laugh you'd hear from someone who's enjoying a private joke at your expense. But there was violence in it. Like whoever was making that sound wanted me to know they'd been waiting for me to mess up. That now I had their attention. I left. I didn't run at first. I walked fast, trying not to trip over the uneven ground, trying to act like I wasn't scared. But the faster I walked, the more I felt that tightness in my back, that instinct, the one that says something is following you. I kept looking back over my shoulder, seeing nothing. When my house came into view, I started to calm down. The streetlights, the familiar sidewalks, porch lights on timers. I felt stupid for getting worked up. I slowed down. My house was only a few houses down. That's when I heard it again, right behind me, just over my shoulder. That same laugh, quieter but just as sharp. It wasn't an echo. It was too close. And this time it felt aimed right at my spine. I ran. I didn't look back. I sprinted down the block, up my steps, through the door, slammed it shut. Locked it. Double locked it. My heart was racing. I didn't even take off my shoes. I just went straight to my room, closed that door too, and crawled into bed like a kid. Not because I thought my blanket would protect me, but because I didn't know what else to do. I didn't hear anything else that night. The next day, my friends saw me and didn't ask anything at first. Then one of them looked me dead in the eye and said, "You pissed something off, didn't you?" I didn't answer. I didn't have to. Apparently, I looked like hell. One of them said I looked like I'd been screamed at by the devil himself. That was a joke, but I didn't laugh. Days passed. I didn't go back to the graveyard. Didn't even walk by it. I tried to forget about it. Chalk it up to a trick of the mind, to stress, to imagination. But then maybe a week later, I was walking my dog just after sundown. We were coming up on this small hill near my neighborhood, a grassy patch between houses. It's always been empty. Just a slope, a couple of trees at the top. That's when I heard it again. Not a full laugh this time. Just giggling. Light and broken, like someone trying not to be heard. It came from the top of the hill. But there was no one there. Just the shape of the trees. My dog stopped walking and stared up the hill, ears up, completely still. I pulled his leash, but he wouldn't move. His tail was stiff, his whole body rigid. I stood there for maybe 20 seconds, listening. The giggling stopped, but the hill felt wrong, like the silence was watching me. I turned and we went home. Fast. The feeling didn't go away. I moved a few months later to another state. Got a new job, new place. Thought it was behind me. But there are nights, quiet nights, where I'll be outside, maybe taking out the trash or walking alone, and I'll hear something that doesn't fit. A chuckle, a snort, just the hint of laughter on the edge of hearing. And I'll freeze. Sometimes I turn and there's nothing. Sometimes I feel like someone was just there, just 1 second earlier. The worst part is, it's never gone completely. Even when I moved back years later, thinking enough time had passed, it didn't feel like starting over. It felt like coming back to something that had been waiting. I haven't gone back to that graveyard. I don't talk about it much. But every once in a while, late at night, when everything is still, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't said anything. If I hadn't pushed. I wonder if the quiet I loved so much was never really empty. Maybe it was just someone listening, waiting for me to speak first. And now that I did, they don't feel like staying quiet anymore. I was jolted awake by the sharp hum of tires against the pavement long before dawn. August air had settled like a thin sheet of warmth around the empty driveway. My brother and I were packing the car for a road trip to Canada, but a nagging feeling kept twisting in my gut. I felt raw like exposed nerve endings. We grabbed the last few necessities, snacks, extra socks, that crumpled map we'd been relying on for our journey. Fatigue clung to my bones, but excitement spurred me on. When we pulled out, the neighborhood was still groggy. Streetlights cast long, wavering shadows across the cracked asphalt. Wind rustled lazy through freshly cut grass. We hadn't been on the road more than a few minutes when something small and white caught my eye. There, pads scraping across concrete, was a little dog, its fur dirty, a rude tan breaking through the whiteness, tail low, head down. It moved without purpose, like a ghost with no destination. I pointed. My brother glanced over. "Probably just someone's backyard dog," he said, glancing for a fence, a collar, anything. I nodded, though unease kept pooling in my chest. We drove on. The the dog disappearing behind a siding shadow. Time passed. We reached the store under a bright sun that felt too hot for morning. Inside, the air conditioning pumped out icy breaths. We wandered the aisles, energy drinks, bottled water, trail mix, but the image of that dog kept replaying. A small white figure trudging unknown. Responsibility niggled at me. After checking out, we climbed back into the car. Before pulling away, I looked out the window. Across the way, on a busier street, the dog stood again. Further than before, centerline of traffic pulsing with cars and trucks. No owner in sight, no leash. He seemed tiny compared to the roar of vehicles around. I started the engine. "We should help him," I said softly. My brother didn't answer, but I saw the same worry on his face. He pulled into a small parking spot down the road. We turned our hazard lights on, alerting drivers as we slid to a stop. I jumped out and whistled, a short, friendly sound I hoped would reach him without startling him. The dog hesitated, head lifting, ears perking. He glanced at me with bright, hopeful eyes. They shone with something, longing, trust, and then he bolted, not toward me, but away. My chest sank as I watched him sprint deeper into traffic. I didn't chase him. The lanes were full. I could see the fear in his every step, and I convinced myself running would push him to dart into more danger. I turned back to the car, heart threatening to burst out of my chest. "Oh shit, he's crossing." My brother's voice cracked through the roar of passing vehicles. I spun around. The dog had made it across one lane, then another. He bounded toward my brother, tail wagging like he'd finally found a rescue. My brother, with instinct I still can't fully understand, stepped into the street, arms wide. The dog veered. My brother opened his arms, but the moment stretched out, slow enough to see every detail. The dog's tongue lapping at air, the way his eyes pinned to my brother's face. And then, a black SUV came into view, tires humming like thunder. It didn't slow. Maybe the driver didn't see. Maybe they saw too late. The dog, caught between lanes, tried to leap. Heat and metal collided. I heard a sound I'll never shake, a snap so sharp it drowned out everything else. The dog yelped, one terrible, piercing cry, then collapsed. I was 2 steps behind, frozen. My brother screamed his name. I didn't move for a heartbeat, then I did. I sprinted through traffic, my heart bursting in my ears. Sharp rubber and hot engine noise pressed against me, but I forced myself forward. I scooped the dog up, his body limp, but his small limbs quivering in my arms. His lower half was crushed, bones popping like brittle sticks. Dark blood dotted my hands. I swallowed bile as I strained to hold him. Teeth rattled in his throat as he trembled. Urine soaked my shirt. He cried again, low, pitiful. Then he froze. I felt the last tremor pass through him. He was gone. I sank to my knees on the asphalt, clutching him. The world became still. The birds, the traffic, my brother's breaths, ragged beside me. The SUV vanished around the corner, no lights, no apology. I stared at the road. I hated it, hated the asphalt, hated how it waited to swallow something alive. I picked myself up, carried the dog back to the car like he was weightless. My brother held the door open. I laid him inside. He still wore his collar, satiny against his neck, glittering with tags. One tag gleamed in the sunlight bearing a name and an address nearby. Tears fell, mixing grief with guilt. I couldn't decide which one burned brighter. We sat in silence. I traced the route we'd driven and directed my brother home. Our pulse slow, shock settling like lead. We parked outside a small house with white trim and a neatly trimmed lawn. Through windows, I could see family pictures, children, holidays, dogs. Pictures of this dog on couches, in laps, noses pressed to smiling faces. My brother knocked, holding the dead dog. A woman opened the door, her face bright with anticipation. Maybe she'd been looking for him too. Maybe she already knew. I couldn't know, but her smile froze. Her eyes widened as she saw him in my brother's arms. Then something broke inside her. Her body convulsed. She staggered forward. "No," she gasped. "Please God, no." She reached, trembling, fingers brushing the dog's fur as if she could wake him. Tears rolled down her cheeks, thick and fast. She collapsed to her knees, burying her face in the dog's body. Her wails shredded the air, sharp, raw. I knelt beside her and softly handed her his tiny body. She sobbed and shook. I wanted to disappear. I tried to apologize, but words died in my throat. She whispered his name, something soft, something broken. The sun hit her through the front window, illuminating tears on the dog's blank fur. I looked away. My brother rested his hand on her shoulder. She ignored him, all eyes on the dog, on the stillness in his eyes. I thought I'd never hear a sound worse than that yelp. And yet here, there was something deeper, a low, steady cry that rolled in waves through the quiet house. We left. Car silent, change draining out of me. Every mile back felt like I was carrying weight in the seat next to me. The dog's weight, the woman's grief, the horror of that collision. We didn't speak until we turned onto my street. Then my brother exhaled hard. He didn't deserve that, he said. And I couldn't argue. The words stuck in my throat, heavy true. Inside, I flicked on lights. My heart hammered. I found an old blanket and folded it carefully. I wrapped it around a small box, my way of making sense. I labeled it with the dog's name. I cried silently. The box sat by the door. August ended. I never did take that trip to Canada. We couldn't drive far without the image of those crushing wheels. I kept staring at the empty spot in the driveway, imagining him curled up waiting to come home. I imagined the woman we left behind, her grief unresolved, her arms empty. Weeks later, I took the box and placed it in the woods near my home, a quiet clearing under tall pines. I dug a shallow grave. I whispered his name. A breeze rattled leaves above. I buried him, wrapped in that blanket, under soft earth. I placed a small stone on top. I walked away, head bowed, the setting sun painting the sky in dim oranges and pinks. I never knew the SUV driver. Maybe they drove on, lost in their own world. But I carry that moment with me, the look in his eyes when he first saw me, trusting, unaware, the sickening crunch, the final stillness. If I close my eyes now, I can still feel the weight of his body in my arms. I can still hear the woman's grief cutting through the air. And I know when I step outside and feel the breeze that somewhere the world is sharper. That life can be gone in breath. That a small act, whistling, pulling over, trying to help, can lead to something no one wanted. Nothing about it was fair. Nothing about it felt like it should have happened. But it did. I learned a lesson I never wanted. It's that the world can be brutal in a blink. That love doesn't protect. That horror doesn't always end with a story. Sometimes it ends with silence, or a grave, or a name whispered to empty sky. And still sometimes I find myself whistling low, hoping he'll answer, just once more. I was 12 when it happened. I still remember it all too clearly. It started off like any other night. It was a Saturday, and I had stayed up later than usual, flipping through the TV channels long after my parents had gone to bed. There wasn't much on, but I eventually landed on an old episode of The X-Files. It was one of those reruns that came on late, probably past midnight. I didn't catch the title, but I wish I had never watched it. In the episode, there was a guy who believed he was being followed by government agents, and at some point, he started seeing cockroaches crawling under his skin. Not just a few, dozens wriggling and burrowing in under the surface of his arms and neck. The show didn't hold back. They showed the bugs moving inside him like they were alive, like they had a purpose. His skin bulged and shifted as the cockroaches squirmed under it, and all I could do was stare. I was frozen. The sound of the bugs, the squelching, skittering noise, kept playing in my ears even after I turned off the TV. Outside, a storm had started to roll in. Not a big one at first, just some distant thunder and flashes behind the clouds. I turned off the TV, still feeling that weird mix of fear and thrill from the show. I made my way upstairs in the dark, the only light coming from occasional lightning bursts outside the windows. Our house was old, 2 stories, with creaky wooden floors and narrow hallways. I passed the family portraits on the wall, not really looking at them. I just wanted to get to bed and forget about the crawling feeling on my skin. I climbed under the blankets, but sleep didn't come easy. I couldn't stop thinking about that episode. I kept scratching my arms, even though there was nothing there. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those bugs again, felt them. At some point, I must have drifted off, but it wasn't like normal sleep. It was deep and heavy, like I had been pulled under by something stronger than just being tired. And then the dreams started. They weren't like regular dreams. I've had nightmares before, ones where you fall off a cliff or someone's chasing you. But this was something else. It was like I was awake and dreaming at the same time. I was lying on my back, not in my bed, but on a cold metal table. My arms and legs wouldn't move. I couldn't even turn my head. There was an intense white light shining down into my face from somewhere above me. It was so bright that it didn't seem to come from a source. It was just everywhere, pressing into my eyes no matter how tightly I tried to shut them. Shapes moved in and out of the light. At first they were just shadows, then outlines, and then I could see them clearly. They were tall, thin, gray-skinned figures with oversized heads and huge black eyes. The classic look. They didn't say anything. They didn't even move much. They just looked at me, studied me. Their faces didn't have any expressions, but I could feel something coming from them, something cold, clinical. Not hate, not curiosity, just cold observation. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I wanted to move, but my body felt like it wasn't even mine. There was a sound in the background, this low hum that never changed pitch. It just filled the air like the light did. One of them raised something that looked like a long metal rod and lowered it toward my chest. I braced for pain, but I didn't feel anything. Just pressure, like a weight pushing down right through me. And then all at once, everything went white. I don't mean bright. I mean everything disappeared into pure white. The table, the aliens, the light gone. Like someone had erased the dream halfway through. Then I was back. But not really. I woke up in my bed, gasping. I sat up fast, chest heaving, and for a second I couldn't tell if I was still dreaming. The light was still there. Bright, but not the same. It was coming through the windows, shining into my room from outside. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I could still feel that pressure on my skin. A loud bang hit the air like a gunshot. The entire house seemed to vibrate with it. I looked around my room, trying to get my bearings. My nightstand lamp was still off. Everything was in its place. My digital clock blinked, 12 o'clock, like the power had gone out and come back on. I threw off the covers and stood up, still feeling unsteady, like my body hadn't caught up to where I was. The light outside wasn't fading like a lightning flash normally would. It was lingering, glowing. It came through the cracks in the blinds, casting harsh white lines across the floor. I walked over to the window and pulled the blinds up. Outside, the sky was lit in this strange electric glow. It wasn't quite white, not quite yellow. The clouds were low and thick, and the light was flickering through them like they were pulsing. I opened the window, but the smell of rain and ozone hit me hard. I leaned out and looked toward our neighbor's yard. That's when I saw it. Their paperbark tree, this massive old thing that had been there forever, was split straight down the middle. The entire top half looked like it had exploded outward. Chunks of bark and branches were scattered across their lawn. Embers floated in the air, glowing orange and red, tiny bits of burning bark drifting like fireflies. There was smoke rising from the tree, curling in slow, spiraling columns. The grass around the base was scorched, flattened like it had been blasted by something. Even from where I was 2 stories up, I could feel the heat radiating from it. It wasn't a normal fire. The embers were floating too slowly, almost unnaturally, like they were hanging in the air longer than they should. I walked out to the hallway and stepped onto the balcony. The air outside was heavy, charged with that after-lightning smell, wet, sharp, metallic. I stood there barefoot, watching the glowing bits of bark rise and fall, lit from beneath by some unseen source. I felt like I was still in a dream, or like I'd woken up into the wrong world. Everything was quiet. No wind, no voices, not even insects. Just the occasional crackle of burning wood from the tree across the street. I looked up at the sky again, and the clouds seemed lower than they should have been, like they were pressing down over our neighborhood. There were no stars, no moon, just that strange pulsing glow still hanging above. It was hard to look away from it. The light wasn't natural, but it wasn't fake either. It didn't flicker like lightning. It felt alive, like it had intelligence, like it was still watching. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been minutes, could have been an hour. The glow eventually started to fade, and the sky darkened again. The embers burned out one by one, the smoke thinned, and the normal night sound started to return. I heard a dog bark somewhere far off. A car passed on a distant road. The spell, if that's what it was, started to break. I went back inside. My skin felt cold even though the air was warm. My sheets were still messed up like I'd been tossing and turning. My clock still blinked 12 o'clock. I didn't sleep again that night. I just laid there with my eyes open, watching the ceiling. The image of those gray figures over me wouldn't leave. Neither would the feeling that I hadn't just dreamed it, that I'd been somewhere else. The next morning, my parents were talking about the storm. Apparently lightning had hit our neighbor's tree. The sound had woken them up, but they didn't check outside. They just went back to sleep. Everyone assumed it was just a freak strike. No one else mentioned any strange lights or noises. No one said anything about embers floating in the air. And definitely no one said anything about the power blinking off at midnight, even though our clocks all had reset. I never told them about the dream. I didn't tell them about the white light, or the cold metal table, or the gray figures leaning over me. I didn't tell them how I still felt like I had been gone somewhere, and brought back all at once in a flash of thunder and electricity. It all sounded insane, even to me. But sometimes I wonder, what if that lightning strike wasn't just a coincidence? What if that tree wasn't just unlucky? What if I really was taken, and that bang, so loud it shook the house, was me being dropped back where I was supposed to be? It's been years since then, and I still don't have an explanation. The memory hasn't faded like most childhood memories do. In fact, it's only gotten sharper, more detailed. I can still feel the weight on my chest, the way the light pressed into my face, the silence in the air afterward. Some nights, during storms, I lie awake and wait for the light to come back. I watch the clouds and listen to the hum of the power lines. I wait to see if maybe this time they'll come back, or maybe they never left. But nothing ever happens. The lights stay off, the sky stays dark, and the tree across the street is just a stump now, cut down and hauled away years ago. Still, I can't forget that night. I don't think I ever will. It had rained earlier that day, one of those thick, hot summer rains that came out of nowhere and vanished just as fast, like the sky just had to dump the weight off its chest. The sun came right back out afterward, baking the wet ground, and everything smelled like warm dirt and tree bark and mildew. My garage apartment always smelled a little bit like that anyway. It sat above the old detached garage behind my landlord's house, just a box of a place with creaky stairs and windows that barely closed right. I didn't love it, but it was cheap and quiet, and for the most part it was mine. There was this weird deck-like carport that jutted out right below the big windows on the side of my apartment. I didn't spend much time out there. It didn't have rails or anything to stop you from stepping off into thin air, and it always gave me a weird feeling, like it was solid, but not safe. The kind of place you'd step on, then hear that low wooden groan, and get a flash in your head of what it might feel like to fall 12 feet straight down. Still, after the rain, I figured it was time to sweep it off. Leaves, sticks, dead bugs. All of it tended to collect out there, and when it was wet, it stuck to the boards like skin on a burn. So I grabbed the old bristly broom I kept near the back door and stepped out there barefoot. The boards were still damp and cool under my feet. The smell of rain hadn't quite lifted yet, and I could hear the wet trees hissing as water dripped from branch to branch. Every now and then, a car passed by on the street out front, tires slicing through puddles, and I could hear kids playing down the block somewhere, their laughter muffled by distance and humidity. I swept for about 15 minutes. Leaves in messy piles, rotting pine needles stuck in the corners. The broom made a harsh scratching noise that echoed under the boards. I kept looking down through the cracks, seeing the dark shape of the driveway below, half expecting something to move down there. A raccoon maybe, or one of those stray cats that sometimes watched me from under the hedges. But it was just still, damp and dark and still. I didn't stay out long. I never did. Something about that space just rubbed me wrong. It was like the air didn't move right out there. The smell of wet would made the back of my throat itch. When I finished sweeping, I gave the piles a little kick off the edge, watched them fall in a lazy scatter, then went back inside, closed the door, and locked it. That night it was still warm, too warm to sleep with everything closed up, so I left the windows open. Just the screens between me and the outside. The ones in the kitchen and the ones near my bed, both cracked halfway to let the air move through. No AC in that place, just fans and hoping for a breeze. The ceiling fan clicked like it always did, and I lay there under the sheet, one leg out, not quite asleep but getting there. Around midnight, I woke up. At first, it was just a sound, this low, weird buzzing noise. Not like a single bug, not a mosquito. This was bigger, deeper, and fast, like a toy drone maybe, if someone was flying one just outside the window. It zoomed past my ear, and I flinched, sat up halfway, then froze. Something brushed my cheek. It was quick, like a dry finger dragging over my skin, and then I felt weight. Not heavy, just wrong, light and moving, skittering up my arm. That's when my body caught up with my brain. I jumped up, full panic, heart slamming against my chest, and I smacked at my arm with both hands. Got the light on. I wish I hadn't. They were everywhere. Not just a few. Hundreds. Cockroaches. All over the walls. Big ones, reddish-brown and shiny, twitching legs and twitching antennae, moving like they were being chased by fire. They were pouring in through the window screens like the screens didn't even exist. Flowing in. Crawling up the walls. Crawling across the floor. On the ceiling. I saw one land near the ceiling fan and immediately take off again, wings buzzing, spiraling through the air like it didn't have a plan, just chaos. Flying cockroaches. I backed away from the bed, screaming, actual screaming. Not the kind of scream you keep inside your head when something spooks you. I mean loud, unfiltered, ragged screaming like something was eating me alive. Because it felt like they were. I could feel them crawling on me, my back, my legs, one across my foot, fast as hell. I kept brushing and swatting and spinning, trying to make sure they weren't under my clothes or in my hair. I ran out the door. Didn't even close it. I just bolted down the stairs barefoot, past the garage, out into the street. Kept running until the street lights got brighter and the houses looked cleaner. I slapped at my arms and my neck the whole way, convinced they were still on me, still clinging in my hair or crawling in the folds of my clothes. I stopped under one of those buzzing yellow lights, panting, hands on my knees, legs shaking like jelly, and I just stood there for a long time, making sure. I stripped my shirt off right there on the sidewalk, shook it out like a lunatic, turned it inside out, checked every seam. Same with my shorts. Took them halfway off just to make sure nothing was in the waistband. I must have looked insane. I didn't care. I needed them off me. It took maybe an hour for the panic to settle. I sat on the curb, shaking, watching the slow trickle of cars pass by, wondering what the hell had just happened. I'd lived in that apartment for nearly a year, and sure, it had bugs, spiders in the corners, ants when I left food out, but never roaches. Never like that. And flying? I didn't even know they could fly like that. Eventually, I made my way back, moving slow, like someone walking back into a nightmare. The door to the apartment was still wide open. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up into the darkness, and my stomach turned. Every part of me screamed not to go up there, but I had to. I had to see if they were still there. I stepped in slow, careful, expecting a wall of them to hit me. But nothing. The light was still on. I scanned the walls, the ceiling, the bed. Nothing. I walked the whole apartment, one step at a time, like I was stepping into a minefield. Looked behind furniture, in the sink, under the bed. Not a single cockroach. Not one dead body. Not one wing. It was like it never happened. I stood in the center of the room, breathing hard, trying to understand what I'd just lived through. My sheets were on the floor. The fan still clicking. A half-empty glass of water on the nightstand. Everything just as I'd left it, except clean. Too clean. It was like they came in just for me. Just to make a point. And then they left. I cleaned that night. I didn't sleep. I took everything off the bed, wiped every surface, vacuumed twice, checked the window screens, even though I knew they weren't enough. I closed the windows tight and stuffed towels in the cracks. Sprayed every corner with the one can of bug killer I had, even though I doubted it'd matter against whatever I'd seen. The next day, I bought 5 more cans. I sprayed everything. Corners, outlets, doorways. I put down traps. I taped the windows shut. I didn't care if it was 95 degrees. I kept the place sealed. I slept in my car that night, and the night after. When I finally moved out 3 months later, I still checked under the bed every night. Still heard that buzzing sometimes, even if nothing was there. Still felt that tickle on my skin in the middle of the night, and sat up in a cold sweat, slapping at invisible things. I told a few people about it. Most didn't believe me, said I must have had a dream, or that it couldn't have been that many. But I remember what I saw. I remember what I felt. It was like something had decided that night was mine, that I was going to learn what fear really was. And I did. I never found out why it happened. No leak. No food left out. No nest. Pest control came once weeks later, after I complained enough, and said the place looked fine. No signs of infestation. No droppings. No eggs. Nothing. But I remember. That night stuck with me like a scar you can't see. It changed how I live. I never sleep with windows open anymore. Never sweep without checking the corners first. I keep my lights on a little longer than I need to at night, just to be sure. I check walls always. I listen for that sound, the one that woke me up that night, the zooming, buzzing sound of wings too large and too fast. It only happened once. One night. Just a few hours. but I swear to God, I'll never forget it. A few years ago, I noticed something strange happening with my wife. It started quietly, in small, barely noticeable ways, twitching in her sleep, turning over suddenly, sometimes mumbling nonsense. At first, I didn't think anything of it. I'd roll over, maybe check on her, but usually fall back asleep. We were both light sleepers, so a little movement here, and there wasn't unusual. But it escalated. She began waking up in the middle of the night, sitting bolt upright in bed, eyes wide, breathing hard like she had just surfaced from drowning. The first few times, she didn't say much, just that she had a weird dream. Then, the dreams turned into night terrors, recurring, vivid, disturbing. She described the same thing each time, a shadowy figure standing over her. Not just a shadow, but something thicker, darker. A black, blobby shape like oil, just hovering above her, almost touching, but never quite. It would vanish after a few seconds of panic, sometimes after she blinked, sometimes after she screamed. But it always left her shaken, pale, and drenched in sweat. She couldn't sleep afterward, sometimes staying up for the rest of the night with the lamp on, hugging her knees and trying to act like it didn't scare her. She's not the superstitious type. She's practical, logical, kind of sarcastic, and quick to laugh things off. She chalked it up to stress, or some mix of insomnia and her brain firing in weird ways. The kind of random, chaotic stuff dreams are made of. But even though she never said it, I could see the change in her. The lack of sleep was wearing her down. Her eyes got darker underneath. She grew quiet, withdrawn. She'd fall asleep in front of the TV more often, barely eat in the mornings. And she stopped cuddling up to me when we went to bed, like she was already bracing herself for the night. The strange thing was, it always happened on her side of the bed. Never mine. It was consistent, like clockwork. She'd wake up shaking, and always on that side. Every time. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I'm not the bravest guy. I get nervous walking around in my own house if all the lights are off. I hate horror movies. I don't even watch the trailers. The last time I watched a scary movie was The Ring, and I barely slept for 3 nights. It stuck with me in this weird way. I kept expecting to see something move in the dark corners, hear whispering from the TV static. I know it's irrational, but once that fear takes hold, it's like your brain plays tricks on you. You see things that aren't there. But seeing my wife, this strong, grounded, rational woman, fall apart night after night, it did something to me. I started to get angry. Not at her, not at the dreams, but at whatever the hell it was that kept showing up in her mind. Even if it was just stress or chemicals or bad dreams, I wanted it gone. I wanted to protect her from it, whatever it was. One night, after she had a particularly bad one, woke up crying, which she never does, I told her to switch sides of the bed with me. She didn't ask why. She just nodded and climbed over. We didn't say anything else. The room was quiet. The kind of quiet that makes your ears buzz a little. I turned off the lamp. I laid there, looking up at the ceiling, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. And I remember thinking, over and over again, like a kind of chant, "Bring it, you son of a bitch." I repeated it in my head, not even really consciously. It wasn't a prayer or anything. It was like trying to focus all my energy, all my frustration, into this one thought. It gave me something to hold on to. Like I was daring it, whatever it was, to come. To try me instead. I don't know how long I lay there. Probably a while. Eventually, I drifted off. I remember the feeling just before falling asleep. Tense but determined, like I was about to have a confrontation. Sometime in the middle of the night, I don't know the time, didn't check the clock, I woke up with this jolt. Not from a dream. I wasn't tossing or sweating. It was like my body knew something was wrong before I even opened my eyes. That kind of pure instinctual awareness. Like when you're walking alone and suddenly feel like someone's behind you. I opened my eyes. There was something above me. Now, I know how it sounds. But I need to describe it exactly the way I experienced it. It wasn't a person. It wasn't a shadow, not exactly. It was, I don't know, dense. Darker than dark. A kind of black that didn't reflect anything, didn't move like air. It was like spilled ink floating. Like when oil floats on water and shifts in this slow, blobby way. There was a shape to it. Vaguely human, torso, head, maybe arms, but it wasn't solid. It just hovered there, just above me. I couldn't hear it, couldn't smell anything, but there was this presence, this disgusting feeling. It wasn't just fear. It was something worse, a kind of emotional emptiness that came from it, like standing next to something that's not just void of warmth, but void of meaning. I felt disconnected from everything all at once, from my body, from the room, even from her next to me. It was like I didn't belong anywhere, like I was just wrong. But instead of freezing or panicking, like I thought I would, something in me just snapped. I wasn't scared, at least not in the way I expected. I was angry, purely, deeply angry. I didn't speak. I didn't move. But in my head, in the deepest part of me, I lashed out. It's hard to describe. It wasn't a thought exactly. It was a force, a feeling that surged outward. I imagined shoving it, pushing it, throwing this hot, furious wall of rage and protection at it. Not with my hands, mentally, emotionally. I just kept sending out this one message. Asterisk, get the fuck out of my house. Get away from my wife. Don't ever come back. Asterisk. And then slowly the shape faded, like a stain being absorbed. No dramatic poof or puff of smoke. It just dissolved. One moment it was there, and the next it wasn't. I lay there, breathing hard. My heart was pounding. The air felt heavy, but lighter than before. It's weird to say, but I didn't feel scared. Not even after it left. It was like some kind of tension had been lifted. Like I had faced something I'd been dreading for a long time, and come out the other side. I turned over and looked at my wife. She was asleep, peaceful, for the first time in months. Her face wasn't tense. She didn't twitch. Just deep, relaxed sleep. I stared at her for a while, then eventually drifted back off myself. She didn't have a night terror that night, or the next, or the one after that. It's been 2 years now. She sleeps through the night. Every night. No more shadows. No more terror. She never brought it up again. I don't think she even realized that was the night it stopped. And I never told her what I saw, what I felt. I didn't want to make her relive it. And honestly, I don't know what I would even say. What words would I use? What would she think? Most days, I just push it to the back of my mind. Tell myself it was just my imagination. That I was dreaming. That we were both just stressed. That our brains, tired and overloaded, created a feedback loop of shared anxiety that finally resolved itself. That's the rational answer. But deep down, when I lay in bed and the lights are off and everything's quiet, I still think about it. I remember how real it felt. I remember that thing standing over me. And I remember the way it left, when I told it to. That's what sticks with me. Not what it was, not what it looked like, but the fact that it listened. And that it never came back. I was around 7 or 8 years old when this happened. It's been well over a decade now, but I can still remember it with this weird clarity, like it's burned into my memory. Not just the visuals, but how I felt. The cold, the dampness of the woods, the pressure in my chest, the silence afterward. That day felt normal in every way except how it ended. It was a weekday, sometime in early spring, I think. School had just let out, and I was invited over to my friend Caleb's house. We were in the same grade, lived maybe 10 minutes apart, but his place always felt like a different world. He lived on this quiet street with only a few other houses, and behind his backyard was a thick stretch of woods. It wasn't just a line of trees either, it was real woods. Tall pines, thick underbrush, narrow dirt paths. Some of the trees were dead or leaning, with branches that looked like arms reaching across the trail. The kind of woods that were beautiful in the daylight and probably terrifying at night. His little brother, Owen, was a couple years younger. He always tagged along, especially when we went outside. We didn't mind. He was a quiet kid, but not annoying, and he listened when we told him to do something. That day, Caleb and I had this idea to build a tree fort. Nothing fancy. We weren't about to build a 2-story cabin or anything, but we had talked about putting some boards up between a few trees and making it our hideout. That word felt cool to us then. A hideout, like we were in a movie or something. We grabbed some tools from the garage. A hammer, a few nails, some old boards that were leaning against the fence. Caleb had a red backpack that we filled with smaller stuff. Rope, a plastic water bottle, duct tape, random things we thought might help. Owen insisted on carrying one of the hammers, so we gave him the smaller one. I remember feeling responsible in a weird way. We were the older ones. We were leading the way. Before we left the yard, Caleb's mom reminded us not to go too far and to be careful. There had been talk, more like rumors, about coyotes being spotted in the neighborhood during the day. Someone's cat had gone missing, and another neighbor said they'd seen a thin, scruffy animal standing by the woods around noon. Everyone was a little on edge, especially with kids running around after school. We talked about it as we made our way along the trail behind his house. The three of us weren't scared, exactly, but we were definitely thinking about it. I think that's why we started joking about it. Like if a coyote showed up, we'd smash it with our hammers. The idea seemed brave at the time. I remember laughing with Caleb about swinging from a branch like Tarzan and hitting the coyote midair. We were little kids trying to act tougher than we were. The trail was worn down just enough that you could follow it easily. Dirt packed tight from kids walking it over the years, small roots poking out from the sides. The further we walked, the quieter everything got. The backyards faded out, and it felt like we were farther into the woods than we probably were. Maybe only 100 yards from the house, but when you're small and surrounded by trees, it feels like miles. We were walking in a line, with Caleb in front, me in the middle, and Owen behind. I was watching my feet, partly to avoid tripping, partly just distracted. When Owen stopped. Just stopped cold. I didn't see it at first, just felt the change in the air behind me. I took a couple more steps before realizing he wasn't moving. Caleb noticed too and turned around. "Why'd you stop?" he asked, or something like that. I looked back and saw Owen standing there, hammer in hand, staring straight ahead. Not blinking, not moving. I followed his gaze, and that's when I saw her. About 25 yards ahead, standing slightly off the trail but still in plain view, was an old woman. Mid to late 70s, maybe older. Curly, shoulder-length gray-white hair that seemed to move slightly even though there was no wind. She was wearing a long white gown, like a hospital gown or a nightgown, and she was just standing there. No expression, no movement, just standing, not looking directly at us, but not looking away either. It felt like she was staring through us. That's the only way I can describe it. Not past us, through us. We didn't say anything. None of us did. The woods, which had been filled with birds chirping a few minutes earlier, were completely silent now. No rustling leaves, no distant dog barking, nothing. Just that tight, heavy silence that you can feel in your chest. I don't know how long we stood there. Probably only 30 seconds or so, but it felt like time had stopped. Every part of me felt like it was stuck in place, but my heart was racing. I could hear it pounding in my ears. The woman didn't move, didn't even flinch. She was just there, like a statue someone had dropped into the woods. Then, slowly, she raised her right arm. Not fast, not dramatic. Just slowly, steadily, lifted her arm and pointed behind us. Back toward the way we came. The direction of Caleb's house. That was it. That was all it took. We dropped everything. Hammers, nails, boards, the red backpack. Caleb took off first, then Owen, and I followed. I didn't even look back. My legs moved on their own. I was running so hard that my chest hurt. The woods blurred past me. Branches slapped my arms. My feet tripped over roots, but I didn't stop. I don't think any of us said a word the entire way back. We just ran. We burst out of the woods and into the backyard like we were on fire. Caleb's mom was on the patio and looked up, startled. We tried to tell her what happened, stumbling over our words, tripping over each other's sentences. She listened for a few seconds and then gave us that look. The one adults give when they think you're making something up, but don't want to hurt your feelings. She told us we probably saw a neighbor, or a trick of the light, maybe someone walking their dog, maybe even a mannequin someone dumped in the woods. I remember her trying to calm us down and saying something like, "There's no one out there, sweetie." We didn't go back outside. Not that day. Not for a while. The tools and backpack stayed in the woods until Caleb's dad eventually went out and got them. He said he didn't see anything, didn't find anyone. Just the stuff we dropped and some footprints in the dirt. Over the years, we've talked about it a few times, me, Caleb, and Owen. All three of us remember it the same way. The woman, the gown, her hair, the way she pointed, and something else. A kind of faint light around her, like she was glowing slightly. I don't know if that was real or just how my brain remembers it, but the other two said they remember it too. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a lost hiker. Maybe a neighbor with dementia who wandered too far. But that's what makes it worse, in a way. If it wasn't something supernatural, if it was just a real living person, then why was she out there, standing completely still in the woods, alone, staring like that? I've gone over the memory 100 times. Tried to find cracks in it. Tried to poke holes. But it's all still there, unchanged. The dirt path. the weight of the hammer in my hand, the sting of panic when I saw her point, the sound of our footsteps slamming into the ground as we ran. I know we were kids. I know kids can be dramatic and scared of nothing. But this wasn't that. It wasn't imagination. It wasn't a shadow or a deer or a dream. It was a real person. A real mumin. I don't think about it every day. Life moved on. We grew up, went to different schools, found jobs. But when we do talk about it, there's always this silence that follows. No laughter, no jokes. Just quiet agreement. We saw her. And whatever her reason for being out there, whatever it meant when she pointed, whether it was a warning or something else entirely, I'm just glad we listened. We never went that deep into the woods again, and we never built that fort. I'm late as shit to this story, but I'll start where it all burned into my memory. I can't remember exactly how old I was, maybe 2, maybe 3, possibly 4, but that feels too old. I know it happened when I was very young, before the world made sense, and even before I could speak more than a handful of words. I was in the car with my dad and my uncle, riding somewhere north of Anchorage along that long, flat highway that cuts through endless swamp and black spruce. If you've ever driven that road, you know, nothing changes for miles. It's just gray pavement, low brush, and the smell of wet earth. It all feels like it should go on forever. The inside of the car was quiet except for the engine's hum and the low crackle of the heater. I was bundled in that baby carry harness strapped across my dad's chest. I don't remember much about the conversation, probably none at all. I was just awake enough to notice shapes, hear the wind through the broken window seal, and see the lights flicker off the trees as we moved. My uncle was in the passenger seat beside my dad, and though I was too small to know it, I know now they were bored, maybe arguing about something I wouldn't understand. But then everything changed in an instant. One moment, the road was clear. The next, a motorcycle roared into view, wheels spinning like they were untethered. I remember the sound, a growl, a scream, a brightness. I was jostled forward in the harness as the bike hit us, smack into the front of the car, like 2 pieces of wood in a rush. I remember my dad's hand reaching back to steady me, but his eyes were fixed on where the bike had gone. I couldn't see the guy right away. He flew, went spinning across the road like he was some rag doll, and I tasted something sour. My dad and uncle jumped out of the car before it fully stopped. The world outside was cold gray and smelled of gasoline and broken metal. My dad carried me over his shoulder in a way I could feel, but not question. I could see the bike, crushed, twisted, lying in the swamp 20 feet off the highway, its chrome bent and track marks staining the black scrub and peaty water. The swamp was still, like it didn't even want to breathe after what had happened. We reached the biker. He was face down on the asphalt. That's the part one remember best. His helmet lay cracked a few feet away, exposed. My dad crouched down, still carrying me, so I was level with the man's head. I only saw blood at first, dark, thick, slick. It pooled in the cracks of the pavement, reflecting like oil in a puddle. My memory holds on to the smell there, iron and wet rubber, diesel fuzz on asphalt. I could taste it. Slowly, maybe just seconds, maybe minutes, the biker rolled over. He made a noise that I would recognize in nightmares decades later. I don't know what it was called, part howl, part whisper, part dying animal, but it shook me inside. I saw his face. From the tip of his nose down was nothing but raw muscle and bone. His cheeks, his mouth, they were gone, like someone had peeled them away. I stared as close as I could, carried on my dad's chest, and his eyes met mine. I don't think he even knew what he was doing, face down, rolling over onto what was left of his face, and staring right at me. And he made that sound again, that pained, breathless noise, and then he just stopped breathing. His chest didn't rise again. His eyes stayed locked on mine. And then nothing. Dad and Uncle were at his sides. I remember Dad shaking, visibly, shaking me in his arms, like he was fighting to stay standing. My uncle was shouting something, but I didn't know words yet. Then I remember Dad easing me away, back to the car, where he strapped me in and slumped into the driver's seat. The world blurred after that. I remember the sirens and bright lights and people talking fast. I smelled antiseptic and diesel and something sweet. I tasted fear. That's the last I remember of that day. I don't know how we got home. I don't remember supper or bedtime, but I remember that man's face. I remember how it made my heart feel, like someone had pressed a white-hot brand to my chest and left it there. It never left me. I grew up carrying that image in the back of my mind. When I slept, sometimes I'd wake in the dark, drenched in sweat, seeing that shredded face screaming at me in slow motion. The long road through the swamp, the stillness of that highway, the black rubber smell, and that pool of blood. I'm late as shit for other things, arrive at parties minutes behind. But I never want to be late to remembering that, because it shaped everything. Even now, I feel it. The biker's eyes, the raw muscle, the red-black smear on the road. And when I close mine, I hear that noisy rattle in my head. I don't hear ghosts or anything supernatural, just the memory, stubborn as stone, that pulls me back. And now tonight, I'm thinking about it again. Not because it's close to the anniversary, or because the road's in my path. No, because memories don't wait. They slip out when you're unprepared. They come when you least expect it. I haven't yelled about it in years. Haven't cried over it since I was too young to know words. But there's something about this memory, something clear and sharp, that wants me to feel it again, right now. I see the man's torn face just as clearly as I did that afternoon. The torn flesh hanging, the dull white of skull, and his eyes, so empty and hollow. It presses against my skull like a weight I can't shake. And so tonight, I know, I'll dream of him. Not because of any ghost, because I don't believe in ghosts. It wasn't fairy tales or magic. It was real, and real things stick. My mind will replay that moment. The curve of the road, Dad's gas pedal lifting, Uncle's shout, the smash, the man flying, the soft thud as he hit the ground. And I'll wake up with the taste of blood in my throat, and my heart pounding like I'd run a mile. But in the end, tonight I'll wake. I'll sit up and look around my room, my adult room, with grown-up things. I'll feel safe, and I'll know it's just a memory, however ugly. I'll breathe, rub my eyes, maybe splash cold water on my face. I'll figure out why tonight it came back so hard. And then I'll go on. I'll live my life. Because that's what people do. They remember the bad, they survive it, and they step forward anyway. That memory will never stop being terrible. But it doesn't get to stop me. Because all we get is the next moment, and I'll face it, even if I'm late as shit to everything else. In August of 2006, I was living on the north end of Pittsburgh, tucked into the hills that surrounded the city. I was attending the Culinary Institute at the time, trying to keep my head above water with school, working part-time at a small bakery, and managing the steady hum of stress that came with being 19 and broke. The neighborhood I lived in wasn't fancy, not by a long shot. Most of the people who lived there were in the same boat, college students like me, lower-income families, a lot of immigrants. It wasn't unsafe, but it had that edge to it, the kind of place where you kept your head down and didn't ask too many questions. You minded your own business. My apartment was in this large, pale gray building set on a main road that ran straight through the complex. The architecture was unremarkable, blocky, functional. But what made it stand out was how the road in front of it split in two like a Y, one part continuing straight, the other veering off at a shallow angle around the middle of the building. The result was this awkward intersection where cars would cut through too fast, trying to save a few seconds, even though there were kids around and people walking from the bus stop all the time. That day had been like most others. It was hot, sticky, the air thick with late summer humidity. I'd gotten back from class around 5:30. Still wearing my uniform, I remember peeling off the heavy chef coat the moment I got inside, dropping it in a pile near the door. My little one-bedroom apartment always smelled vaguely like grease and old carpet, but it was my space, and I liked coming home to it. I took a quick shower, changed into a clean t-shirt and cargo shorts, then decided I'd head up the street to hang out with a few friends who lived in another building a couple blocks north. I left through the back entrance of the building, same route I always took. There was a small, cracked sidewalk that wound around the side to the east. From there, I'd walk up to the street, cross over, and head uphill. The sun was low, throwing long shadows, and everything was bathed in that golden light that makes things look softer than they are. The concrete glowed. I could hear a lawnmower buzzing in the distance, maybe from one of the other complexes across the hill. As I rounded the corner and started toward the street, I saw her. She was about 20 feet ahead of me, walking in the same direction. I recognized her, though we'd never spoken. She was quiet, always kept to herself. Usually wore a scarf tied around her head and long sleeves, even when it was hot out. I'd seen her many times on the bus we both took from school. She always sat near the front, near the windows, looking out, never talking to anyone. I don't even know if she recognized me. But she was familiar in that way people become when you see them in the same places every day. I remember that moment with an almost disturbing clarity now. The way the light caught on her hair, the slow swing of her arms, how she stepped carefully like she was always thinking about where she placed her feet. She was maybe 10 steps ahead, already nearly at the road, and I was distracted looking past her, half checking to see if any cars were coming. I glanced across the intersection without really looking, didn't see anything, and stepped off the sidewalk with the intention of crossing behind her. That's when I heard it. Screeching tires. A noise like someone slamming a hammer into sheet metal. The sound came from my left, from the angled road that split from the main one. It all happened too fast to fully process, just a flash of motion and instinct. I jumped backward, lost my balance, and fell hard on my side, scraping my elbow on the pavement. My knee slammed into the curb, and the breath shot out of me. But I was alive. Then I saw the car. It had come out of nowhere, speeding down that offshoot road, and swerved so violently it tilted on 2 wheels before landing back down. It missed me by maybe a foot, maybe less. It went past me, hard and fast, tires burning rubber, and then without slowing down, it jerked into a brutal 180-degree turn right at the intersection. The tires caught and screamed, and then the car slammed front first into the building on the other side of the street. The sound was horrible, crunching metal, breaking glass, the solid thud of a car smashing into brick. At first, I didn't move. I was lying there, trying to understand what just happened. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I blinked a few times, stunned, and then sat up slowly. The car was right there in front of me, maybe 30 feet away, its front end jammed against the base of the building like it had tried to merge with it. Smoke hissed from the hood, the engine ticking with heat. The windshield was shattered but still holding together, spiderwebbed from the impact. And then I saw the blood. It took me a moment to realize what I was looking at. I stood up, slowly, legs shaky, and started toward the wreck. My phone was in my hand. I must have grabbed it from my pocket instinctively. And I was dialing 911 without even fully realizing I was doing it. My thumb trembled on the buttons. As I got closer, the details sharpened. The front of the car hadn't just hit the building. It had hit her. She was between the car and the wall. Crushed. Pinned. There was so much blood I couldn't tell where her body ended and the car began. I saw something that looked like a hand sticking out from under the bumper, but it was bent in a way no hand should ever be. Then I saw what was unmistakably brain matter, smeared across the crushed grille. Part of her scalp was tangled in the metal. Her torso had been split open at the waist, and pieces of her insides were pouring out, pressed against the brick, glistening in the dimming sun. The 911 operator was speaking. I was barely hearing her. I remember her asking if the person was alive. "She's dead," I said, voice hollow. "She's definitely dead." Sirens came fast. Police, ambulance, the fire department. They taped off the area and started pushing people back, but at that moment, it was still mostly empty. The usual stream of neighbors, kids running around, people heading home from work. None of them were there. It was just me, the wreckage, and the thick, suffocating smell of burning oil and blood. I gave my statement. They walked me through everything, had me explain what I saw, where I was standing. I remember feeling like I was floating, not because I was in shock, but because it felt surreal, like I was watching myself from outside my body, like I was just reading it off a script. The officers were calm, professional. One of them had to step away after getting a closer look at the scene. Another vomited behind the building. After about an hour, I couldn't take it anymore. I thanked the officers, told them I was going to head home. But when I rounded the corner to go back to my apartment, I found the entire area taped off. Cops and investigators were crawling all over it, measuring tire marks, taking pictures, writing things on clipboards. My entire building, and the 2 on either side, were now part of a crime scene. So I turned back around and went to my friend's place instead. They had heard the sirens, but hadn't realized what happened. I told them the basics, just enough to make them quiet. I didn't want to talk about the details. I couldn't. They let me crash on the couch, and I didn't sleep much. I kept seeing it, the way she was pinned, the way her body folded and smashed, the look on her face frozen in shock. The next morning, my phone rang. It was a detective. He introduced himself, said he'd reviewed my statement, and wanted to talk more. They didn't have any other witnesses who could give them the same level of detail I did. No one else had really come forward. He asked if I'd be willing to be the main witness in the trial. I didn't really know what that meant. At 19, it sounded like the right thing to do. So I said yes. Over the next few years, I left Pittsburgh, graduated, got a job in another state. But I came back 5 times, maybe 6. Each time for hearings, depositions, prep meetings. I was flown in, driven to the courthouse, and sat in rooms with lawyers and detectives who went over every single detail again and again. They asked me about the angle of the car, the speed, where she was standing, how far I was from the intersection. I got used to saying things like, I was 20 feet behind her when I saw the car, and I estimate it was going at least 45 with a kind of flat, rehearsed rhythm. Eventually, the full story came out. The man who killed her was her ex-husband. They had divorced recently. The separation hadn't gone well. There were records of him making threats, texts, voicemails, even a few reports filed by her with the local police. They had 2 kids, both under 10. The family had come to Pittsburgh from Bosnia as refugees years earlier. She worked cleaning offices downtown. Quiet, kept to herself. He waited for her. That road he sped down, it wasn't random. He knew her route, knew she would be walking from the bus stop at that time. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't a mistake. He aimed. He drove with intent. That was what they told me later. The jury saw it too. He was convicted of first-degree murder. I never saw him face-to-face in court. They kept me out of the courtroom until I had to testify. But I saw his mugshot, staring straight ahead, cold eyes. I didn't feel anything when I looked at it. Just empty, just tired. After the trial was over, they told me the kids were staying with her sister. I didn't ask more. I didn't want to know more. To this day, I can't walk through an intersection without looking twice, sometimes 3 times. I don't cross streets casually anymore. I don't assume people are paying attention or that cars will stop. I remember how fast everything changed that evening. How 1 second, I was just heading to meet friends, and the next, I was standing in front of a woman who had been obliterated by someone who used his car as a weapon. There's no lesson to this. No twist. No cloche. Just a moment in time that carved itself into my memory like a scar. I think about her sometimes. I never knew her name until the detective told me. I grew up in a small town in the middle of Ohio's Amish country. One of those places with more silos than streetlights, and where the loudest thing on a Saturday night was usually a cow giving birth or somebody's rusted-out truck backfiring. Most people around here either farmed or worked construction, and by the time you hit 16, you'd seen all there was to see. The boredom felt like a weight sometimes, constant and low, pressing down every night when we had nowhere to go and nothing to do. By the time we were juniors in high school, my group of friends and I had a tradition. When the boredom hit hard enough, we'd pile into trucks or beat-up hand-me-down cars and head off to find someplace off the grid. An old barn, an abandoned church, sometimes just an open field to start a bonfire. It gave us something to do and made us feel like we were making memories instead of just killing time. One night, we were packed into my friend Connor's living room, all 10 of us. The air was stale with popcorn and the smell of the old couch cushions, and someone had just popped in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Grainy, loud, disturbing in all the right ways. We laughed at parts, but the longer it played, the more the unease settled in. It wasn't a jump scare kind of fear. It was slower, more grounded. The kind that sinks in and stays with you. After the credits rolled, we were all sitting in silence. Then Kyle, who always had the worst ideas but the most convincing voice, grinned and said he knew of a place that gave off the same creepy vibe. An old house deep in the woods, way off any road. He said his older brother had found it a couple years ago while out hunting, but never went inside because it looked like it was ready to fall in on itself. That was all we needed to hear. We packed up within 20 minutes. 2 trucks, 10 people. I grabbed my shotgun just for the hell of it, more of a prop than anything. It was an old 12-gauge my grandpa gave me when I turned 15. I never kept it loaded unless we were hunting, but that night I loaded it with birdshot just in case. We all had flashlights, most of them dim or flickery, because no one ever remembered to replace batteries. The house was about a half-hour drive from town, and then another 10 minutes down a gravel road that ran parallel to a river. When we parked, it was almost midnight. There were no houses nearby, no streetlights, no sounds except for the crickets and the river rushing nearby. You couldn't even see the moon through the tree cover. We had to cross the river to get to the woods. There was no bridge, just a line of rocks someone had stacked up at some point. We helped each other across, some people slipping a little and getting their shoes wet, but no one complained. The adrenaline was already starting to kick in. The walk into the woods was a mile, maybe a little more. The trees were tight, old-growth stuff that hadn't been touched in decades. Every few hundred feet, the ground would shift, and someone would trip over a root or step into a dip they didn't see. The air felt heavier the deeper we went, thicker, like the woods were swallowing the sound of our voices. After a while, the trees started thinning out, and that's when we saw it. The house just appeared between the trunks. No driveway, no cleared space around it, just this massive turn-of-the-century mansion planted right in the forest like it had been dropped there. The roof was sagging, the windows were either broken or completely gone, and ivy had overtaken the walls on one side. You could tell it used to be something grand. Big porch with pillars, ornate trim along the edges of the roofline, double front doors hanging off their hinges. We stepped into the clearing slowly. Everyone went quiet. Not out of fear exactly, but more like awe. It didn't make sense that a place this big could be out here, untouched. The front steps were cracked and half-rotted. We started to go up, but as soon as we looked through the doorway, we saw that the second floor had completely collapsed onto the first. The middle of the house was just a pile of beams, plaster, and what looked like part of a bathtub. You couldn't walk inside more than a couple feet without risking it caving in more. We spread out around the outside, just looking around. People pointed out busted windows, vines growing through cracks, a rusted swing set half buried in the underbrush behind the house. That's when someone noticed the writing. It was on the left side of the house, scrawled across the faded wood siding in what looked like black paint, or something darker. Big blocky letters, running across a 10-foot stretch of wall. It was hard to make out at first. Most of it was just gibberish, phrases that didn't make sense, maybe song lyrics or random sentences. But at the very end, lined up in a neat column, were 10 sets of initials. We stared at them for a long time. Each set was about 5 inches tall, and one by one, we matched each set of initials to someone in our group. No duplicats, no extras, just the 10 of us. That's when it stopped being fun. The girls immediately wanted to leave. A few of the guys tried to play it off like it was just a coincidence, or maybe one of us had done it as a prank. But there was no way. Carl hadn't been out here in years, and we'd never even mentioned this house before that night. No one else even knew where it was. And even if someone had come out earlier in the day to paint something like that, how would they have known who was coming? Who even had all of our initials? As we started to back away from the wall, still staring, someone called out from the other side of the house. It was Derek. He'd walked around the back and found a window that wasn't completely boarded up. We walked over quickly, glad to be doing anything other than standing by that writing. He was just standing there, pointing his flashlight into the window, his face pale. We followed his beam inside and saw what he was looking at. It was a wedding dress. White, or at least it used to be. It was hanging from the ceiling by a thick, knotted rope, suspended in the air like some kind of decoration. The fabric was stained and filthy, and across the front was a dark, reddish-brown smear that looked a hell of a lot like blood. The kind of thing you can't really mistake, even if you try to convince yourself it's something else. We didn't say anything. Everyone just took a couple of steps back. The ground felt soft under my boots, like the earth had been disturbed recently. And then, without warning, the ground gave way beneath us. There was a crack, a shift, and then the noise of wood splintering and collapsing. 6 of us dropped like rocks. It happened so fast, I didn't even have time to yell. 1 second I was standing, the next I was falling through darkness. We hit hard, about 10 feet down. The air was thick with dust and the smell of old dirt and rot. I landed on my side, shotgun still in hand. My shoulder was screaming, but I could move everything. A few people were groaning, one of them cursing over and over. We were in a room. Not a basement exactly. It didn't have any cement walls or signs of construction. It was more like someone had dug it out underneath the house. The walls were packed dirt, rough and uneven, and the floor was the same. The ceiling was just rotting floorboards and broken beams from above. My flashlight flicked back on, and I swept it around the room. Hooks, chains, old rusty saws, ropes coiled neatly on a wooden table. There were large nails sticking out of one wall, each one bent at different angles, and below them was a drain that looked too clean for the rest of the place. There were chairs too, heavy wooden ones with leather straps on the arms. One of them had deep gouges dug into the seat, like someone had clawed at it with their bare hands. I didn't stop to look any closer. My stomach was already turning. One of the girls was crying quietly. Another had backed into a corner and was covering her mouth. Derek was already trying to climb back up, calling for the guys above to help us out. One by one, they pulled us up. Someone had brought a tow rope from the truck and dropped it down, looping it around us to help hoist people up. Everyone got out okay except for Sean, who landed wrong and twisted his ankle bad. He couldn't walk. Two of the bigger guys, Jake and Marcus, lifted him between them and started carrying him back through the woods. The rest of us moved tight, flashlights bouncing all around. I took the rear. The shotgun was loaded, safety off, and I walked backwards the whole way out, scanning the woods. Every sound made me jump. Branches cracking in the distance, rustling leaves, the wind. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or monsters. I was thinking about the kind of person who would dig out a room like that under a house in the woods and fill it with chains and saws. I was thinking about what would have happened if they'd come back while we were in there. We made it back across the river and to the trucks. No one said anything the whole drive back to town. Everyone just stared out the windows or checked their phones like we were trying to wake up from it. The next morning, a few of us couldn't stop thinking about it. It was one thing to see it in the dark, another to look at it again in the daylight, maybe prove to ourselves that it wasn't as bad as we thought. So around noon, 4 of us drove back out. When we hit the gravel road, we saw them. 3 cop cars pulled off to the side. One of them was blocking the path into the woods. We parked behind them and got out, trying to look casual. One of the officers approached us. He looked tired and on edge. He asked what we were doing out there. We told him the truth, that we'd gone out to explore and ended up falling into some hole under the house. We didn't say anything about the wedding dress or the writing. The cop nodded and said someone had called in noises in the woods the night before. They'd come out to check it out and found the house. When they went inside, they found what we had, and more. They said the place had been used to cook meth, but they also found bones in that room. Not animal bones. Human. There wasn't much more they could tell us. It was an ongoing investigation. But from the way they looked at us, I could tell they thought we were lucky to be standing there. We never went back. We never talked about it much either. Sean ended up in a cast for a couple weeks, and after that we just moved. It happened just a week ago, but it's still sitting in the back of my mind like some unfinished conversation I wish I could forget. I don't scare easily, not really. I've lived in this city for most of my life. I've been on the night buses with all kinds of drunk people. I've walked home from parties at 3 a.m. I've heard sirens outside my apartment more times than I can count. I'm not jumpy. But this one night, is something different. It keeps replaying. Not because it was dramatic like in a movie or filled with screaming. It wasn't. It was quiet, cold, and the kind of real that makes your gut sink when you remember it. I'd been home alone for 6 days by that point. My roommate had gone on some trip with his girlfriend, and I had the place to myself. At first, it felt great. Silence, no one moving around, no shoes left in the hallway. But the novelty wore off fast. I'm not someone who's great at looking after myself when no one's around. I don't cook. I barely clean. I tell myself I'll do it tomorrow, and suddenly tomorrow's 5 days later, and I'm still surviving off toast and instant noodles. By that 6th night, I didn't even have bread left. It was around 2 a.m., and I'd been up watching random YouTube videos for hours. I had headphones on, lying there in the dark, stomach growling. I checked the kitchen one more time, even though I already knew there was nothing edible left. I looked at my phone. McDonald's was open. I wasn't in the mood to cook even if I had anything to cook. And since I live near the edge of the city, it wasn't far to drive to the 124-hour location. Just a quick trip, I thought. No big deal. I threw on a hoodie, grabbed my keys, and headed to the car. The streets were dead quiet. It was a Tuesday night, or technically Wednesday morning, and I didn't expect much traffic, but the silence was still unsettling. Even the air felt a bit thicker than usual, if that makes sense. Like everything around was just a little too still. I remember locking the door behind me and looking up the street before getting into the car. Empty. Not even a stray cat. Driving was easy. No traffic lights to wait at. No one cutting me off. But as I turned into the area where the McDonald's is located, I noticed something odd. Normally, that place is lit up like a small city. It's a big commercial zone, a whole grid of wide streets, massive store windows, neon signs from cinemas, game centers, all that stuff. Even at night, it usually buzzes a bit, especially on weekends. But that night, it was completely dark. I mean blacked out. I kept thinking maybe there was a power outage or maintenance going on, but it didn't sit right. The buildings were all closed and dark, and even the usual orange glow from the streetlights was missing. Not a single one was on. I remember frowning and checking my headlights, thinking maybe something was wrong with them. They were fine, just the streets were off. It felt like driving through an abandoned mall parking lot, except stretched out across blocks. I slowed down out of instinct. My brain was trying to make sense of the dark, figure out if I'd missed some road work signs or something. But there was nothing, just my car headlights cutting through black. I had to go through most of that area to get to the drive-in, which was located on the far end near the main road. I'd done it a dozen times before. But this time, as I came up a slight curve in the road, I saw someone. At first, I thought it was a pile of trash, or maybe a traffic cone someone had knocked over. But then it moved. It was a man, standing, or maybe stumbling, in the middle of the road, dead center. He didn't react to the headlights, didn't flinch, just slowly moved forward. I couldn't see him clearly at first. He blended in with the dark. He had on dark pants, a dark jacket, and some kind of white hoodie underneath. My lights were on normal beams, and I couldn't make out much. But his shape was wrong, like he was hunched or lopsided. I switched the headlights to high beams, just to be safe. And then I saw him properly. He looked like he'd been through hell. Blood on his mouth, all down his chin and neck. It had soaked into his clothes, but some of it was still wet and shiny, catching the light. His left arm was crossed tightly over his stomach, clutched over a dark spot that spread wide across his hoodie. It didn't look like dirt. It looked thick, like he was bleeding heavily underneath it. He was walking straight at me, slow and dragging his feet, like one foot was heavier than the other. His whole body leaned slightly to the left, like he could barely stay standing. And the way he moved, it reminded me of someone trying to stay conscious, or someone who had already passed out but hadn't realized it yet. I stopped the car. It was instinct, I guess. Maybe because he looked hurt. Maybe because he looked dangerous. I don't know, but I didn't get out. Instead, I just rolled the window down a tiny bit, maybe 2 fingers wide, just enough to hear if he said something. I was gripping my phone already, ready to call an ambulance or the police, whatever it took. But I also had the car still in first gear, foot resting on the clutch, just in case I needed to bolt. He came up to the driver's side, close enough to lean on the car. He left a smudge of blood right there on the window when he touched it. His hand kind of slid down the glass like he didn't have strength to hold it there. His head was low, eyes dark. I couldn't tell how old he was. Maybe late 20s, maybe older. His skin looked pale and sweaty in the harsh light from the beams. Then, in a deep voice with a heavy accent, he said something. I could barely hear it, but it sounded like drive to XYZ. He said it like it was obvious, like we'd just been talking and I had agreed to give him a ride. I froze. My brain was still stuck on the blood, on the way he looked. I didn't know what to say. Then he snapped, sharper this time, louder. I said drive to XYZ. Same words, but with a kind of anger behind it, like I was being difficult, like this was some favor he was owed. I didn't wait to figure it out. I pressed the gas and took off. Fast, not crazy fast, but fast enough to make the tires screech a little as I pulled away. I didn't look back. I didn't want to. I couldn't. When I finally reached the McDonald's parking lot, just a minute or 2 down the road, I pulled in and parked at the far end, heart racing. My palms were sweaty on the steering wheel. I sat there for maybe 30 seconds, just breathing, trying to calm down, trying to process what just happened. Then I looked at the side of the car. There were drops of blood, dozens of them, splattered across the door, the mirror, the handle, and the smeared print from his hand on the window. I got out and opened the trunk. I keep a pack of those wet paper towels in there, the kind you buy for wiping dashboards. I tore open the pack and started wiping the blood off, shaking with every pass. I don't know why it mattered so much to clean it off right then, but it did, like I needed it gone, like having it on the car made it real. I kept wiping until the towels were red and the car looked clean again. My hands were freezing, and the cold air made the blood dry fast. I tossed the used towels into a trash bin at the edge of the lot. Back in the car, I thought about calling someone, the police, an ambulance, but I also thought about how things work around here. You get involved, you answer questions. Maybe you get blamed. Maybe you're dragged into some mess you didn't want to be part of. And anonymous calls? They don't do much. So I just sat there, waiting in the line for the drive-thru, even though I'd lost my appetite completely. My hands still smelled faintly like iron. The inside of the car was quiet, except for the low hum of the engine. And then I saw something. Ahead of me, near the edge of the parking lot, there was a figure moving. Slow, limping, just like before. It was him. He was about 50 meters away, moving toward the bus stop. There's a small glass shelter with a bench there. Not really used at night, especially midweek. But he went right to it, slumped down onto the bench, holding his stomach like before. He didn't look around, didn't seem to notice anyone. He just sat there, hunched forward, like he was waiting. His shoulders rose and fell with each breath. I couldn't see any more detail from that distance, but I knew it was him. I recognized the shape, the way he held himself. 5 minutes passed, the longest 5 minutes I've ever sat through. Then a cab pulled up, a small, older model sedan. Slowed down, stopped near the curb. He got in, slowly, stiffly. The car waited a moment, then pulled away. No drama, no sirens, just gone. I picked up my food, even though I didn't want it anymore. I sat in the car for another 15 minutes, staring at the spot where the cab had been. Driving home, I kept checking the mirrors. Every shadow looked wrong. Every pedestrian felt suspicious. I locked the car doors, even though I was the only one out there. I parked right under the only working streetlight near my apartment and rushed inside, locking the door behind me and double-checking it twice. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept thinking about what could have happened. If I'd rolled the window down a little more. If I'd agreed to drive him. If he had a weapon. If he had help waiting somewhere else. Or maybe he really was just hurt and panicked and needed help. But the anger in his voice, the assumption that I'd drive him, the way he didn't ask, didn't plead. It didn't feel right. And that blood, it wasn't just a scratch. It was a wound, deep, possibly life-threatening. And yet he wasn't panicking. He wasn't begging. Just focused on getting to wherever he needed to go. Like it was more important than getting help. I cleaned the car again the next morning. More thoroughly this time. Inside and out. Scrubbed the handle. Washed the window. But the handprint still shows faintly when the sun hits it at the right angle. Just a smear. Just enough to remember. I didn't tell anyone for a couple of... My junior year of college, I moved into this big old house just off campus. It was one of those classic, slightly run-down, multi-story homes that had clearly been converted into student housing decades ago. The outside looked like it had once been beautiful. Big porch, tall windows, lots of charm. But years of weather and college parties had worn it down. The paint on the siding was chipped and fading, the porch sagged a little in the corner, and the railing wobbled if you leaned too hard on it. Still, the rent was cheap, and with 11 of us splitting it, I was only paying a few hundred a month, utilities included. The house was split across 3 floors. 4 people, including me, lived on the first floor. 5 lived on the second, and then there were 2 people up on the 3rd floor attic space, but we hardly saw them. They kept to themselves, and we mostly just referred to them as the attic guys. I think one of them was in a band or something. I heard guitar sometimes, but that was it. The inside of the house had this strange mix of college filth and old-world detail. Beautiful carved wooden trim lined the door frames, and every room had these big windows with wide sills that looked out over the patchy yard. But the floors creaked when you walked, and some rooms slanted noticeably. My room was off the main hallway downstairs, next to the kitchen and across from a small bathroom that always smelled a little weird no matter how many air fresheners we tried. One thing we all agreed on from the start was that the basement was creepy. Even before I went down there myself, people said it gave them the chills. It had one of those old wooden doors that stuck a little when you tried to open it, and the stairs creaked in a way that made it feel like they might break under you. I didn't go down for the first few weeks. There wasn't any reason to. The washer and dryer down there hadn't worked in years, and most of us either used the laundromat down the block or went home on weekends to do laundry. But we did use the basement for parties. Not often, maybe once a month. Someone would bring down a speaker. We'd string up some Christmas lights and throw down rugs to make it less depressing. Even then, nobody ever really lingered near the back of the basement. There was this door at the far end, old and heavy, with a rusted knob and a lock that looked like it came from a different century. That door made people uncomfortable. You could be 3 drinks in, surrounded by your friends, and if you caught sight of that door from across the room, it'd give you a weird, tight feeling in your chest. I didn't know the whole story until later, but apparently when some of the girls had moved in at the start of the semester, that room in the back wasn't locked. One of them, Becca, I think, said she was poking around the basement looking for a place to store extra furniture and opened that door. She found a bunch of what she described as strange tools. She didn't go into much detail. Maybe she didn't want to freak everyone out, but she did say there were some human teeth in a little glass jar. Not fake ones. Real, yellowed, root and all teeth. She said it looked like someone had pulled them with pliers. Apparently she told the landlord about it, who had just recently bought the place. A few days later, the door was locked. No explanation, no follow-up. The landlord never brought it up again. We just assumed he cleaned it out and decided to seal it off. But still, none of us wanted to hang around that end of the basement anymore. Life went on. Classes got busier. Midterms came and went. The house was loud and chaotic most of the time. People coming and going, music playing, food burning, yelling from upstairs. I got used to the creaks and bumps. I told myself it was just the house settling or people moving around. One afternoon, I had a gap between classes and decided to take a nap. It was one of those deep, drooling naps that leaves you disoriented when you wake up. I had a slight headache and a weird taste in my mouth when I got up. I remember feeling groggy as hell and craving something greasy, so I went to the kitchen to make a grilled cheese. It was quiet, which was rare. Everyone was either in class or out. I had the kitchen to myself, and I liked it that way. As I was flipping the sandwich on the stove, I noticed the hallway light to my left flicker off. I didn't think much of it. Old house, probably a burnt-out bulb. But then, a few seconds later, it flicked back on. I frowned, glanced over at the switch, then remembered that the switch for that light wasn't in the hallway at all. It was in the stairwell leading down to the basement, behind a door that was currently closed. I stared at the light for a second, not quite processing what that meant. Then it flicked off again. Something about the rhythm of it, on-off, pause, on-off, made my stomach tighten. I turned off the burner and walked over to the door, opened it slowly. The stairwell was empty. The light switch was just sitting there on the wall like always. I walked down a few steps, listened. No one. Nothing. No creaking, no footsteps, no voices. I stood there for a few seconds, unsure what I was expecting, then went back to the kitchen. I told myself it had to be some weird electrical issue. The house was old, and we'd had flickering lights before. Maybe the wiring was messed up. I went back to my sandwich. The light turned off again. This time I didn't move. I just stood there, spatula in hand, staring at the dark hallway. I was still trying to convince myself it was just a glitch when the music started. It wasn't loud, more like background noise, but it was clearly coming from the living room, just around the corner from the kitchen. It sounded like some slow, echoey jazz, the kind you hear in old movies or empty hotel lobbies. I figured someone had come home and was playing music. Relief started to set in. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I walked into the living room, and the first thing I noticed was the television. It was on, but there was no picture, just static. White and gray fuzz, that buzzing snowstorm sound. We didn't have cable, so the TV was usually off unless someone was watching DVDs or using it for games. Then I saw the laptop. It was sitting closed on the windowsill, plugged into a pair of old speakers. The music was definitely coming from the speakers. I walked over and touched the lid. The laptop was cold. I opened it. Nothing. The screen stayed black. No power light. It wasn't even on. I pressed the power button and nothing happened. I unplugged the speakers. The music stopped. I remember just standing there for a few seconds, heart racing. The air in the room felt thick, like someone had just left or was about to walk in. I suddenly realized how quiet it was. Not calm quiet, heavy quiet, like the whole house was holding its breath. I walked back into the kitchen, turned off the stove, went to my room, grabbed my keys and wallet, and left. Didn't even grab my bag. I got in my car and drove to the coffee shop near campus. I stayed there until it got dark, and then crashed on a friend's couch. It took me a couple weeks to work up the nerve to tell my roommates. I waited for a time when everyone was just hanging out, and I told them what had happened, expecting someone to laugh, or confess to messing with me. Instead, the room got quiet, like really quiet. Nobody looked surprised. They just kind of glanced around at each other, and slowly, people started sharing things. One of the girls, Mia, said she often woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of movement in her closet, like hangers bumping together. Once she even saw one of them swing like someone had just nudged it. She'd gotten so freaked out she stopped using that closet altogether. Another guy, James, said he'd been hearing footsteps above his room at night. But when he'd go upstairs to check, nobody was home. At first, he thought it was just noise from the attic guys, but it didn't line up with their schedules. One of the attic guys, Marcus, finally admitted something too. He said he woke up one night around 3 a.m. and saw a shadow standing in the kitchen, just standing there, still, facing toward the hallway. He didn't recognize it as anyone he knew. He stared at it for a few seconds, and then it turned and walked back toward the stairs, disappearing from view. We didn't know what to make of all of it. None of us believed in ghosts, and there was no sign of forced entry or squatters. But the unease grew. People started locking their bedroom doors at night, even when everyone was home. We started hearing things more frequently, knocking sounds, random creaks, lights flickering, doors that were opened suddenly shut, or vice versa. Eventually, I started thinking about that locked room in the basement, the one with the teeth and tools. I don't know why it got locked, or what else was in there, or who owned the house before the new landlord. But the idea that someone had used that room for something violent, it stuck with me. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just a leftover artifact from some dentist hobbyist or a weird collector. But maybe not. I started looking up old property records. The address had changed hands a few times, mostly owned by landlords or companies. Nothing too strange. But I did find one newspaper article from about 30 years ago. It was just a small piece, buried in a crime report section. A man had been arrested for illegal medical procedures being done out of his home. He wasn't a licensed doctor. He claimed he was trying to help people who couldn't afford proper care. The address wasn't the same, but it was one number off. And it was on our street. I tried to find more, but that was it. No follow-up, no trial info. Just that one arrest. Still, it made my stomach turn. By the end of the year, almost everyone had decided not to renew their leases. I was one of the first to move out. I packed my stuff during the day, made sure I was never in the house alone, and didn't look back once my car was loaded. I never figured out exactly what happened in that house, or why it felt the way it did. But I do know this. Whatever it was real. Not ghosts. Not magic. Just something dark that had left a stain on that place. A kind of history that doesn't go away just because people stop talking about it. I grew up in a house built in 1809. It was the kind of place that, from the outside, looked like it belonged in a history book. Tall windows, deep green shutters, stonework that looked handmade, and a porch that wrapped halfway around the front. When my parents first bought it, they were thrilled. The lady who had lived there before was 89 when she passed away. Her name was on some of the old mail we still found behind the built-in cabinets. Her handwriting had that perfect, old-fashioned cursive. The house had been hers for a long time. It was beautiful in the kind of way that draws people in. But for me, even as a young kid, something about it never felt quite right. I can't say exactly when it started. It just always was. My bedroom was upstairs, on the right side of the house, and the closet in that room was the first place that made me feel weird. Not afraid at first, just cold. It was always so cold in there. Even in summer, when the upstairs would heat up like an oven, the closet would stay freezing. And the smell, it smelled like perfume, but not a light spray. It was thick and heavy, sweet but sharp at the same time. It clung to the back of my throat, made me want to cough sometimes. If I left the door open, the scent would drift into the room like someone had walked out of it. I remember nights when I'd be lying in bed, facing the wall, and the door to the closet would creak open behind me. Sometimes I'd turn over quickly, heart pounding, and it would be wide open. Other times I wouldn't hear anything, and I'd just look up to find it already ajar. The worst was when I'd feel the weight on my bed, like someone sitting at the edge near my feet. There wouldn't be a sound, no footsteps or anything, just that slow shift in the mattress. The first few times it happened, I'd call out, thinking maybe my brother had come in, but there was never anyone there. I didn't always say anything to my parents. They were busy, working a lot, and to be honest, they didn't always take stuff like that seriously. They'd just say it was an old house. Things settled, floors creaked, air moved funny through old walls. But it didn't feel like that. It felt deliberate. It felt like something or someone was always around, even if I couldn't see it. When I was about 10, I started noticing the smell in other parts of the house, especially on the stairs. There was this window that looked out over the neighborhood. Every time I walked past it, I'd get hit with that same perfume smell, just like in the closet. Strong, like someone had just sprayed it and walked away. But it would move. Some days it was near the window. Other days it followed me to the kitchen or the living room, always with a cold draft. The kind that cuts through even warm air, the kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. The main floor started changing too. Things would go missing. A remote, a single sock, a book I'd been reading. We'd find them days later in places that made no sense. A spoon in the hallway. My brother's sneakers behind the couch, perfectly lined up like someone placed them there. Picture frames started falling off the wall, always the same ones. My mom blamed the nails, or said maybe the floor was sloped. But it wasn't just frames. Keys went missing. Light bulbs blew out more often than they should. There was this drawer in the kitchen, the one where we kept all the batteries and tape and junk. You'd hear it open and shut when no one was in there. My brother and I were old enough to be left home alone, and we often were. Those were the times I hated most. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was tense, like the house was holding its breath. I'd be reading or watching TV and feel like someone was standing just out of sight. Not in a fantasy way. Not ghosts or monsters. Just that unmistakable feeling of being watched. Like someone was waiting for you to turn around. But the basement was a whole different story. Even as a kid, I avoided it as much as I could. It had dirt floors and cold cement walls, and the stairs were the kind you can see through, each step a few inches thick, with nothing blocking your view underneath. I always pictured someone reaching through those gaps to grab an ankle. When I had to go down there for something, I ran. No shame in it. Full sprint, get what I needed and get out. If I had to do laundry, I'd wait until someone else was home. And even then, I'd turn the lights on before opening the basement door. Just in case. Nothing big ever happened down there, not until I turned 14. That's when my parents decided it was time to renovate. They thought it would be a good idea to turn the basement into a livable space, new floors, drywall, better lighting. They said I could move my bedroom down there when it was done. I didn't know how to tell them I didn't want to. I'd never liked the basement, but at the time, it felt like something I had to go along with. The renovation took a couple of months. Contractors came and went. I tried not to be down there much while they worked, but the feeling got stronger. Every day they peeled away old layers, insulation, broken shelving with beams. It was like the basement didn't want to change. The air felt heavy. When the work was finished, it looked like a completely different place. It had carpet now, painted walls, a closet, even a small window with new glass. It looked normal, but it didn't feel normal. I moved in anyway. My parents were proud of the work, and I didn't want to seem ungrateful. For the first few weeks, it was fine. Cooler than upstairs, quieter too. But the feelings started to creep in again. That sense of being watched. I'd catch myself turning around suddenly, expecting someone to be behind me. Sometimes in the corner of my eye, I'd see a shape, a shadow, a blur, and when I'd turn my head, it would be gone. Not dramatic. Not like in movies. Just little moments that made you doubt yourself. Then came the pounding. Late at night, I'd be lying in bed, and it would start softly, like someone lightly knocking on the wall. Always from the same spot, the corner by the closet. At first I thought it was pipes or the house settling, but it never happened during the day. Only after midnight. It would start small and then build. Slower, louder, until it felt like someone was hitting the wall with their fists. I never told anyone. I don't know why. I think part of me knew they wouldn't believe me. Or maybe I didn't want to admit how scared I was. The watching feeling got worse too. I'd sit at my desk doing homework and feel someone standing right behind me. I'd be brushing my teeth in the basement bathroom and see a shape in the mirror, only to turn and find nothing there. It made me restless. I stopped sleeping well. I started keeping a flashlight by my bed, even though I had a lamp. I couldn't explain it. It just made me feel safer. The worst night happened that winter. I was 15. My parents were out. My brother wasn't home. I went upstairs to get a glass of water. There was a glass door in the back that led to a screened-in porch. It was cold that night, snow still on the ground, and the condensation on the glass made it look foggy. As I walked past it, I stopped. Two handprints appeared on the inside of the glass, right in front of me. Not smudges, clear, defined prints, like someone had pressed their hands flat against the door. A second later, a breath mark showed up, a foggy circle that expanded and disappeared in the cold. My stomach dropped. I didn't hear anything. I didn't move. I just stared. My brain didn't know what to do. It was like I was frozen, not by cold, but by fear. I must have stood there for a few minutes. Then I snapped out of it and ran outside. I didn't even think. I grabbed my coat on the way out and sat on the front porch, shaking. I stayed there until my brother came home. After that, I stopped trying to convince myself that it was all in my head. I didn't care what the explanation was. I just didn't want to be there anymore. I started staying out late, going to friends' houses, doing whatever I could to not be home. My grades slipped. I stopped talking much. I felt like I was disappearing into that basement. Everything felt heavy. I couldn't explain it. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't eating. I just wanted out. I left for college early. I moved out at 16. Took classes over the summer just to make it happen faster. I didn't pack much. Just what I needed. I left a lot of stuff behind. I didn't say goodbye to the house. I didn't walk through the rooms one last time. I just left. I think a part of me was afraid that if I looked back, something would look back at me. Years later, after my mom divorced my dad and they sold the house, she told me things started getting worse after I moved out. Things being thrown, doors slamming, pictures falling, that perfume smell showing up more often. She didn't tell me until much later, and she never brought it up again after that. My dad didn't say much either. Eventually, I found out more. The lady who owned the house before us had died in what became my original bedroom. Her husband had some kind of accident in the basement years before. No one gave me details, just that he wasn't a kind man. That was the phrase they used. Not a kind man. I don't know what happened to him. I don't want to know. I've never been back inside that house. I couldn't. Even now, thinking about it, I get this tight feeling in my chest. Like something old is still clinging to me, just from remembering. I've heard from people in the neighborhood that the new owners had problems too. Things flying off shelves. That same thick, sweet smell. Cold spots that move through the rooms. No one in my family really talks about it anymore. If it comes up, people change the subject. Maybe it's easier that way. Maybe everyone just wants to forget. But I don't think you really can. I think when a place affects you that deeply, it leaves something behind. Not a ghost. Not a curse. Just a feeling. A memory that waits, tucked into the corners of your mind like the cold air in a closet. I've lived in a lot of places since then. Some noisy, some quiet. Some old, some new. But I've never felt anything like that house again. I never want to. And if I ever smell that perfume again, even for... It had been a long, hot day. Carowinds was fun, yeah, but by the time we left the park, the excitement was worn off and the exhaustion had sunk in. We were sunburned, sweaty, and our legs ached from walking back and forth across that massive place. Roller coasters, overpriced food, loud music, and crowds. Fun in the moment, but they drained you. I wasn't even supposed to be driving that night. I was only 16. No license. No real driving experience outside of a parking lot. But my friend, the only one in our group with an actual license, looked like he was about to pass out. Eyes half closed, slumped against the window, mumbling that he couldn't drive anymore. It was 1 a.m. on a Monday night during summer break. We still had a good couple hours of highway driving to get back home. Everyone else was half asleep or already knocked out. I didn't want to wake up any parents or risk getting in trouble for staying out late, so I did what felt like the only option. I climbed into the driver's seat of his old silver Honda Civic and started the engine. The car felt unfamiliar under my hands. The steering wheel had a loose wobble to it. The brakes were soft and slow to catch. The seat smelled like fast food and stale sweat. It was terrifying, honestly. I didn't know if I was more scared of crashing, getting pulled over, or waking up my mom to come get us. But I told myself to keep it together. Just drive the speed limit, stay in the right lane, and don't do anything dumb. The road was mostly empty. Just dark, quiet highway stretching ahead and behind. The yellow lines blurred by steadily. Occasionally, we'd pass an exit sign or a flickering rest stop billboard. But there weren't many cars. Not even headlights in the distance. It was peaceful in a way, eerily peaceful. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel comforting. Just empty. 20 minutes went by without us seeing another car. Just us and the darkness. I focused hard on staying in my lane, keeping my hands steady at 10 and 2 like I was taught. My eyes burned from the dryness of the air conditioning, and my shoulders were locked up from how tight I was gripping the wheel. I wasn't used to this kind of focus. I hadn't even driven on a real highway before. Then I noticed something behind us. A pair of headlights, way in the distance, small at first. I saw them in the rear view, just dots of white light cresting the black horizon line. They didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. Another car, finally. But the longer I watched, the faster those lights got bigger. I thought maybe it was someone going fast in the left lane. Plenty of people did that, even late at night. But no, this van, or what I could tell now was definitely a van, pulled right up behind me. Right up behind me, like a few feet away from my bumper. Way too close for comfort. I felt my stomach drop. Immediately, my mind jumped to the worst case. Was it a cop trying to bait me into speeding? An unmarked car just waiting for me to make a mistake? My heart started thudding harder. My hands went clammy on the wheel. I glanced down at the speedometer, 55 on a 55 stretch. I was doing everything right. There was no reason to pull me over. But the van just kept riding my bumper like it wanted to push me off the road. I tried to focus. Keep steady. Eyes forward. Don't panic. I looked over at my friends. One was still asleep with their head against the window. Another stirred in the back seat, rubbing their eyes. I whispered to them, and soon everyone was awake, bleary-eyed and confused, but quiet. The tension in the car thickened fast. No one said anything, but we were all watching the rearview mirror now. After a couple miles of this, the van suddenly swerved into the left lane. My gut tightened, thinking he was going to speed past and cut me off for something worse. But no, he just blazed by, fast and loud, tires hissing against the road. I remember letting out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Relief flooded in. I thought that was it. Just some impatient jerk in a hurry. But a few moments later, I saw the red of his taillights ahead, glowing bright as he slowed down and pulled off onto the shoulder. It wasn't a real exit, just one of those gravel areas sometimes used by cops or utility trucks. He stopped there, just off the road, barely out of view. As we passed, I kept my eyes forward, trying not to look directly. But I saw the shape of the van parked crooked, like it had been pulled over in a rush. And then, as soon as we passed, the headlights lit back up behind us. He was back on the road. Not tailgating now. Not trying to pass. Just staying behind us. A good distance back, but clearly following. I stared at the mirror, heart pounding again, every muscle in my body tensed. It didn't make sense. Why follow us? There were no other cars around. No exits. Just stretches of highway and occasional rest stops. We were alone out there. Time dragged. 10 minutes. 15. Maybe more. The van stayed behind us, matching our speed, never getting too close, never drifting far. It felt deliberate. My friends were all wide awake by then, hushed and watching. We didn't have music playing. No one joked. Everyone was just waiting, watching. We all needed to pee too. That made it worse. It was getting harder to ignore. We saw a green sign glowing ahead, rest area, 1 mile. We didn't even need to talk about it. We needed to stop. We just hoped the van wouldn't. But it did. As we turned off the highway, I hoped he would keep going. I slowed and turned carefully into the rest stop lane. And for a second, it looked like he might continue down the road. Then his turn signal blinked on. The van followed us in. I felt sick. The rest stop had a few cars scattered across the lot. Some big rigs parked along the outer edge. A couple cars near the bathrooms. It wasn't crowded, but it wasn't deserted either. That was the only reason we dared to pull in. If it had been empty, I would have kept going, no question. We parked in a space closer to the building. The van pulled in a few rows back, angled weird, parked crooked again like the driver didn't care to line it up. Nobody got out. We didn't either. We just sat there for a while. The van's lights turned off, but the outline was still visible in the dim glow from the parking lot lamps. Our car was dead silent, except for the soft hum of the engine and the ticking of the cooling system. Everyone was too tense to move. I kept watching the van through the rearview mirror, convinced that at any second, the door would slide open and someone would get out and start walking toward us. But nothing happened. Eventually, the pressure in our bladders became too much to ignore. We couldn't just sit there forever. After a whispered plan, we decided to go in shifts. Two would go to the bathroom, while the others stayed and watched the van. Then we'd switch. The lot felt a little safer with a few other people around, including a man walking his dog near one of the semis. I went in second. I remember how cold the bathroom tiles felt under my sneakers, how quiet the building was, even with other people around. Just a few men brushing their teeth, one guy washing his face in the sink. The light was harsh, buzzing faintly. It felt sterile, almost surreal. I didn't take my time. Back in the car, we waited, watched. Still no one got out of the van. We sat for what felt like 20 more minutes, just hoping someone else would leave so we could follow them. Eventually, a sedan with its headlights off flicked them on and slowly started backing out of a spot a few rows down. I didn't hesitate. As soon as they turned toward the exit, I threw the car in reverse and followed, keeping 2 cars' length behind. I watched the van through the rear view as we turned out of the rest stop. It didn't move. We waited as long as we dared at the on-ramp merge. Still no movement. No lights. I exhaled again, this time deeper. My shoulders ached from how tight I had been. My fingers were stiff from gripping the wheel. The rest of the drive home was quiet. We didn't say much. I stayed focused, driving carefully. Every now and then, someone would glance behind us, but the van never reappeared. We stuck behind the sedan we'd followed out for as long as possible. Eventually, it took an exit and we were alone again, but it felt better somehow, like the worst of it had passed. We got home just before 3:30 a.m. I parked the car in front of my friend's house and sat there for a moment, hands still on the wheel, trying to feel normal again. The house was dark. Everyone shuffled out slowly, exhausted. No one said it out loud, but we were all still shaken. I laid in bed that night and couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the van, what they wanted, why they followed us, why they didn't get out at the rest stop. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe just some weirdo messing with us. Maybe they were tired, too, and pulled over by coincidence. But the way they tailed us, the way they waited, it didn't feel like coincidence. It's been years since that night. I've driven hundreds of times since then, but I still think about it. Every time I see a van behind me late at night, every time I pull into a quiet rest stop, that night sits in the back of my head like a shadow, quiet, waiting, reminding me how alone you really are out on those roads when it's dark and the world's asleep. We never saw the van again, never heard anything about it. Nothing happened after. We got home. We were safe. But that silence, that unknowing, it stuck. Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It's strange how some moments in life stick with you no matter how much time passes. Even now, more than a decade later, I can still feel the tightness in my chest when I think back to that day. I was just 18 then, working at this retail store in one of those big shopping centers where all the buildings are lined up in a long strip. I didn't hate my job, but it was nothing exciting either, just a paycheck and a reason to get out of the house. I was on my break when my brother showed up, unannounced as usual, grinning like he always did when he had nothing better to do than bother me. I didn't mind. Actually, I was happy to see him. We didn't hang out as much as we used to after I started working, so I was glad when he suggested grabbing lunch. The taco cabana was just down the way, not far at all. We could have driven, sure, but we figured it would be better to walk. The afternoon was warm, the kind of warm that's not yet uncomfortable, but promises the heat that's coming later in the day. We wanted the fresh air, or at least as fresh as you could get with the traffic humming nearby, and the dumpsters behind the stores giving off that sour, sticky smell that clung to the air. Plus, it gave us a chance to light up a smoke, something I was doing way too often back then. The shortcut was through the alley that ran behind the strip center. It wasn't anything special, just cracked asphalt, a row of dumpsters, delivery doors, and the backs of buildings with their faded paint and rusting fixtures. The kind of place no one really looked at or thought about. I remember the sound of our shoes scuffing the ground, the occasional rattle of loose gravel underfoot, and the way our voices seemed louder than normal with the walls of the buildings on either side of us. We hadn't gotten far down the alley when we noticed the truck. It was just sitting there, engine off, tucked along the side like it belonged there, but somehow didn't. Old dirty white paint, a dented bumper, and windows that were rolled down just enough for us to see the man inside. I remember him so clearly. Gray hair, rough face, eyes that didn't blink much, just stared. He wasn't doing anything at that moment. Just watching. No expression, no movement. Just watching us like he'd been waiting for something or maybe someone. We kept walking, trying not to look like we noticed him. But of course we did. You couldn't miss that kind of stare. It made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't explain then and still can't now. After we passed the truck, we did what dumb teenagers often do. We spotted some empty beer bottles lying near one of the dumpsters. Without even thinking about it, we picked them up and threw them against the ground just to hear the crash, to see the glass scatter across the cracked pavement. It felt pointless even as we did it, like we were trying to shake off the tension we both felt from that man watching us. I don't think we even laughed about it. It was one of those silent agreements between us. Just keep walking, just keep going, let's get out of this alley. But before we could even make it to the end, we heard the sound, the roar of an engine starting up behind us. The noise was loud, angry, and it echoed off the walls around us, making it feel like it was coming from everywhere at once. I turned and my stomach dropped. The truck was coming at us fast, faster than it should have been for an alley that narrow and cracked. My brother was ahead of me, and I saw the truck swerve, missing him by what felt like inches. The tires skidded and squealed against the ground as the truck came to a stop, blocking the only way out of the alley that we had been heading for. The man jumped out before the truck had even fully stopped. His movements were jerky, full of rage that was so sudden and so intense that it froze me in place for a second. He had a gun in one hand, small but no less terrifying, and a cell phone in the other. His face was red, twisted up with anger as he started yelling. I couldn't take in everything he was saying at first. The adrenaline was making my ears ring, my heart thudding so loud I could barely hear anything else. But it didn't take long for the words to start sinking in. He was screaming about how he'd finally caught us, accusing us of messing with the place, damaging property, causing trouble. Over and over, he kept saying it, like he was trying to convince himself as much as us. And the thing was, we hadn't done anything before that day. Yeah, we smashed the bottles, but that was it. We'd never even walked that alley before, let alone messed with anything back there. He kept shouting into his phone, saying he was on with 911, that they were sending someone, that he was going to take us to the station himself. He pointed the gun at us, waved it around like it was just an extension of his rage, and told us that the dispatcher said to get in his truck. His words were fast, desperate almost, like he was trying to make it real by saying it out loud. But there was something about it all that didn't sit right. The way he was holding that phone, the way he kept glancing at it like he didn't know what to do next. It didn't feel right. None of it did. I looked at my brother, and I could see he was thinking the same thing. The fear was there, sure, but underneath it was this resolve, this understanding that we were in a bad spot, and that getting in that truck wasn't the answer. I didn't say anything, didn't have to. We both stood our ground. The man grabbed at my brother, tried to pull him toward the truck, but my brother yanked his arm back, shaking him off. The look in his eyes, my brother's, was one I hadn't seen before. Calm but fierce, like he'd already made up his mind that he wasn't going anywhere with this guy, no matter what happened next. The man was shouting, pacing, waving that gun around like he didn't know what to do with it. Then, almost as suddenly as it started, he just gave up. He spat out some curse, climbed back into his truck, and tore out of there, tires squealing, leaving the smell of burnt rubber hanging in the air behind him. We stood there, frozen, the alley quiet again except for the faint hum of distant traffic and the pounding of our own hearts in our ears. We didn't move for what felt like forever. My legs felt heavy, like they were made of stone. The tension in my shoulders, my neck, my whole body, was so tight it felt like I might snap in half if I tried to move. Finally, we started walking again. Slowly at first, like we weren't sure it was over, like he might come back around the corner at any second. But the alley stayed empty. The truck didn't return. When we made it out to the main road, everything looked so normal that it felt almost unreal. Cars driving by, people going about their day, completely unaware of what had just happened not 50 feet away. We crossed the street to the taco cabana, went inside, ordered our food. I couldn't even taste mine. We ate in silence, both of us too shaken to speak, too lost in our own thoughts to even look at each other much. The noise of the restaurant, the clatter of trays, the soft murmur of conversations, the sizzle of food on the grill. It all felt distant, like we were watching it happen from somewhere far away. We didn't tell anyone about it. Not our parents, not our friends, no one. Looking back, I know we should have. I know we should have called the police, given a description, tried to do something. But at that moment, all we wanted was to put it behind us, to pretend it hadn't happened, to move on and not think about how close we came to who knows what. It wasn't bravery that kept us quiet. It was fear. Plain, simple fear. After lunch, we walked back to the store, taking the long way around this time, avoiding that alley like it was cursed. The sun felt hotter now, the air heavier. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat, but I barely noticed. My thoughts were stuck on that man's face, the gun, the sound of the engine roaring behind us. I finished my shift in a daze, going through the motions, but not really there. Every customer's voice sounded far away. Every task felt like it took twice as long as it should have. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it all again. The truck, the man, the gun. My heart would start racing all over again, my hands clenching into fists without me even realizing it. I kept thinking about what could have happened, how close we came to things going so much worse. What if my brother hadn't pulled away? What if the man had decided to use that gun instead of just waving it around? What if we had gotten into that truck? The possibilities spun around in my head, each one darker than the last. The next day, everything felt normal again, at least on the surface. But inside, I carried that fear, that memory. I still do. And every time I pass an alley like that, every time I see an old truck sitting where it shouldn't be, I feel that same tightness in my chest, that same instinct to keep walking, to get away. I never forgot that day, and I doubt I ever will. Some things just stay with you. It's hard to explain the kind of feeling that comes over you when you're in a house that just seems wrong. I don't mean wrong in the sense that something bad has happened there, or that it's run down or dirty, or anything like that. I mean the kind of wrong where your skin gets tight, and your ears feel like they're waiting to hear something, even when it's dead quiet. That's the way my friend's house feels. From the first time I ever went over there, I noticed it. It's this massive old house, built over 100 years ago, with the kind of character people like to talk about: original wood floors, creaky stairs, old windows that don't quite shut right, stuff like that. But underneath all of that charm, there's something else. A heaviness, maybe. Like the house itself is watching. My friend lives there with her dad, their 2 cats, and a dog. The dad's a quiet guy, always busy with work or asleep on the couch when I'm over. The pets are friendly enough, but they're odd in their own way. I'll get to that. The house has 3 levels. The main floor is where the living room, kitchen, and dining room are. It's got high ceilings and big windows that let in a lot of light during the day. But at night, that same openness makes it feel exposed, like anything could be standing at one of those windows watching in. The second floor is where the bedrooms are. There's a long hallway with rooms branching off, and it's always just a little too dark up there, even during the day. Then there's the third floor, the attic. It's not finished like a lot of attics are these days. It's just old wood, exposed beams, and small windows set deep into the walls. Dust hangs in the air up there, and it smells like the inside of an old trunk. My friend stores stuff up there, boxes of clothes, books, decorations, that kind of thing. But no one really goes up there unless they have to. Her bedroom is on the second floor. It's bigger than you'd expect for a house that old, with slanted ceilings where the roof angles down. There's a big bed against one wall, a dresser, and a desk with a beat-up chair she's had since she was a kid. The weirdest part of the room, though, is the small closet that's built into the wall just above the head of her bed. It's not a proper closet with a door. It's more like a little square hole in the wall with a wooden cover that slides to the side. It's barely big enough for a small person to squeeze into, and it's set up high so that you have to stand on the bed to look inside. She keeps old toys in there, things from when she was little, stuff she didn't want to throw out, but didn't really need anymore. The first time she told me about the toy going off, we were sitting on her bed late at night, scrolling through our phones. She mentioned it in this offhand way, like it wasn't even a big deal anymore. She said she'd woken up one night to the sound of music, the kind that comes from those old wind-up toys. It was soft at first, a slow, tinny tune, and it took her a second to realize where it was coming from. The little closet. She said she just laid there at first, frozen, listening. The music played all the way through its tune, slow and creaky like the toy was old and stiff. Then it stopped. She waited, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the closet. A minute or two later, it started again. She said she nearly started crying then. It was the middle of the night, pitch black, and there was no reason that toy should have started on its own. Not once, and definitely not twice. She told me she finally got up the nerve to stand on her bed and slide the closet door open. She couldn't really see in, but she reached in, trying to find the toy to stop it. But the closet goes back farther than you'd think. She couldn't reach it. The music kept playing, the same slow, broken tune. Finally, it wound down on its own, and she closed the door and climbed back under the covers. She said she's had other things happen too. Sometimes the animals will all stare at the same spot in her room, usually the upper corner by the closet. I saw that myself one night. We were sitting on the floor playing a board game. Out of nowhere, the dog, who'd been asleep, sat up stiff and started looking at the corner. The cats followed a second later, both of them wide-eyed, their tails puffed up. They stayed like that for what felt like forever, just watching. I didn't hear or see anything, but it made my stomach twist. One night we decided to try recording the attic. We were both curious and scared at the same time. We figured we'd just leave my phone up there, recording audio, and see if we caught anything. So we set it on an old chair, hit record, and went back downstairs. We hung out in her room, trying to act like we weren't constantly thinking about what might be happening upstairs. After about an hour, we went back up and grabbed the phone. Listening to that recording was one of the most unsettling things I've ever done. At first, it was just the usual sounds, the creaks and groans of an old house settling. We heard a few thumps that we couldn't explain, but nothing too wild. And then, clear as day, we heard someone say her name. A woman's voice. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't soft. It was quick, like someone calling out to get her attention. And it definitely wasn't either of us. We were both downstairs. It wasn't her dad either. His voice is deep and slow, nothing like what we heard. The voice on the recording was sharp, female, and familiar somehow. Like the way your mom calls you when she needs you to come downstairs. That sent chills all over me. We listened to it again and again, trying to think of some way to explain it. Maybe a neighbor? But no, there aren't any houses close enough for that. Maybe someone outside. But we'd have heard it at the time, not just on the recording. After that, we started paying more attention. The sounds in the house became impossible to ignore. We'd be sitting quietly, and we'd hear footsteps upstairs, or sometimes on the stairs themselves. Not the soft creaks of a house shifting, but the clear sound of someone walking. Sometimes slow, sometimes quick. And it wasn't just one or two steps. It would go on, like someone pacing or moving from one room to another. We'd get up and check, and of course there'd be no one there. Sometimes we'd hear things moving, scraping sounds, the soft thump of something falling over. But when we'd go to look, everything would be in its place. We started to feel like we were losing it. The dog would bark at nothing. The cats would stare at spots on the ceiling or in corners. More than once I saw the fur on their backs stand up as they hissed at empty air. We tried recording again, several times. Mostly audio, since that first one had been so clear. We caught more strange noises, what sounded like coughing, sneezing, even breathing. Sometimes the breathing would get louder, like whoever it was had come right up to the phone. But we never caught anything on video, not really. We tried once, leaving the camera running in the attic for a couple hours. When we watched it back, we saw the chair we'd set the phone on move a few inches across the floor. Just a slow scrape, but we didn't see what moved it. The worst part is, after all that, we never really figured anything out. There was no big reveal, no explanation that made sense of everything. We didn't find any hidden spaces where someone could have been hiding. There weren't any signs of animals living in the attic. No loose windows that could have caused drafts or weird noises. The house is just old, and maybe that's all it is. Old houses make noises. Things shift. Floors creak. Maybe the wind can sound like a voice if it hits the right crack in the wall. Maybe the pets were just picking up on vibrations we couldn't feel. But I'll tell you this. Every time I leave her house at night, I walk a little faster to my car. I keep the doors locked. And even though I still want to record more, still want to catch something that explains it all, there's a part of me that's scared of what I'll find. Because what if it's not the house? What if it's something else entirely? Something we can't see or stop or understand? I don't know. I really don't. All I know is that her house still makes the hair on my arms stand up every time I step inside. And no matter how curious I am, I don't think I'll ever feel comfortable there. I never really thought too much about the history of the building when I first moved into the dorms. It was just another step in moving to the city, another thing to check off the list of starting college life in New York. The dorm building was old, sure, but most buildings in that part of the city were. The kind of place with those ancient radiators that hiss and clank through the night, pipes that groan in the walls, and windows that rattle just enough during a windy evening to keep you aware of how thin the glass really is. You hear things in the city. You expect it. The traffic, the sirens, the arguments echoing off buildings, the strange noises that come from no one knows where. It's all part of the background. I thought I had gotten used to it. The dorms weren't always dorms, though. That's something people liked to bring up when they first arrived. Everyone seemed to have their own version of what the building used to be. A hotel, an apartment building, a brothel way back in the day. In a place like New York, a single building can have a dozen identities over the decades. No one really knows for sure, but what's clear is that this building had seen a lot of people come and go, and not all of them were in a hurry to leave. That's where the weird part comes in. See, mixed in with us students were some leftover tenants. People who lived in the building before it became dorms and somehow managed to stay. Rent control maybe, or maybe the school just didn't want to bother fighting to get them out. Either way, they were still there, living in their tiny apartments right alongside us. Most of them kept to themselves. Old folks who had probably seen too much of the city to care about what a bunch of noisy college kids were doing. But there were a few that stood out. People talked about them in hushed voices in the elevators or in the shared laundry rooms. Like Paul. Paul was a name everyone knew. You didn't even have to see him to know about him. You could hear him. Late at night mostly, sometimes in the early morning. His voice would drift through the thin walls, the floorboards, sometimes from down the hall, talking to himself, or yelling, screaming things that didn't make sense, like arguments with invisible people, or just ranting into the void. Sometimes it was just a low mutter, like a conversation you couldn't quite make out. But other times it was loud enough to make you sit up in bed and wonder if you should call someone. But who do you call for that? Everyone just accepted it. Paul was part of the building. Another sound in the night. My room was small, 8 by 10 feet, if that. A single bed pushed up against the wall, a tiny desk shoved into the corner, and my own little bathroom. That was the only thing that made it bearable. My own bathroom. No shared stalls or showers down the hall like in other dorms. Just a door at the end of the room that led to a tiny bathroom with cracked tiles and a sink that took forever to drain. It wasn't much, but it was mine. That night started like any other. I stayed up too late scrolling through my phone, trying to unwind after a long day. The hum of the city outside was steady, the way it always was. Cars passing by, distant sirens, someone arguing a block over. I didn't pay attention to it anymore. It was like a lullaby, in a weird way. I finally let the tiredness take over and set my phone down, turning onto my side and pulling the thin blanket over myself. It wasn't cold, but there was something comforting about having it there. Sleep didn't come easy, though. I kept shifting, trying to find that sweet spot where everything lines up just right and you drift off without realizing it. But I couldn't get comfortable. My mind was racing, running through everything I had to do the next day, things I had forgotten, things I didn't want to think about. I remember staring at the glow of the streetlights coming through the edge of my blinds, watching the patterns they made on the ceiling. I must have fallen asleep at some point, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like I was hovering in that strange place between awake and dreaming, where everything feels too real. That's when the dreams started. The kind of dreams that don't feel like dreams. I wasn't anywhere strange. I wasn't flying or falling or back in high school or any of the usual dream stuff. I was in my room. Exactly my room. The same cracked tiles in the bathroom, the same marks on the walls, the same rumpled blanket pulled up to my chin. But something was off. I felt it before I saw anything. A weight in the air, like the room was holding its breath. I saw a flash of light through the window, just a car passing by probably, but in the dream it felt bigger, brighter. I turned in my bed, trying to shake the feeling, but it stuck to me. Then I felt it. A presence. That's the only way I can describe it. Like someone was standing over me. I couldn't see him, Not at first, but I could feel him. A huge, hulking figure, standing just above me, leaning in close. I could hear his breath. Slow, deep breaths that filled my ears, so loud they drowned out everything else. I tried to move, to sit up, to do something, but my body wouldn't listen. I was trapped between sleep and wakefulness, stuck in that nightmare where you can't scream, can't run, can't fight. I tossed and turned, trying to break free, and for a second I thought I did. I dreamed another flash, this time of the figure leaving my room, just walking out the front door like he belonged there. The door that I had locked, I knew I had locked, clicking shut behind him. But it didn't end there. In the dream, or whatever it was, I saw him again, coming back in, not through the front door this time, through the bathroom door. The door that led to my tiny bathroom that had no other exit. That's when the fear really hit. Because that wasn't just scary. That was impossible. I knew it was impossible, but my mind was convinced. He had left, and now he was back, somehow, and I couldn't do anything about it. I jolted awake. Really awake this time. My heart was racing, my skin cold with sweat. The room was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you realize how loud your own breathing is. I lay there for a second, trying to convince myself it was just a dream, just my brain playing tricks on me. But then I heard it, a sound that froze me in place. The slow, drawn-out creak of my bathroom door. In the real world, not in the dream. In my room, right there. I couldn't move at first. I just stared at the door as it inched open, the creak louder than it had any right to be. The door swung open just enough for the dark of the bathroom to spill into the room. Nothing came out. Nothing was there. But that didn't make it better. It made it worse. Because if nothing was there, what had opened it? I don't know how long I lay there, staring at that open door, waiting for something to happen. A minute, 5, 10. Eventually, my body started to unfreeze. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and sat there, trying to calm my breathing, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe the building shifted. Maybe the hinges were loose. Maybe anything but what my mind was racing to. I stood up and crossed the room, my legs shaking with every step, and pushed the bathroom door all the way open. I flicked on the light. Empty. Just my tiny, cracked tile bathroom looking back at me. That should have been comforting. It wasn't. I felt like if I stayed in that room a second longer, I'd go insane. I grabbed my jacket, slipped on my shoes, and got out. The hallway was empty, silent except for the usual distant sounds of the city filtering in through the windows at the end of the hall. I didn't wait for the elevator. I took the stairs, 2 at a time, not stopping until I hit the street. The night air hit me like a wave, cold and sharp, but I welcomed it. I kept walking, not even thinking about where I was going, just needing to move, to get away from that room. I ended up at an all-night diner a few blocks away. The kind of place that never really closes, where the coffee is burnt and the eggs are always a little overcooked. But it felt like the safest place in the world right then. I sat in a booth by the window, ordered a coffee, and just sat there, watching the city go by. Cabs, delivery trucks, a few other people who, like me, had found themselves out in the city at an hour when most sane people were asleep. I stayed there until the sky started to lighten, until the fear started to ebb, replaced by exhaustion. I walked back to the dorm as the city woke up, the noise building with the dawn. My room was just as I left it, the bathroom door still ajar. The sun streamed in through the blinds, making the place feel smaller, but less threatening. I closed the bathroom door, locked the front door again, and sat on the edge of my bed. I didn't sleep. Not that morning. I never figured out what happened that night. Maybe it was just the building settling. Maybe I didn't latch the bathroom door all the way. Maybe the dream messed with my head so much that I imagined the sound. But after that, I started leaving the bathroom door open on purpose. And I kept a chair jammed under the front doorknob, just in case. I never wanted to feel that way again. The city kept going. So did I. But I never forgot that night. Stupid old dorms. Senior year of high school was supposed to be the time when everything felt easy, or at least that's what I kept telling myself. I had worked hard, I'd done summer school to get ahead, and now my afternoons were supposed to be my own. My routine had fallen into this rhythm that felt safe, simple, predictable. Every day after school, I'd drop my friend off at her house before heading home. It was always in the middle of the afternoon, the sun still high, and everything around me so normal that I never thought twice about it. My parents weren't home when I got there, usually still at work, so I'd have the house to myself for a few hours. It felt like freedom. That day started off just like any other. I can remember it so clearly, the feel of the warm steering wheel under my hands, the sound of the radio humming low, just background noise as I drove. I can remember how the sky looked, that kind of pale blue that only happens in late summer. The air had that dry, baked smell it always got after hours of sun beating down on the pavement. I dropped my friend off at her place like usual. We didn't even talk much. She was already gathering her stuff before we even turned onto her street, and when she hopped out, she just waved and called out a quick thanks. I remember watching her go up the walkway, the door swinging open as she disappeared inside, and then I turned back to the road and started towards home. It was just like every other day, until it wasn't. The light at the intersection just outside her neighborhood turned red, so I eased up on the gas and rolled to a stop. I remember resting my hand on the gear shift, drumming my fingers, staring at the light, waiting for it to change. That's when I felt it, this prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. You know that feeling, the one that makes your skin crawl even though you don't really know why yet. I tried to ignore it at first, but it was too strong. My eyes flicked over to the car next to me. It was an older model, maybe late 90s or early 2000s, white or maybe silver. It was hard to tell with the sun reflecting off the hood. The driver was a man wearing dark sunglasses, leaning slightly toward his window, looking straight at me. At first, I didn't think much of it. People glance at each other at lights all the time. It's awkward, but it happens. I didn't want to seem rude, so I gave him a polite smile, the kind you give strangers, and nodded. I thought that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. When the light turned green and we started moving, I noticed him looking over at me again. I tried not to look back, focusing on the road ahead, but I could see him in my peripheral vision, keeping pace with my car. A few blocks down, he signaled to me, motioning for me to pull over. His hand came up, palm out, and then he gestured toward the side of the road. The friendly smile I'd given him at the light vanished from my face. My stomach dropped. It was like all the blood drained from my head at once, leaving me lightheaded, my heart suddenly pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Every instinct I had was screaming that something wasn't right. I shook my head, a small, quick shake, not even looking at him now, just staring straight ahead, willing the next light to stay green, willing the road to open up so I could just drive, just get away. But he didn't stop. He stayed right next to me, glancing over, gesturing again, sometimes speeding up, sometimes falling back, but always staying close. I tried to think, tried to remember if I'd done something to get his attention. Had I cut him off accidentally? Was something wrong with my car? But no, my car was fine. I hadn't done anything. This wasn't about driving. This was about me. I kept going, hoping he'd get bored or give up, or realize I wasn't interested. But he didn't. Every turn I took, he took too. When I slowed down, he slowed down. When I sped up, he sped up. I felt trapped, boxed in, like no matter what I did, he was going to stay there watching, waiting. When I finally turned into my neighborhood, I felt this momentary flicker of relief. It was familiar, safe, my streets, my home. But that relief was gone almost immediately, replaced by a cold rush of fear as I realized what I'd just done. If I went home, if I pulled into my driveway, I'd be showing him exactly where I lived. He'd know where I slept, where I came home to every day, and he'd already know I got out of school early, that I was usually alone. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let him know. My house, my sanctuary, suddenly felt like it was the most vulnerable place I could go. I kept driving, past my street, past the familiar mailboxes and parked cars, past the corner where I usually turned. I didn't have a plan, not really. I just knew I couldn't stop, couldn't go home. I started weaving through the neighborhood, turning randomly, trying to lose him. I turned right, then left, then right again, looping around cul-de-sacs, doubling back on myself. Every time I checked the rearview mirror, he was still there, still following, his car hanging back just enough to let me know he was there, to keep me from forgetting for even a second. My hands were slippery on the steering wheel, slick with sweat. My mouth felt dry, and my heart was beating so hard it was making me feel sick. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, drowning out everything else. The sun was still bright, the afternoon still calm, but to me it felt like the world had tilted, like everything was off somehow. I couldn't believe this was happening. Couldn't believe that what started as such a normal day had turned into this. I kept going, kept turning, kept hoping he'd give up. The neighborhood was a maze of winding streets and dead ends. and I hoped he'd get frustrated or confused. After what felt like forever, though it was probably only 5 or maybe 10 minutes, I noticed his car was farther back than before. He wasn't staying as close, wasn't matching every turn. I glanced in the mirror again and saw him slow at an intersection, pause like he was deciding whether to keep going. My heart leapt into my throat as he finally turned the other way, disappearing down a side street. I kept driving, too afraid to stop, too afraid to believe it was really over. I made another loop through the neighborhood just to be sure, checking every mirror, scanning every parked car, every driveway. Finally, when I was sure he was gone, when I hadn't seen his car for a while, I pulled over on a side street and just sat there, hands trembling on the steering wheel, trying to catch my breath. My body felt drained, like I'd just run a marathon, every muscle tight and aching from how hard I'd been gripping the wheel, how tense I'd been. The reality of what could have happened hit me all at once. The what-ifs crashing down on me. What if I'd pulled over when he asked? What if I'd gone home and he'd followed me there? What if I hadn't noticed him until it was too late? After sitting there for a few minutes, I finally worked up the nerve to drive home. My street looked the same as always, quiet, peaceful, the same cars parked in the same driveways, the same curtains in the windows. But it felt different to me now, like the safety I'd always taken for granted had cracked a little. I parked, locked the doors as soon as I was out of the car, and hurried inside. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows, then sat in the living room, heart still racing, staring at nothing. I didn't tell my parents about it right away. I wasn't sure what to say, or maybe I didn't want to worry them. It felt surreal, like maybe I was overreacting, like maybe it wasn't as serious as it felt in the moment. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized just how bad it could have been, how close I might have come to something I wouldn't have been able to get out of. I started being more careful after that, watching who was around when I left school, checking my mirrors more, being more aware of my surroundings. That one afternoon changed the way I saw the world, made me realize that danger didn't always come with warnings or happen in dark alleys at night. Sometimes it came on bright, sunny afternoons, when you least expected it. I never saw that man again. But for a long time afterward, whenever I stopped at a light and someone looked over at me, I felt my stomach clench, felt that cold rush of fear, remembering the way it felt to be watched, followed, hunted. And even now, years later, that feeling hasn't completely gone away. I think about how easily it could have ended differently, how small choices, smiling at a stranger, turning down a street, can change everything in a heartbeat. And I'm thankful every day that I trusted that sick feeling in my gut, that I kept driving, that I didn't let him know where I lived. Because sometimes, that's all that keeps you safe. The night my grandmother died is burned into my memory in ways I can't explain, even though I was so young at the time that much of the world around me barely made sense. I can't tell you my exact age. I only know I was small, probably 5 or 6, too small to really grasp what death meant, too small to carry the weight that seemed to fall on the house like a heavy blanket. That day started like any other I can remember from those years, simple and filled with the kind of distractions that keep a kid's mind busy. TV shows, toy cars, drawing random things on scraps of paper. But that normalcy cracked apart when the phone rang. It wasn't unusual for the phone to ring. It rang all the time. But that time was different because of the way my mother froze in place as soon as she answered it. I watched her face change, watched all the color drain away as if the phone itself was sucking the life out of her. Her mouth hung open a little as she listened. Then came the sound of a man's voice screaming through the receiver. I couldn't hear the words clearly, but the sound of it, pure panic, pure heartbreak, echoed around the room. I could see my brother standing near me, eyes wide, and I could feel my own heart beating faster, even though I didn't know why. Our mother didn't say anything for a few seconds, maybe longer, and then she started crying, a sound I'd rarely heard before. That set us off. My brother and I didn't know what had happened, but it felt like the world was crumbling, and so we cried too. It was like being caught in a storm that we couldn't see but could feel in our bones. The grown-ups around us tried to comfort us, but their own grief spilled over. The man on the phone, I would find out later he was my grandmother's husband, not my real grandfather, kept sobbing, kept shouting things I couldn't make sense of. The hours after that are a blur in my memory, flashes of people coming and going, of whispered words and tissues being handed around, of the cold feeling that settled over everything. I knew my grandmother was gone, but I didn't understand what that really meant. I only knew that I wouldn't see her again, and that thought left an empty space inside me that no one could fill. That night, after things had calmed down a little and people had stopped coming by the house, I ended up in my mother's bedroom. I must have looked as sad as I felt, because she told me I could stay there if I wanted. Her voice was soft, tired, and full of a sadness that made me want to be near her, so I climbed up onto the bed next to her. The room was quiet except for the occasional creak of the house settling or the sound of the wind outside. A small lamp cast a soft, dim light over the room, making shadows stretch across the walls in ways that made the place feel strange and unfamiliar. As the night wore on, the room seemed to get colder. Not just the kind of cold you feel when a window's been left open or when the heat isn't working right. It was the kind of cold that sinks into your skin, that makes you feel like something isn't right. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, but it didn't help. I ended up climbing closer to my mother, lying on the bed next to her, staring at the wall because looking at anything else felt too hard. I don't know how long I lay there, but at some point something happened that I can't explain even now. The wall I'd been staring at, plain and white with little cracks near the ceiling, seemed to shift. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, that maybe I was so tired I was starting to see things. But the shapes became clearer. It was like watching an old film, the kind with scratches and flickers, being projected onto the wall. I saw the outline of a man, wearing red and white striped pajamas, walking across the wall in slow, deliberate steps. His image was blurry, out of focus, but I could still tell what he was wearing. He moved like someone who knew where he was going. Then, as suddenly as he'd appeared, he sat down in a chair that wasn't really there, and the image faded away. I felt my mother shift next to me. Neither of us said anything, not right then, but I knew she had seen it too because of the way she stared at the spot where the figure had been. The room felt colder than ever, the kind of cold that makes your teeth hurt and your breath come out in little clouds. I couldn't move. My body felt heavy, like the bed itself was holding me down. Every part of me was stiff with fear, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of my chest. We lay there for what felt like forever before the room seemed to warm up again, before the night settled back into the quiet that had been there before. A few days went by, and I tried not to think about what we'd seen. I tried to tell myself I'd imagined it, that my mind had been playing tricks on me because I was sad and tired and confused. But that sense of cold fear stayed with me, waiting for the right moment to creep back in. It found that moment one evening when I was home alone. I don't remember why I was alone, just that I was. I was lying on the couch in the living room, trying to focus on the TV, but nothing on the screen could hold my attention. The house was too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're being watched even when you know you're not. From where I lay, I could see down the hallway to my parents' bedroom. I didn't want to look down there, but I couldn't help myself. It felt like something was making me look, like my head was being turned against my will. The hallway seemed darker than it should have been, the shadows thicker. And then I saw him. He stood at the end of the hallway, as clear as day. A man wearing an old-fashioned suit, the kind I'd only seen in black and white photos. A fedora sat on his head, and he held a cane in front of him with both hands. He didn't move, didn't make a sound. He just stood there, staring at me. His face was blurry, like I couldn't quite bring it into focus no matter how hard I tried. But I could see his mouth, a black slit that slowly grew wider, stretching across his face until it seemed to swallow his head. And then the end of the hallway went black, as if a curtain of darkness had been pulled down over it. I couldn't move. The same cold, paralyzing fear I'd felt that night in my mother's room came back stronger than ever. My body was frozen, my limbs heavy and useless. My heart raced, my breathing shallow and fast. I don't remember what happened after that. The next thing I knew, I was in my bed, as if I'd been carried there, or as if I'd somehow managed to get up and walk without knowing it. The house was quiet again, the night calm, but I lay there wide awake, too scared to close my eyes. In the days that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. I tried to tell myself it had been a dream, that none of it had been real. But the memory of that fear, of that cold, heavy stillness, stayed with me. It felt too real to have been just a dream. And the house itself seemed different after that, like it was holding its breath, waiting. I started avoiding certain parts of it, refusing to look down the hallway at night, keeping the lights on longer than I should have. Even during the day, when the sun was shining and the house should have felt safe, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that I wasn't alone. Eventually we moved away from that house, and I thought the fear would go with it. But it didn't. Even now, all these years later, I can't drive past that old house without feeling a chill run down my spine. I avoid that street whenever I can, taking longer routes just so I don't have to see it. And when I do catch a glimpse of it, the memories come flooding back. The man on the wall, the figure at the end of the hall, the black mouth that seemed to swallow everything. I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me, or if grief and fear had twisted what I saw into something it wasn't. All I know is that I've never felt fear like that since, and I hope I never do again. Over time, I've learned to live with it, to push those memories to the back of my mind. But they're always there waiting, just like the cold that settled into that house all those years ago. And sometimes on quiet nights when the house I live in now creaks and groans, I feel that old fear creeping back in, reminding me of the things I saw, or thought I saw, when I was just a kid who didn't understand the weight of loss. I don't have answers. I don't know what was real and what wasn't, but I know what I felt, and that's something I'll never forget. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, I had this routine that made me feel important. My older brother was in high school, and every afternoon, I would ride my bike to the corner one street over from our house to meet his bus. It made me feel grown up, like I had a job to do. My brother would let me hop on the handlebars, and we'd ride home together. He'd take the long way sometimes, going fast, and I'd laugh with the wind in my face, holding on tight so I wouldn't fall off. It was something I looked forward to every day. It was like our little thing, something that made me feel closer to him. I remember this one particular day, like it was burned into my brain. It was a warm afternoon, not too hot, but with that dry sort of breeze that carried the smell of dust and warm asphalt. The sky was clear, the sun bright but not blinding, and everything felt normal. But before I left, my dad told me not to go that day. He didn't explain why, just said to stay at home. Maybe he had a bad feeling. I don't know. But being a kid, I didn't listen. I thought I knew better, thought I could handle myself like I always did. So, as soon as I saw my chance, I grabbed my bike and pedaled off down the street. The ride to the corner wasn't far, just a few minutes, but I remember feeling a little uneasy, like something was off. I brushed it off at the time, figuring I was just worried about my dad finding out I'd disobeyed him. When I got to the corner, I leaned my bike against the metal pole of the street sign and waited. This corner was busy. It was where our little neighborhood met the main road, a road that always had cars and trucks flying by, the noise constant. The gas station on the corner always had people coming and going, filling up, buying snacks or smokes. I stood there, watching the traffic, waiting for the bus to come around the bend. That's when I heard it before I saw it. The low rumble that seemed to shake the ground a little, the kind of sound you feel in your chest. A group of beakies, maybe 6 or 8 of them, came riding past. They were riding side by side, their bikes loud, their leather jackets shining in the sun, patches and symbols on their backs that I didn't understand at the time. I watched them pass, the noise of their engines drowning out everything else. They didn't look at me, didn't slow down, just kept going down the main road. My heart was beating a little faster, but I wasn't scared. Not yet. A few cars went by after them, and then I saw 2 more beakies coming down the road. They weren't with the big group, or maybe they'd fallen behind. I don't know, but these 2 were side by side too, riding slower than the big pack had. And for some reason, when I saw them, I froze. I couldn't take my eyes off them. As they got closer, I felt this strange, heavy feeling in my chest, like I knew something was wrong. They passed me, and I kept staring at them, my eyes locked on theirs. That's when one of them turned his head, said something to the other, and pointed back at me. I saw it clear as day. He pointed right at me. In that instant, I knew. I just knew they were going to come after me. My stomach dropped, and my legs felt weak. I glanced around, heart pounding, trying to think. They were on the left side of the road, and I was on the right, so they couldn't just swerve over. They had to slow down, wait for a chance to turn. I saw them start to slow down, and panic set in. There was the gas station right there. I could have run in. I could have gone inside where there were people, where I'd be safe. But I didn't. Instead, I jumped on my bike and did the dumbest thing I could have done. I aimed right for the middle of the street and started pedaling as fast as I could. My legs burned, my heart raced, and the wind roared in my ears. The world blurred around me, everything just streaks of color and noise. I couldn't hear the cars anymore, couldn't see the houses or the trees. All I could think about was getting home, getting to where it was safe. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see how close they were. I just kept pushing, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my hands gripping the handlebars so tight my knuckles hurt. My bike rattled beneath me, the tires humming against the road. Then everything went black. I don't remember falling. I don't remember the bike tipping or me hitting the ground. 1 second I was flying down the street, and the next there was nothing. When I came to, the first thing I noticed was the smell. This strong, sharp smell of fish. My eyes fluttered open, and I saw a woman standing over me. She had a rag in her hand, and I could see bits of fish on it. Her hands were wet, like she'd been cleaning them when she saw me. She'd been on her porch, cleaning fish, and now she was standing there, looking down at me with this calm, steady expression. I tried to sit up, but my body wouldn't listen. My legs felt like jelly, my arms weak and shaky. I turned my head and looked back down the road. That's when I saw them. The 2 beakies had just turned onto the street. They were coming towards us, slow and steady, like they weren't in any rush. I couldn't move. I couldn't even think straight. I just lay there, frozen, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. The woman saw them too. She didn't say anything, didn't call for help. She just stepped in front of me, standing there with her wet hands and her fish rag, blocking me from their view. She didn't move, didn't flinch. Just stood her ground like she belonged there, like she wasn't afraid. The beakies kept coming, their engines rumbling low. They got about halfway down the street, and then they stopped. Just stopped and stared at her. The 3 of them stayed like that for what felt like forever, nobody moving, nobody saying a word. And then, without a signal or anything, the beakies turned their bikes around and rode off the way they came. I didn't make a sound. I didn't even breathe, I think, until they were gone. My body started to shake then, all the fear that had built up spilling out at once. The woman knelt down, checked me over, and helped me sit up. My head felt light, and my vision swam, but I was okay. No broken bones, just a few scrapes on my hands, and knees where I must have hit the pavement when I fell. She didn't ask me any questions. She just helped me to her porch, sat me down on a wooden chair that smelled of fish and soap, and went inside for a glass of water. I sipped it slowly, trying to calm down, trying to stop my hands from shaking. She kept me at her house for a while, maybe half an hour, maybe more. I lost track of time. The world felt strange, like everything was a little off, like I was watching it from far away. I kept thinking about how close they'd been, how sure I was that they were going to get me. I don't know what they planned to do. Maybe nothing. Maybe they just wanted to scare me. Or maybe it was worse than that. I don't like to think about it too much. When she figured it was safe, the woman led me home. We didn't go down the main street. Instead, she took me through a back lane that ran behind the houses, hidden from the road. My bike had been left in the street where I fell, but she promised me she'd have someone bring it to my house later. I walked beside her, my legs still wobbly, my head spinning. We didn't talk. We didn't need to. She got me home, made sure I was inside safe, and then she left just like that. My parents never really knew the full story. I told them I'd fallen off my bike, and a nice lady helped me. I didn't want to get in trouble for disobeying my dad, and I didn't want to think about what might have happened if that woman hadn't been there. My bike showed up later that evening, leaning against the fence like nothing had happened. My dad fixed the chain where it had come loose in the fall, and life went on. But after that day, I never went to meet my brother's bus again. Not by myself. I found other ways to feel important, other ways to spend time with him. And even now, all these years later, I get this tight feeling in my chest when I see a group of beakies riding together. That rumble of their engines, the way they ride side by side, it all brings it back. That day, that feeling of helplessness, that smell of fish and soap, the woman's calm eyes as she stood between me and whatever those men had planned. It stayed with me, like a shadow that never quite goes away. I was about 16 at the time, and I still had this habit that I picked up as a little kid, sleeping with the covers pulled up over my head, leaving just a small hole near my mouth so I could breathe. It sounds stupid saying it out loud, but back then it gave me this strange sense of safety. I guess, growing up, my bedroom always made me feel uneasy at night. The dark corners, the shadows that seemed to move when I stared too long, and the creaks of the house settling always set my imagination running. And somehow, being under the covers made it feel like nothing could get me. Like as long as I was hidden, Nothing out there could see me. It was just a normal night, or at least it started that way. I remember being tired, my eyes burning a little from staying up too late on my phone, scrolling through whatever social media or dumb videos I was into at the time. I finally put the phone down, plugged it in on the nightstand, and rolled onto my side. I remember pulling the blanket up over my head like I always did, finding that little hole to breathe through and feeling that familiar warmth. It was quiet in the house, the kind of quiet where you can hear the faint ticking of a clock in another room if you focus on it. The sort of quiet that makes you aware of every little sound your body makes, your heartbeat, your breathing, the rustle of the blankets when you move. I must have fallen asleep pretty fast, because the next thing I remember was waking up in the middle of the night. At first, I didn't know what had woken me. I just opened my eyes under the blanket, confused and groggy. The room was dark, except for that tiny sliver of light that always came from the hallway. My parents kept a small nightlight plugged in out there. I could see it faintly through the edge of my blanket, casting a soft glow that barely reached into my room. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps coming down the hallway. My heart didn't jump right away, or anything, because it wasn't unusual. My dad always got up at least once or twice during the night, usually around the same time. He'd go to the bathroom, or grab a glass of water from the kitchen. The sound was so familiar that at first I didn't think anything of it. I just lay there, listening to the soft creak of the floorboards with each step. The house was old, and you could hear where someone was walking based on which boards groaned under their feet. But then, the footsteps stopped. And they didn't stop in the bathroom, or at the kitchen, or anywhere else that made sense. They stopped right at my bedroom door. I always kept my door open at night, just something I did for as long as I could remember. It made me feel less boxed in, I guess. So whoever, or whatever, was out there was standing right in my doorway. At that moment, I felt this cold wave rush through me. The kind where you suddenly feel wide awake, like your body knows something isn't right before your mind catches up. I lay there, frozen under the blanket, holding my breath so I could listen better. The footsteps hadn't moved again. No shuffling, no sound of retreating, just nothing. I tried to convince myself it was my dad. Maybe he'd stopped for some reason. Maybe he was checking on me. That didn't make sense, though. He never did that. Not at that hour. Still, I decided to poke my head out, just enough to see. My heart was hammering in my chest as I slowly peeled back the blanket from my face. I blinked into the darkness, my eyes adjusting to the dim light from the hallway nightlight. That's when I whispered, barely loud enough to hear myself, "Dad." But the reply wasn't his voice. It wasn't words at all. What I heard was this soft, long breath, like someone letting out a slow exhale. H-H-H-H-H-H. The kind of sound someone might make if they'd been holding their breath for a long time. There was no mistaking it. I heard it as clear as anything. My stomach dropped, and I yanked the blanket back over my head so fast I nearly pulled it off the bed. I curled up tight, every muscle in my body tensed, and I felt like I might actually wet myself. I couldn't even think straight. I just lay there, listening to my own shaky breathing, trying not to make a sound, hoping whatever was out there would go away. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but it felt like forever. My mind was racing, running through every possibility, trying to make sense of what was happening. I thought maybe it really was my dad. Maybe he was just tired or sleepwalking or something. But that didn't feel right. The breath didn't sound like him. It didn't sound like anyone I knew. It just sounded wrong, in this way I couldn't explain. I wanted to look again, to see if the person was gone, but I couldn't make myself move. I just kept picturing someone standing there, watching me. I didn't want to see that. Finally, after what felt like 6 hours, but was probably more like 15 minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. My arms were shaking from holding the blanket so tight. My heart was still pounding in my chest, but I needed to know if it was still there. Slowly, I eased the blanket back again, just a little, just enough so I could peek out. And there it was, a figure standing in the doorway. I couldn't make out any details, no face, no clothes, nothing like that. Just this pale, white shape, like when you see someone standing in the fog or through frosted glass. It didn't move, didn't say anything, didn't do anything, just stood there. I stared at it, not blinking, not breathing, waiting for it to do something. But it didn't. It just stayed there, and the longer I looked, the more it felt like it was watching me, even though I couldn't see any eyes. I ducked back under the blanket, feeling like a little kid again, wishing I could just disappear. I tried to stay as still as possible, tried not to make a sound. My mind was screaming at me to run, to yell for my parents, to do anything, but my body wouldn't move. I felt trapped, like I was in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The minutes dragged on, each one feeling longer than the last. I kept listening, waiting to hear footsteps, waiting for any sound at all, but there was nothing. Just silence. I don't know how long I stayed under the blanket that time. Maybe another 15 minutes, maybe more. Time felt strange, like it had slowed down or stopped altogether. When I finally got up the nerve to look again, the figure was gone. Just like that. No sound of footsteps, no fading breath, nothing. The doorway was empty, the hallway beyond it just as quiet and still as it had been before. I lay there for the rest of the night, too scared to sleep, too scared to get up and check the house. Every little sound made me jump, the creak of the house, the soft hum of the refrigerator, even the wind brushing against the side of the house. I kept expecting to see the figure again, to hear that breath again, but it never came back. When the first light of morning started to creep into my room, I finally got up. My legs were stiff, my whole body felt sore from lying so tense for so long. I went straight to the kitchen where my parents were having coffee. I asked them if either of them had been at my door during the night. Both of them looked at me like I was crazy. They said they'd slept straight through, didn't get up once. My dad even joked that he must have been extra tired if he hadn't made his usual trip to the bathroom. I didn't tell them what I'd seen, what I'd heard. I just nodded and pretended like it was nothing. For days after, I kept trying to figure out what had happened. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe I was half dreaming. Maybe the light from the hallway hit something just right and made it look like someone was standing there. Maybe I imagined the breath because I was already scared. I tried to tell myself all those things, tried to convince myself it was nothing. And maybe it was. Maybe there was some logical explanation I just couldn't see in the moment. But the feeling I had that night, the cold, sick feeling in my gut, the way every hair on my body stood on end, that felt real. And no matter how much time passes, no matter how much I try to brush it off, I can still remember it like it happened last night. The sound of that breath, the shape in the doorway, the way the minutes felt like hours. It stuck with me. Nothing like that ever happened again. I kept sleeping with the covers over my head, though. Even now, sometimes, I catch myself pulling the blanket up a little higher, leaving that small hole to breathe through, just in case. I grew up in a house that most people would probably look at and call charming. It was this old stone cottage, the kind you'd expect to see on a postcard from the countryside, with ivy creeping up the sides, a slate roof, and a garden that always seemed a little overgrown no matter how much my parents tried to tame it. The house had been standing there since around 1890, or so we were told, and by the time we moved in, it had seen better days. My parents bought it because they loved the character of it, and because it was the kind of place they thought would be perfect to raise kids, solid, full of history, and tucked away at the end of a quiet lane. I was too young at the time to care about any of that. For me, it was just home. But as I got older, that house took on a strange presence in my mind, something that never left me, even now. From the start, we were used to the sounds that came with living in a house that old. Floorboards creaked, pipes groaned, and when the wind picked up, it would whistle down the chimney or rattle the window panes. I think most kids growing up in a place like that would have felt a little spooked sometimes. But for me, it went beyond that. I always had this uneasy feeling, like the house was holding on to its past in ways we couldn't quite see. It wasn't that I believed in ghosts or anything like that. I didn't then, and I don't now, but there were things that happened that I could never quite explain, things that got under my skin and stayed there. One of the biggest changes to the house came in 1995, when my parents decided to renovate it. The house had always felt a bit cramped, especially with the narrow, twisting staircase that led up to the bedrooms. That staircase was one of the quirkiest features of the house. It had its own little door, like something out of a storybook, and behind it were 13 steep, worn wooden steps that creaked and groaned whenever you went up or down. I remember how I used to count them every time I climbed them. 13 steps, always 13. The number stuck with me, probably because it felt a little ominous, even to a kid. When the renovation started, one of the first things to go was that old staircase. The builders took it out, and in its place they put in a new, more modern one in a different part of the house. The new staircase only had 12 steps, wider and less steep, with a banister that didn't feel like it was going to give way if you leaned on it too hard. The space where the old staircase had been was boarded up, turned into part of a closet or something. I can't even remember exactly what ended up there. But the strange thing was, even after it was gone, we kept hearing it. That old staircase that no longer existed. At first, I thought I was imagining it. I'd be lying in bed at night, the house settling around me, and I'd hear the sound of a door creaking open somewhere below, followed by slow, deliberate footsteps. And I counted them. I always counted them. 13. Always 13. And then the sound of the door closing again. I'd try to tell myself it was just the house creaking, or the wind, or some trick of my imagination, but it felt so real. Like someone was still using that staircase, even though it wasn't there anymore. I never said much about it to my parents. They would have brushed it off anyway, said it was nothing, just the house making noise the way old houses do. But those nights stayed with me. I'd lie there under the covers, heart pounding, staring at the ceiling and waiting for the sounds to stop. Sometimes I'd press my pillow over my ears, trying to block it out, but somehow that just made it worse. The house felt alive in those moments, not in a comforting way, but in a way that made me feel small and exposed. It was like I was intruding on something I wasn't meant to hear. One night stands out more than the rest. I must have been about 9 or 10 at the time. I woke up in the middle of the night, the room dark except for a faint glow coming in through the curtains from the street lamp outside. We had bunk beds, my sister and I, and she usually slept on the top bunk. That night, I woke up and something felt off. I don't know what it was that woke me, maybe a sound, maybe just a feeling, but when I looked up at the top bunk, she wasn't there. The blanket was pushed aside, and the bed was empty. For a moment, I just stared at it, confused. I called out for her, quietly at first, then a little louder, but there was no answer. I didn't like the idea of being alone in the room, so I climbed out of bed and went looking for her. The house was quiet, the kind of heavy quiet that feels like it's pressing in on you. I padded down the hall, past the bathroom, and made my way to my parents' room. The door was open a crack, and I pushed it open wider. That's when everything seemed to happen at once. My mom and sister were both sitting up in my mom's bed, wide-eyed, their faces pale in the dim light. They were staring at me, but not just at me, at something in front of me, something I couldn't see. And then they started shouting, telling me not to move, their voices high and panicked. I froze, not knowing what was going on, my heart hammering in my chest. I looked around, trying to see what had them so worked up, but all I saw was the doorway, the familiar shape of the furniture, nothing out of the ordinary. But the look on their faces, I'll never forget that. Pure fear. Later, my mom told me, and she swore it was true, that as I walked into the room, I was about to step right through this figure, this green, ghostly shape that had been standing there. She said it was faint, but definitely there, like a shimmer in the air. I didn't see anything myself, and I still don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe their eyes were playing tricks on them in the half-dark. I don't know. But the fear in their eyes was real, and it scared me more than anything else that night. After that, I started noticing every little sound even more. The house seemed to be full of them. The creak of a floorboard, the rattle of a window in the wind, the groan of a pipe expanding with heat. I tried to tell myself that's all it was, just an old house doing what old houses do. But there were moments when it felt like more than that. Like the house had its own rhythm, its own memories, and we were just living alongside them, trying not to disturb them. Time passed, and I grew up, and we eventually moved out of that house. My parents wanted somewhere newer, somewhere that didn't need constant repairs. And I didn't mind. As much as I had good memories there, playing in the garden, sitting by the fire in winter, birthdays and Christmases, it was a relief to leave that place behind. The strange nights, the sounds of footsteps on stairs that weren't there, the heavy feeling that sometimes settled over me when I was alone in the house. They weren't things I wanted to carry with me. But there's one more thing that sticks with me, something that happened a few years after my gran died. She and I had always been close. We shared little things like a love for certain songs, especially one in particular, The Girl from Ipanema. She had a CD of Astrud Gilberto that we'd listened to together, usually when I stayed over at her house. After she passed, my aunt gave me the CD, knowing how much it meant to me. I kept it tucked away with my other things, a small reminder of her. One day, I found an old bank account book that she had set up for me when I was a kid. I'd forgotten all about it, and when I came across it, I decided to go to the bank and get it sorted out. It was nothing big, just one of those small savings accounts grandparents sometimes set up for their grandkids. But I figured I'd close it out and maybe put it towards something useful. I remember sitting there at the bank, filling out forms, the kind of boring paperwork that makes your mind wander. And while I was doing that, I heard music drifting in from outside. At first, I didn't think anything of it, but then I realized what it was. The busker outside had started playing The Girl from Ipanema. The same version, the same soft, lilting melody I'd heard so many times at my grand's house. It hit me like a punch to the gut, that familiar tune filling the air while I was sitting there, dealing with the last bit of something she'd left for me. I sat there, pen in hand, staring at the paper, and for a moment I felt this strange mix of sadness and comfort. Like somehow, the timing of it all brought her back to me, even just for a second. I don't believe in signs or spirits or anything like that. I think it was just one of those weird coincidences that life throws at you. A reminder of her at a time when I was already thinking about her. But it stuck with me, the same way the house stuck with me. The sounds, the memories, the moments that don't quite add up but don't go away either. I've thought about that house a lot over the years. The 13 steps we kept hearing after they were gone. The night in my parents' room when fear filled the air so thick I could feel it. The little things that made the place what it was. And as much as I don't believe in anything beyond what we can see and touch, I know that houses can hold onto the past in ways we don't always understand. Maybe it's just the creaks and groans of old wood settling, or the way our minds fill in the blanks when we're lying awake at night, listening to the dark. Or maybe it's something more. Not ghosts, not spirits, but the weight of all the years, all the lives that passed through, leaving little marks behind. I don't have all the answers. I don't need them. But every now and then, late at night when the house I live in now creaks or shifts in the wind, I remember those nights from my childhood. The 13 steps. The door that opened and closed. The feeling of standing on the edge of something I couldn't see. And I remind myself that sometimes the scariest things are the ones we can't explain, the ones that stay with us long after the sounds have faded. I grew up in Idaho, and my family always loved the outdoors. From as far back as I can remember, our summers were filled with camping trips, fishing at quiet lakes, hiking through endless forests, and sitting around campfires late into the night. My parents weren't the type to book campsites at popular parks or stay close to other campers. They preferred to find those tucked-away spots, places you had to drive down dirt roads or even hike into for a bit before setting up camp. That love for wild, remote places rubbed off on me, and by the time I was 16, I felt as comfortable out in the woods as I did at home, maybe even more so. This particular trip was one I still remember in vivid detail. It was late summer, probably mid-August, when the nights started getting a bit cooler, but the days were still warm. We'd driven out to a lake that my dad had heard about from a coworker. It wasn't on any of the maps you'd pick up at a ranger station, just a small lake hidden in the hills with no official name. The kind of place where you wouldn't see another person for days. The road was rough, and we had to park the truck about half a mile from the spot we finally chose to pitch our tents. The lake sat in a little valley, ringed by pine trees, with one side open to a meadow. It was beautiful. The water was so still it looked like glass, and at night, the stars reflected in it like a second sky. We set up camp near the edge of the trees, close enough to get some shelter from the wind, but with a good view of the lake. My dad and I had strung up a tarp between a couple of trees for shade, and we had 2 tents, one for my parents and one for me and my younger brother. The first couple of days passed like most of our trips. We fished, hiked around the lake, cooked over the fire, and just enjoyed being away from everything. I remember the peace of it, the smell of pine needles warming in the sun, the sound of the water lapping at the shore, the way the breeze would ripple through the meadow grasses. It was one of those trips where you felt like you could stay out there forever. But there was one thing that set this trip apart from the others. We knew from the start that we weren't the only ones out there. Not people, but wolves. The first night, just as we were turning in, we heard them. A chorus of howls rising from somewhere beyond the far side of the lake. It started as one, then another joined in, and soon it sounded like a whole pack, their voices echoing through the valley. I'd heard wolves before, but never that close. There was something about it that sent a chill down my spine, even as I tried to tell myself it was just part of nature. My dad assured us they wouldn't bother us as long as we kept our food secured and didn't give them a reason to come sniffing around. Still, hearing those howls in the dark made it hard to fall asleep. On the third night, the air had that crisp, cool edge that comes right before dawn, but it was still deep in the night. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, and the camp was silent except for the occasional crack of a cooling log or the soft sigh of the breeze through the trees. I'd been asleep, but I woke up with that tight feeling in my bladder that told me there was no getting around it. I had to get up and go. I lay there for a few minutes, trying to will it away, hoping I could fall back asleep. But the longer I lay there, the worse it got. Finally, I gave up. I quietly unzipped the tent, trying not to wake my brother, and stepped out into the night. The ground was cold under my bare feet, and I shivered a little, pulling my sweatshirt tighter around me. The sky above was clear, and the stars were so bright it felt like you could reach up and touch them. The moon was about half full, casting just enough light to see by, but I grabbed my flashlight anyway. I didn't want to trip over a root or step on something sharp. I walked a little way from the tent, just far enough to feel like I had some privacy. The woods were quiet, but not silent. I could hear the faint sound of the lake water, the soft creak of tree branches, the occasional night insect. I tried to focus on those familiar sounds, but after a moment I felt it, that prickling at the back of my neck, the strange sense that I wasn't alone. At first, I tried to brush it off. It's easy to spook yourself out in the dark, especially in the middle of nowhere. But the feeling only got stronger. My skin crawled, and every instinct I had was screaming that something was watching me. I froze, heart pounding, and slowly raised my flashlight. I didn't want to shine it right away. I was almost afraid of what I might see, but I knew I couldn't just stand there. I clicked it on and swept the beam in front of me slowly, trying to control my breathing. And that's when I saw them. About 15 yards away, at the edge of the trees where the meadow began, were 6 pairs of eyes, shining gold in the beam of my light, unmoving, just staring back at me. The bodies they belonged to were hidden in shadow, but I didn't need to see them to know what they were. Wolves. For what felt like forever, I just stood there, light fixed on those eyes, not daring to move. My mind raced, trying to remember everything I knew about wolves. Don't run. Don't turn your back. Don't show fear. But how could I not be afraid? My legs felt like jelly, my mouth was dry, and my heart was beating so loud I was sure they could hear it. Slowly, I swept the light back, hoping maybe I'd imagined it. But when the beam passed back over where they had been, they were gone. Just like that. No sound, no movement, I could see nothing. Just empty meadow and trees. I stood there for a few moments longer, trying to make sense of it, but all I could think was how close they'd been, and how easily they'd disappeared. I realized then that it was a good thing I was already peeing, because if I hadn't been, I'm sure I would have wet myself right then and there. My hands were shaking as I turned off the flashlight and started backing toward the tent. I didn't want to turn my back, but I also didn't want to keep the light on and give away my position any more than I already had. I made it back into the tent, zipped it up, and lay down on my sleeping bag, heart still racing. I stared at the roof of the tent, listening for any sound, any hint that the wolves were still out there. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still watching, maybe circling the camp, maybe waiting for some sign of weakness. I kept picturing those eyes, how they seemed to glow in the light, how still and silent they'd been. Sleep didn't come easy after that. Every time I started to drift off, I'd snap awake at some noise. A branch falling, the breeze stirring the tarp, the distant call of an owl. My imagination turned every sound into something worse. I kept thinking about how wolves hunt in packs, how they can be so quiet, so patient. I imagined them creeping closer, just out of sight, waiting for the right moment. But as the hours passed, nothing happened. The camp stayed quiet. No howls, no growls, no sign that they were anywhere near. When the first light of dawn finally started to creep over the hills, I felt a flood of relief. The gray light of morning made everything feel less threatening, less mysterious. I could hear birds starting to sing, and the chill of the night began to lift. I got up as soon as it was light enough to see clearly, stepping out of the tent and scanning the area. The meadow was empty. The trees stood silent. There were no tracks that I could see from where I stood, no sign that anything had been there. But I knew what I'd seen. The rest of the family started to stir, and soon the camp was filled with the usual sounds of breakfast being made, gear being packed, and plans being discussed. I didn't mention what had happened right away. Part of me felt like maybe it was better to keep it to myself, like saying it out loud would make it too real. But as we sat by the fire drinking coffee, I kept glancing out at the trees, half expecting to see those eyes again. I think my dad noticed how quiet I was because he asked if I was feeling okay. That's when I told him, in a low voice, about the eyes in the night. He listened without interrupting, just nodding slowly. When I was done, he looked out across the meadow and then back at me. He didn't seem surprised or alarmed, just thoughtful. He said that wolves are curious by nature, and maybe they were just checking us out, seeing what we were about. As long as they didn't see us as a threat or as food, they'd leave us be. He was probably right, but that didn't stop me from feeling jumpy the next night, or from scanning the dark edges of the camp every time I stepped out of the tent. We stayed one more night before packing up and heading home. That last night, I didn't have to get up at all. I lay awake for a long time, listening, watching, waiting. But the wolves, if they were out there, kept their distance. Maybe they'd satisfied their curiosity. Maybe they'd moved on. Either way, I never saw those eyes again. But even now, years later, whenever I'm out camping and I step away from the tent in the dark, I can't help but remember that night. The cold air, the silence, and those 6 pairs of golden eyes watching me from the shadows. I've lived in the same house, in the same room, for as long as I can remember. It's the only place I've ever called home, and I know every corner, every creak of the floorboards, and every shadow cast by the streetlight outside my window. I'm 19 now, a Catholic, a biology major, someone who's supposed to think logically and scientifically about the world. But despite all my efforts to rationalize, to break things down into facts and science, there are things about my house, about my life in this house, that I can't quite explain. And I'm not talking about stories I've read or things I've seen in movies. These are things that I've lived, things that have stayed with me, shaping the way I see the world. From the time I was a baby, strange things happened. Of course, I don't remember the earliest parts myself, but my parents have told me enough times that it feels like I do. They say I would cry in my crib, like any normal baby. But before they could get to me, before they even reached my room, I'd go completely silent. Not just quiet. I'd be smiling calm, as if whatever had upset me had been soothed away by something or someone else. My mom said she'd find me staring at one corner of the room, my eyes wide and focused, my little face lit up with a kind of joy that didn't quite match the moment. She didn't think much of it at the time, probably figured it was just baby stuff. Maybe I saw the light hitting the wall, or maybe I was just easily distracted. But when you add up everything that came after, it starts to seem different. By the time I was 2, just starting to speak in full sentences, I apparently told my mom something that she never forgot. She was tucking me in one night when I looked at her and said, "Don't worry, the man in the rocking chair keeps me safe." She said her blood ran cold. There was a rocking chair in my room, an old wooden one that had belonged to my grandfather. He used to sit in that chair every day until he died of a heart attack, right in this house. That chair stayed in my room after he passed. Not because anyone thought I needed a reminder of him, but because it was just another piece of furniture to my parents. They didn't think much about it until I said that. As I got older, other little things started happening. Things I noticed, things my family noticed. My dad would mow the lawn and come inside looking shaken, like something had spooked him. At first, he didn't talk about it, but over time he admitted that when he was out there, especially near the back of the yard where the trees are thickest, he felt like he wasn't alone. Like someone was following him, staying just out of sight. I remember watching him from my bedroom window sometimes, seeing him stop and glance over his shoulder, or spin around like he'd heard something. He always tried to laugh it off when I asked, but I could tell it got to him. Even now, after all these years, I'll still see him startle a little, like the feeling never really left. I had my own moments, too. When I was 7, I had this Godzilla toy. It wasn't anything fancy, just plastic, with a button on its chest that made it roar and twist its body. I kept it on my dresser, across the room from my bed. One night I couldn't sleep. I was just lying there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house settle in the quiet. And then, out of nowhere, the Godzilla toy roared. Loud. The mechanical whir of its body turning was unmistakable. It was upright on the dresser, not tipped over or anything, and I hadn't touched it. No one had. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't move for the rest of the night. Just stayed there, wide awake, waiting for the sun to come up. I tried to tell myself the battery was dying, or maybe there was some short in the wiring, but I knew that toy hadn't made a sound in months before that night. And after that, it never made another one. I never played with it again. My dad, around that same time, started mentioning seeing a woman in a red dress. He said it would happen late at night, when he was getting ready for bed. He'd catch sight of her at the end of the hallway, just standing there, or walking slowly toward his room. He'd rub his eyes, shake his head, but she'd be gone when he looked again. He never made a big deal about it. He isn't the kind of man who likes to admit he's scared of anything. But the way he talked about it, I could tell it unsettled him. We didn't have any red dresses in the house. My mom didn't own one. Neither did my sister. And then there was the night about a month ago. It was late, around 2 in the morning. I'd just gotten home from work. The house was dark, quiet. Everyone was asleep. I came in through the back door, locked it behind me, and started up the stairs. The stairs in our house are steep, old, the kind that creak no matter how lightly you step. I was tired, just focused on getting to bed, when I saw something. A figure coming down the stairs toward me. My first thought was that it was my sister. Maybe she'd heard me come in and was coming down for some reason. So I stepped aside, turned slightly to give her room to pass. I even said something, just a quiet hey, not really expecting an answer. But when the figure reached me, it wasn't my sister. It wasn't anyone. It just wasn't there anymore. It felt like it had been, like I could almost feel the air move as it passed. But there was nothing. I stood there in the dark for a long time after that, trying to figure out what had just happened, trying to convince myself I was overtired, that my eyes played tricks on me. But I know what I saw, or what I thought I saw. I didn't even want to go up to my room after that. I felt exposed, like whatever it was might still be watching. Since that night, I found myself thinking back over all these moments. The man in the rocking chair, the toy going off in the dead of night, my dad's stories about the woman in the red dress, and that strange feeling he gets in the yard, the figure on the stairs. When you put them all together, it paints a picture that's hard to ignore. But here's the thing. The more I've thought about it, the more I've tried to make sense of it without jumping to ghosts or spirits. I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I think about the age of this house, about how many people have lived and died in it over the decades. I think about how human minds are wired to look for patterns, to see faces and shadows, to give meaning to noises in the night. I think about how sleep deprivation, stress, and even something as simple as the way the moonlight hits the wall can play tricks on us. That night on the stairs, for example, I was exhausted. My shift had been long and stressful, and I hadn't eaten much all day. The house was dark, and I was already keyed up from walking into an empty house that late. It wouldn't take much for my mind to fill in the blanks when I saw a shape in the shadows. Maybe I saw my own reflection in the window at the landing. Maybe I imagined the movement out of the corner of my eye. The Godzilla toy could have been a faulty battery, a stuck button that finally released, even a vibration from a truck passing on the street that shifted it just enough. The human brain is good at turning coincidence into a story. My dad's woman in the red dress? Maybe just light and shadow playing tricks at the end of a long day, or a fleeting reflection in the glass of a picture frame. Even the feeling of being watched, of not being alone. It's something I think a lot of people feel in old houses, especially ones with creaky floors and settling walls. Houses make noise. They shift, they groan. And when you live in a place long enough, every little sound becomes part of the background. But sometimes, when you're tired, or when your mind is already on edge, those sounds can feel like something more. I don't have proof of any of this. I can't say for sure that there's nothing here beyond what we can see and touch. But I also can't say for sure that there is. What I do know is that this house is home. It always has been, and for all the strange moments, it's where I feel most myself. Maybe it's haunted by memories, by the weight of all the years and all the lives lived within its walls. Maybe it's just an old house with creaky floors and drafty windows. Either way, I've stopped trying to look for answers that may not exist. I focus on what's real, the people I love, the life I'm building, the things I can touch and see and know for sure. The rest of it, I let it be. If there's anything here with me, it's been with me my whole life. And whatever it is, it's part of this house, part of my story. I don't need to understand it completely to live with it. This happened just last night, and I haven't really been able to stop thinking about it since. I keep replaying it over and over in my head, trying to figure out how everything happened the way it did. I live on the first floor, and my bedroom window is about 10 feet up from the ground outside. It's not right at ground level like a basement window or something. It's high enough that I always figured no one could easily reach it without making a lot of noise or using something to climb. That's why I never worried much about keeping it open at night. I like the fresh air, especially since it gets a little stuffy in my room when the door is closed, and the sound of the wind helps me sleep. I had gone to bed around midnight. I wasn't really tired when I first lay down, but I've always had this habit of scrolling on my phone until my eyelids get heavy. That night was no different. I remember I was looking at random videos, not really paying attention, just letting my mind slow down until I felt drowsy enough to set the phone down on my nightstand. At some point, I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember, I was half asleep, in that weird foggy state where you're not sure if you're dreaming or awake. And then out of nowhere, I felt it. Someone hit me in the back. It wasn't a hard punch like you'd expect in a fight, but it wasn't light either. It was enough that I could feel my body jerk forward just a little from the force of it. My first reaction was pure confusion. For a second, I thought maybe I'd dreamed it, or maybe I'd somehow hit the wall or headboard in my sleep. But no, I wasn't near the wall, and my bed isn't right against anything that could have caused that feeling. It felt like an open hand, or maybe the flat side of something, like a book or a board. The weirdest part was how real it felt, not like a dream at all. I spun around, fully awake now, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I stared into the darkness of my room, my eyes trying to adjust, searching for anything that could explain what just happened. I sat up, running my hand over the spot on my back where I'd been hit, half expecting to feel something. Maybe an insect, or a dropped object from the windowsill, or who knows what. But there was nothing there. Just my own skin, my shirt, and the pounding of my heart. I sat there for a few seconds, trying to calm myself down, telling myself it was probably my mind playing tricks on me. I was half asleep after all. People imagine things in that state. But then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The window was closed. That might not seem strange at first, but I always leave it open when I go to bed, especially at this time of year when the nights are warm. I would never have closed it myself before going to sleep. It's something I'm very consistent about. I stared at the window for a long moment, my brain trying to piece things together. Had I gotten up and closed it without remembering? I've never sleepwalked in my life, but I considered it for a second. Maybe I'd gotten up, closed it, and gone back to bed without fully waking up. That idea didn't sit right, though. I was too certain that I'd left it open. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. My mind kept circling back to the hit on my back and the closed window. The two things felt connected somehow, though I didn't know how. I hesitated, but eventually I decided to get up and open the window again. Maybe I was just overreacting. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the unease creeping over me. I stayed kneeling on my bed, since the window was right next to it, and unlocked the latch. As I slid the window open, the cool night air rushed in, carrying with it the usual sounds. The faint hum of distant traffic, the chirp of insects, the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. I let out a slow breath, trying to calm my nerves. I leaned closer to the window, resting my arms on the sill, looking out into the darkness. My room overlooks my neighbor's yard, and beyond that is a small patch of trees and a fence. At first, everything seemed normal, but then I saw him. At the far edge of my neighbor's yard, partly hidden in shadow, stood a man. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, completely still. My heart skipped a beat. Even in the low light, I could tell he was facing straight ahead, but his head was turned so he was looking directly at me. The sight of him froze me in place. My mind raced to make sense of it. Who the hell was this guy? And what was he doing out there in the middle of the night? I stared at him, my eyes straining to make out details in the dark. He wasn't close enough for me to see his face clearly, but I could see the outline of his head, the shape of his shoulders, and what looked like a long wooden plank in his hand. He wasn't holding it like a weapon exactly, more like someone might hold a walking stick or a piece of lumber they'd just picked up. But the way he stood there, not moving, not saying anything, just watching, that's what scared me the most. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, just watching him, waiting for him to do something. My mind kept flipping through possibilities. Maybe it was just a neighbor I didn't recognize, someone out late for some reason. But the longer I stared, the less that made sense. What neighbor stands motionless in someone else's yard, staring at their window in the middle of the night. I finally forced myself to move. I slid off the bed, trying to get a better look. I stepped toward the window again, but when I looked back out, he was gone. Just like that. No sound, no movement. Just gone. I scanned the yard, the trees, the fence line. Nothing. My heart raced even faster now, my palms sweaty, my mouth dry. I couldn't believe how fast he'd disappeared. I stood there for a long time, longer than I can really account for. My mind kept going back to the hit on my back, the closed window, and the man outside. I started thinking about how the window had been closed. If he'd somehow reached up and shut it from the outside, that meant he'd been close enough to touch it, close enough to touch me. The thought made my skin crawl. But how could he have reached it? 10 feet up. It didn't add up. Eventually, I closed the window myself, this time locking it tight. I pulled the curtains shut too, even though I knew it wouldn't really stop anyone if they wanted to get in. I sat on the edge of my bed, listening, every little sound making me jump. I kept thinking I'd hear footsteps, or the sound of someone trying to get in. But the night stayed quiet, just the usual background noises of the neighborhood. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there, my back against the wall, staring at the window, listening. Every so often, I'd get up and peek out through a gap in the curtains, but I never saw him again. When the sky finally started to lighten with dawn, I felt this huge wave of relief. Somehow the daylight made everything feel less immediate, less threatening. But even now, thinking back on it, I can't explain any of it. In the morning, I went outside to check under my window. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe footprints, maybe scuff marks where someone had tried to climb up. But there was nothing, just the grass undisturbed. The ground wasn't soft enough to hold clear prints, but still, I thought I'd see something. I even looked around my neighbor's yard, as much as I could without trespassing. No sign of him. No sign of anything out of the ordinary. All day today, I've been turning it over in my mind, trying to piece it together. The only thing I can think is maybe he had something with him. Maybe that plank was part of it. Maybe he used it somehow to reach the window. But even that doesn't really make sense. I would have heard it. My window isn't quiet when it moves. And if he'd done that, why close the window? Why hit me and then leave? I keep going back to that moment when I saw him standing there. That image won't leave me. The way he stood so still, the way his head was turned, looking right at me. I don't know what he wanted, or why he was there, or how he disappeared so fast. But I know what I saw. And I know I'll be locking that window from now on, no matter how warm it gets at night. When I was about 14 or 15, I spent most weekends at my dad's place out in Magnolia, Texas. My parents had divorced a few years before, and because of school and how far apart they lived, those weekends were about all I got to see him. The drive down there was always long and boring, a few hours of highways and flat lands. The kind where you see the same kind of trees, same signs, same gas stations, and nothing changes for miles. His house sat kind of isolated on a decent stretch of property, with thick woods around the back and sides, and a long gravel driveway leading up to the front. The house itself was simple, one-story, with a big front porch that wrapped around to one side, the kind of place that felt a little too quiet, especially at night. It was one of those weekends where I arrived in the late afternoon. The sun was low, casting that orange-yellow light that made everything look a little more alive than it really was. My stepmom was the first to greet me at the door. She seemed a little on edge, though she tried to hide it under a smile. It was as I was putting my stuff down in the living room that she started telling me about something that had been happening lately. I wasn't asking, she just started talking, probably to get it off her chest. She told me about how my dad had been seeing some woman out near the edge of the porch light when he'd go out for a smoke at night. According to her, it happened more than once. My dad would be out there, about halfway through a cigarette, and he'd spot her, this figure in white, floating or maybe just standing real still near where the light from the porch stopped and the dark of the yard began. Each time he saw her, he'd finish up quick and get back inside. She told me the last time it happened, the woman had moved toward him way faster than seemed right, like she glided or ran without any sound. That time he'd come inside pale as a sheet, looking spooked in a way she said she'd never seen him before. The way she described it wasn't over the top, but it got under my skin. I've never liked ghost stories much. I know some people get a thrill from them, but I was the kind of kid who always lay awake after hearing that kind of thing, staring into the dark, waiting for something to move. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was probably just the dark playing tricks, maybe a stray animal, or Dad's imagination after too many late nights. But she didn't stop there. She told me about other weird stuff too, phantom headlights coming up the driveway, like cars pulling in, but when they'd look, there'd be no car, no tire tracks, nothing. Sometimes they'd hear what sounded like people getting out, footsteps on the porch, but again, nobody there. She said it didn't happen every night, but often enough that she'd gotten used to checking and finding nothing. That night, around 9 or so, I was in the living room playing a game on my phone. I wasn't thinking about what she'd said anymore, at least not until I saw the first set of phantom lights. They came up the driveway just like she described. 2 bright beams cutting through the dark, shining on the gravel, moving slow like a car pulling in. I sat there waiting for the engine sound, for the crunch of tires, but I didn't hear anything. The lights stopped near the house, then faded out like someone killed the headlights. Curious, I got up and peeked through the window, but there was nothing out there. No car, no people, just the yard stretching out into blackness beyond the reach of the porch light. It happened again about 10 minutes later. Same thing. Lights coming up the drive, stopping, then disappearing. Each time I felt this prickling at the back of my neck, like something wasn't right. After the 4th or 5th time, I stopped looking. I didn't want to see it anymore. My dad and stepmom had already gone to bed by then, leaving me alone in the living room. That room had big windows facing the porch, and while there were blinds, they weren't the kind that blocked everything. Gaps between the slats let in enough light, and let you see just enough of the outside to wonder what was out there. I tried to focus on my phone, on the TV, anything but those windows. I have insomnia sometimes, and that night was one of those nights where sleep just didn't come easy. Hours went by like that, me shifting on the couch, trying to get comfortable, trying to stop my mind from running in circles. The feeling started small at first, just that itch of being watched. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination winding me up after hearing those stories. But it grew stronger, and soon I felt like if I looked up, I'd see someone standing right at the window, peering in at me. I kept my eyes down, glued to the screen of my phone, though I wasn't really reading anything, just scrolling mindlessly to distract myself. By around 3 in the morning, the feeling had changed. It wasn't just like something was outside anymore. It felt like whatever it was had come inside. The air felt heavier, like the room was smaller somehow, the walls closer. My skin felt cold and clammy, and I didn't want to move. I just lay there under the blanket, heart thudding, listening for sounds I didn't want to hear. Every creak of the house settling made me flinch. I thought about waking my dad, but I couldn't bring myself to get up. I don't know how long I lay there like that before I finally drifted off, but when sleep came it was uneasy. My dreams were strange, full of half-remembered lines from Beowulf that I'd been reading for school, mixed with shadows and shapes that didn't belong. When I woke up, the first light of morning was filtering through the blinds. The living room looked normal again. No sign that anything had happened. My stepmom was up early, and she came out of her room looking pale and a little shaken. Later, she told me that during the night she'd heard what sounded like a storm in the living room. Glass breaking, people shouting, things hitting the walls, the door to her room rattling in its frame. She said she'd been too scared to come out while it was happening, but when it went quiet, she found me asleep on the couch like nothing had disturbed me. I didn't remember any of it. I'd slept through whatever she heard. That morning, I stepped out onto the porch to get some air, to try to shake off the uneasy feeling that still clung to me. The yard was quiet, the kind of still that makes you feel like the world is holding its breath. That's when I saw them, a flock of crows circling low over the yard, moving in a wide, slow circle, their wings cutting through the air with a soft whoosh. There must have been a couple dozen of them, maybe more. They weren't up high like you'd expect. They were close enough that I could see the glint of their feathers in the early light, the way their eyes seemed to catch mine as they passed overhead. The whole thing lasted maybe a minute or two before they broke formation and flew off toward the trees. My dad came out not long after that, looking tired, and after a while he said he had to go out for something. I could tell he didn't want to stick around. Part of me didn't either. The rest of the weekend passed quietly. Nothing else strange happened, no more lights, no more noises. But that feeling stayed with me, the sense that whatever had been there that night hadn't really gone anywhere. I never saw any ghosts. No figures in white, no faces at the window. Just strange lights, odd sounds, and that heavy, watchful feeling that I couldn't explain. Maybe it was all just tricks of the mind, the power of suggestion after hearing those stories. Maybe the house made more noise at night than I realized, or the crows were just doing what crows do. But even now, thinking back on it, I can still remember that tight feeling in my chest, that cold sweat, the way the night seemed to press in on me like something unseen was waiting just beyond the edge of the light. That weekend taught me something about fear, that sometimes it's not what you see, but what you think might be there that gets you. And sometimes that's more than enough. It was New Year's Eve, and the house was dead quiet. My family had left about an hour ago, bundling up against the cold before heading out to the car, excited about the trip down to see my grandparents. The sound of their voices, the clatter of luggage, the slam of the front door, all of it had faded into silence. I watched from the window as their taillights disappeared into the swirling snow, leaving me alone in the house. The kind of quiet that settles in after people leave isn't peaceful. It's heavy. It fills every corner of the place and makes you notice sounds you'd usually tune out: the creak of the floorboards, the soft hum of the fridge, the groan of the old heater trying to keep up with the Ohio winter. I hadn't wanted to stay behind. God knows I would have given anything to be on that trip. But work had been a bitch about time off. So there I was stuck, trying to make the best of it. I figured if I was going to be alone, I might as well celebrate in my own way. I went to the kitchen, grabbed a bag of slightly stale bagels, and that god-awful spray cheese I shouldn't even be eating. My stomach was already starting to feel uneasy before I'd finished my second messy, processed spray-slathered bagel. But I didn't care. It felt rebellious. Stupid, sure, but rebellious. With my feast of regret in hand, I plopped down on the couch, pulled a blanket over my legs, and fired up Die Hard. Nothing like watching Bruce Willis crawling through air ducts and blowing shit up to make you feel a little better about life. The snowstorm outside was picking up. I could hear the wind hissing against the windows, rattling them every now and then like it wanted to get in. The snow was coming down hard, sticking to the glass, muting the world outside. Every so often, the lights would dim a little, and the heater would shudder, but they kept on going for now. After a while, I started shifting in my seat, feeling the rebellion of my stomach in full force. The grumbles turned into cramps. The spray cheese and bagels were staging a mutiny. I paused the movie just after an explosion that seemed to shake the house, though I knew it was just the sound system. I groaned, pushing myself off the couch, and made for the stairs. That's when the first flicker happened. The lights blinked out for a second, leaving the house in sudden, deep darkness. Then they came back on, flickering weakly. The wind howled outside, making the house feel smaller somehow. I kept moving, figuring it was just the storm messing with the power lines. Happens all the time. As I got to the bathroom, the lights went out again. This time they stayed out. The house settled into that weird quiet you only get during a blackout, like everything holding the place together had paused to take a breath. But I wasn't about to wait for the power to come back. I had business to handle. The bathroom was freezing. Without heat, the cold from outside seemed to seep through the walls, the floor, the damn toilet seat. I sat down, shivering, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the dark. Then, just as suddenly as they'd gone out, the lights blinked back on. I sighed in relief, only for them to die again 3 seconds later, leaving me blinking in the dark. The afterimage of the light burned into my vision. I muttered under my breath, trying to focus on the task at hand, when I heard it, a soft knock on the bathroom door. Just one knock. Light, almost like it could have been the house settling, or maybe the wind rattling something loose. I froze, listening. My heart started to pound, each beat loud in the quiet. The knock came again, this time harder. Then 2 knocks. Clear, deliberate. I felt a wave of cold that had nothing to do with the air temperature. I fumbled for my phone, swiping at the screen until I got the flashlight app open. The beam of light cut through the darkness, shaky from my unsteady hands. I aimed it at the door, my breath caught in my throat. I waited. Nothing moved. The house was silent again, apart from the wind. After what felt like forever, I took a deep breath, reached out, and opened the door just a crack, shining my light into the hallway. Empty. The faint outline of the banister. The shadow of the coat rack. No one there. I closed the door again, telling myself it was the wind. Maybe something fell over somewhere. I sat back down, trying to will myself to relax. But then came the tapping again. Not the same as before. This time, it was faster, like fingers drumming on the door, keeping time with some rhythm that felt familiar. It took me a second to place it. Sound of Truth, by As I Lay Dying. The beat was unmistakable. But how? Why? I felt my blood run cold. My stomach cramped harder, and in the midst of the fear, nature took its course. The splash of cold water from the toilet hit me like a slap, and I leapt up, heart racing, pants half pulled up, looking wildly around the room as if expecting to see something there. But the room was empty. Just me, my breath loud in my ears, and the faint sound of the storm outside. I pulled myself together as best I could. I had to see what was going on. I opened the door wide this time, stepping out, the flashlight beams slicing through the dark. The hallway stretched out in front of me, shadows dancing with each shift of the light. The front door was closed. All the windows I could see were intact, though the snow had piled high against the lower panes. I walked the house, checked the locks, the back door, the garage. Nothing. No footprints on the porch. No signs anyone had been there. I told myself it had to be the storm. The wind knocking something loose, maybe a branch tapping the house. I tried to convince myself of that, even as I felt the fine hairs on my arms and neck standing on end. But what I couldn't explain was how the tapping followed me. Every room I went into, after a few minutes, I'd hear it. A soft tap, then maybe a harder one, then a rhythm. Always faint, always just on the edge of hearing, but always there. I'd shine my light toward the sound. Nothing. I'd stand perfectly still, holding my breath, trying to catch it. It would stop. I'd move again, and it would start up somewhere else. The walls, the windows, the doors. I barely slept that night. I lay on the couch with my coat on, flashlight in hand, the battery slowly dying as the night dragged on. The tapping came and went, seeming to move around the house, as if it was always just one room away. When dawn came, the storm had died down, and the light creeping in through the windows made the house feel normal again. I walked through it, tired, stiff, but determined to find whatever had caused it. I checked everything. The gutters, the siding, the windows. I found a loose shutter on the side of the house, banging softly against the wall in the wind. A broken tree branch leaning, just right to hit the roof. Small things, simple things, that could have made noises in the night when the wind was howling. But none of it explained the tapping following me. None of it explained the rhythm. And none of it explained why, once my family came home, it stopped completely. The house felt normal again, full of voices and warmth. I didn't mention it to anyone. What would I say? That a shutter and a branch scared me out of my wits? That the storm played tricks on my mind? I still think about that night, about how real it felt, how sure I was that something was there, just out of sight. And I wonder if maybe that's all it was, the storm, the dark, and my own mind playing against me. But even now, sometimes, when the wind picks up just right and rattles the windows, I find myself listening, just in case. It was Christmas Eve, and I was about 12 or 13 at the time. I remember it clearly because it was one of those nights that felt different from the start. My parents had gone out to some Christmas party, the kind where they told me they'd be back late, and they left me home alone. I wasn't bothered by it at first. I was used to being by myself sometimes in the evenings. The house felt normal at first, maybe a little quieter than usual because there was no one else moving around, but it was nothing I hadn't felt before. The Christmas tree was up in the living room, and its lights blinked gently in the corner. The glow from the tree filled that part of the house with a soft red and green light, and I remember thinking it made the place feel kind of cozy. I had the TV on, something random playing, and I flipped through a few channels without really watching anything. After a while I turned it off and played some Xbox for a bit, just to kill time. The hours seemed to pass slowly, the way they do when you know you're the only one at home and there's nothing in particular to do but wait. I could hear the wind outside now and then, not too strong, but enough to rattle the branches against the house. I remember getting a bit tired after a while. I turned off the Xbox and made sure all the lights were off except the tree, because it didn't feel right to shut that off on Christmas Eve. I went to my room, brushed my teeth, and got into bed. That was when things started to feel strange. I was lying there, trying to get comfortable, when out of nowhere my heart just started racing. There wasn't any reason for it. I hadn't heard anything, nothing had happened, but I felt this tightness in my chest, like something was wrong. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe I was just tired, or maybe the house felt too quiet, and it was getting to me. I lay there, listening to the sound of my own breathing, trying to calm down. But the feeling wouldn't go away. My heart kept beating fast, and I could feel it in my throat, like each beat was louder than the last. I must have stayed like that for several minutes, just staring up at the ceiling in the dark, trying to will myself to relax. Then, as I was finally starting to drift off, or at least stop thinking about my heartbeat so much, I heard this loud banging at the front door. It wasn't like a knock you'd expect from someone visiting. It was harder than that, like whoever it was wanted to be let in right away. My heart, which I thought couldn't beat any faster, kicked up even more. I sat up in bed and just froze there for a second, trying to decide what to do. The banging stopped as suddenly as it started. I waited, listening, but I didn't hear anything else. No footsteps, no voices. Just silence. After what felt like forever, I finally got up the nerve to get out of bed. My legs felt shaky as I walked down the hall toward the front door. I didn't turn any lights on, not wanting whoever it was to see movement from outside. I peeked out through the little window beside the door. There was nothing there. No one on the porch, no shape in the yard, nothing. The street out front was empty too, just quiet under the glow of the streetlights. I stood there for a while watching, but I didn't see anything. After a bit, I tried to convince myself that maybe I'd imagined it, or maybe it was just some kids messing around. It was Christmas Eve, after all. People did dumb things sometimes. I went back to my room and got into bed again. I pulled the covers up and tried to settle down, telling myself everything was fine. But sleep wouldn't come. My ears felt like they were tuned to every little sound, and the quiet seemed even louder than before. Then, just when I was starting to think I might finally relax, I heard the banging again. This time it was followed by a voice. It was low and muffled, like whoever it was wasn't standing right at the door. Or maybe they were trying to speak without waking the whole neighborhood. I couldn't make out the words, just that it was a man's voice. I felt my stomach twist into a knot. The voice kept talking for a little while, soft and steady, but I couldn't understand it. Then, as if that wasn't enough, I heard a dog growling. A deep, low growl that seemed to come from somewhere near the door. That scared me more than anything, because we didn't have a dog. I knew all the dogs on our street, and none of them sounded like that. I pulled the covers over my head, like that would somehow block out the sound, but I could still hear it, the growling mixed with the voice. I lay there, too scared to move, hoping it would all just stop. And for a few minutes it did. There was nothing but silence again. I started to think maybe whoever it was had gone. Maybe the dog had belonged to them, and they'd walked off. I didn't believe it, but I wanted to. Then I heard a window smash. The sound of glass breaking was loud in the stillness of the house. My whole body tensed up, and I couldn't move. I just stared at the ceiling, my ears straining to pick up whatever would come next. I heard thudding noises, like someone moving around in the living room. The dog was still growling, and the voice was still there, saying something I couldn't understand. I heard what sounded like things being moved, maybe furniture or decorations, I don't know. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what was happening, what I should do, but I couldn't make myself get up or even call for help. I just lay there, frozen. The noises went on for a while, though I couldn't say how long. Time felt strange, like everything was happening both too fast and too slow. Then suddenly the sound stopped. No more thudding, no voice, no growling. Just the quiet of the house again. I didn't dare get up. I didn't even want to look. I just stayed there under my covers, barely breathing, listening for any sign that whoever it was might still be there. I must have stayed like that for what felt like hours. At some point, though I don't remember when, I must have fallen asleep. Maybe my body just couldn't take the fear anymore and shut down. When I woke up, sunlight was coming in through my window. I lay there for a second, confused, before the memory of the night before came rushing back. My heart started pounding again as I thought about what I might find when I got up. I forced myself out of bed, every part of me expecting to see broken glass, furniture knocked over, something missing, something out of place. I walked through the house slowly, checking each room. But there was nothing. The window I thought I'd heard break was intact. Nothing in the living room was disturbed. The front door was locked, just as I'd left it. The Christmas tree lights still blinked softly in the corner, like nothing had happened at all. There was no sign of a dog, no footprints, nothing. Everything was exactly as it should have been. I spent the whole morning checking and rechecking, convinced I must have missed something. But there was nothing to find. When my parents came home later that day, I didn't know how to tell them what had happened. I didn't want them to think I'd imagined it all, but there was no proof that anything had actually happened. I kept thinking about the noises, the voice, the dog, the sound of the window breaking. It had all felt so real, so clear in the moment. But in the light of day, it was like it had been a dream, except I knew I hadn't been asleep when it started. I couldn't explain it, not to myself, not to anyone else. All I knew was that it was one of the most terrifying nights of my life, and to this day I still don't understand what really happened that Christmas Eve. I was 8 years old and lying in my bed in the middle of the night. The room felt colder than usual, though it was summer. I remember lying on my side at first, facing the wall, the soft light of the moon coming in through the crack in the curtains. I could see its glow on the edge of the wall where it met the ceiling, and I focused on it, trying to let it calm me down. The house was silent at first, that deep middle of the night kind of silence, when even the usual creaks of the house settling seemed to stop for a while. My bed sheets felt rough that night, like I was aware of every thread pressing against my skin, and my pillow seemed too hard, no matter how I tried to adjust it. I turned onto my back, hoping it would be more comfortable. As soon as I did, that's when I noticed it. In the dark, my eyes slowly adjusted, and I started to make out shapes in the room. At first, I thought it was my imagination. The dresser against the wall, the clothes hanging off the chair in the corner, the toys scattered on the floor. These were all familiar shapes. But as I stared, I began to see faces. Faces in the dark, faces I didn't know. They were everywhere. It was like they had always been there, and I was just now noticing. Above the dresser, between the shelves, near the closet door. Some were faint, blending into the shadows, but others were clearer. I could make out eyes, noses, mouths. All of them staring at me. None of them moved, none of them blinked. Just silent faces watching. There was one face I couldn't stop looking at. It was near the door, maybe leaning against the wall, or just floating there in the dark. What stood out about it was that it had these shiny, round glasses on thick, dark motorcycle glasses. My dad was a biker, and I'd seen those glasses on the table, or on his face plenty of times. But here they were on this shape that wasn't my dad. The way the moonlight hit the lenses made them gleam just enough for me to see them clearly. That face felt the closest. I could almost feel its eyes behind those dark lenses, locked onto me, waiting. I froze. I didn't dare move. I didn't even want to breathe too loudly. My heart was racing, so loud in my ears that I was sure they could hear it. I thought if I moved, if I let them know I was awake, they'd come for me. So I did the only thing that made sense in my 8-year-old mind. I kept my eyes half closed, like I was asleep. I stayed as still as I could, my hands gripping the edge of the blanket just under my chin. The blanket felt thin, useless. I wished I could pull it over my head, but I didn't dare. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. It felt like forever. Every second I was sure one of those faces would get closer, that I'd hear the floor creak, feel the air shift as they moved. But nothing happened. They just kept staring. My room felt smaller, like the walls were closing in. I could feel the weight of their eyes on me, pressing down, making it harder to breathe. My mouth felt dry, and my tongue felt too big in my mouth. I wanted to cry, but I held it in, afraid that even the smallest sob would bring them to life. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it. Music. Faint, like it was coming from the living room. A slow, soft tune. I couldn't make out the song, but it wasn't anything we listened to. It sounded like it was from an old radio, crackly and far away, but still clear enough that I knew it was real. For a moment, it almost helped. The music felt normal, like a sign that maybe everything was fine. But then the fear came rushing back. Who was playing the music? Why now? Everyone was supposed to be asleep. The faces didn't go away. They stayed, as if the music didn't matter to them at all. I thought about calling out for my mom or dad, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. What if the faces didn't like that? What if that was the thing that would make them move? So I stayed quiet, my ears strained to hear more. The music kept playing, soft and steady, and I imagined someone standing in the dark living room, just beyond the door, listening to it with me. I stared at that crack in the door, where the face with the glasses was, waiting for something to happen. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Time didn't feel real anymore. My legs ached from staying so still. My neck felt stiff. My eyes burned from trying not to blink too much. And then, finally, I heard footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps coming down the hall. I stared at the door, heart pounding harder than ever. The face with the glasses was still there. I could see it, just beyond the crack. I held my breath, sure that whoever was walking down the hall would open the door, and I'd see who or what had been watching me. But then I saw her. My mom. She walked right past my door, her nightgown brushing against the floor. She looked normal, like always, moving through the dark as if nothing was wrong. Relief washed over me so fast it almost made me dizzy. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I started yelling for her, my voice cracking, loud and desperate. She stopped, turned around, and came back to my door. She pushed it open and flipped on the light. In an instant, the faces were gone. The room was just my room again. The dresser, the chair, the toys, nothing strange about them. No faces in the shadows, no eyes watching me. My mom looked around, confused, asking what was wrong. I couldn't explain it right then. My words came out in a rush, half sobs, half sentences. I told her about the faces, about the music. She listened, her face calm but serious. She said nobody was playing music. The house was quiet. I wanted to believe her, but I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. That night stayed with me. I didn't sleep much after she left the room. The light stayed on, and I lay there, staring at the ceiling, too scared to close my eyes. Every noise made me jump, the house settling, the wind outside, even my own breathing. When the morning finally came, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. After that, I couldn't stand the dark. I couldn't stand my room at night. The shadows felt alive, and every shape became something watching me. So I did the only thing that helped. I took every stuffed animal I owned, bears, dogs, rabbits, whatever I had, and I piled them around my bed. I built a wall of them, as high and as thick as I could. I made sure there were no gaps, no spaces where I could see out. At night, when it was time to sleep, I'd crawl into that space like it was a fort, pull my blanket over me, and let the wall block out the room. I did that every night for 2 years. My parents didn't question it after a while. They probably thought it was just a phase, something harmless. But for me, it wasn't just for fun. That wall was the only thing that made me feel safe. Behind it, I could pretend the faces weren't there, that the shadows were just shadows. Even when I had to leave my room, when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night or got a drink of water, I'd keep my eyes down, not looking into dark corners or down the hall. I didn't want to risk seeing them again. Over time, the fear started to fade. I don't know when exactly. Maybe I just got used to the dark again, or maybe I convinced myself it had all been my imagination. I stopped hearing the music. I stopped seeing faces. The stuffed animals stayed, but the wall got smaller and smaller until one night I didn't build it at all. And nothing happened. The room stayed quiet. The shadows stayed empty. Looking back, I think I know what happened. The faces, the music, the fear, it was probably my mind playing tricks on me. I was 8, tired, maybe half dreaming. The shapes in the room were just familiar things in strange light. The music might have been from a car passing by, or maybe I imagined it all together. The mind is good at filling in blanks, especially when it's scared. I don't know for sure, but I do know that for those 2 years, the fear was real. And even now, sometimes when the house is quiet and the night feels a little too dark, I think about that night, and I feel that same chill, just for a second, before I remind myself that it's just shadows, just silence. When I was about 13, my parents finally decided I was old enough to stay home alone when they went out for the evening. I remember feeling a mix of excitement and nerves when they told me. It was like I was finally being trusted with something important, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the small knot of worry in my stomach. Our house wasn't anything special, just a normal 2-story home in a quiet neighborhood where nothing much ever happened. But that night, something about it felt different right from the start. It was a Friday night, I think, because I remember I didn't have to worry about school the next day. My parents had gone out to a dinner party or something like that, and my sister, who was older than me by a couple of years, had gone out with her friends. I was alone in the house, and for the first hour or so, it was actually kind of fun. I had the TV to myself. I made myself a massive bowl of cereal, and I didn't have anyone telling me to turn the volume down or to stop flicking through the channels. I even laughed at myself at one point, thinking how grown-up I felt just sitting there, in charge of the whole house. After a while, though, the fun started to fade a bit. The house felt too quiet, and every little creak or groan from the walls seemed louder than normal. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the house settling or whatever, but I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder every now and then. It's funny how a place that feels so familiar during the day can seem completely different at night when you're alone. It was getting late, probably around 11, when I decided to call it a night. I went upstairs, brushing my teeth in the bathroom, listening to the sound of the faucet running, trying to focus on normal, everyday things. I left my bedroom door open a crack so the light from the landing would spill in, just enough so the room wouldn't be pitch black. I got into bed, pulled the covers up, and lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the faint hum of the fridge downstairs or the ticking of the clock on my wall. I must have been lying there for maybe 5 minutes, my eyes starting to feel heavy, when I heard something. At first, I thought I imagined it. A soft noise, like the creak of a floorboard. I held my breath, straining to hear. Then it came again, clearer this time. It was coming from downstairs, near the bottom of the staircase. My first thought was that my sister had come home and was trying to be quiet so she wouldn't wake me. That made sense. I let out the breath I'd been holding and tried to relax, but something didn't sit right. The sound had been too deliberate, like whoever it was wasn't just walking normally, but moving slowly. Too slowly. I stayed as still as I could, my ears tuned to every sound. Then I heard it again. A step. A single, careful step on the stairs. Then nothing for a few seconds. Then another step. Whoever it was, they were moving up the stairs slowly, like they were trying not to be heard. But I could hear them. My heart started pounding in my chest. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe it was my sister. Maybe she was trying to play a prank on me. But no, she wouldn't do that. Not like this. Or maybe my parents came home early. But why would they sneak up the stairs like that? The steps kept coming, one at a time, measured and slow. They reached the top of the stairs, and I could hear whoever it was stepping onto the landing. I was frozen in place, lying rigid under my covers, listening so hard that my head started to ache. I wanted to call out, to say something, but my throat felt dry, and I was too scared of what might answer back. The house was completely silent except for the soft sound of breathing, not mine. It was coming from the landing. A quiet, steady breathing, just beyond my open door. And then I heard it. A voice. A low whisper, almost gentle, but it made my blood run cold. Knock, knock, knock. That's all it said. Just those words, drawn out slowly, like whoever it was standing right there, inches from my door, leaning in to say it. I didn't even think. I shot out of bed, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. I grabbed the door and slammed it shut with all the force I had, turning the lock with shaking fingers. Then I backed away, pressed my back against the wall, and just stood there listening, too scared to move, too scared to even breathe loud enough to be heard. I felt the tears welling up, not from crying exactly, but just from the sheer terror of it. I stood there for what felt like forever, my ears straining for any sound. I didn't hear anything else. No more footsteps, no more voice. Just silence. And somehow that was worse. Eventually, I slid down the wall, sitting on the floor with my knees drawn up to my chest. I stayed like that for what must have been 15, maybe 20 minutes. I kept telling myself that I had to do something, that I couldn't just sit there all night, but I couldn't make myself move. The fear was like a weight pressing down on me. Every time I thought about opening the door, my mind flashed to the image of someone standing right there on the other side, waiting. When I finally heard the sound of the front door opening downstairs, my heart leapt. I heard my parents' voices, laughing about something, and I almost sobbed with relief. I opened my door and ran down the stairs, blurting out everything that had happened. My parents tried to calm me down, telling me it must have been my imagination or maybe the house making noises, but I could see the look they gave each other. They were worried, even if they didn't want to show it. My sister, when she came home a little later, said it had been her, that she'd come in and decided to play a joke on me. I wanted to be angry at her, but mostly I was just relieved. It explained everything. It made sense. I tried to laugh it off, even though part of me still didn't feel right about it. There was something about the voice, about the way those steps had sounded, that didn't feel like her. But I let it go. I wanted to let it go. It wasn't until about a week later that my sister pulled me aside when no one else was around. She looked serious, almost guilty, and she told me the truth. Mom had made her say it was her, to stop me from being scared. But it hadn't been her. She hadn't been home until much later that night. The blood drained from my face when she said that. All the fear I thought I'd gotten over came rushing back in an instant. I could see it in her eyes that she wasn't joking. She was telling the truth. After that, I didn't want to stay in that house alone again. I didn't even like being upstairs by myself, even during the day. Every time I walked past the stairs or lay in bed at night, I'd think about those slow, careful steps. I'd hear that whisper in my head, soft and chilling. Knock, knock, knock. It haunted me. I started double-checking that all the doors and windows were locked, even if I knew they already were. I couldn't help it. I kept imagining someone out there, someone who'd come into our house once and could come back. I was so relieved when we moved. The day we left that house, I felt like I could finally breathe again. The new house wasn't anything special either, but it felt like a fresh start, a clean slate. I don't know what happened that night. Maybe it was some stranger who got in somehow and left before my parents came home. Maybe it was someone who picked our house at random. I'll never know for sure. But even now, all these years later, I still think about it sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, listening to the quiet of the house. And I still feel that same cold knot of fear in my stomach, remembering the sound of those steps and that awful whisper at my door. It was a small, quiet apartment complex, or at least that's what I thought when I first moved in. Nothing special, just your typical two-story buildings lined up in rows, with a few trees scattered between them and a pool that nobody seemed to use. The rent was affordable, and that was enough for me at the time. I worked late shifts, so I usually didn't see much of my neighbors, and honestly, I liked it that way. I wasn't looking to make friends. I just wanted a place to come back to, where I could lock the door behind me and not think about anything else. The first time I heard the knocking, it was a little after midnight. I had gotten home maybe an hour before, made myself some food, and was sitting on the couch in my small living room, watching something on TV. I wasn't really paying attention to the show. I was half asleep, the kind of tired where your eyes burn and your body feels heavy, but you don't quite want to go to bed yet. That's when I heard it, just this soft, quick knock on the window behind me. At first, I thought I imagined it. I muted the TV, sat still, and listened. Nothing. I almost convinced myself that maybe it was the wind or maybe a branch brushing up against the glass. But then it happened again. 3 quick taps. Not loud, but clear. Deliberate. My heart started pounding in my chest. I didn't want to turn around at first. I just sat there, frozen, listening, trying to figure out what I was hearing. My living room window looked out onto a small strip of grass, and then the sidewalk that ran along the side of the building. There was no reason for anyone to be standing out there at this hour. I finally turned my head slowly and looked at the window. The blinds were shut, but they were the cheap kind, the ones that bend easily, and I could see a faint outline through them. Someone was standing right there, just on the other side of the glass. The figure didn't move. They didn't say anything. Just standing there, close enough that I could see the shape of their head and shoulders. I felt this cold, sick feeling in my stomach. I didn't know what to do. For a second, I just sat there, breathing shallowly, like if I stayed still enough, they wouldn't know I was there. But obviously they knew. They knocked, didn't they? I stood up slowly and walked toward the kitchen. I didn't want to go right up to the window. I felt like if I got too close, whoever it was might try something. My hands were shaking as I opened the kitchen drawer and grabbed the biggest knife I had. It wasn't anything fancy, just one of those standard kitchen knives, but it felt better than having nothing. I held it tight, my palms sweaty around the handle. I stood there in the kitchen listening. No more knocking. No more movement. After a minute or two, I got the courage to peek through the corner of the blinds. The figure was gone. Just the empty sidewalk and the grass, nothing out of place. I stood there for a long time, just watching, waiting to see if they'd come back. But they didn't. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound had me wide awake, listening, heart racing. I kept the knife on the nightstand, just in case. I even propped a chair under the door handle like I'd seen people do in movies. I felt stupid doing it, but it made me feel a little better. The next morning, I debated whether I should say something to management. Part of me thought maybe it was just some drunk guy who got lost. Maybe someone visiting a friend in the complex and knocked on the wrong window. But it felt wrong. It didn't feel like an accident. It felt like whoever it was, they were checking to see who was inside, or maybe just trying to mess with me. I didn't end up saying anything. I went about my day like normal, went to work, came back home. But that night, and the nights after, I was on edge. Every time I heard something outside, someone walking by, a car door closing. I'd stop whatever I was doing and listen. I kept the blinds closed, kept the doors locked, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. About a week later, I was talking to one of my neighbors. She lived in the unit, right next to mine. I didn't know her well, just the kind of neighbor you nod at in passing. She seemed rattled. She said she woke up in the middle of the night and thought she saw someone standing in the doorway to her bedroom, just standing there, watching her. She didn't give me a lot of details, and I could tell she didn't want to talk about it too much. Honestly, it sounded like a nightmare. That's what I told myself, anyway. People have those moments where they wake up and think they see something in the dark. I tried to brush it off, but it stuck with me. The knocking, the figure outside my window, and now this. Not long after that, management sent out a notice. Someone had reported a man walking around the complex at night, knocking on windows. They changed the gate codes and said they were hiring security to patrol after dark. It helped a little to know they were taking it seriously, but I still felt uneasy. I didn't like the idea of someone lurking around, looking into people's homes. It made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't felt before. I decided I needed to do something, at least to feel like I had some control. I went out and bought a baseball bat and a can of pepper spray. The bat I kept by the front door, leaning against the wall. The pepper spray I kept in my pocket whenever I went outside at night. I started double-checking the locks on the doors and windows before I went to bed. I even wedged a piece of wood into the track of the sliding door so it couldn't be forced open. The nights that followed were quiet. I didn't hear any more knocking, no strange noises outside. The security guards they hired were easy to spot, walking around with their flashlights, making their rounds. I started to relax a little, though I still kept the bat by the door and the pepper spray within reach. I figured whoever it was had probably moved on. Maybe they got scared off by the new security, or maybe they realized the complex wasn't worth the risk. Life went back to normal, more or less. I kept up my routine, work, home, the occasional grocery trip or errand. I still felt a little jumpy at night, but it got easier. I'd still wake up sometimes at the smallest sound, but there was never anything there. I never saw the figure again. No more reports from neighbors about strange things happening. No more knocks on the window. After a while, I started to feel like maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe it was just a one-time thing. Maybe the guy was just some weirdo passing through. But I never let my guard down completely. I still kept the bat and the spray, and I still made sure everything was locked up tight every night. A few months later, I moved out. It wasn't because of what happened, at least not entirely. My lease was up, and I found a place closer to work. But I can't lie, part of me was glad to leave that apartment behind. I never wanted to look out my window at night and wonder who might be standing there. I didn't want to feel that cold, sick fear again, the kind that keeps you awake and makes you question every sound, every shadow. Even now, in my new place, I find myself checking the windows more than I probably need to. I make sure the doors are locked, that the blinds are shut tight. It's not something you forget easily, knowing that someone was right outside your home, looking in, trying to see what they could get away with. And I don't think I'll ever be the kind of person who can go to sleep without checking twice that everything is secure. I guess that's just how it is now. I had been on the road for what felt like forever that day. The drive from Louisiana to North Carolina wasn't something I had exactly looked forward to, but it had to be done. The car wasn't mine, just one I'd agreed to deliver for someone who didn't want to make the trip themselves. I was tired. My back ached from the hours spent in the driver's seat, and my legs felt stiff and heavy. When I finally saw signs for Auburn, Alabama, I decided that was as far as I needed to go for the day. The town was about halfway between my starting point and my destination, and I figured a good night's sleep would do me some good before finishing the journey. I pulled off the highway, found a sleep-in not far from the exit, and parked the car. The place looked like any other mid-range hotel. The exterior was clean enough, a few cars scattered around the parking lot, and a dimly lit lobby that gave off no particular vibe. Just a place to sleep, nothing more. I walked inside, checked in without much small talk, and took the key to my room on the third floor. I remember thinking how quiet the place was. No kids running down the halls, no loud TVs behind thin walls. Just quiet, and at that point, I was grateful for it. The room itself was exactly what I expected. A standard bed with a scratchy-looking blanket, a desk with a lamp that flickered slightly when I turned it on, a small sofa that had seen better days, and a bathroom that smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals. There was a TV mounted on the wall and a small fridge humming in the corner. I tossed my bag on the floor, sat down at the desk, and opened my laptop. I needed to unwind a bit before trying to sleep. I messaged a friend, and we ended up chatting about movies of all things. Paranormal Activity came up, and we both agreed that while the movie had its moments, it wasn't something that kept us awake at night. At least, that's what I thought at the time. After a while, I decided to put on an episode of Castle. I didn't bother with the hotel TV. I preferred watching on my laptop, where I didn't have to deal with terrible reception or unfamiliar remotes. I sat on the small sofa, the laptop propped up on my knees, and let the show play. I could feel my body slowly relaxing as the familiar characters filled the screen and the sound of their voices replaced the silence of the room. Then I heard it. A clink, then another. Clink, clink. It was faint, but definitely there. I paused the show, listening. It sounded like it was coming from the bathroom. Or maybe not. Maybe it was the bathroom in the room next door. Hotels always have thin walls. I told myself it was nothing, just a neighbor using their sink or dropping something. I hit play again, trying to lose myself in the show, trying to ignore the sound. Click. The TV on the wall turned on. Just like that. The screen lit up the dark room, showing the end credits of some movie. I froze. My first thought was that I must have hit the remote somehow. But when I looked around, I saw the remote sitting untouched on top of the TV itself. I hadn't been anywhere near it. My heart started pounding a little faster, my mind racing for an explanation. I stood up slowly, my eyes fixed on the glowing screen, and after what felt like forever, I walked over and turned it off manually. The room went dark again, the only light now coming from my laptop. I sat back down, trying to calm myself. I told myself it was just a glitch. Old TVs do weird things sometimes. Maybe the last guest left it on some timer or something. Several minutes passed. I kept listening, waiting for something else, but everything was quiet again. My heartbeat slowed, my breathing evened out, and I convinced myself it was over. Just a weird little moment in an otherwise uneventful night. Then came the clinking again. But this time it wasn't faint. Clink, 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 clear as day. And it wasn't coming from next door. It was coming from my bathroom. I felt a cold wave run through me as I realized there was no mistaking it this time. I stood up quickly and made my way to the bathroom, half expecting to find nothing. But when I opened the door, I saw the water running full blast in the bathtub. The sound of it was loud in the small space, and I could see the droplets hitting the sides of the tub, splashing up slightly. I stared at it for a second before reaching down and turning the handle, stopping the flow. I stepped back out, closed the door behind me, and sat on the bed. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't turned on the water. I hadn't even gone near the tub since I checked in. And yet there it was, running like someone had just used it. I sat there, staring at the floor, going over my options. Should I pack up and leave? It was late, and I was tired. I didn't know the area, didn't know if there were any other hotels nearby with vacancies. Should I call the front desk? What could they even do? I kept running through these thoughts, trying to come up with a plan that made sense. After a while, I decided I couldn't just sit there all night. I picked up the phone and dialed the front desk. But as soon as the call connected, all I could hear was static. Not just regular static either. It was harsh, like a bad connection that had been made worse somehow, and I could barely make out the voice on the other end trying to ask who was calling. I said hello, tried to explain what was going on, but it was useless. They couldn't hear me, and I couldn't hear them. I hung up, stared at the phone for a second, then grabbed my room key and headed for the door. The elevator ride down felt like it took forever. When I got to the lobby, I explained what had happened as calmly as I could. The woman at the front desk listened, her face blank at first, and then she started to laugh. I didn't find it funny, but I didn't say anything. I just stood there, waiting for her to finish. She apologized between giggles, saying nothing like that had ever happened before. I told her I wasn't making it up. I didn't care if it sounded crazy. I just wanted a different room. She offered me one right next to my old room, which I immediately refused. Then she offered me one on the floor above. I almost said no again, but I didn't want to keep arguing. I took the key and went back up. The fourth floor room was just as plain as the last one. I checked everything: TV, bathroom, fridge. The only noise was the soft clicking of the fridge motor, and once I figured that out, I was able to relax a little. I didn't bother turning on the TV. I didn't bother opening my laptop. I just lay down and waited for sleep to take over. I didn't want to think about what had happened. I didn't want to think about the fact that I still didn't have a good explanation for any of it. I just wanted to get through the night. The next morning, the sun was shining like nothing had happened. I packed up, checked out, and got back on the road. I didn't look back at the hotel as I drove away. I didn't want to. The rest of the trip was normal. No weird noises, no strange malfunctions. Just miles of highway and the occasional stop for food or gas. It wasn't until months later, when I was cleaning out my car, that I found the receipt from that night. I glanced at it, and for the first time noticed the address. The hotel was on Spirit Drive. I laughed to myself when I saw that. It was a nervous laugh, the kind that comes when you don't know what else to do. It didn't change anything, didn't make the night any less strange, but it somehow made sense. A strange night at a hotel on Spirit Drive. I guess that's just how things go sometimes. There was no ghost, no monster, no figure lurking in the shadows. Just a weird, unexplained set of events in a perfectly ordinary hotel. And maybe that's the scariest part of all. It was one of those evenings that stays with you long after it ends. I had been visiting a small village in Assam, India, staying with my cousin at a bungalow not far from the river. The place had this peaceful, quiet charm that only a small village could have. The bungalow was simple but comfortable, with a big open veranda that overlooked the river. On that particular day, the weather had been strange right from the start. The wind had picked up early in the afternoon and kept on blowing with this restless energy. The trees swayed and groaned, and the river, usually calm and gentle, looked disturbed, with little waves forming here and there on the surface. There was this sense of unease in the air, but I told myself it was just the wind getting to me. By evening, the temperature had dropped noticeably. We had all stayed indoors most of the day because the wind made it too chilly and dusty to hang around outside. My cousin and a few of his friends had gathered at the bungalow. They were friendly guys full of stories and jokes, and we passed the time talking and playing cards. As night fell, someone suggested building a fire outside. The cold was starting to bite, and it seemed like a good way to warm up. Soon enough, the plan for a small fire turned into a full-blown barbecue. Someone found some chicken, someone else brought out a few bottles, and before long, the smell of food filled the air, mixing with the wood smoke and the cool breeze. We ate and drank, laughing and talking loudly. The fire crackled and glowed, throwing shadows against the bungalow walls and the trees around us. I enjoyed myself for a while, but after eating more than I probably should have, I started to feel queasy. The heavy food combined with the smoke and the wind had left me with a dull ache in my stomach. I decided I needed a bit of fresh air away from the noise and the fire. I didn't tell anyone. I just quietly walked away from the group, down towards the river. The wind was still strong, but it wasn't as harsh down by the riverbank. The smell of the water, damp earth, and wild plants filled the air. The moon was out, but it wasn't full, so its light was soft and pale, casting a silver glow over everything. I walked slowly, breathing in the cool air. It felt good after the heat of the fire and the heavy food. I wasn't thinking of anything in particular. I just walked, listening to the sounds of the wind in the trees and the soft rush of the river. I don't know how far I walked. The bungalow lights had long disappeared behind me, and all I could see was the dark outline of trees and the open space of the river. At some point, I reached what I realized was the boundary of a tea plantation. There was a low embankment marking the edge, probably to stop the river from flooding into the fields during the monsoon. I stood there for a moment, just looking out at the river and the land beyond. The night was quiet except for the wind and the occasional splash of water. That's when I saw it. Along the riverbank, maybe 20 or 30 feet from where I stood, there was this strange, faint glow. At first, I thought it was just the moonlight reflecting off the water, or maybe some wet stones. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized it was something else. There, lying along the edge of the river, was this cluster of jelly-like substance. It was faintly luminous, giving off a pale bluish-green light. It wasn't bright, just enough to catch the eye and look out of place in the dark. I moved closer, my curiosity getting the better of me even though a part of me felt uneasy. The stuff looked like nothing I had seen before. It was a large cluster, maybe 3 feet across, uneven in shape, almost like a pile of jelly or slime that someone had dumped there. Inside it, I could see bits of what looked like metal, small shards or slivers of something shiny, embedded in the jelly-like mass. The whole thing had this weird, unnatural look to it, like it didn't belong in the middle of a quiet riverbank in Assam. I stood there staring at it, my heart beating faster. I thought about touching it, just to see what it felt like, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. There was something about it that made my skin crawl, like I was looking at something I wasn't supposed to see. The glow, the strange texture, the bits of metal, it was all just too strange. I bent down, getting as close as I dared, maybe a foot or two away, trying to see it clearly. The jelly seemed almost to pulse slightly, or maybe that was just the effect of the moonlight and the wind on the water. I don't know how long I stood there. The wind blew cold against my face, and I could hear the river moving steadily. Finally, I straightened up and backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the thing. My stomach felt tight, partly from the food and partly from the tension of what I had just seen. I turned and started walking back toward the bungalow, glancing over my shoulder now and then to see if the thing was still there. It was. The faint glow stayed visible until I got far enough away that the trees blocked my view. When I got back to the bungalow, the others were still sitting around the fire, laughing and talking. They were too comfortable, too full, and maybe too drunk to notice anything strange. I didn't say much that night. I didn't want to ruin the mood or have them make fun of me. I told myself I'd bring them down to the river the next day, and we'd all see it together. The night passed slowly. I didn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the thing by the river, wondering what it was, if it was still there. Morning came at last, gray and damp, with the wind finally having died down. After breakfast, I convinced my cousin and his friends to come with me to the river. I didn't tell them exactly what we were going to see. I wanted to show them and let them judge for themselves. We walked down together, following the path I had taken the night before. The river looked calm again, the surface smooth and shining under the morning light. We reached the spot where I had seen the jelly-like mass, but there was nothing there. Not a trace. No glow, no jelly, no metal bits. The riverbank looked just like any other part of the shore, clayey soil, some scattered stones, patches of grass. It was as if the thing had never been there. What struck me most was that the ground showed no signs of anything having been disturbed. The soil was soft and damp, the kind that would hold the imprint of any footstep or any dragging or cleaning. But there were no marks. No footprints, no smears, no sign that anyone or anything had been there in the night. It was like the thing had vanished on its own, without leaving a single clue behind. I tried to explain what I had seen. I pointed out where the jelly had been, described its glow, its size, the bits of metal inside it. But as I spoke, I could see the looks on their faces change from curiosity to amusement. They didn't say much, but I could tell they thought I had imagined it, maybe because of the food, the wind, the night air. I don't blame them. It did sound unreal, but I know what I saw. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't half asleep. I remember the way the thing looked, the way it glowed, the way it made me feel, like I was looking at something completely out of place and not meant to be found. We walked along the riverbank for a while, looking for any sign of it, but found nothing. Eventually, we headed back to the bungalow. The day went on like any other. The strange thing by the river became just another memory, one that I kept mostly to myself after that. Every now and then, I think back to that night, the wind, the cold, the moonlight, and that faint glow along the riverbank. I wonder what it was, where it came from, and where it went. And though I never found an answer, I've never forgotten the sight of that strange, luminous jelly lying quietly by the water in the dark, only to disappear without a trace by morning. I don't really know what started it, but for a while, I kept having these dreams about zombies. Not just now and then, but almost every night. I'd go to bed feeling normal, maybe even tired enough that I thought I'd sleep without dreaming. And still, my mind would find a way to pull me back into some kind of nightmare where the world had ended, and I was stuck in the middle of it all, trying to stay alive. Some nights, the dream would start the same way. Me looking out a window at empty streets, listening to the sound of sirens in the distance, watching shadows move where no one should be. Other nights, I'd already be running, heart pounding, lungs burning, my legs like lead as I tried to get away from the dead that always seemed to be one step behind me. I never felt rested. Every morning, I'd wake up sweating, my heart racing, and I'd stare at the ceiling for a while, trying to remind myself that I was safe, that none of it was real. But this one night, this one dream, was different. Or maybe not different at first. It started like so many of the others. I remember standing in what looked like my own neighborhood, but everything was wrong. The air felt heavy. The sky had this weird grayish tint, like it was always on the edge of a storm that would never come. I could see houses that should have been familiar, but they looked abandoned, windows broken, front doors hanging open. There were cars stopped in the middle of the road, some with doors open, some crashed into fences or light poles. There wasn't a sound except for this low moaning, like the wind was carrying it from somewhere far off, but you could feel it in your bones, and it chilled you in a way that made you want to hide. I remember looking around, trying to figure out where I was supposed to go. My legs felt weak, like I'd been walking or running for hours. My clothes were torn in places I couldn't remember tearing them. My hands were dirty, scraped like I'd fallen more than once. The weight of it all, the fear, the exhaustion, the hopelessness, felt like a real thing pressing down on me. And then, out of nowhere, my mom showed up. In the dream, she just walked up like nothing was wrong, like there weren't zombies roaming around or the world falling apart. She was dressed like she'd just come home from a trip, the same jacket she always wore when she traveled, her bag slung over one shoulder. She looked at me and frowned, like I'd forgotten to do something important. And then she started asking me about some chore she wanted done, something small and normal, like cleaning up or checking the mail. I couldn't believe it. I remember feeling angry, like how could she not see what was going on? How could she care about some small thing when everything else was falling apart? We argued. I don't remember the exact words because it was a dream, but the feeling of it stuck with me. That frustration, that disbelief. She kept talking about whatever it was she wanted me to do, and I kept trying to tell her that it didn't matter anymore, that none of it mattered. But she wouldn't listen, and finally I gave up. I was too tired. In the dream, I decided to go take a nap, like somehow sleep would make it all go away, or maybe I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. I went inside this house that was supposed to be mine, but felt strange, like it wasn't really mine at all. The air inside was thick and dusty, and the light coming through the blinds was too bright, almost blinding. I remember seeing the clock. It said 11:30 a.m. The TV was on in the other room, some show playing that I couldn't focus on. Before I laid down, I decided to take an aspirin. My head hurt, and my throat felt dry, like I'd been breathing in dust for hours. I took the pill, but it didn't go down right. It felt like it got stuck halfway, and I started coughing. In the dream, it felt real. That sharp, panicky feeling when you can't get something down, when it feels like it's just sitting there, blocking your throat. I kept coughing, harder and harder, trying to clear it. My eyes watered, and my chest hurt from the effort. Everything felt too bright, too loud. And then, it all went dark. I don't know how long I was out, but the next thing I knew, I was waking up. And this is where it got weird. I opened my eyes, and for a second, I thought I was still dreaming. The sunlight was coming through the blinds at the same angle, just like in the dream. I could hear the TV on in the living room, voices and music blending together like background noise. I felt this tightness in my throat, and I started coughing, really coughing, like I couldn't stop. My chest ached, and my eyes burned, and my mouth tasted dry and bitter. I sat up, my heart racing, and looked at the clock. 11:45 a.m. 15 minutes had passed. For a moment, I froze. Everything was exactly like it had been in the dream. The time, the light, the sound of the TV. I could feel the panic rising in me, that cold rush of fear that makes your hands shake and your skin prickle. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. I thought about the zombies in my dream, about how real it had felt, about my mom showing up and asking about chores. And for that split second, I really believed it. I believed that maybe it wasn't a dream, that maybe I'd woken up into the same nightmare. That maybe if I looked out the window, I'd see the empty streets and the broken down cars and the shadows moving where no one should be. I sat there, coughing and shaking, trying to calm myself down. I told myself it was just a dream, that none of it was real. But it was hard to believe it when everything felt so much the same. The sunlight, the TV, the tightness in my throat. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and uneven, and the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call? What would I even say? That I'd had a bad dream, and now I thought the world had ended? I forced myself to get up. My legs felt weak, like they didn't want to hold me. I walked to the window, slow, every step feeling heavier than it should. I half expected to see what I'd seen in the dream. Empty streets, wrecked cars, maybe even one of them standing out there waiting. But when I looked out, it was normal. Just normal. A car drove by, somebody walking their dog on the sidewalk, birds sitting on the power lines. The world was still there, just like it had always been. I stood there for a while, just watching, letting it sink in. The fear started to fade, little by little, replaced by relief so strong it made my knees weak. I leaned against the wall and took a deep breath, then another. My throat still felt scratchy, but I could breathe. I went into the living room and turned off the TV, the sound of it suddenly too much, too loud. The quiet felt better, safer. I sat on the couch for a long time, thinking about it all. About the dreams, about how real they'd felt, about how easy it was to believe, even for just a moment, that they might be true. I kept looking at the clock, at the light through the blinds, at the door. I told myself over and over that it was just a dream, just a coincidence that everything lined up the way it did. But even now, I can still remember the way it felt in that moment. That fear, that certainty that the nightmare had followed me into the real world. Eventually, my heart slowed down. My hands stopped shaking. I went to the kitchen and got a glass of water, drank it down in long, slow gulps, feeling the cool of it wash away the dryness in my throat. I stood there by the sink, looking out the window at the backyard, at the trees moving gently in the breeze. And I kept telling myself the same thing. It was just a dream. Just a dream. But even now, sometimes when I wake up and the light is coming through the blinds just so, or I hear the TV in the other room, or I glance at the clock and see that it's 11:30 a.m., I feel that same rush of fear, that same moment of doubt. And I wonder, just for a second, if this is the dream. Or if maybe, just maybe, the nightmare is real, and I'm still waiting to wake up. When I was 12, I thought I knew everything. It was one of those summers that felt endless, the kind where the days all blended together, with no school, no responsibilities, just sun, bikes, and whatever mischief we could find. I lived in a small town in Wisconsin, the kind of town where nothing much happened, where you could ride your bike from one end to the other in under 20 minutes. My best friend and I, we were inseparable. We'd be up with the sun, meeting at each other's houses or at the little park at the end of my street. And then we'd just ride around, looking for adventure or trouble, whichever came first. That summer had been no different. We'd spent our mornings racing down the cracked sidewalks, cutting through alleys, and trying to find places we weren't supposed to be. Abandoned sheds, old barns, the drainage ditch on the edge of town. We'd been everywhere. We always had a plan, or at least we thought we did. We thought we were smart, thought we were invisible. One hot afternoon, the kind where the air felt thick and the heat bounced up off the pavement, my friend told me about this warehouse on the edge of town. It wasn't too far, maybe a 10-minute ride if we pedaled hard. He said it used to belong to some dollar store that had gone out of business, and now it was just sitting there full of leftover junk. His older brother had told him about it, how it was packed with boxes of random stuff that nobody cared about anymore. The place was locked up tight, but my friend swore he knew a way in, a window on the side, half covered with a piece of plywood that you could move just enough to squeeze through. We didn't waste time. We took off on our bikes, the tires humming on the road, the warm wind in our faces. I remember the way the sun made everything look washed out, the grass along the road dried and yellow, the asphalt soft under our tires. The warehouse was down near the old train tracks, past a few empty lots and a gas station that had been closed since before I was born. It looked just like he said, big, faded red paint peeling off the sides, weeds growing up around the loading dock, and those big metal doors shut and locked. We ditched our bikes in the tall grass behind the building and crept along the side, looking for the window. My heart was pounding, part excitement, part fear. I knew it was wrong, but that just made it more exciting. When we found the window, it was just like he said. The plywood was loose, and after a little prying and pushing, we made enough space to wiggle through. I went first, scraping my elbow on the rough wood as I climbed in, and then helped him through. Inside, it was cooler, the air stale and full of dust. The light came in through cracks in the boards over the windows, making stripes on the concrete floor. The place was huge, or at least it felt huge to us. Rows of shelves, piles of boxes stacked on top of each other, and that smell of old cardboard and forgotten things. We didn't say much, just started exploring, opening boxes, seeing what we could find. Most of it was junk, plastic toys, cheap sunglasses, knockoff watches. But to us, it was treasure. We stuffed our pockets with anything shiny or colorful. I remember grabbing a handful of those fake gold rings, the kind that turn your finger green after a while. My friend found a whole bag of Laffy Taffy, the kind with little sprinkles on it, and tore it open like it was gold. We'd been in there maybe 10 minutes, maybe less, when we heard it. The unmistakable sound of a door opening, the heavy metal scraping against the concrete floor. It echoed through the empty space, and for a second we just froze. My stomach dropped. My friend's eyes went wide, and I could see he was as scared as I was. Without a word, he motioned for me to hide. He slipped behind the door of a small side room, one we'd just been poking around in. It was filled with boxes, maybe old seasonal stuff, maybe returns. I turned to follow him, but there wasn't enough room. I panicked for a second, my mind racing, then spotted a little closet in the corner. It was more like a shallow alcove really, no door, just a space where maybe a broom or some tools had once been kept. I ducked into it, trying to make myself as small as possible. There wasn't anything to hide behind. No shelves, no curtain, just empty walls. I pressed myself into the corner, my heart thudding so loud I was sure whoever came in would hear it. I heard footsteps. 2 sets. They came closer, the sound of boots on concrete, slow, steady. Then voices, low and angry. I couldn't make out every word, but enough. They were talking about someone breaking in recently, about how they were sick of kids messing around in there. One of them said they'd beat the hell out of whoever it was if they caught them. My whole body was shaking, and I tried to breathe slow and quiet, but it felt impossible. My mouth was dry, my hands sweaty, my legs felt weak. I thought for sure they were going to look around the corner, see me there plain as day, crouched in the closet like an idiot. They didn't. Not right away, at least. They started poking around, checking boxes, maybe looking to see if anything had been taken. They weren't in a hurry. They talked as they worked, complaining about the heat, about their boss, about how they didn't get paid enough to deal with this crap. Every sound they made felt deafening. I couldn't move. I didn't dare. Even my friend stayed hidden, though I could just barely see his foot from where I was. It felt like forever. The men stayed for what must have been 10 minutes, maybe more, but it felt like hours. Every creak of a box, every scuff of their boots, it all felt like it was happening right next to me. I could feel sweat running down my back, my shirt sticking to me. My legs started to cramp from crouching so long, but I didn't move. I didn't even breathe unless I absolutely had to. Eventually, finally, they finished whatever they were doing. I heard one of them say something about checking the rest of the place, and my heart almost stopped. But they didn't come into our little side room. They left, their footsteps fading as they moved further into the warehouse. Even then, we didn't move. We stayed frozen, listening, waiting, not sure if they were really gone or if they'd come back. After what felt like forever, my friend peeked out from behind the door. He looked at me, and I could see he was just as scared as I was. We didn't say anything. We just crept out, as quiet as we could, every sound we made feeling too loud. We made our way back to the window, my hands shaking as I helped him move the plywood, just enough for us to slip out. We scrambled out, hearts racing, and ran for our bikes. We didn't stop until we were back on the main road, pedaling as fast as we could, the wind in our faces, the warehouse shrinking behind us. Neither of us said a word the whole way back. We didn't have to. We both knew how close we'd come to getting caught, to getting in real trouble. When we finally slowed down, when the adrenaline started to fade, we looked at each other and just started laughing. That kind of nervous laugh, the kind you can't help because you're just so glad it's over. When I got home, I could still feel my heart pounding. I went to my room, dumped the rings on my bed, and unwrapped one of the Laffy Taffy bars. It tasted amazing, maybe because of everything we'd just been through, maybe because I was just hungry. I sat there chewing, staring at those cheap rings, and thinking about how stupid we'd been. That was the first and last time I ever broke into a building. I never told my parents, and as far as I know, my friend never told his. We kept that secret between us. And every time I passed that warehouse after that day, I felt that same little twist in my stomach, remembering the fear, the rush, and how lucky we'd been. That summer kept going. We kept riding our bikes, but we stayed out of places we weren't supposed to be. We found other ways to pass the time. Sometimes, even now, I think about that day. I think about how close we came to making a mistake that could have changed everything. And I remember the taste of that Laffy Taffy, sweet and sugary, with those little sprinkles that crunched between my teeth. It's funny, the things that stick with you. I was house sitting for my neighbor a few years back. They had gone out of town for a few days, and since I lived next door, it wasn't a big deal for me to stay at their place, feed their 3 dogs, and keep an eye on things. I remember thinking it would be a nice change, bigger house, quiet area, and the company of the dogs. The house sat a bit off the road, tucked behind a row of tall trees. The nearest neighbor was probably a good half-mile away. The kind of place that feels peaceful in the day, but at night, the silence can press on you a little too hard. That night, everything had been normal. I'd let the dogs out one last time, locked up, checked the doors twice just to be sure, and then went up to the guest room where I was sleeping. The bed was comfortable enough, and I remember laying there, listening to the dogs settle in their spots downstairs. The house was so quiet that even the smallest creak of wood or shift of the dogs on the floor sounded louder than it should. But that's just how it is in houses like that at night. Everything feels sharper, clearer. I lay there in the dark, watching shadows from the trees move across the walls, and eventually, my eyes started to close. I was drifting right on the edge of sleep, not fully out, but not really awake either. That's when I heard it, a noise from downstairs. It was faint, like a soft thump or a shuffle. At first, I told myself it was nothing. Maybe one of the dogs shifted in their sleep or brushed against something. I stayed still, my body heavy with that almost asleep feeling, and tried to let it go. But my ears stayed sharp, waiting. 10 seconds, maybe less, and there it was again. This time louder. A clunk, like something had been knocked over or someone had brushed against a piece of furniture. My heart started beating faster. I could feel it in my chest, a slow, heavy thud that seemed to fill the whole room. I tried to sit up, tried to move, but I couldn't. It was like my body had been pinned down by an invisible weight. My eyes were open, wide now, fully awake, but nothing else would respond. I realized what it was, sleep paralysis. I'd had it before, but never in a situation like this. The dogs were awake now too. I could hear them. Low growls at first, that deep rumble that comes from their chests when they're trying to warn something off. Their heads snapped up, ears alert, bodies tense. I could see them in my mind, even though I couldn't see through the floor. The growls turned into barks, sharp, loud, and angry. The kind of barks that aren't for play, but for protection. I stared at the dark ceiling, my breathing shallow, my body still frozen. The noise came again, clearer this time. From the breezeway porch. Someone was there. I could hear the rattling of the doorknob. It wasn't just the wind or an animal. Someone was trying to get in. The dogs went wild, their barking filling the house, echoing off the walls. I could picture them, teeth bared, bodies thrown against the door as they tried to get at whoever was on the other side. I wanted to get up, grab my phone, call for help, but I couldn't. My phone was right there on the nightstand, within arm's reach, glowing faintly in the dark from a notification earlier. But my arm wouldn't move. My legs wouldn't move. Only my eyes. My eyes darted around the room, wide and panicked, taking in every shadow, every detail. The shape of the dresser, the curtains swaying gently from the cracked window I'd forgotten to close, the moonlight painting lines across the floor. I could see everything so clearly, but I was trapped inside my own body. The barking went on. The doorknob kept rattling. I felt like I couldn't breathe, like my chest was being squeezed tighter and tighter. I kept telling myself to move, to do something, anything, but nothing happened. Minutes passed, or maybe just seconds. It was impossible to tell. Time felt stretched out, like I was stuck in that moment forever. My heart pounded louder in my ears than the dogs barking or the rattling of the door. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The noise at the door, the rattling of the handle, it all went quiet. The dogs kept barking for a little while longer, but even they started to quiet down, their growls turning into whines as they sniffed at the door and the air beyond. I lay there, still frozen, listening so hard my ears hurt. There was nothing. No footsteps, no car driving off, no more rattling. Just the sound of the dogs, now pacing and uneasy, and the pounding of my own heart. Slowly, I felt the weight start to lift. My fingers twitched. My toes curled. My body came back to me in pieces, like I was waking up from being under deep water. But even as I regained control, I didn't move. I couldn't bring myself to. Fear kept me pinned now, more than the sleep paralysis had. I was terrified that if I moved, whoever had been at the door would hear me, that they were still out there, just waiting for a sound, a light, any sign that someone was upstairs. So I stayed still. I lay there in the dark, listening, waiting. The dogs eventually settled down, though they kept close to the door, ready just in case. My breathing slowed a little, but sleep was the last thing on my mind. I stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours, every creak of the house making me jump inside. The night stretched on, endless and heavy. I thought about calling someone, but the idea of making noise, of moving enough to reach my phone, felt too dangerous. I convinced myself over and over that whoever it was had been scared off by the dogs, that they were long gone. But the doubt lingered, clung to me like the dark. At some point, I must have drifted off. Not real sleep, but that exhausted half-sleep that comes when your body gives out before your mind does. I woke up to pale light filling the room, the first gray of dawn seeping through the curtains. The house was quiet. The dogs were lying by the door, still watchful but calm. My muscles ached from being so tense for so long. I sat up slowly, every sound I made feeling too loud in the stillness. I finally reached for my phone. My hands were shaking as I unlocked it. No missed calls, no messages. I thought about calling someone then, but what would I say? That I'd been too scared to move? That I wasn't even sure what I'd heard? I felt foolish, but the fear was still real, still heavy in my chest. When I finally got the nerve to go downstairs, the dogs followed close, sticking to my side like they were still on guard. Every step creaked louder than I remembered. I checked the door to the breezeway first. The handle was smudged, like it had been touched, but it was still locked. I double-checked all the doors, all the windows. Everything was as it should be. No sign of forced entry, no footprints on the porch that I could see. But I knew what I'd heard. The dogs knew too. That morning I stayed close to the house, watching the driveway, the trees, every shadow. My neighbors came back that evening. I told them, in as calm a voice as I could manage, that I'd heard something in the night. I left out the part about being too scared to move. They were concerned, thanked me for looking after the place, and said they'd keep an eye out. I didn't stay over again. I went back to my own house that night, locked the doors tight, and slept with the light on. The memory of that night stayed with me for a long time. The sound of the doorknob rattling, the dogs barking, the feeling of being trapped in my own body with no way to defend myself. It never really left. I still think about it sometimes, especially on quiet nights when the wind makes the house creak and the shadows seem to shift just a little too much. And every time I hear a noise in the dark, I remember how it felt to be frozen, helpless, and I remind myself to move, to act, before the fear takes over again. I don't think of myself as someone who buys into ghost stories or anything like that. I'm the type who likes things I can see and explain. That's why I always brushed off those strange feelings at my grandma's house as just my imagination playing tricks on me. But there was this one night that stayed with me, no matter how much I try to reason it away. I keep thinking back to it, going over the details, trying to find some normal explanation. But all I'm left with is the memory, clear as day, of something I still can't explain. It happened at my grandma's place in Kent. She lives out in the middle of an orchard, nothing but trees and fields all around. The kind of place that gets so dark at night that you can't see your hand in front of your face when the lights are off. I've been visiting her since I was a kid, and I always had to sleep on the sofa in the dining living room. That room has always had this heavy sort of silence at night, the kind that makes you feel like the darkness itself is pressing in. It's even more unnerving because that's where my granddad passed away. For years ago, he died from an aneurysm right there, about 3 meters from where I sleep. I remember the exact spot. Everyone does, though no one says it out loud anymore. At first, whenever I stayed over after he passed, I hated the nights. That heavy silence, the pitch-black darkness, the thought of what had happened in that room, it all made it hard to sleep. But over the years, I forced myself to get used to it. I'd tell myself it was just a room, just a sofa, just another night. And most of the time, that worked well enough. But not this time. Not that night. It must have been about 3 a.m. when it started. I wasn't sleeping well to begin with. That kind of restless half-sleep where your mind drifts, but never fully switches off. I remember lying there on my side, facing the back of the sofa, with my blanket pulled up high, almost over my head. The house was so quiet I could hear my own breathing, slow and uneven, and the faint ticking of the cuckoo clock on the far wall. I'd learned to tune it out over the years, but that night the sound seemed louder somehow, like it was the only thing keeping me tethered to the present. Then the dog started. My grandma's dog, an older little thing, usually calm at night, always sleeps up in her room at the top of the stairs. But suddenly he was barking like mad. Not the kind of bark where they hear a fox outside or get startled by some noise in the distance. This was sharp, panicked barking, over and over, like he was warning someone off. The sound echoed down the stairs, filling the house, cutting through the silence. I froze where I was, heart beating faster. I kept waiting for the dog to stop, for my grandma to call him down, for something to break the tension. But the barking just kept going, and he didn't come down the stairs. He wouldn't budge from the top step. It was like he was afraid to come down. I lay there, trying to calm myself, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe a bad dream had set the dog off. Maybe he'd heard some animal outside. But then the cuckoo clock started up. It was strange. The clock never went off at that hour, at least not like that. The cuckoo sprang out with this loud, jarring sound that made me flinch under my blanket. It kept going, louder than it should have been, the call echoing through the dark room. The two sounds, the barking and the cuckoo, mixed together into this strange, unnerving noise that made it impossible to think straight. And that's when I felt it. This sudden, overwhelming sense that something was there with me. Not just in the room, but right behind my head. I can't explain it in a way that does it justice. It wasn't like hearing a noise or seeing a shadow. It was this deep, undeniable awareness that something was close. I could almost feel it in the air. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my whole body went cold, like I'd stepped into a freezer. My breathing went shallow without me meaning it to. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to do anything that might make whatever it was notice me. It felt like it was leaning over me, right behind my head, close enough that if I'd turned around I could have touched it. But I didn't want to. I just stayed frozen, heart pounding, every nerve in my body screaming at me to do something. It felt like it stayed there for ages, though I know it was probably only seconds. But in that moment, time seemed to stretch out. Then, just as suddenly as I'd felt it arrive, it felt like the presence pulled back. I could almost trace its path in my mind, like I could sense it moving away from me, back toward the middle of the room. Back toward that spot where my granddad had died. I finally turned over then, so fast I nearly tangled myself in the blanket. My eyes strained against the darkness, trying to see what I somehow knew I wouldn't. The room was completely black, as always. There was nothing there. No shape, no figure, no outline in the dark. But the feeling of being watched, of not being alone, that lingered. I lay there on my back, staring up at the ceiling I couldn't see, listening as the cuckoo clock stopped. The call just cut off, mid-sound, like someone had reached out and silenced it. And then, as if on cue, the dog stopped barking. Just like that, the house was quiet again. That deep, heavy quiet that I'd come to know so well. I stayed awake after that. I couldn't have slept if I'd tried. Every creak of the house, every soft tick of the clock, set my nerves on edge. I kept thinking about what had happened. I tried to come up with some explanation. Maybe I'd been dreaming, I told myself. Maybe the dog's barking and the clock's noise had mixed together in my half-asleep mind and made me imagine things. But no matter how many times I went over it, it didn't feel like a dream. I'd been awake. I knew I had. I thought about my granddad, too. We'd been close. I was the first boy in the family, and he'd always made me feel like that meant something special. I thought about all the times we'd sat in that room together when I was younger. All the quiet evenings, the shared glances, the small smiles. I thought about how sudden his death had been, how no one had expected it, how he'd been there one moment and gone the next. And I wondered, not for the first time, what that must have been like for him, to feel it happening and know there was nothing to be done. I lay there until the first light of dawn began to creep in at the edges of the curtains. The darkness started to lift, and with it, some of that heavy, oppressive feeling faded too. I still felt uneasy, but at least with the light came a sense of normality. When I heard my grandma moving about upstairs, I finally let myself sit up. My muscles were stiff from lying so tense for so long. I folded the blanket, stood up, and looked around the room. Everything looked normal. The same old furniture, the same old clock, the same view out the window of trees and fields beyond. But I knew that night had been different. I didn't tell my grandma about it. I didn't want to worry her or seem like I was making a big deal out of nothing. And I didn't tell the rest of the family either. But I kept thinking about it. Every time I stayed over after that, I'd remember it. I'd lie on that sofa and wonder if it would happen again. It never did. The dog never barked like that again in the night. The clock never started up at the wrong hour again. But that one night is still clear in my mind, every detail sharp and real. I don't believe in ghosts. I still don't think I do. I believe in what I can see, what I can touch, what I can explain. But that night made me think about things differently. Made me wonder, at least, whether there might be things we don't understand. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me in the dark. Maybe it was the weight of memory, of loss, making me feel things that weren't there. But maybe, just maybe, it was something else. I don't know. I don't think I ever will. All I know is that for those few moments, I felt something I can't explain. And I don't think I'll ever forget it. It happened about 7 years ago when I was 11 years old, back when I still lived in England before my family moved to Australia. I can remember that day so clearly even now, like it was carved into my mind. It was one of those afternoons where the air felt fresh and everything seemed peaceful. My friend and I had decided to walk along one of the country roads near his house. He lived out in the countryside, miles away from the nearest town, and these roads stretched on forever. There weren't many houses or buildings, just endless green fields on either side, tall hedgerows, the occasional tree, and sometimes you'd see a tractor working in the distance. But that day there was nothing, just us, the road, and the quiet. The sky was overcast, not in a threatening way, but the kind of sky that made everything feel a little dull, like the world was tired. We had been walking for maybe half an hour, talking about nothing important. I think we were kicking a stone down the road, taking turns seeing who could kick it the furthest. There were no cars, no people, no animals, just the sound of our shoes scuffing against the gravel and the stone clattering along the road. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how free we felt out there. There were no adults around to tell us what to do, no one to bother us. Just two kids out exploring, enjoying the countryside the way we always did. We felt safe. We shouldn't have. It started with the sound of a car engine behind us. At first, I didn't think much of it. You could walk for ages on those roads without seeing a single vehicle, but sometimes a farmer or someone heading to town would come by. I remember turning my head to look. It was a white car, small and a bit old, the kind of car you wouldn't think twice about. It wasn't speeding, just rolling towards us at a steady pace. But as it got closer, it slowed down even more. Too much. I felt it before I understood it. Something wasn't right. The car pulled over to the side of the road, maybe 15 feet ahead of us. My friend and I stopped walking. We just stood there, staring at it. The first thing I noticed was the woman in the back seat. She was looking straight at us through the window, her face completely blank. No smile, no frown, no sign of anything at all. Just this empty stare that made my stomach twist. Her hair was dark and straight, her skin pale. She didn't blink, didn't look away, didn't move. It was like she wasn't really there, like she was a mannequin or something. That stare chilled me more than anything else in that moment. Then the driver's door opened, and a man stepped out. He was big, tall, and heavyset, with a thick neck and broad shoulders. His hair was short and dark, and I remember noticing how red his face was, like he was angry or drunk. His clothes were scruffy, jeans and a jacket that looked dirty and worn. When he started walking towards us, there was this horrible energy about him, like the air got heavier with each step he took. He shouted at us to get in the car. His voice was loud, rough, and had this thick accent. I think it was Polish, but at the time I didn't really think about that. All I knew was that he sounded furious. We froze. We didn't move. I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were made of stone. My mind was screaming at me to run, but I just stood there, shocked, staring at this man as he stormed towards us. Before I could do anything, he reached us. His hands shot out and grabbed us both by the necks. His grip was tight, his fingers digging into my skin, and it hurt. He started trying to drag us towards his car. I could feel the strength in him, the way he was yanking us like we weighed nothing at all. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I remember trying to pull back, trying to break free, but he was too strong. I felt panic rise up in me like a wave, drowning everything else out. I started shouting, begging him to let us go, but the more we resisted, the angrier he got. His grip tightened, and then he started hitting us. His fists came down hard, slamming into us like we weren't even human. I felt the blows land on my arms, my side, my back. The pain exploded through me, but it didn't seem real at first. It was like my mind couldn't keep up with what was happening. I heard my friend crying out, saw him getting kicked, saw him fall to the ground for a second before being yanked up again. The man didn't stop. He kept shouting, kept hitting, kept trying to force us into the car. I felt so small, so helpless. I tried to claw at his hands, tried to twist free, but it was like fighting a bear. Every punch felt like it was knocking the air out of me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The world narrowed down to the pain, the shouting, and the terror that this was it, that we weren't going to get away. And then, just as suddenly as it started, everything changed. I heard the sound of another engine, louder this time. A van coming down the road. I couldn't see it at first because of the way the man had us turned, but I heard it, and so did he. The van didn't slow down much. It kept coming towards us. And in that moment, I think the man realized someone else was seeing what he was doing. His grip loosened. He let go of us like we were burning him, like he couldn't get away fast enough. Without another word, he turned and rushed back to his car. I remember the way he yanked the door open, the way he slammed it shut, the way the car jerked forward as he sped off down the road. The woman in the back seat never moved, never stopped staring, even as they disappeared into the distance. The van didn't stop. The traumatized inside must have seen enough to scare the man off, but didn't want to get involved. Or maybe they didn't really understand what was happening until they'd already passed. I don't know. All I know is that 1 second we were in the middle of the worst moment of our lives, and the next we were alone again, standing there on the side of that empty road, shaking and gasping for breath. We didn't say anything. We couldn't. We just stood there, trying to catch our breath, trying to process what had just happened. My neck hurt where his hands had been, my body ached from where he'd hit me, but I barely felt it. All I could feel was the terror still thrumming through my veins, the shock of how close we'd come to being taken. Eventually, we started walking again. We didn't talk about it. We just wanted to get home, to get somewhere safe. Every sound made us jump. Every car that passed made our hearts race. We kept looking over our shoulders, certain the white car would come back, certain the man would try again. But he didn't. We made it back to my friend's house without seeing him again. When we got there, we told his parents what happened. They called the police, of course. There were questions, descriptions, and promises that they'd look into it. But I don't know if they ever caught him. I don't know who he was, or what he wanted beyond the obvious. And maybe it's better that way. Maybe it's better not knowing. Even now, all these years later, I think about that day. I think about the woman's empty stare, the man's red, angry face, the way his fists felt when they hit me, the way the air seemed to crack with violence and fear. I think about how lucky we were, how that van probably saved our lives without the driver even realizing it. I think about how easily it could have ended differently. And I still look over my shoulder when I'm walking alone. I still feel that chill down my spine when a car slows down near me. I don't think that fear ever really goes away. It stays with you, buried deep, waiting for the sound of an engine or the sight of a stranger's face to bring it all rushing back. And I don't think I'll ever walk a quiet country road again without hearing the echo of that man's voice in my head, without feeling that grip on my neck, without remembering just how close I came to disappearing forever. I lived in that apartment for a little over 2 years. It wasn't a fancy place, just one of those typical 4-bedroom apartments you'd find near a college campus. The walls were thin enough to hear your neighbor sneeze. The carpets were that weird mix of brown and gray that never really looked clean, and the kitchen cabinets were the cheap wooden kind that always seemed slightly greasy no matter how much you scrubbed them. But it was home, at least for that time in my life. I had people come and go, roommates who stayed a few months before moving on, friends who crashed on the couch after long nights out, and neighbors who became familiar faces in the stairwell. Nothing about that apartment felt strange, not for the first 2 years anyway. It was during my last fall semester there when things started to feel off. I had a new roommate move in that semester. She was just another name on the lease at first. She kept to herself mostly, and I didn't think much of it. We were all busy with school and work, and having different people in the apartment was nothing new. I liked to keep the place lively during the fall, especially as Halloween approached. I'd host these little movie marathons, just a group of friends crammed into the living room, sitting on the old couch and floor cushions, popcorn in bowls, and horror movies playing late into the night. It was our thing. The first weird incident happened during one of these movie nights. There were maybe 6 or 7 of us packed into the room. The lights were out, just the glow of the TV flickering across our faces. We were halfway through some cheesy slasher movie when the apartment door creaked open slowly. It was so subtle at first that I barely noticed, but then my eyes caught the movement of the door inching open, just a crack. I waited, expecting one of my neighbors to pop their head in. That was kind of normal. Our neighbors were friends, and they'd often just come right in without knocking, like something out of a sitcom. But this time no one appeared. The door stopped opening at about 6 inches, and there was just this stillness. No voices, no footsteps. I got up, figuring maybe it was just someone messing with us, but when I opened the door wider and looked out into the hallway, it was empty. The hallway light flickered softly, and the air felt a little cooler, but there was no one there. We all kind of laughed it off. Must have been a draft, we said. Maybe the door didn't latch properly. The apartment complex was old, and the doors didn't always close right. But that wasn't the end of it. The next movie night, we decided to leave the door unlocked again, almost like we were daring whatever had happened to happen again. It was one of those things where we were curious, but also trying to act like we weren't taking it seriously. The night went on, the movie played, and then, like clockwork, the door creaked open again. This time we were ready for it. Me, my roommate, my boyfriend, and one of my neighbors all jumped up at once. We split up. Some of us ran into the hallway, others down the stairs or up toward the next floor, searching for whoever was messing with us. But there was no one. The building was quiet. No doors closing, no footsteps echoing down the stairwell. Just silence. By this point, the mood started to shift. It was harder to just laugh it off. We tried to come up with reasons. Maybe someone was playing a prank, but how were they managing to slip away so fast? Maybe the door frame was warped and the wind from a window was pushing it open, but none of the windows were open wide enough for that kind of draft. We checked. And the weirdest part? This had never happened before. Not once in the 2 years I'd lived there. The door had always stayed shut. Then came the night we watched Paranormal Activity 3. We joked about it at first, talking about whether to leave the door unlocked again, half expecting it to open during the movie. My boyfriend made some offhand comment about how creepy it would be if the door didn't just open, but actually slammed shut. At the time, it was just one of those things you say when you're trying to be funny or dramatic. We all kind of agreed, yeah, that would be freaky, and then we went back to getting the movie set up. The apartment was dark, only the light of the TV casting shadows across the room. The movie had been playing for maybe 30 or 40 minutes when we heard the doorknob turn. The sound was so clear, so deliberate, that it made my heart skip. The door creaked open slowly, just like before. But this time it kept going, opening about a quarter of the way. I could see a sliver of the hallway, the dim light beyond. And then, without any warning, the door slammed shut with a force that shook the walls. The dry erase board we had hanging near the door fell off and clattered onto the floor. The sound echoed through the apartment, loud enough that I'm sure people upstairs and downstairs heard it. For a few seconds, no one moved. We just stared at the door, our hearts pounding. The air felt heavy, like the kind of pressure you feel before a storm. Finally, someone scrambled to turn on the lights, and we all rushed to the door. We opened it, looked out, checked both directions. Again, nothing. The hallway was empty. The stairwell was quiet. No one was there. We didn't even know what to say at that point. There was no way to explain it. A draft doesn't turn a doorknob. A draft doesn't slam a door hard enough to knock things off the wall. We stood there in the doorway for a long while, just trying to process it. Eventually, we decided to call it a night. Everyone went home or to their rooms, and I locked the door tight. The next few days were tense. I kept expecting something else to happen, but everything was quiet. Then, about a week later, I came home one afternoon to find the new roommate walking through the apartment, muttering under her breath in some language I didn't recognize. She was sprinkling water around. Holy water, I realized after a moment. She had a small bottle in her hand and was flicking it at the walls, the doorways, even the corners of the rooms. She didn't even look at me when I came in. She just kept walking from room to room, chanting, throwing the water. Here's the thing. None of us had told her about what happened. She hadn't been there for the movie nights. She always went home on the weekends. She didn't know about the door opening, the slamming shut, any of it. At least, we never mentioned it. And yet here she was, blessing the apartment like she knew something we didn't. After that, nothing else happened. The door stayed shut. No more weird noises, no more strange drafts or unexplained slamming. It was like whatever had happened had run its course. Maybe the blessing worked, or maybe it was all just some bizarre coincidence. I don't know. I've thought about it a lot since then, replaying it in my head, trying to find some logical reason. I checked the door frame again and again. I watched how the door closed, tried to see if the wind from the windows could move it. Nothing added up. The windows weren't big enough or open enough to cause that kind of force. And even if they had been, how do you explain the turning of the doorknob? I moved out at the end of that semester, packed up my stuff, and left the apartment behind. The new roommate stayed on for a while after, but I never really kept in touch. Every now and then I think about those nights, the sound of the door opening, that final slam, the board hitting the floor. The way we all stood frozen in the dark, too scared to speak. It's strange how something so simple, like a door opening and closing, can leave such a lasting impression. There was no ghost, no figure standing in the hall, no shadowy presence. Just a door that shouldn't have moved the way it did. Just enough to make you question what you know about the spaces you live in. Just enough to make you wonder, even years later, if you really saw and heard what you think you did. And maybe that's the part that unsettles me the most. The fact that after all this time, I still don't have an answer. I still can't explain it. I can only remember it, the sound of the doorknob turning, the slow creak of the door opening, and the sudden slam that shook the walls, and the silence that followed. It was sometime in the middle of autumn when I first went to visit my friend during her placement year. I remember how excited she'd been when she found out she'd got a spot at that company. The placement wasn't in a big city, though. It was in a smaller town, the kind where the streets are quiet at night and the houses look a bit older, as if they've been standing for generations, watching people come and go. She had found this old house to rent with a couple of other girls and a guy, all of them doing the same placement. The rent was cheap, probably because of how old the house was, and maybe because it was a bit out of the way, down a road lined with trees that always seemed to cast shadows across the front garden, no matter what time of day it was. I only visited once. Most of what I know about what happened came from when she told me, and I can still picture it all because she described it so clearly. She had this way of telling stories that made you feel like you were right there with her. That night started like any other. She'd gone to bed at around 11 after a normal day at work, nothing out of the ordinary. It was cold enough at night that she liked to bundle up under her duvet, with a hot water bottle tucked at her feet. The kind of cold that made the house creak a little, pipes clicking quietly as they cooled down, the wooden floorboards settling. It was that kind of silence that feels heavier somehow, like the house itself is holding its breath. She told me that she wasn't sure what time it was when she first woke up. The room was pitch dark, so dark that she couldn't even see the shape of the furniture around her. At first, she thought maybe she'd woken up because she was too warm or because she needed the toilet. But then she heard it, a loud, solid banging sound. It came from downstairs, from the front door. A few heavy thuds, then a pause, then more banging. She lay there frozen for a moment, heart starting to race. It wasn't like a soft knock, or like someone had accidentally leaned on the door. It was the kind of banging that made the whole house seem to shake a little. Her mind raced through the possibilities. Could it be someone from work? Could it be a neighbor needing help? Maybe it was a drunk person who got the wrong house? But as she lay there, she realized how strange it was. The banging was so forceful and desperate. It didn't stop. It kept coming, like whoever was out there wasn't going to give up. And then, the sound that really made her blood run cold. A woman's voice, shouting, screaming. A scream that was ragged at the edges, full of panic. The kind of scream that makes you think of someone running for their life. She could just make out the words, begging for help. The woman was crying, sobbing between the screams, shouting that she needed help, that someone was chasing her. Her heart was pounding so hard by now that she could feel it in her throat. She grabbed her phone with trembling hands and called one of the other girls, who answered almost right away. The other girl had woken up too, had heard it as well, and was just as scared. They quickly called the third girl, and within minutes the three of them were huddled together in one of the bedrooms, trying to figure out what to do. None of them dared look out of the window. The front door had glass panels on either side, the kind that you can't quite see clearly through, but that still let light and shadows in. They didn't want to get too close to them in case whoever was out there could see them too. They thought about calling the guy who lived downstairs, but when they tried, he didn't pick up. Maybe his phone was on silent. Maybe he was asleep. Or maybe, like they all later suspected, he was awake and too frightened to move. His room was right near the front door. Going out would have meant he'd have to see whatever was happening up close. And if he opened the door, well, none of them wanted to think about what might happen then. The banging and screaming carried on for what felt like forever. She said it was probably only a few minutes, maybe 5 at the most, but when you're lying there, skin cold with fear, it feels like hours. Every thud on the door made her jump. Every cry for help made her want to run down there and open it. But at the same time, she couldn't make herself move. They all stayed where they were, listening, waiting, hoping it would stop. And after a while, it did. The banging became less frequent, the screaming quieter. Eventually, there was nothing but the sound of their own breathing and the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. None of them could sleep after that. They stayed in the same room, huddled on the bed, listening for any sound. She told me how they whispered to each other, trying to make sense of it. Was it really someone in trouble? Had they just left? Were they still out there, waiting? They didn't have any answers. The house felt colder than before, the silence heavier, as if it was pressing down on them. Every little creak made them jump. When the first light of dawn started to creep through the curtains, they felt a tiny bit braver. They went downstairs together, checking the front door, looking out through the glass panels. There was no one there. No sign that anything had happened. No marks on the door, no footprints they could see. It was as if it had all been a bad dream. When the guy finally appeared from his room, looking like he'd hardly slept at all, they asked him if he'd heard anything. He said no, that he'd slept through the whole thing. But she didn't believe him. The way he avoided their eyes, the way he seemed tense and jumpy, she was sure he'd been awake, but too afraid to come out. And really, who could blame him? They talked about it all day, trying to convince themselves it was just some drunk person who'd got the wrong house. But none of them really believed that. The woman's voice, the sheer desperation in it, the force of the banging, it didn't feel like someone who'd just made a mistake. It felt like something more dangerous. They kept the doors locked after that, always double-checking them before bed, always making sure the windows were closed. A few days later, they saw an article in the local paper. It was a small piece, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. There had been reports of gangs in the area using a trick to get into houses. They'd have a woman knock on the door late at night, begging for help, acting as though she was being chased. When someone opened the door, a group of men would appear from hiding, armed and ready to rob the house. Sometimes they were violent. The paper said to be on alert, to call the police if it happened. Reading that sent a chill down her spine. They'd been so close to opening that door. The only thing that stopped them was their fear, that awful, paralyzing fear that had kept them rooted to the spot. If they'd been braver, if they'd opened the door like decent people trying to help someone in need, who knows what would have happened? She kept thinking about it for days, weeks even. Every time she heard a noise at night, she'd sit up in bed, heart pounding, listening. Every time she walked past the front door, she'd glance at the glass panels, half expecting to see someone standing there. Eventually, things settled down. Nothing like that happened again while she lived there. But she never forgot it. Even after she moved out at the end of her placement, even after she came back to university, she still thought about that night, about how close they'd come to danger without even realizing it at the time, how sometimes it's the fear that keeps you safe. She said that's what haunted her most. Not the banging, not the screaming, but the thought of what could have happened if they'd acted differently. And that was it. No ghosts, no strange figures vanishing into the night, just a real, human danger that could have ended badly. It made her more cautious, made her lock her doors a little tighter, made her trust her gut a little more. And when she told me the story, sitting there with a coffee in her hand, I could see in her eyes that it still gave her a shiver to think about it. And honestly, hearing it gave me one too. Growing up in a small southern town meant we had to make our own fun. There wasn't much to do except cruise the main strip on Friday nights, hang out in parking lots, or find places out in the country where nobody would bother us. It's just how it was. Everybody knew everybody, and you couldn't get away with much in town without someone telling your parents. That's why places like the old abandoned house out past the highway were perfect for us. It was way out in the deep country, far enough that we felt free, and just creepy enough to get your blood pumping. We'd all heard stories about it. Some said it was haunted, others said it was just an old wreck someone forgot about. Either way, it was the kind of place kids like us dared each other to go. One Friday night when we were about 17, my buddy Mark and I came up with a plan. We had met up with two girls from school, Sarah and Jess, and decided we'd try to impress them. It was dumb looking back, but at that age you do dumb things to look brave. We figured taking them out to the abandoned house would do the trick. They seemed excited about it, or maybe they were just curious, but either way they agreed to come along. We loaded up in Mark's old Chevy, the kind of truck that rattled and creaked no matter how slow you drove, and headed out. The drive itself was part of the fun. First we left the highway behind, watching the lights of town fade out in the rear view. Then we turned onto a narrow blacktop that ran for a few miles through fields and patches of pine woods. After that, we hit the dirt road. It was rough, with ruts deep enough to scrape the bottom of the truck if you weren't careful, and the trees grew so close on either side that their branches slapped at the windows as we passed. We had the windows rolled down, and the air smelled like pine and dust. The only sounds were the tires crunching over gravel and the occasional hoot of an owl. Nobody said much during that stretch. It was like we all felt the weight of where we were headed. Finally, we parked at the end of the dirt road. There wasn't really a place to pull off, so we just left the truck at the edge of a clearing. From there we had to walk. The house was another half-mile or so through the woods. I grabbed the flashlight from the glove box, and Mark grabbed his too. The girls stuck close as we made our way along the old path. The moon was out, but not enough to see clearly. Every now and then, a branch would snag my shirt or I'd trip over a root hidden in the grass. We laughed about it at first, trying to act like it was no big deal, but as we got closer, it got quieter. Even the bugs seemed to go silent the deeper we went. When we finally stepped out of the trees, there it was. The house looked worse than I remembered. I'd been out there once before during the day with some other friends, but at night it looked meaner, almost like it was waiting for us. The roof sagged in places, and the windows were dark holes staring back at us. The porch leaned to one side, and some of the boards had fallen away, leaving gaps big enough to see the ground beneath. Out back, barely visible in the moonlight, was the old shed. It was little more than a shack, but it added to the whole creepy picture. We walked up to the house, the boards of the porch creaking under our weight. I tried the door, and after a little shove, it opened with a loud groan. The inside smelled like old wood and mold. Our flashlights cut through the dark, showing broken furniture, peeling wallpaper, and a thick layer of dust on everything. We stepped inside, our footsteps loud on the warped floorboards. The girls stayed close, and I could feel their nervous energy. It made me feel braver somehow, like I had to be the one to keep it together. We moved from room to room, shining our lights around, pointing out old pictures still hanging crooked on the walls, and a rusted-out stove in the kitchen. Everything felt frozen in time, like the people who had lived there just up and left one day. I tried not to think about the stories I'd heard, about the bodies found there back in the 70s. I didn't know if any of that was true, but my mind kept going back to it. After a while, Mark suggested we check out the shed out back. We made our way through what used to be the back door, now just a frame with splinters where the door had rotted away. The shed sat at the edge of the yard, surrounded by tall grass and weeds. It was even more run down than the house. The door was hanging by one hinge, and the roof had caved in on one side. We walked up to it, and Mark grabbed the door to pull it open the rest of the way. That's when we heard it. A scream, high-pitched, sharp, and full of panic. It came from the direction of the house. It was definitely a woman's scream, and it cut through the night like a knife. We all froze. For a second, none of us moved or said a word. My first thought was that some of our buddies had followed us out there, trying to scare us. It wouldn't have been the first time someone pulled a prank like that, but I looked around, and we were all there. Just the four of us. Mark let go of the shed door, and we turned back toward the house. The scream had sounded like it came from inside. Our flashlights bobbed as we ran across the yard and up onto the porch. We went back inside, calling out, shining our lights into the corners, up the stairs, anywhere someone could be hiding. But there was no one. The house was as empty as before. The only sound was our breathing and the creak of the floorboards under our feet. We didn't stay long. We exchanged looks, and without a word we all turned for the door. But as soon as we stepped out onto the porch, the screaming started again. This time it wasn't just from one place. It came from all around us. From the trees, from the house, from somewhere close and somewhere far at the same time. It echoed through the night, and I felt my skin crawl. There was no mistaking it. It was a woman's voice, or maybe several, but it was all wrong. The panic in it, the sheer terror, made my stomach knot up. That was it for us. We bolted. We ran through the yard, through the trees, branches slapping at our faces and arms. I kept expecting to see someone, anyone, but there was nothing. Just that awful screaming, following us, filling the woods. It felt like it went on forever, but we finally reached the truck. We piled in, slammed the doors, and Mark fired it up. The tires spit dirt and gravel as we tore out of there, not caring about the ruts or the branches scraping the sides of the truck. The screaming faded as we sped down the dirt road, but I swear I could still hear it in my head. We didn't stop until we were back on the highway, the lights of town finally coming into view. We didn't say much on the drive back. We were all trying to make sense of it, but none of it added up. When we got back to Mark's place, we told his older brother about it. He was a few years out of high school and had grown up hearing the same stories we had. He nodded like he understood and told us about the bodies they found there back in the early 70s. Said it was a bad scene, that the house had a dark history, but that didn't explain what we heard. We asked around, thinking maybe someone we knew had followed us out there. Maybe it was a prank after all, but nobody admitted to it. And as much as I wanted to believe it was just someone messing with us, deep down I knew it wasn't. The sound of those screams wasn't something you could fake. The terror in them was too real. And the way they came from everywhere at once, how they echoed through the night, it just didn't make sense. After that night, I never went back to that house. None of us did. Even during the day, I didn't want to be anywhere near it. Something happened out there, something we couldn't explain. And even now, years later, I still think about it sometimes. About how that night started as a dumb plan to impress some girls and ended with us running for our lives from something we couldn't see or understand. I don't know what caused those screams. Maybe it was an animal, though I've never heard one that sounded like that. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks on us. Or maybe, like my buddy's brother said, some places just hold on to bad memories in ways we don't understand. Whatever it was, I know what I heard, and I'll never forget it. When I was about 12 years old, summer nights always felt like they lasted forever. The heat of the day would fade, leaving the air warm but bearable, and the crickets would fill the yard with that steady hum that seemed to come from everywhere at once. My brother and I, along with our neighborhood friends Zach and Levi, would stay out as long as we could, stretching the daylight into the night, convincing ourselves that we weren't tired, and that there was always time for one more game of hide and seek. Our yard wasn't huge, but it felt like an entire world to us back then. The front yard was the main stage, with a big oak tree right in the center that we always used for counting. Our house sat on the corner of two roads, our own street and the road that ran through the neighborhood. There weren't many cars that passed by at night, and the few that did were usually neighbors heading home or someone lost trying to find the right turn. That night was like most others. The sun had set, but there was still a faint glow on the horizon, just enough to make out shapes if you squinted. The streetlights had come on, casting circles of pale orange light that didn't quite reach the middle of the yard. The shadows between the lights felt thicker somehow, darker than they did during the day. We didn't care. We had played in that yard 100 times after dark, and we knew every tree, every bush, every hiding spot by heart. It felt safe, like our own little world where nothing bad could happen. I was it for that round. I leaned against the rough bark of the oak tree, pressing my forehead to the trunk, and started counting loud enough so they could hear me, but not so loud that I felt silly yelling into the night. The numbers came out in a steady rhythm, and I tried not to rush them, even though I could hear the soft patter of feet as they ran to find places to hide. By the time I reached 30, the yard had gone quiet. I turned around, blinking into the dim light, letting my eyes adjust. The grass felt cool under my bare feet as I stepped away from the tree, listening hard for any sound that would give them away. I knew my brother would probably be hiding somewhere along the edge of the yard. Zach was usually smart about picking a good spot, and Levi had a way of finding places that no one thought of until he was already there. I started walking toward the side of the yard near the intersection. That's when I saw the car. It wasn't anything special, just a dark-colored sedan, maybe blue or black. It was hard to tell in the low light. It came slowly out of our street, headlights casting long beams that cut across the yard and lit up the tree trunks and bushes for a second at a time. I stood still, hoping it would just keep going. Cars didn't usually stop at that corner unless they were turning, but this one did. It rolled to a slow stop right by the corner where I knew my brother and Zach were hiding. The engine was low, idling soft, but I could still hear it because everything else was so quiet. It stayed there for a few seconds, not long, but long enough that I started to feel that weird prickly feeling on the back of my neck. The one you get when you know something's off, but can't figure out exactly what it is. Then the car moved again, coasting slowly along the front of the yard, heading toward the other corner where Levi had run off to hide. I felt frozen, watching the car creep past. It didn't speed up like most people would when passing a yard full of kids playing. It slowed down again near the other corner, just for a second, before moving on, taking the curve in the road and disappearing out of sight behind the trees at the bend. For a moment, the yard was completely still. The only sounds were the crickets and the soft thump of my heart in my chest. Then, out of nowhere, my brother and Zach came running up to me from their hiding spot. I could see in the dim light that they were both breathing hard, not from running, but from something else, panic maybe. Before I could say anything, Levi came running over too, his face pale in the weak light, looking from me to them like he was trying to figure out what was going on. My brother and Zach were both talking at once, but the only thing that stuck in my head was what they said about the gun. When the car stopped near them, they said they heard it, the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. That sharp, metallic click that you don't forget once you've heard it. At first, I didn't know what to think. My heart was racing, but part of me didn't want to believe it. I told myself they were just spooked because the car was acting weird, and it was dark, and everything feels scarier in the dark. I tried to act calm, tried to brush it off like it was no big deal, but I couldn't stop glancing down the road where the car had gone. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared too. And then, just as I was trying to convince myself it was nothing, we heard it. 2 gunshots, sharp and loud, cracked through the night air. They came from down the road, somewhere past the curve where the car had disappeared. The sound echoed through the quiet, bouncing off the trees and houses, leaving a ringing in my ears. For a second, none of us moved. We just stood there, eyes wide, listening, waiting to see if there would be more. When nothing else came, we all ran at once, legs pumping, feet slapping the ground, sprinting for the safety of the house. We burst through the front door, slamming it behind us, hearts racing, chests heaving. Inside, the house felt different, like the walls and windows were the only things holding back whatever danger was out there. We stood in the entryway for a moment, trying to catch our breath, listening for any sound from outside. The crickets had stopped. The night felt heavier somehow, like the darkness outside was pressing up against the windows, trying to get in. My mom and dad came in from the living room, confused, asking what was going on. We tried to explain, but the words came out in a rush, tripping over each other, and it took a while before they understood what we were trying to say. My friends didn't want to stay. They were too shaken up. We called their parents, and they came to get them not long after. The driveway felt longer than usual as the headlights of their cars lit it up one after the other, pulling away into the night. I couldn't sleep much that night. Every little sound made me jump, a branch tapping the window, the creak of the house settling, the hum of the fridge. I kept replaying the sound of those gunshots in my head, over and over. The next morning, after the sun had come up and the world felt normal again, my dad, my brother, and I decided to walk down the road to where we thought the shots had come from. The daylight made it all feel less scary, but there was still this knot in my stomach as we walked. The air was still, the kind of quiet you only get in the early morning, before the day really starts. The houses along the street looked the same as they always did, but they felt different to me now, like any one of them could be hiding something. When we got to the spot near the bend in the road, we started looking around. There was nothing at first, just the usual leaves and sticks and patches of gravel along the edge of the street. But then, near the shoulder of the road, my dad spotted them. 2 brass shells, small and shiny in the sunlight, lying in the grass like they had been dropped or tossed there. He bent down and picked them up, turning them over in his hand, and I felt that cold feeling wash over me again. It was real. We hadn't imagined it. Someone had fired a gun out there that night, and it hadn't been that far from where we had been standing. We walked back home, quieter than before. None of us said much. There wasn't really anything to say. The shells were proof enough that what we heard was real, and that was scary in a way that stuck with me for a long time. We didn't play outside after dark for a while after that. The yard didn't feel like our safe little world anymore. The oak tree in the middle of the yard didn't feel like the heart of our games. It felt like just another place where something bad could happen. Even when we finally started playing outside again, it wasn't the same. We kept looking over our shoulders, listening harder for the sound of a car engine or footsteps on the gravel. The night didn't feel like ours anymore. It belonged to someone else, the person in that car, the person with the gun. And that's something I never forgot. I was 17 when my grandfather died, back in 2007. It was one of those times that stays burned into your mind, not because of what you expect, but because of all the little things you don't. At the time, I was too sick to go with my parents when they left to try and see him one last time. It wasn't the kind of sick where you can get up and push through it either. I was laid out in bed, sweating, shaking, and too weak to do anything but exist. My parents didn't want to leave me behind, but there wasn't much choice. The way I was feeling, I wasn't much use to anyone. They figured I'd rest, and they'd be back as soon as they could. The house was quiet that day, real quiet. My sisters were at school, my parents had left before dawn, and it was just me in that house, lying in bed and trying to keep my mind off the awful way my body felt. The TV was on low, the sound kind of blending into the background, filling the space so I wouldn't feel so alone. Maury was on, one of those episodes where people were screaming about who the father was. I wasn't really watching it, just letting it play while I drifted in and out of this feverish half-sleep. At first, when I heard it, I thought it was the TV. A soft sound, almost delicate, like a baby's cry. I didn't even really think about it, just let it slide right over me like background noise. With all the shouting and drama on that show, I figured maybe some clip or a commercial. It didn't stand out enough for me to even look up. But then a few minutes later, I heard it again. Same sound, a newborn's cry. Soft, faint, like it wasn't coming from far away exactly, just like it wasn't trying to be heard. Something about it made my stomach twist a little. I reached over, grabbed the remote, and turned the volume down. The TV went quiet, but the crying didn't stop. That's when I knew it wasn't the show. The sound came again, clearer now that there was no other noise to cover it. It wasn't coming from the TV. It was coming from somewhere inside the house. For a second, I just lay there. My mind felt heavy and slow from the fever, and I couldn't figure out what to do. The sound kept coming though, little soft noises like a newborn makes, like when they're just starting to fuss before the real crying starts. My mom had this old wooden crib in her room, one she kept for when she babysat my niece. The thought hit me that maybe something was in there. Some part of me didn't want to get up. I didn't want to know. But curiosity, or maybe instinct, pushed me to swing my legs over the side of the bed and stand up. My body felt weak, legs shaking a bit, head swimming as I made my way out of my room. The hallway seemed longer than usual, like walking through syrup. The house smelled the way it always did, clean laundry, a little bit of the air freshener my mom liked, and something else that I couldn't place. Something stale. I moved toward my mom's room, my feet bare on the cool floor, the baby sounds guiding me. Her door was open, and I stepped inside, my heart thudding harder with every step. The room was dim, curtains half drawn, so that the gray light of the cloudy afternoon made everything look dull and washed out. The crib stood in the corner, empty. I could see that right away. But the sounds were coming from it, soft coos and faint cries. I stood there, frozen, listening. My mind was trying to find a reason, something to make it make sense, but nothing came. I took a few slow steps closer, the floor creaking under my weight. My eyes flicked around the room, looking for anything. Maybe a toy that made noise, maybe a phone left on that somehow was playing something. But there was nothing, just the furniture, the unmade bed, and that crib. The sound stopped for a moment, and in that silence, I felt every hair on my arm stand up. Then, clear as anything, I heard a soft cry, followed by the sound of something falling. It was a small sound, like something light tipping over, but it snapped me out of whatever trance I was in. I turned toward the noise and saw that an old framed photo had fallen from my mom's dresser. The glass was shattered, the frame crooked on the floor. It was a picture of my mom and my grandma, taken years before I was born. I'd seen it a million times, sitting there on the dresser like it always had. For a few seconds, I just stared at it, my brain not quite keeping up with what was happening. The broken glass caught the light, little shards scattered across the floor. My heart was racing, and my hands felt cold and clammy. The room felt different now, heavier somehow, like the air had thickened. I didn't want to be in there anymore. I turned and walked out fast, almost tripping over my own feet, my breath coming short and quick. I didn't stop to think. I didn't stop to grab anything. I just went straight out the front door, the cool air hitting my face, the world outside feeling more real, more solid than that house had. I ran across the yard, over to my sister's place next door. My legs felt weak, my chest tight, but I didn't care. I just needed to not be alone anymore. I was ready to yell for her, to tell her something, anything, but when I got to the door, I saw her through the window. She was on the phone, pacing a little, her face serious. I waited, shifting from foot to foot, wiping my hands on my jeans, trying to calm down. After a minute or two, she hung up and turned toward the door. When she saw me standing there, she opened it, and right away, before I could even say anything, she said it. Grandpa just died, like 5 minutes ago. The words hit me harder than I expected. I didn't say anything right away. I just stood there, the pieces of what had happened sliding together in my head. The baby sounds, the photo falling, the broken glass, the timing of it all. My mind tried to find a reason, something logical that made it all fit, but I couldn't. There was no ghost, no spirit, just me sick and alone in that house, and all those little things that happened when he left this world. I stayed at my sister's place the rest of the day, too shaken to go back home. When my parents came back that night, I told them about it. My mom tried to explain it away, said maybe it was the fever making me hear things. Maybe the photo fell because of vibrations from me walking around or the wind rattling the house. I nodded. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was too sick to trust my senses. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. The next day, when I went back over to the house, I cleaned up the broken photo frame. I picked up the pieces of glass one by one, careful not to cut myself, and I put the picture in a new frame my mom gave me. She didn't want it back on her dresser. She said it didn't feel right anymore. So I kept it, and it's been with me ever since. I don't have any answers. I don't know what it was or why it happened. All I know is that on the day my grandfather died, I heard things I can't explain and felt things I won't ever forget. And every time I look at that photo now, I remember it all, clear as the moment it happened. It was late in the semester, probably early April. The cold was starting to give way a little, but Chicago still had that sharp, biting wind that could cut through whatever jacket you thought would be warm enough. That afternoon, the four of us, me, my two roommates, and a hallmate, had decided to head out to Aldi. We were all broke college kids, and Aldi was a lifesaver with its cheap groceries. We could have gone somewhere closer, but we figured it was worth the longer trip for the prices. Plus, it felt like a bit of an adventure, something to break up the stress of finals looming over us. We left campus in the early evening, probably around 5 or so. The city was still busy, that rush hour kind of busy where people are heading home, the streets filled with cars and buses, the sidewalks crowded. We made our way to the Pink Line station, bundled up in our hoodies and coats, our backpacks empty, and ready to be filled with whatever deals we could find. When we boarded the train downtown, it was crowded but not packed. The usual mix of people, workers heading home, students like us, older folks just trying to get from one place to another. We grabbed seats near the middle of the car, the kind that face inward, so we were kind of in a little square with our knees almost touching. I remember pulling my phone out, scrolling through it without really seeing anything, just trying to pass the time. The city blurred past outside, buildings giving way to more industrial areas as we headed west. It was maybe 10 minutes into the ride when he got on. The train pulled into a station. I couldn't tell you which one exactly, and the doors slid open with that familiar sound. A few people got off, a few got on, but he stood out immediately. Tall, maybe 6 feet or so, with messy hair and a scruffy beard. He wore this huge, ratty coat that looked like it had been dragged through dirt, layers upon layers underneath, like he was wearing everything he owned. His eyes were wide, wild-looking, and his face was red, like he'd been shouting before he even stepped onto the train. He didn't sit down. Instead, as soon as the doors closed and the train lurched forward, he turned to face our half of the car. His voice filled the space, loud and ragged, like he'd been yelling for hours. The end is near. The flames will consume this city. You will all burn for your sins. That's about all I caught at first, because my brain immediately kicked into high alert. I kept my eyes on my phone, though I wasn't seeing anything on the screen. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The guy's voice echoed through the train car, bouncing off the metal and glass, making it sound like he was everywhere at once. He didn't just stand there shouting. He started pacing back and forth along the aisle, swinging his arms like he was conducting some invisible orchestra of doom. His movements were jerky, wild, and unpredictable. One moment he was standing still, his arms outstretched like he was trying to part the train itself. The next he was lunging forward a few steps, shouting even louder. His coat flapped around him, and I remember noticing the grime on his sleeves, the way the fabric was worn thin at the elbows. Nobody said anything. Nobody moved. We all just sat there, pretending not to see him, not to hear him, though every nerve in my body was screaming at me to do something. Run, hide, anything. But there was nowhere to go. The train kept speeding forward, the wheels clattering on the tracks, the city sliding by outside. He kept going, his voice rising and falling, sometimes almost whispering before exploding into another roar about fire, about judgment, about the city being destroyed. Every time he reached the end of the car, he'd spin around and start pacing the other way, getting closer to us, then further, then closer again. My hands were clenched so tight in my lap, I could feel my fingernails digging into my skin. And that was the thing, he didn't have anything in his hands. But the way he moved, the way he shouted, you just didn't know. It felt like at any second he could reach into that massive coat and pull out something. A gun, a knife, something that would turn this from terrifying to deadly in an instant. I tried to focus on my breathing, tried to stay still, tried not to let the fear show on my face. Because in my head I kept thinking, if he sees that I'm scared, if he thinks I'm reacting, maybe he'll focus on me. Maybe I'll be the target. So I kept my eyes down like everyone else, and just hoped he'd leave us alone. It felt like forever, but it was probably only a few minutes. The train clattered along, and finally we started slowing down for the next stop. My eyes flicked up just enough to see the station coming into view. I didn't know where we were, didn't care. I just wanted him off that train. As soon as the doors opened, he turned without a word, without any sort of warning, and stepped off. He disappeared into the platform, his voice fading as the doors slid shut behind him. The train started moving again, and for a long moment, nobody said a thing. It was like we all had to collectively let out a breath we'd been holding since he got on. I looked around, and everyone had that same look. Wide eyes, tense shoulders, a sort of silent agreement passing between us all. Like, what the hell just happened? But nobody said it. Nobody needed to. We all felt it. The rest of the ride was quiet. Too quiet, almost. Even the normal train sounds, the hum of the engine, the clatter of the tracks, felt louder than usual. I think we were all waiting, half expecting something else to happen, someone else to get on and start the whole nightmare over again. But it didn't. We got to our stop, filed off the train, and made our way to Aldi in a sort of daze. Inside the store, under the harsh fluorescent lights, pushing a cart down the aisle, it felt almost unreal, like the whole thing on the train hadn't actually happened. But every time I closed my eyes that night, lying in bed, I saw him again. The wild eyes, the swinging arms, the way his voice filled the train car. And I couldn't shake the thought that we'd all gotten lucky. That whatever was going on in his head, whatever had driven him to get on that train and shout about the end of the world, it hadn't spilled over into violence. Not this time. And that thought stuck with me. The idea that in a city as big as Chicago, with so many people packed together, you just never know who's going to cross your path or what they might do. It was a reminder I didn't want, but one I wouldn't forget. The train kept moving. The city kept moving. And we kept moving with it, hoping the next ride would be quieter. It's been almost 10 years, but I can still remember every little detail like it happened yesterday. I was living alone in a small apartment on the edge of a rough neighborhood. It wasn't the best area. The rent was cheap, the building was old, and the kind of people who hung around the block weren't exactly the friendly type. I didn't care much though. I liked my space. I liked coming home, locking the door behind me, and just being by myself. At first, it was small things. The kind of things you brush off because they don't seem like much. I'd come home from work, drop my keys on the little table by the door, and sit on the couch with a joint to take the edge off. I worked long hours at a diner on the other side of town, so by the time I got home, my brain was mush. Some nights, I'd look around and think, Didn't I leave that cushion on the other side of the couch? Or wasn't that mug in the sink this morning, not on the counter? I told myself I was tired. I told myself I was stoned. I didn't think too hard about it, but it kept happening. One night I walked in, and the magnets on the fridge had been moved. I stared at them for a long time, trying to remember how I left them. I always kept them lined up along the edge of the door, neat and out of the way. Now they were in a messy clump in the center. And there were more of them. New ones I didn't remember buying. Bright colors, little ads for pizza places and locksmiths and random businesses. But from a different state. I hadn't traveled. I didn't have friends who'd bring me these. Still, I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe they'd fallen off, and I stuck them back without thinking. Maybe I picked them up somewhere and forgot. Then I started finding cigarette butts in the ashtray. Not mine. I smoked Camels. These were some off-brand menthols. None of my friends smoked that either. I didn't even have people over that often. I felt my stomach drop the first time I noticed. I stood there in the middle of my living room, just staring at those butts, and I felt cold all over. I knew something wasn't right. I could feel it in my bones. But when I told people, my friends, the cops, they acted like I was losing it. They said it was the weed, the stress, my imagination. But I knew better. That night, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know for sure. I borrowed my boyfriend's car so no one would see my usual piece of junk parked out front. I wanted it to look like I wasn't home. I got inside, locked the door behind me, turned off all the lights, and sat on the floor by the window where I had a view of the street. I waited. The minutes dragged by. I could hear the building creak and shift like old buildings do. I could hear the traffic outside, the sirens in the distance, people yelling on the street below. I sat there for what felt like forever. Every little sound made my heart race. I told myself I was being stupid, but I stayed put. Then all of a sudden I felt it. I don't know how to explain it, except that every part of me screamed that I had to leave. My heart was beating so fast it made my chest hurt. My skin felt hot and cold at the same time. I didn't stop to think. I grabbed my keys, unlocked the door, and ran. I didn't even pause to shut the door behind me. I bolted down the stairs, out into the street, and didn't look back until I got to my boyfriend's car. When I did, I froze. There, clear as day in the light from the street lamps, I saw this huge figure climbing up onto my balcony. It was like a black shape against the light from the city, tall and broad, moving like it knew exactly what it was doing. It didn't look around. It didn't hesitate. It just climbed over and disappeared inside. I sat there in the car, shaking so hard my teeth clattered. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I stayed there all night, too scared to move. When the sun came up, I went inside, packed a bag, and I was gone before noon. I never went back. Years later, I still think about what would have happened if I'd stayed. And then, just when I thought I'd heard the worst of it, something happened to my manager that made my own experience seem small. She was this no-nonsense kind of woman, always put together, always on top of things. She and her husband had been fighting for days over some lost keys. Neither of them would admit to losing them. It had turned into a big deal. They had to get a new car key from the dealership, change the locks on the house. It was a hassle. Everyone at work had heard about it because she came in every day venting about how mad she was. Then one afternoon, she had to leave work early. Something about picking up one of her kids from daycare because the kid wasn't feeling well. She went home in the middle of the day, something she never did. When she walked inside, she saw it right away. All their electronics, the TV, the gaming consoles, laptops, were piled up in the middle of the living room. Jewelry, small valuables, anything someone would grab if they were robbing the place. It was all there in a neat little pile. She called the cops. They came out, checked the house, and went up into the attic. That's when they found signs someone had been living up there. Trash, blankets, cans of food, a small mattress, personal stuff that didn't belong to them. The police said it looked like whoever it was had been staying there for at least 2 months. 2 months. All that time, my manager, her husband, their 2 little girls had been sleeping under the same roof as some stranger. He'd had keys. He'd been coming and going as he pleased. They moved out the next day, just like I had. I still think about that sometimes. The way you can be living your life, thinking you're safe, thinking your home is yours, and all the while, someone else is there. Watching, waiting, moving your stuff just enough to make you doubt yourself. Leaving little signs that you're not alone, but small enough that everyone else can write it off. You want to believe it's in your head, because the alternative is too terrifying to face. But it happens. It happens more than people want to admit. Every time I move into a new place now, I check everything. The locks, the windows, the attic, the basement if there is one. I change the locks, even if the landlord says they already did. I never assume I'm the first or only one with keys. I don't want to be the person who finds out the hard way again. And I always trust that feeling in my gut. Because the night I didn't ignore it, the night I ran without thinking, might have been the night that saved my life. When I was about 13 years old, I had a Sunday morning paper delivery route. It wasn't something I particularly loved doing, but it gave me a little money, and it felt good to have a bit of independence. My parents trusted me with it, and I liked riding my bike early in the morning when the streets were empty. The world felt quiet, like it belonged only to me in those hours. The sun would just be coming up, and everything would be coated in that soft, golden light that made even the cracked sidewalks and old houses look peaceful. Every Sunday, I woke up before dawn, rubbed the sleep from my eyes, got dressed, and went out to collect my stack of papers. The air was always cool at that hour, and I liked the way it smelled, clean, a little damp from the dew. I'd load the papers into my bag and set off, pedaling slowly through the neighborhood. I knew my route by heart. First the row of small brick houses on my street, then the wider road with older homes that had big front yards and long driveways, and finally a few houses tucked back along a narrow lane that most people didn't use. I didn't mind the quiet. It gave me time to think, or not think at all. That morning started out like any other. The sky was turning from deep blue to gray as I pedaled along, my tires making a soft hum on the road. I remember I was thinking about what I'd do after I got home. Probably go back to bed for a while, or maybe play some video games. I didn't see any cars. The neighborhood was still asleep, and it felt like I was the only person awake. I was maybe halfway through my route when I saw the van. It was parked along the curb ahead of me, just past one of the houses where I usually tossed the paper onto the porch. I didn't think much of it at first. People parked on the street all the time, and I figured maybe it was someone visiting a neighbor or staying overnight. It was an older van, beige or tan, with a sliding door on the side. The windows were kind of fogged up, which seemed odd to me. As I got closer, I noticed that the engine was running. The exhaust made little puffs in the cool air. My stomach did a small flip, but I told myself it was nothing. Just a van. Just a person sitting inside, maybe warming up before heading out. When I reached the house, I stopped to take out the paper and toss it onto the porch. That's when the van's passenger side window rolled down. The driver leaned over and called out, "Hey, excuse me." I thought he was going to ask for directions or something. That kind of thing had happened before. So I walked my bike closer to the van, keeping one hand on the handlebar, and stopped near the window. That's when I saw it. The man was sitting there, his face kind of flushed, his eyes wide and too bright. And his hands were down in his lap. He was playing with himself. Just out in the open like that, in his van, on a quiet street, in the early morning. My mind froze for a second. I didn't know what to do. He said, "Hey, I'll give you $5 if you watch me jack off." His voice was low and weirdly calm, like he was offering me a job or something normal. I felt sick. My heart started beating faster. I wanted to run, to throw my bike down and get away from him, but all I managed to say was, "No thanks." My voice sounded small, even to me. I turned my bike and started pedaling away. Not fast at first because my legs felt heavy, like they wouldn't listen to me. I went up to the next house and got off my bike. I stood on the porch step and looked back. The van was still there. The guy was watching me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to go to the door and wake someone up. It was still so early, and I felt embarrassed somehow, like I'd done something wrong just by being there. So I pretended to ring the doorbell. I stood there for a few seconds, acting like I was waiting for someone to answer. My heart was pounding. The van stayed where it was, engine humming softly. Finally, after what felt like forever, the van eased away from the curb and drove off down the street. I waited until it turned the corner and disappeared before I let out a shaky breath. I didn't even finish my route. I rode straight home as fast as I could, my hands gripping the handlebars so tightly that my knuckles ached. When I got home, I didn't tell my parents. I don't know why. Maybe I was afraid they'd be mad at me for going up to the van in the first place. Maybe I thought they wouldn't believe me. Or maybe I just didn't want to say the words out loud. I put my bike in the garage, went up to my room, and sat on my bed, feeling like I'd just escaped something terrible, but not sure what to do about it. For the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I went out on my paper route, I was on edge, looking over my shoulder, listening for the sound of that van's engine. I never saw it again, but the memory stayed with me, and it made me more cautious. I stopped talking to people who stopped me in the street. If anyone slowed down near me, I'd turn my bike around or duck into a yard until they were gone. About a year later, there was a story that went around town. A paperboy about my age had been assaulted and murdered. It was all over the local news. People were shocked, scared. I remember watching the report on TV, sitting in the living room with my parents. They were talking about how it happened during his route, early in the morning, in a neighborhood not far from mine. The police never said much about who did it, at least not that I heard. I don't think they caught the guy right away. There were descriptions floating around, rumors about a van, about a man who approached kids. My stomach twisted when I heard that. I kept thinking back to that morning, to the van, to the man with the two bright eyes and the calm voice. I wondered if it had been him. If maybe I'd been a target, but I'd gotten away because I said no and walked off. After that, the newspaper stopped letting kids have morning paper routes. They said it wasn't safe. Parents didn't want their kids out alone at that hour anymore. I gave up the job without complaint. I was relieved, honestly. I didn't want to be out there in the dark anymore, always wondering if that van would come back. As I got older, I thought about that morning from time to time. I'd try to remember details about the man's face, about the van, about the sound of his voice. But memory's a funny thing. The details got blurry. All that stayed clear was the feeling, the fear, the sick twist in my gut, the cold sweat on my neck. I never found out who did it. I don't know if they ever caught the man who killed that other boy. But sometimes, when I'm driving through the old neighborhood, or when I hear about something similar happening somewhere else, I remember that morning. I remember how close I might have come. And I think about how lucky I was that the man in the van drove away. The image of that van, idling quietly in the early light, is something I don't think I'll ever forget. It was just one moment, just a few minutes out of my life. But it left a mark. Even now, all these years later, it's still with me. I was about 15 when I was asked to babysit my nieces and nephews at my sister's house. It wasn't really the first time I'd done it, but this was one of the few times I was left alone with them at night. My sister and her husband had gone out for some event. I don't even remember what it was now. I just remember that it was dark out, and I was trying to act all responsible like I wasn't nervous. They trusted me, and I didn't want to mess anything up. The house was one of those older ones, not exactly falling apart, but the kind where you notice every creak and groan it makes. The kind where the windows don't always shut just right, and the wind whistles through the little cracks. The kind where, at night, the shadows seem longer than they should be, and every sound outside feels closer than it actually is. My sister and her family lived in a quiet neighborhood. Not a bad area at all. You'd think nothing ever happens in places like that, right? Just houses, trees, fences. The kind of place people move to, so they don't have to worry about anything happening. So there I was sitting on the couch, the kids already in their pajamas. My nieces and nephews were younger. One was about 8, the other 2 even younger than that. They were good kids, though the youngest one kept getting out of bed every few minutes asking for water, or saying he was too hot or too cold or too scared. I kept reassuring him everything was fine. I turned the TV on low, trying to keep myself calm, too. I wasn't used to being in charge like that, especially at night, and especially when it felt so quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet where you're sure you can hear your own heartbeat if you pay attention. The kids' rooms were down the hall from the living room where I was sitting. I kept glancing down the hallway, listening to make sure they weren't out of bed again. That's when my niece came out, standing at the edge of the hall, rubbing her eyes. I remember the way she said it, so simple, so matter-of-fact. She just looked at me and said, "That man keeps watching me." I felt this cold wave pass over me, like all the air had been sucked out of the room for a second. I stared at her, trying to process what she'd said. I asked her what she meant, but she didn't really say much else, just kept standing there, like it was nothing unusual. I got up, my heart beating faster, and went into her room. I looked out the window, pulled the curtains aside. I didn't see anyone. I checked all around, Even stepped out onto the front porch, trying to see if there was anyone out there. Nothing. Just the dark yard, the streetlight down at the end of the block casting that yellow glow that never quite reaches far enough. The bushes barely moving in the breeze. I told myself maybe she'd been dreaming, or maybe she'd seen something on TV earlier that stuck in her mind. I tried to shake it off. I tucked her back in, sat in her room for a few minutes, watching out the window just in case, but nothing moved. No sound, no figure. After a bit, I went back to the living room, but that uneasy feeling didn't go away. I kept glancing at the windows, feeling like maybe I'd missed something. I must have been sitting there for maybe 20 minutes when my phone rang. I grabbed it without really thinking. It was my dad. As soon as I picked up, I could hear how panicked he sounded. His voice was rushed, tense. He asked if I was okay. I said, yeah, why? I didn't understand why he was asking me that out of nowhere. Then he told me. He said the neighbors had called the police. There was some guy outside, looking in through the windows. A peeping Tom, he said. My stomach dropped. That cold feeling came rushing back all at once. Only worse this time because now I knew my niece hadn't just imagined it. Someone had really been out there. Someone had been close enough to look in at us, at the kids, at me. And I hadn't seen him. I'd stood right there at the window and missed him somehow. I felt this mix of fear and anger at myself for not noticing. I got up, started double-checking that all the doors were locked, pulling the curtains tight over every window. I didn't want the kids to wake up and see me acting scared, but my hands were shaking a little as I did it. The house suddenly felt so exposed, like no matter how many locks there were, it wouldn't be enough. Not long after that, maybe 5 minutes, there was a knock at the door. My heart jumped so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. But it was the police. I opened the door just a crack at first, then all the way when I saw the uniforms. They were calm, professional, but I could see in their eyes that they understood how shaken I was. They told me they'd caught the guy. He'd been drinking at a bar nearby, followed some girl home, and when she ran inside to get away from him, he'd gotten confused and ended up at our house instead. He'd been peering in, probably thinking it was her house. They said he was really drunk. Too drunk to even realize he was at the wrong house. They reassured me he was in custody. He wouldn't be bothering anyone else that night. I thanked them, though my voice felt small, like it wasn't really my own. They left after making sure we were okay, telling me to call if anything else happened. I stood there at the door for a long time after they left, just looking out at the street, at the dark shapes of the trees and houses, wondering how close he'd gotten, wondering how long he'd been watching before my niece saw him. I went back inside, checked on the kids again. They were all asleep. Somehow, they hadn't woken up during any of it. I sat up for hours after that, too wired to sleep. Every time a car passed outside, every time the house creaked, I felt my pulse race. I kept imagining what could have happened if that girl hadn't called the police. If he'd tried to get in, thinking our house was hers. If I hadn't locked the doors, or if I'd left a window cracked open. My mind went through all the possibilities, each one worse than the last. The next day, my sister and her husband came back, and I told them everything. They were shocked, of course, and thankful nothing worse had happened. We all talked about it for a long time. The girl next door, the one the guy had followed, she came over later to thank me for staying calm, though really, I thought she was the one who deserved the thanks. If she hadn't noticed him out there and called the police, who knows how long he would have stayed out there? Who knows what else he might have tried? I found out later that the guy had been charged with drunk driving, attempted forced entry, and some kind of spying charge. He'd stayed overnight in jail, at least, and probably faced a fine or worse after that. I didn't really care what happened to him, as long as he stayed away from us. After that night, I never babysat there again without double-checking every lock before it even got dark. I never forgot that feeling, that cold wave of fear that came over me the moment my niece spoke those words, and the realization afterward that someone really had been out there, just on the other side of the glass. I think about it sometimes when I'm alone at night, how thin the barrier really is between safety and danger. Just a pane of glass, a locked door. And how easily it could have been different if just one small thing had gone another way. It was 1998, and I had just turned 18 not too long before this happened. I was living in a small town, the kind where everybody knew everybody, and there wasn't much going on most nights. I had been dating this girl from the next town over, and she lived about 15 miles from me. Not far, but far enough that you had to get on the highway that connected the two towns. That highway was one of those stretches of road that felt like it just went on forever through nothing but woods. For about 10 miles or so, there was nothing. No gas stations, no houses, not even any streetlights. Just trees on both sides, thick and dark once the sun went down. And the only thing keeping the darkness back was your own headlights. It was the kind of place that could make you feel really alone, even if you weren't. That evening I decided to head over to her place. It was just before dark, so the sun was low on the horizon, throwing long shadows across the road and through the trees. I liked driving that stretch when it was like that, with the sky still showing some light, but the trees already black against it. The road was mostly empty that night. It usually was around that time. I saw a few cars here and there, but for the most part, it felt like I had the whole highway to myself. Or almost. There was this one truck ahead of me. Not a pickup, but one of those delivery-type trucks. The kind the UPS guy drives. Big, boxy, with no doors on the sides so the driver could just hop in and out easy. It was white, and I could see it had some sort of plumbing company logo on the side, though I didn't catch the name right then. I didn't think much of it at first. He was going slower than I was, maybe 10 miles an hour under the speed limit. Nothing crazy, but enough that I caught up to him. The road had 2 lanes going my way, so I figured I'd just go around him and be on my way. I checked my mirrors, signaled, and eased into the left lane. I passed him quick and easy, or at least that's what I thought. But as I was passing him, I glanced over out of habit, and I saw the guy in the truck looking at me. And I mean really looking. His face was twisted up, red, like he was furious. His mouth was moving, shouting something I couldn't hear, and his arm was out the open side of his truck, gesturing wildly. It wasn't the kind of annoyed look people give when they're having a bad day or they're frustrated. This was something else. He looked like he wanted to kill me. I didn't know what I'd done. I didn't cut him off. There was plenty of space. The highway was empty except for the 2 of us. But whatever the reason, this guy had snapped. The first thing he did was gun his engine and pull up alongside me. We were side by side on the highway, both going faster now. He was leaning out of his truck, screaming, his face almost purple with rage. His truck swerved toward mine, close enough that I felt the wind of it and had to yank my will right to keep from getting hit. My heart was racing. I didn't know what the hell his problem was, but I knew I needed to get away from him. I let off the gas, figuring if I slowed down, he'd just go on ahead. Maybe he'd cool off or decide I wasn't worth the trouble. For a second, it seemed like that might happen. He pulled ahead of me, and I thought maybe that was it. But then he started slamming on his brakes. Hard. Over and over, he'd hit the brakes, trying to force me to slow down or stop. I swerved into the other lane to try to go around him, but every time I did, he'd swerve too, blocking me. It was like some insane game of chicken, except he wasn't playing. He was serious. He wanted me off the road or stopped or crashed. I didn't know, but none of the options were good. I kept trying to get around him. The lanes were wide, and there was the shoulder too, but every time I made a move, he'd match it. My hands were clenched on the steering wheel so tight they hurt. My eyes kept darting between my mirrors and the road ahead, trying to figure out how to get out of this. I couldn't just stop. If I stopped, I didn't know what he'd do, but it wasn't going to be good, and I couldn't call anyone. This was before everyone had a cell phone in their pocket. Mine was at home, sitting on my nightstand. Even if I'd had one, there was no signal out here anyway. It was just me and him, and the empty road. The trees on either side seemed to close in, the sky darker now. The last of the sun was gone, and my headlights were the only thing lighting the way. His brake lights kept flaring up in front of me, red against the night, as he tried again and again to force me to stop. I thought about hitting the shoulder and just gunning it past him, but the shoulders on that road were narrow, and the ground dropped off pretty quick. One wrong move, and I'd be in a ditch, or worse. Finally, I saw an opening. He hesitated just a second too long, and I floored it. My car wasn't anything special, but it was faster than that big delivery truck. The engine roared, and I shot past him on the left. My tires screamed a little as I pushed it harder than I should have, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. He tried to follow, but I had the jump on him, and I was pulling away. I kept the gas down, watching my speed climb, watching my mirrors. His headlights got smaller, but he didn't give up right away. He kept at it, chasing me for what felt like miles. I didn't let up until I saw the first signs of the next town. The glow of streetlights, the gas stations, the stores. Civilization. Safety. When I finally got to her house, I pulled into the driveway and just sat there for a second, catching my breath. My heart was still pounding, and my hands were shaking. I kept looking at the road, half expecting that truck to come flying around the corner after me. But it didn't. It was over. I went inside, tried to act normal, but I was rattled. All night I kept thinking about it, replaying it in my head, trying to figure out what had set him off. I hadn't done anything. I was sure of that. Later, when I'd calmed down some, I looked up the plumbing company. I found the number and called. I didn't really know what I expected to hear. Maybe that they'd had a driver out there who'd lost it, or maybe an apology. But the person who answered sounded confused. They said they didn't have any trucks out that way that night. None of their guys should have been anywhere near that highway. I described the truck as best I could, but they didn't know what to tell me. They said it wasn't theirs. I never saw that truck again. Never found out who was driving it or why he came after me like that. But I didn't take that stretch of highway at night for a long time after that. Even now, sometimes if I'm driving a dark road and I see a big white truck in my mirror, I get that same tight feeling in my chest. Like it's all about to happen again. And the worst part is not knowing. Not knowing who he was, or what he wanted, or what might have happened if I hadn't gotten away. I was about 13 when it happened, but even now, I can remember every small detail like it happened yesterday. My parents had gone on a trip, I don't even remember where, maybe some work thing or a weekend getaway. They left my grandmother to watch over me and my sister. She was always kind and gentle, the kind of person you felt safe with, but that night nothing felt safe. I had fallen sick, one of those sudden colds that hit you like a brick wall. My head was heavy, my body ached, and I couldn't stop shivering no matter how many blankets I had piled on top of me. I remember lying on the couch in the living room, the TV on low volume, flickering in the dark room. My grandma had helped me get settled earlier in the evening before heading to bed herself. My sister had gone to her room hours before, probably reading or already asleep. At some point, I must have drifted off because I remember waking up suddenly. It wasn't like waking from a dream or from the sound of something. It was that weird, uneasy feeling like your body knows something is off before your mind catches up. The house was dark except for the soft light from the TV, which had gone into that quiet mode where it just glows with no sound. My head felt hot and my mouth dry, and for a second I thought maybe I'd just woken up because of the fever. But as my eyes adjusted to the dark, I noticed something at the end of the hall. My sister's door was cracked open, and in the faint glow from the TV, I could see the outline of a small figure standing halfway out of the room. At first, I didn't even think twice. My mind, still foggy with sleep and sickness, just assumed it was my sister. Maybe she'd gotten up for water or was checking on me. But she didn't move. She just stood there, her body half hidden by the door frame. I could make out long hair, the kind that would fall over her shoulders, and she seemed to be wearing something light, maybe a nightgown or a big t-shirt. I felt a bit worried because it was strange for her to just stand there like that, especially in the middle of the night. I cleared my throat, my voice dry and weak, and asked if she was okay. No answer. She didn't move. I tried again, this time louder, feeling the dryness scratch at my throat. But still nothing. She just stood there like a statue. That's when I noticed something that made my heart race. The light from the TV shifted just enough to catch her face, and in that split second, I saw her eye. It reflected the light like a glass bead, and the way it caught the glow, I knew it wasn't my sister. My sister's eyes were brown and warm, always soft even when she was mad or tired. But this eye, it looked empty, hollow even, like it didn't belong on a person at all. And the shape of her face, now that I saw it clearer, was all wrong. The proportions, the way the hair fell around it, even the height seemed a little off, like someone trying to look like my sister, but failing in small, creepy ways. Before I could even think about what to do, the figure turned slowly and slipped back into the room. It didn't hurry or make any sound. It just moved so smooth and quiet, like it floated rather than walked. I wanted to get up. I wanted to run down that hall, burst into the room, and check on my sister. But my body wouldn't move. My chest felt tight and heavy, and my legs felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. I was frozen, completely locked in place by a fear so sharp it felt like it had cut right into my bones. All I could do was stare down that dark hall, waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. The house stayed quiet, and after what felt like forever, I must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I remember is the morning sun pouring through the windows and my grandmother waking me up to check my fever. I didn't say anything. I told myself maybe it was just my fever playing tricks on me. Maybe it was a dream, or maybe I really did see my sister, and the weirdness of the night had made it look strange. But I couldn't shake the feeling that what I saw wasn't her. That image of that eye catching the light stayed burned into my mind for years. Time passed. I got better, my parents came home, and life went on. But that night always stayed with me, tucked into the back of my head like a memory I didn't want but couldn't throw away. My sister eventually moved into another room when she got older, and I ended up taking over her old bedroom, the same one where I saw that figure. At first, I didn't think much about it. The room was just a room. I painted the walls a different color, rearranged the furniture, made it mine. But at night, when the house was dark and quiet, I'd sometimes catch myself staring at the doorway, half expecting to see that small shape standing there again. It was about 3 years after that first night when something else happened, something that brought all those old feelings back and made them worse. I was 16 by then, no longer that sick, scared kid. I thought I was older, tougher. But fear doesn't care about age. I had gone to bed like any normal night. The house was quiet, my parents asleep, my sister in her new room at the other end of the hall. I remember I had stayed up a bit late reading, or maybe scrolling through my phone. I don't remember what exactly. But when I finally drifted off, it felt like I had barely been asleep when I woke up again. It wasn't noise that woke me. It was that same awful feeling from before, like my body knew something wasn't right. I opened my eyes and it was dark, but the moonlight was coming through the window enough that I could see the outlines of my room. The desk, the dresser, the posters on the wall. And there, at the edge of my bed, was a figure. Not small this time, not like a little girl. This was taller, hunched, like it was leaning in close to me. I couldn't see it clearly at first, just the shape. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw more. The hair was long and tangled, black as night, and hanging down in messy clumps. The skin, what little I could see of it, looked pale, almost gray, like it hadn't seen the sun in years. But the worst part, the part that made my blood run cold, were the eyes. They were wide and dark, so dark they seemed to suck the light right out of the room. And the way they stared at me, it was like they weren't just looking at me. They were inside my head, digging around, pulling at every fear I had ever had. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just lay there, frozen, my heart pounding so loud I thought it might wake the whole house. I wanted to scream, to call for my parents, for anyone, but my voice wouldn't come. All I could do was stare back at those awful eyes, trapped in that silent nightmare. I don't know how long it lasted. Maybe a few seconds, maybe minutes. But then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. No sound, no movement, just gone like it had never been there at all. I lay there the rest of the night, too scared to close my eyes again, watching the shadows shift across the walls until the sun finally came up. After that night, I couldn't stay in that room alone. My sister and I ended up sharing a room again for the rest of the time we lived in that house. Neither of us liked to talk about it much, but I think she knew something was off too. Sometimes I'd catch her glancing at that doorway in the middle of the night, just like I did. The old room eventually became a kind of storage space. My parents filled it with boxes, old furniture, stuff we didn't need but couldn't throw out. They never knew why I didn't want to sleep in there anymore. I never told them because what could I say? That I saw something that wasn't there? That I woke up to find something staring at me in the dark? It all sounded too crazy, even to me. I still think about it sometimes, especially at night when the house is quiet and the dark corners of the room seem a little too dark. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or any of that stuff. I think what I saw was something my mind created in moments when I was vulnerable, when I was sick or half asleep or caught between dreaming and waking. Our minds can play tricks on us, especially in the dark when we're alone and scared. The little girl, the thing at the foot of my bed, they were just shapes in the dark, shadows turned into monsters by my own fear. That's what I tell myself, anyway. But still, even now, I keep the door to that old room shut whenever I visit, just in case. I still think about that day more often than I probably should. It creeps into my head at random times, like when I'm sitting in traffic or brushing my teeth, and I get that same sick feeling in my stomach. Like I'm back there on that island, and I can still see those men's faces, the way they stared at us. I guess writing it all down might help me get it out of my head, or at least make sense of how stupid we were. How lucky we were, too. It was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. My best friend's parents invited me along on their family vacation to the Bahamas. They were staying at Atlantis, the huge resort that's basically a giant playground for rich people. I couldn't believe it when she asked me. Her parents were always really chill about letting her bring a friend on trips, but the Bahamas? That felt like winning the lottery. I remember packing my suitcase and thinking about how cool it would be to lay on the beach, sip something fruity, and not have to think about anything for a week. We were both 16, high school sophomores, and just excited to get out of our boring town for a while. The first few days were amazing. We swam in the pools, went down the water slides, explored the aquariums. At night, we'd sit out on the balcony of our room, looking at the lights from all the other hotels across the water, talking about whatever came to mind. But by the third day, we were starting to get a little bored of the resort itself. We wanted something different, something that felt more real than overpriced food and tourist traps. That afternoon, we wandered down to the beach outside of Atlantis. The sand was hot, the water was perfect, and there were people everywhere. Families, couples, kids building sandcastles, people riding jet skis, parasailing, all of it. And there were locals too, lots of them. Guys walking up and down the beach trying to sell everything you could think of: bracelets, conch shells, drinks, weed, snorkeling trips, jet ski rides. They were persistent, but not in a creepy way. Just trying to make a buck, you know? We'd been sitting on the sand for a while when one of these guys came up to us. He was young, probably in his mid-20s, tall, decent looking, with braids pulled back behind his head. His English was good, and he had this smooth, easy way of talking. He smiled at us, asked if we wanted to rent a jet ski. When we hesitated, he laughed and said, "For you two pretty girls, first ride is free." We looked at each other. A free jet ski ride? Why not? It sounded fun, and we didn't have anything else to do. We climbed on behind him, the three of us squeezed onto the jet ski, and he took us out onto the water. It was fun at first. The wind in our hair, the salt spray on our faces, the thrill of speeding across the waves. We laughed and held on tight as he took sharp turns and jumped the wake. He seemed friendly enough, and honestly, we didn't think twice when he asked, "You girls like to smoke der herb?" We both perked up at that. Back home, we smoked all the time. We thought it made us look cool, made us feel relaxed. And hey, being high on a beach in the Bahamas? That sounded perfect. He told us about a party on the next island over, said there'd be weed, beer, music, the works. He pointed to the island, maybe half a mile away, not far at all. We could see the shape of it clearly, a small patch of green surrounded by blue water. I remember feeling excited. It sounded like exactly what we were looking for, a real experience, something beyond the polished tourist spots. We agreed without much hesitation, and he turned the jet ski toward the island. It was only as we started getting farther from the beach that the first sliver of unease crept in. I looked back over my shoulder and saw the crowds of tourists getting smaller, the bright umbrellas dotting the sand becoming tiny specks. The hum of voices, music from a beach bar, all of it faded away, replaced by the roar of the jet ski and the slap of water against its sides. We were alone out there, just the three of us, the endless ocean, and that small island getting closer. By the time we pulled up to the shore, I had this tight feeling in my chest that I couldn't quite explain. Something felt off. The island wasn't what I'd pictured. It wasn't some lively party spot. It was quiet. Too quiet. The beach was empty except for a small group of men gathered around a barbecue pit. There were 6 of them, maybe more. I couldn't tell exactly. They were older than our jet ski guide, anywhere from 30 to 45, all of them dark-skinned, wearing tank tops or no shirts at all. They didn't look up at first, just kept talking in low voices, their language unfamiliar. When they did glance our way, their expressions weren't friendly. They didn't smile or wave. They just stared. That's when the sick realization hit me. There was no party, no music, no beer, no weed. Just us, 2 teenage girls, and these men who clearly hadn't been expecting us. But now that we were there, they were definitely interested. I felt my throat go dry. My friend looked at me, her eyes wide, her smile gone. We both knew we'd made a huge mistake. We climbed off the jet ski, our legs shaky. The guide said something to the group in their language. They replied, their voices low, their eyes never leaving us. I didn't understand the words, but the tone said enough. There was tension, like they were deciding what to do with us. I felt trapped, like we'd walked into a cage, and someone had just shut the door behind us. I could feel my heart pounding, loud and fast in my ears. I forced myself to breathe, trying to think, trying not to panic. I knew we had to get out of there, but how? We were on an island, with no way off except that jet ski. And the guy who brought us here wasn't looking like he was in any rush to leave. Then I remembered my phone. I pulled it out of my pocket, hands shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I held it to my ear and started talking, loud enough for them to hear. I made my voice sound urgent, scared, like I was trying to calm someone down. "Mom, it's okay, we're fine. No, don't call the police, we're coming back right now. I promise, we're on our way." I kept going, saying whatever came to mind, praying they'd buy it. At the word police, I saw a change in them. The group by the barbecue went quiet. The jet ski guy's smile faded. He glanced at his friends, then back at us. There was a quick exchange in their language, and the tension in the air shifted. They weren't looking at us like prey anymore. Now they looked nervous. The guide said something to us, gesturing to the jet ski. I nodded like I was agreeing with him, still holding the phone to my ear, still pretending to talk to my mom. We climbed back on, this time with me in the middle, my friend behind me. The ride back felt like it took forever. I kept looking over my shoulder at the island, half expecting them to change their minds, to come after us. But they didn't. They stayed where they were, watching as we sped away. When we hit the beach, the guide barely slowed down. We jumped off into the shallows, and before we could say a word, he turned and raced off, the jet ski kicking up a spray of water. We stood there, soaked, shaken, watching him disappear. I don't think I've ever felt so relieved and so sick at the same time. We didn't see him again for the rest of the trip. We stayed away from that part of the beach, stuck close to the resort, and tried to act like everything was normal. But at night, when I lay in bed, I couldn't stop replaying it. The looks on their faces, the silence of that island, how close we came to something I don't even want to imagine. Looking back, I realize how stupid we were, how reckless. We were 16, thinking we were invincible, thinking nothing bad could ever happen to us. That day taught me otherwise. We got lucky, really lucky, and I've never forgotten it. My parents lived in a small apartment when I was born. I don't remember any of this firsthand, of course. I was just a baby, but I've heard the story so many times over the years that it feels like a memory buried deep inside me. My mom would tell it quietly, with this strange look on her face, like she was still trying to make sense of it. My dad, on the other hand, would usually just shake his head and change the subject. Even now, thinking about it as an adult, I feel this odd chill run through me. There was nothing supernatural about what happened, no ghosts or demons or anything like that. But sometimes reality is unsettling enough on its own. The apartment wasn't anything fancy. It was in an older building, one of those narrow, two-bedroom units with creaky floors and thin walls. My parents didn't have a lot of money back then, so they made do with what they could afford. I slept in my mom's room because the second bedroom was being used for storage, boxes, old clothes, baby stuff that hadn't been unpacked yet. My crib was set up right next to my mom's bed, close enough so she could reach out and check on me at night without even getting up. From what she told me, I was an active baby. I'd pull myself up on the crib rails, rock back and forth, grab at anything within reach. I was always crawling around the crib, tossing my blanket to the side, knocking over my little stuffed animals. It drove her a little crazy because she'd have to constantly straighten everything out. But that's just how babies are, right? During the day, when my dad was at work, it was just me and my mom in the apartment. She'd spend time with me, play with me, but of course she had chores to do too. Laundry was one of them. The laundry room was down the hall, so she'd leave me in the crib for a few minutes at a time while she put in a load or moved clothes to the dryer. She said she'd always check on me before leaving the room, seeing me bouncing or babbling, my blanket in a ball in the corner of the crib, my toys scattered. But then, when she came back, and this is the part that started to unnerve her, she'd find me sound asleep. Not just asleep, but tucked in. The blanket smoothed down perfectly over me, the edges folded neatly under the mattress. The stuffed animals placed carefully in the corners, like someone had arranged them just so. At first, she thought maybe she was imagining things. Maybe I'd worn myself out and somehow settled myself down, though that didn't make sense given how young I was. Maybe she had tucked me in and just forgotten. But it kept happening. Every time she left the room, even if it was only for 5 minutes, she'd come back to find the same thing. Me sleeping peacefully, the crib looking as neat as if it had just been made up fresh. My mom said she even started to feel like she was losing her mind, questioning her memory, trying to catch herself in some mistake that would explain it. She told my dad about it after a few days. He didn't really take it seriously. He was the logical type, the kind of person who looks for the most straightforward explanation. Maybe she was overtired. Maybe she was so used to fixing the crib that she was doing it on autopilot and didn't remember. Maybe I was just a weirdly tidy baby, though that didn't fit what he knew of me either. My mom wasn't satisfied with those answers. It wasn't just what was happening, it was how it made her feel. She said the apartment started to feel wrong. Like it wasn't just the two of us there during the day. Like someone else was in that space with us. Someone she couldn't see or hear, but who was watching everything. That's when she bought the baby monitor. It was one of those basic models, just audio, no video. She wanted to be able to hear me when she was in another room, to make sure I was okay. She set it up next to the crib and kept the receiver with her as she went about her day. For a little while, nothing unusual happened. The crib stayed messy when she left the room. She started to think maybe things were going back to normal, that whatever was happening had stopped or had just been her imagination all along. Then one afternoon, she was in the kitchen making lunch. She was filling a bottle with formula, slicing up some fruit, just taking a few minutes to herself while I was in the crib. The monitor crackled to life with static, which wasn't unusual. It was an old building, and sometimes the reception was spotty. But then the static shifted. The noise turned strange, high and low-pitched sounds, not quite voices, not quite music, just odd, warbling tones that didn't belong. My mom froze, listening. The sounds were uneven, like someone was fiddling with the frequency, like something was trying to come through, but couldn't quite make it. Her heart pounding, she set down the bottle and went straight to the bedroom. When she got there, she said I was on all fours in the crib, not moving, not making a sound, just staring at a spot in the corner of the room, right next to the nightstand where the lamp was. She called my name, but I didn't respond, didn't even blink, just kept looking at that empty corner. She said the air felt heavy in that room, like the moment right before a storm when the atmosphere seems charged. She walked over to the crib, trying to see what had my attention. That's when she noticed it. On the side of the nightstand, scratched into the wood, were the words, "I hate messy cribs." The carving wasn't deep, but it was clear. The letters were uneven, like they'd been done quickly, but deliberately. My mom said she felt her stomach drop, this cold wave washing over her as she realized what she was seeing. Someone had been in that room. Someone who had the time to stand there and carve those words while we were in the apartment. Someone who had been close enough to my crib, close enough to me, to do this without being seen or heard. She didn't wait. She grabbed me out of the crib, still frozen in that stare, and went straight to the phone to call my dad. When he came home, he tried to be calm about it, tried to look for explanations. Maybe it had always been there, and we just hadn't noticed. Maybe it was a prank, though that didn't make sense. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign anyone had come into the apartment. The locks were intact, the windows closed. But my mom wouldn't let it go. She was sure of what she saw, sure of what had been happening. She said she couldn't stay there another night, not with me in that crib, not knowing that someone had been in that room. They packed up our things that evening and went to stay with my grandparents. My dad still didn't believe there was any real danger, but he went along with it because he could see how shaken my mom was. They never went back to that apartment, not to stay. They broke the lease and found another place as soon as they could. The nightstand was left behind. My mom said she didn't want it in the house. She didn't even want to touch it again. Years later, when I was old enough to understand, I asked my mom why she'd been so afraid. After all, no one had been hurt. Nothing had really happened. She said it wasn't just the words carved into the wood. It was the feeling she'd had in that apartment, the sense that someone had been there all along, slipping in and out of our space without us noticing. Someone who had watched me, who had been close enough to touch me, to tuck me in, to smooth down my blanket and arrange my toys. Someone who had done it over and over again until they decided to leave a message, like they wanted to be sure she knew they'd been there. That's what scared her the most, not knowing how long it had been going on, not knowing how they'd gotten in, not knowing if they'd ever really left. Because the truth is, you don't need ghosts or monsters to make a place terrifying. Sometimes, All it takes is the knowledge that another person, a stranger, has been in your home, close enough to reach out and touch you, without you ever realizing it. And that's something that stays with you, long after you've moved on. I remember that day so clearly. It started like any other day, really. Nothing about it stood out at first. My last class of the day always ends at 4:15 p.m. It's like clockwork. My professor is one of those people who is strict about time. He's Korean, keeps to his schedule without fail, never lets us out early, never keeps us late. I guess he likes order. I respect that, and I'm used to it by now. It's kind of comforting in a way, knowing that no matter what happens in the day, I'll be out of that classroom at 4:15 p.m. That day was no different. The second the clock hit 4:15, he dismissed us like usual. I packed up my stuff, not rushing, not dragging my feet either, just the same pace I always did. It takes me about 10 minutes to get to my car from that building. I have to walk across campus, down this wide path with trees lining it on both sides, then through a parking lot that always smells faintly of oil and old asphalt. I remember the feel of the breeze that day, kind of cool for the season, but not unpleasant. The sun was still out, low in the sky but not setting yet, just casting long shadows that made the trees look stretched and thin. I wasn't thinking about much, just the usual stuff, what I had to do at work, maybe what I'd have for dinner. The normal end-of-day thoughts. I got to my car, unlocked it, threw my bag in the back seat, and started it up. The engine turned over without issue, and I glanced at the dashboard clock out of habit. It said 4:25 p.m. That made sense. I didn't think much about it. I pulled out of my spot and headed toward work. My work is about an hour away, depending on traffic. It's mostly highway, with a few spots where it can slow down, but that day I remember traffic felt normal. Not heavy, not light, just normal. Cars all around me, flowing along at the usual speed. I didn't speed. I didn't drive recklessly. I didn't even really pass anyone. I just kept with the flow, like I always do. The drive felt the same as it always does. I remember glancing at the radio a few times, flipping through stations, not really finding anything I wanted to listen to, so I ended up leaving it on some talk station. The guy on the radio was going on about some local politics thing, and I half listened while keeping my eyes on the road. I remember changing lanes a few times, signaling like I always do, checking mirrors. I remember passing that one rest area I always pass. There was a blue truck parked in front of the building, and a couple of people standing by the vending machines. I remember because I always glance over there. It's like a marker in my drive. Everything felt completely normal. Just another day. When I got off the highway and pulled into the lot at work, I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. It said 4:52 p.m. I thought, I must have made good time. Maybe traffic was lighter than I realized. I parked, grabbed my bag, and headed inside. That's when my boss looked at me and said, "You're early." At first I didn't think anything of it. I just figured maybe I had made better time than usual, like I said. But then I glanced at the clock on the wall behind him. It said 4:50 p.m. That stopped me for a second. I felt this weird little twist in my stomach. That couldn't be right. I pulled out my phone, almost without thinking, just to check. Maybe the clock on the wall was off. But my phone said the same thing. 4:50 p.m. I stared at it for a second, like the numbers would change if I looked hard enough. But they didn't. They just stayed there, clear as day. I tried to reason through it. Maybe class had let out early. That had to be it, right? Maybe the professor, for some reason, had let us go early that day, and I just didn't notice. But that didn't sit right either. I would have noticed if we left early. I always check the time when class ends. I don't know why, it's just a habit. And I knew we had gotten out at 4:15 p.m. like always. But still, I tried to convince myself that had to be it. So later, I texted a couple people who are in that class. I didn't make a big deal out of it, just asked casually, "Hey, did we get out early last class?" Every single one of them said no. We got out at the usual time, 4:15 p.m., just like I thought. So there I was, standing in my workplace, staring at my phone, and feeling this weird chill that had nothing to do with the air temperature. Because there was no good reason I should have gotten there that early. The drive felt normal. Not rushed, not fast, not slow. Just normal. And yet, I had made it in about 25 minutes. A drive that normally takes me at least 47 minutes on a good day. Usually closer to an hour. I hadn't done anything different. I hadn't taken a shortcut. There aren't any real shortcuts on that route anyway. I hadn't sped. I hadn't skipped any part of the drive. I remembered the whole thing, every part of it, as clear as I ever do. Nothing felt out of the ordinary while it was happening. I even went back outside, just to double check. I looked at the clock on my dashboard again. 4:52 p.m. A little later now, but still lined up with my phone and the wall clock. All matching. I thought maybe, just maybe, the clock on my car had been off before. But no, it was in line with everything else now. My fuel level was normal, too. I checked that. I always fill up on the same schedule, and I know about how much I use on that drive. The needle was right where I expected it to be after an hour of driving, not after 25 minutes. It was like nothing was different except the time itself. I tried to think through every possible explanation. Maybe I misremembered the time we left class. Maybe I zoned out during the drive and didn't notice speeding up. Maybe traffic had been lighter than it looked. But none of that made sense. I'd driven that route hundreds of times. I know how long it takes. I know what it feels like. And that drive felt normal. I wasn't spaced out. I wasn't distracted. I remember it. Every part of it. And what really stuck with me, what really made the whole thing feel strange, was that everything else lined up. The time I left class, the fuel I used, the drive itself, everything felt normal. And yet somehow I ended up at work half an hour early. I didn't gain or lose any time during the drive itself, as far as I could tell. The drive felt like it took an hour. It felt like a full, regular drive. But the clock said otherwise. In the end, I didn't tell anyone about it beyond asking my classmates about the class time. I didn't want to sound crazy. What could I even say? That I somehow made an hour-long drive in 25 minutes without doing anything differently? That I felt like I'd been driving for an hour, but the clock didn't agree? No one would believe that. Hell, I wouldn't believe it if someone told me. I tried to let it go after that. There wasn't anything I could do about it anyway. I went about my shift, kept my head down, did my work. Made an extra few bucks because of the extra time, I guess. But I couldn't shake that weird feeling. That sense that something was off, that something happened that I couldn't explain. I went over it in my head 100 times, trying to figure it out, trying to find some logical reason. But I never did. Even now, thinking back on it, I don't have an answer. It's just one of those things that happened. One of those things that stays with you, that you turn over in your mind late at night, wondering if you missed something, if there was a detail you overlooked. But there wasn't. I know there wasn't. Everything was normal. Except it wasn't. And that's what makes it so hard to forget. It was about a year ago when this happened, but it still sticks in my head like it was last night. My cousin and I are pretty close, so it wasn't unusual for her to stay over at my place, sometimes for a few days at a time. I only have one bed in my small room, so whenever she stayed, we'd just sleep together in it. It never felt weird or anything, just familiar. We'd stay up late talking sometimes, watching TV or scrolling on our phones until our eyes burned from the brightness. That night started off like any other. We both got into bed after brushing our teeth. The air outside was cold, so we huddled under the blanket, and soon enough we both drifted off. I remember waking up at some point in the middle of the night, though I couldn't tell what time it was. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of the streetlight outside leaking through the edges of the curtain. At first, everything seemed normal. The soft hum of the fridge down the hall, the sound of my cousin's quiet breathing beside me. But after a few moments, I started to feel strange. It was that feeling you get when you're not alone, even when you're supposed to be. My heart started beating a little faster, like it was trying to warn me of something before I even understood what was happening. I kept my eyes closed at first, hoping that if I just ignored the feeling, it would go away. But then I felt it, the pressure. It started at the end of the bed, like someone had climbed onto it. The mattress dipped ever so slightly, just enough for me to notice. I told myself it was probably my cousin. Maybe she'd gotten up to use the bathroom and was just getting back into bed. But then it happened again. The weight shifted, moving up the bed, like someone crawling. Slow, heavy. I held my breath, waiting for the sound of my cousin's voice, or for her to settle in beside me, but nothing came. Instead, I felt the weight move up further until it was right over me. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I could feel it. My wrists, both of them, were pinned down by what felt like hands. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm, like whoever or whatever it was didn't want me to move. My chest felt tight, like something heavy was laying on top of me, pressing the air out of my lungs. My heart was racing now. I felt frozen, trapped between the need to fight back and the fear that if I tried, I'd only make it worse. There was this strange feeling of déjà vu too, like I'd been in this exact position before. But I couldn't place when or where. It was like my mind was trying to connect this moment to something in my past, but it couldn't quite make the link. Time felt like it had slowed down. I don't know how long I lay there like that, eyes wide open now, staring into the dark. Every second stretched out, the pressure on my chest making it harder and harder to breathe. Then, as suddenly as it started, it ended. My cousin stirred in her sleep, rolling over slightly, and just like that, the weight lifted. My wrists were free. The tightness in my chest was gone. The bed felt normal again, solid and still beneath me. I lay there, too scared to move, listening to the sound of my cousin's breathing, trying to convince myself it had been sleep paralysis. I'd had it before, though not often. I knew what it felt like, that mix of terror and helplessness when your body won't respond. I told myself that's all it was. Just my mind playing tricks on me in that space between sleep and waking. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. I kept glancing at the clock on my phone, watching the hours crawl by until the first light of morning started to brighten the room. My cousin was still asleep beside me when I finally let my eyes close again, if only for a few minutes before my alarm went off. When she woke up later, she seemed fine at first, but then she gave me this look, like she wanted to say something, but wasn't sure if she should. Eventually, she told me she'd had a weird dream. A dream about a man with black wings standing at the foot of the bed, just staring at me. I felt the blood drain from my face when she said it. The description she gave, it wasn't exact, but it reminded me so much of someone I'd rather not think about. My ex, the one who'd made my life hell in ways I still didn't like to admit, even to myself. He'd been gone for a couple of years now, dead in an accident that I tried not to dwell on. But hearing her describe someone like him, standing there watching me, it shook me more than I wanted to admit. The rest of that day passed in a bit of a blur. I kept thinking about what had happened, trying to piece it together in my mind. I told myself again and again that it had to be sleep paralysis. That's what made the most sense. The pressure on my chest, the feeling of being held down, the fear. It all fit. And as for my cousin's dream, well, people dream strange things all the time. It was probably just a coincidence. Maybe she'd picked up on my anxiety without realizing it, and her mind had filled in the blanks with something that matched my unease. I tried to leave it at that. But the thing is, after that night, I started noticing other things too. Small things, things that probably didn't mean anything on their own. Like how I'd wake up sometimes and feel like the bed had been disturbed, even though neither of us had moved. Or how I'd feel that same heavy, watchful feeling when I was alone in the room, the kind that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I started sleeping with a light on, just a small one on my nightstand, enough to push back the darkness a little. It helped, at least enough that I could get some sleep. I also took a closer look at my own life, at the things I hadn't dealt with. I realized that maybe that night had been my mind's way of forcing me to face things I'd been trying to bury. The fear, the memories, the sense of being trapped. It all came rushing back in that moment, and maybe that's why it felt so real. Our minds can be powerful, especially when it comes to the things we don't want to face. I started seeing a therapist not long after, because I didn't want to keep living with that weight on my chest, both literally and figuratively. Talking about it helped. Bit by bit, I started to feel like myself again. The sleep paralysis didn't come back, or if it did, I was able to remind myself what it was and not let it take hold of me in the same way. As for my cousin, she stayed over plenty of times after that, and nothing like that ever happened again. We never talked much more about that night, probably because neither of us wanted to give it more power than it already had. But every now and then, when the room gets quiet and the shadows stretch long across the walls, I remember it. I remember that feeling, and I remind myself that whatever it was, whether it was just my mind or something deeper, I made it through. And that's what matters.